Chapter 15. Amelia was taken home after it was confirmed that she didn't have any injuries, despite the blood on her hands and on her clothes. There were stains on her pants from where she had been kneeling in that pooling blood. She was cleaned up and allowed to return to the Armstrong estate. She would remember how red the water looked when she had been washing her hands of Hughes' blood as she went back to the car. She knew it was over, but in her mind she kept replaying the scene, trying to figure out what she could have done differently, what she could have done to help more, maybe even to save him. She didn't realize the car had stopped and they had arrived until the door opened. She could see Major Armstrong holding the door open for her. She didn't know how long she had been sitting in the car for him to have done that, since she would have normally done it herself. "Sorry," she said quietly, apologizing for the inconvenience as she stepped out, and the two of them headed inside. She headed inside with him and was brought to her room. She waited to hear the sound of the door closing behind her, but it didn't come. She turned and looked back at Major Armstrong, who was looking back at her. "What is it?" "Amelia, if you have any difficulty sleeping, you can call for someone," he told her. "What you experienced was not something that one can easily sleep through." "Yeah, I'll keep that in mind," she said, turning to the dresser to look for something to sleep in. "Amelia," she turned back when he called her name again, "tomorrow, you will be asked to speak for an interrogation since you were the last person to see Lieutenant Colonel Hughes alive. You will need to be prepared for that." She nodded. "And if there is anything you can't discuss with the interrogators that you remember." Amelia's mind flashed the image of the woman. "There was," she turned to him. "We went to the archive room and I had to leave for the bathroom, but when I came back there was a woman," she said. "She had the snake tattoo thing on her chest." She pointed to where it was on her own body. The Major's eyes widened at the mention of it, and he stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "You mean the people that Edward spoke about?" he asked. "The ones with the Ouroboros tattoos?" "Yeah," she said, and when she left she said, "Something?" She frowned. "She didn't see me, I think. I was hiding behind the pillar." She tried to remember. Her mind had been flooded with those last moments with Hughes. It was hard to think of it, she said. She said to send someone else after him. She had blood on her face. I think Hughes got her somehow, but... She could feel her frustration growing. She had clearly heard every word that woman had said at the time, but she had been so focused on everything else, she couldn't think of that moment. "I can't." She said something and I can't. "Amelia, it's all right," the Major said, putting his hands on her shoulders and squeezing gently. "It has been a very difficult night for you. No one would blame you for not remembering everything." He had her look up at him. "You cannot tell the interrogators of this. They knew that the lieutenant colonel was investigating them. If we include more people, we will be putting them at risk. On top of the fact that this is top secret by the Fura's orders." He sighed. "This will not make interrogation easy for you." "So what do I tell them?" she asked. "Tell them everything, but don't tell them of the woman," he said. "If word gets out about the Ouroboros tattoos, there's a chance they will come after you as well." She nodded, feeling her gut twisting in fear at the thought of those people coming after her. "Is there anything else that you remember of them? Any other sign?" She shook her head. "No, I don't remember anything else from those people," she said. The Major seemed a little relieved, and he pulled away. "Good, good," he let out a breath of relief. "We need to make sure this information doesn't spread. Not yet." She nodded slowly in agreement. He looked down at his student, who didn't still to be quite herself. "Well, you should get some rest. You have a long day tomorrow." Amelia nodded, and he left the room so she could get comfortable. She was rather tired as it was. After so much running and moving around, her body was exhausted. It didn't take her long to get to sleep. She stood in that white abyss, seeing Kate again, the outline of that person again. Kate spoke, but her words were muffled, and Amelia couldn't hear her. She wore the smile of a person terrified, like a mother trying to console a scared child despite being scared themselves. She couldn't hear what she said, like she was listening to her underwater. Amelia turned to see the outline, the strange being with no face smiling. A second passed and Kate stood in its place, giving her a grin that spoke of a kind of malicious indifference. If nothing else, this should be very interesting. It was Kate's voice, but also the voice of the thing it once was. The massive doors before her opened, and those black tentacles shot out, wrapping around Amelia's arms and legs and tugging her in. Amelia could hear her screams and nothing else as she called out, reaching for Kate, who watched her get pulled in. still bearing that smile of that being, as if it was so far above her that her concerns for safety would never reach. For what did it care? She kept crying out, feeling tears running down her cheeks as she was pulled away deeper and deeper into the strange darkness of the gate, watching the light disappear as the gate closed. She could hear thousands of voices yelling at her in the darkness. The tentacle's grip on her hands was the tightest as she struggled against them, trying to get them off. Amelia. She jumped awake at the sound of her name, and she looked up to see Bernice holding onto her wrists, looking at her worriedly. Amelia was breathing heavily, her skin sweating, and she didn't understand why. Bernice let out a sigh and released her wrists. You were crying out in your sleep. I thought you were going to wake the whole estate. Amelia lay back down, panting a little bit, realizing that it was a nightmare, but it didn't quite seem to fade like one now that she was awake. Are you all right, Miss Seymour? Yeah, she said, her voice hoarse, and she realized she had been screaming. She had never had a nightmare that intense before. Sorry for waking you up. It's been a difficult night for you, Bernice said, moving the blankets that had become disheveled and messed up to bring them up to her chin, almost tucking her in. Try to rest. If you need something, just call for me. I won't be far. Amelia only nodded and closed her eyes as Bernice left, hearing the door close. She took a deep breath in and out, trying to calm herself. She needed to calm down. It was only a nightmare, even if it did feel more real than anything she'd ever felt in dreams. Amelia was woken up the next morning for the training regimen, and she took part like she always had. She slept a lot better after the nightmare had ended, and didn't remember her dreams from the rest of the night. Once that was over, breakfast was served, and the day went about as it normally did for a while, with everyone chatting about the upcoming reunion, which was apparently in a couple days. She hadn't realized how close it was, but it seemed odd to talk about something so festive after last night. Still, she went along with it, with Strongen managing to convince her to play Hallelujah with Amu singing vocals as an exhibition of talent for the oldest triplet. Once breakfast was over, Major Armstrong took her to the investigations department, where he took her to be interviewed for everything she saw regarding Hughes's murder. She knew she couldn't mention the woman, so she made sure not to bring it up. She was brought to a room that she had seen before. Hughes had brought her here her first day to ask for her personal details. It hadn't changed, metal furniture, with a solitary lamp hanging overhead. She looked up at the officer that came in to interview her, taking the seat across from her. He had harsh and sharp features on his face, making his resting frown look more like an angry scowl, but his voice spoke that he was trying to be delicate about this. My name is Henry Douglas. I'm part of the Investigations Department for Internal Affairs. I've taken on the Ms. Hughes case. Amelia didn't respond to him. We understand that you were the last one to see him. We'd like to talk about that. She nodded and looked down at the table. Can you tell us what happened? Well, the major had to go to the recruitment archives, so he left me with Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. Brigadier General. Amelia lifted her head and looked at him oddly. It was announced this morning. Ms. Hughes was promoted to Brigadier General for dying in the line of duty. Oh, I didn't know that, she said. Well, I was left with Brigadier General Hughes so he could watch after me since I'm not allowed anywhere without military supervision. Officer Douglas nodded. Yes, I'm aware of your custody situation, he said. Go on, what happened? He was working on something for a while, and then he left to go to the archive room. She said, I don't remember why, he just kind of thought of something, I think, and just wanted to look into it more. You think, Douglas asked, you don't remember. It was something to do with some riots, she said. I'm not sure. He was reading the evening edition before he left. It talked about that. I remember reading the headline. Douglas nodded, gesturing for her to continue. We got to the archives, and I went with him. He had me get some binders from the shelves. Do you remember what they were? He asked. Amelia wasn't sure she should say, considering she knew what he was looking into. No, it was just some logs or something, she said vaguely. I don't remember what ones specifically. After a while, I had to go to the bathroom, so I asked if I could go, and he said yes. He let you go alone? Douglas interrupted her. He didn't come with you? Amelia shook her head. Did he send someone to monitor you once you left? She shook her head again. No, it was right down the hall, and he said if I wasn't out in 5 minutes, he'd drag me out of the stall. She said, that was enough incentive to make me pee quick, I guess. Douglas didn't say anything as he wrote something down on his notepad, and Amelia continued. When I came back to the archive room, he was gone, and there was blood on the floor. You didn't hear anything, no signs of a fight, no people shouting? Amelia shook her head again. No, it was pretty quiet in the bathroom, she said, and the archive room was a mess when I got there. She looked down at the table. I saw the blood on the floor and I followed it out of headquarters to the phone booth where he was. Do you remember seeing anything when you were following the trail? Douglas asked. It's quite a ways from the archive room to that phone booth. Did you see or hear anything suspicious at all? Amelia shook her head. Not that I can remember, she said. Everything seemed normal, and the halls were mostly empty since it was kind of late. She looked up at the officer. When I was going to the phone booth, I heard a gunshot and I ran to get there. Douglas wrote down something on his notepad. Did you see the shooter? He asked, or hear anyone trying to run away? She paused as she remembered the figure she saw briefly in front of the phone booth, but she wasn't sure if that had been a phantom of some kind in her imagination, or she had really seen it. Well, I don't think so. I thought I saw something just when I got there, she said, but it was gone in a second. I don't know if it was a person or not. Douglas nodded again, and when I got there, Hughes had already been shot and I tried to stop the bleeding. And when he stopped breathing, I tried to do CPR, but I didn't really know how so. I don't know if I made it worse. Douglas said nothing. After that the ambulance came and they took him to the hospital. She looked up at him. That's all I can remember. Do you remember where he was shot? Douglas asked, and she nodded. Yeah, right here. She pointed to a spot on her chest. It was right here, in his heart. Did he say anything to you when you arrived? He was still alive, yes. She nodded as she remembered. Yeah, barely. He didn't say much to me. He recognized me, so he said my name. She said that was it. Douglas's natural scowl seemed to deepen. And you didn't see or hear anything suspicious at all? What about the person you saw? Can you describe them? Amelia shook her head. No, I don't really remember seeing what they looked like. It was dark, and I couldn't really see a lot. And you leaving headquarters, as you said. Douglas looked at something in his notes. That's highly unusual that you would be left alone at all, given those very strict orders about your being under military surveillance. Amelia looked up at him, a little concerned about where this was going. He really just let you go. He was timing me, she said. He was only going to give me 5 minutes in the toilet. And somewhere in those 5 minutes Hughes was injured by whoever attacked him, and you didn't see that person or hear the fight at all. No, she got a sinking feeling in her stomach as he was starting to point out things that were missing. I'm sorry, but that's all I remember. Douglas looked up at her from over his notepad. In the 5 minutes you were in the toilet, Ms. Hughes was attacked and left, and so did his attacker, and you didn't see either of them. She shook her head. No, I'm sorry. Douglas's scowl deepened. Do you realize that this information makes you highly suspect? He asked. You were the last person to see him alive, and you just happened not to see anything that went on before following him out to where he died. I'm telling the truth, Amelia said. I didn't do anything wrong except leaving headquarters without any surveillance. I swear. Do you know the caliber of gun that Ms. Hughes was shot with? Douglas asked, and Amelia shook her head. A .45 caliber. It's standard issue for all military officers. Your Major Armstrong happens to have such a gun in his possession. You could have stolen it from him and used it to kill Major Hughes before hiding it away. What gun? Amelia asked. The Major never uses it. I've only ever seen him use alchemy. I didn't know he had one. Douglas frowned and Amelia only grew more nervous. I swear, if he has one, I don't know where he keeps it. Douglas' scowl only deepened and she started to wonder if her days with the Major were over. She had to admit he made a compelling case against her. Would she really go to jail? You're right. Amelia felt her tense shoulders relaxing a little bit at the words, but she was confused. The Major no longer has a gun. He returned it to the armory shortly after the Ishvalan Civil War and has never renewed any request for one. Amelia relaxed a little more. I apologize for the 3rd degree, but I needed to make sure of something. She let out a sigh of relief and sunk back in her chair. God, don't do that, she muttered. I almost had a damn heart attack. It wasn't much longer after that. He asked a few follow-up questions about Hughes' behavior that day. and she answered them as best she could without giving away too much about the Philosopher's Stone and their investigation into it. When she was finished, he let her go, and she looked up at the major who had been waiting outside, with another pair of officers that looked familiar. "There's some work that's come up that I need to attend to at once. I'll return you to the estate, and then we can prepare for your alchemy training." Amelia nodded, and she let him lead her off the property to the Armstrong estate again, and it seems a date has been set for Lieutenant Colonel Hughes' funeral. "Brigadier General Hughes." Amelia corrected him. "The guy in there told me he got promoted for dying in the line of duty." "I see." The major nodded along, accepting the news. "His funeral will be tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I assume that you wish to attend." Amelia nodded. "Yeah, I do." She wanted to pay her respects to the man. They didn't get along all that well, but he was a good man. He deserved to at least have a proper farewell. She wanted to make sure she helped in that, considering his last moments. She could still remember the feeling of blood under her fingers, feeling a shiver go down her spine as she thought of it. "Then we'll have you dressed properly. If we don't have a black dress for you now, we'll have one tailored for you," he promised her as they headed to the car. Amelia watched as she stood up in front of a mirror, seeing Amu, Strongen, and Catherine going through the youngest sister's closet to look for a pair of dresses for Amelia to wear. "I still feel weird about taking your clothes like this," she admitted to her as she watched the girls go through Catherine's closet and dresser. "Oh, it's fine," Catherine said. "I still have a lot of old clothes from when I was younger, and they should fit you all right." She went back to looking through her closet, with Strongen beside her as the two walked deeper into it, because of course, Catherine would have a walk-in closet, and looked for some of the old dresses she mentioned. "Ah, here we are." Strongen pulled one dress off the rack, showing it to Amelia to see it was the black dress she would need for the funeral tomorrow. "This should work perfectly. This was a dress that she wore for a New Year's party." She walked over to hand it to Amelia. "Go and change behind the screen, dear. Let's see how it fits." Amelia took the dress and went to the changing screen, where Delilah and Diana were waiting at either end to help her put on clothes and help adjust them as well. Amelia could hear the sisters still talking as they looked over all the different clothes they might bring out for her, since the other dress was going to be for the Armstrong family reunion. "Oh, what about this one?" she heard Amu ask. "The skirt might be a little short, but I think it can be extended." No, that color's all wrong for her," Strongen said. "It's lovely, but you're right about the skirt. It's just short enough to be a little too scandalous. It suited Catherine much better when she was 10. "You're finding me 10-year-old dresses?" Amelia asked as she heard that bit of information. "I'm not small enough to fit in those." "Well, it might be the only thing that might fit you comfortably," Strongen said apologetically. "You and Catherine don't have quite the same figure." "You don't have to remind me." Amelia grumbled bitterly as she pulled on the dress. "Can someone get the buttons on the back here?" "Allow me, Miss Seymour," said Delilah as she came back behind the screen to get the buttons on the back of the dress. Slowly, Amelia was learning to tell the difference between the two uniformed redhead twins. Delilah had a habit of biting her nails, and she couldn't feel anything scraping her skin by accident as the woman did the dress. She stepped back to look at Amelia in it. "It does seem a bit large," she said, looking at the dress, "but it shouldn't be too noticeable, certainly no need for a large adjustment." "Oh, let us see, Amelia," Catherine called out, and Amelia stepped out from behind the screen to show them. "It suits you well, considering the occasion." "Thanks," she said, and she looked at the dress that Catherine had draped over her arm. What is that?" It's the dress I picked out for you," she said, holding it up to show her. "I thought you would look lovely in a bright color like this." "Catherine, that dress is piss yellow," Amelia said dryly. "It is not," Amu said quickly. "It is marigold yellow." Amelia rolled her eyes at the correction. "And don't say that word. It's incredibly vulgar for a woman to say piss." "I happen to agree with Catherine. I think it would look lovely on you." "I don't do yellow. I'm not wearing it," Amelia said firmly, crossing her arms. "At least try it on," Strongen said, "just so we have an idea of where to look for dresses that fit properly." "Fine," Amelia sighed, taking the dress from Catherine and going back behind the screen to change again. At least she found a dress for the funeral. That was the more important one in her mind. She wasn't exactly looking forward to attending the reunion the day after, especially since her attendance meant there would be more than a few military guards around the place to make sure she didn't somehow escape with the crowd. She put up the black dress and started to pull on the yellow one, hearing the sisters still talking on the other side. "Oh, Strongen, I got a few RSVPs back from our Cretan cousins. It looks as if the entire branch will make it," Amu said. "Wonderful, have you heard anything from the temples?" Strongen asked. "Yes, it looks as if Reginald, Melissa, and Charlotte will come, but not Terence." "Oh, why not?" "Apparently Terence has another affair. Melissa didn't go into detail." "Shame, I suppose we'll have to give up his seat for a guest." "Oh, and they're all bringing guests. I forgot to mention. The temples. The temples and the Castellanos in Creta, all of them. All of them are bringing a guest." "Are we going to need more chairs?" Catherine piped up. No, we should be all right. Worst case scenario, we move some couches into the ballroom," Strongen assured her. "So with the Castellanos and the temples and everyone bringing a guest, that's 20 people. No, 18, Terence isn't coming, remember," Amu corrected. "Oh yes, 18, you're right," Strongen said. "Amelia, have you finished putting on that dress yet?" "Almost," she called back, trying to do the buttons on the back herself. "Though it wasn't going well, Diana, could you?" "Of course, Miss Seymour," said the twin as she came over and quickly did the buttons on the back of the dress. Amelia stepped out to let the sisters take a look at her. "Amelia, you look lovely in that dress. I think you should wear it," Strongen said. "It's a little airy in the chest area, but that's to be expected with Catherine." Amelia looked down at the dress, reaching for the skirt and moving it around a little to get a feel for the dress itself. "I look like Belle," she said, looking at her reflection in the mirror. She didn't care to dress as a Disney princess for their reunion. "Oh, you do not, but if you think the figure is that unflattering, we won't dress you like a Belle," Strongen said, "but at least it tells us where to look in terms of dresses you can wear." "What about this one?" Catherine asked, pulling out a purple ball gown with a blue trim. Strongen gasped happily at the sight of it. "Oh, I remember this dress. I haven't seen it in years," she said, coming over to look at it, Amu doing the same to admire the gown. "Didn't you wear this to your first poetry exhibition?" Amu asked. "That was such a wonderful time, and you created such art, Catherine." Catherine beamed at the praise from her sisters. "I thought this might work for Amelia. I was about the same size as her when I wore this," she said, coming over to Amelia to show it to her. She had to admit, it was a lovely gown to wear, off-shoulder sleeves, the fabric seeming to be a mix of lilac-colored lace with blue satin covering the sleeves and the collar, as well as the bottom trim of the dress. "What do you think?" "I like it," she said. "Let me try it on." She reached for the dress from Catherine and took it behind the screen with her to change. "I think that might be the one," Amu said optimistically. "I remember it looked wonderful on Catherine. She was about your age the first time she wore it." "Yes, I was 14 at the time of that poetry exhibition," Catherine said. "I was right in the middle of my growing years." Amelia took that to mean it was when she was right in the middle of puberty. The dress seemed to fit well enough, though it was a little roomy in a couple places, but it still fit. She stepped out, and the three sisters all beamed at the sight of her. "Oh, you look darling," Amu said with a smile. "Truly beautiful, Amelia." "I must agree, you look wonderful," Strongen said. Amelia took a look at herself in the mirror, unable to help smiling a little at the sight of herself. She really did look nice. "Yeah, I guess I can wear this." The sisters all clapped as she agreed to wear the dress, and she couldn't help chuckling a little at knowing how easy it was to please them. "Perfect, then let's get it adjusted. Delilah, Diana?" Catherine called for the twins, who quickly stepped forward. Diana had a pincushion on her wrist, and Delilah came with pins to put everything in place. Amelia watched them work in the reflection, hearing the party planning conversation that was being held between the three women. She had to admit that in the time she spent here, she enjoyed her time with Catherine, Strongen, and Amu. They always made her feel welcome, even if it was mildly annoying at times with Strongen's insistence on her piano playing. She wondered briefly if this is what it was like to have sisters of her own, and in that brief moment, she thought it would be nice to have sisters like them. After the fitting, Amelia returned to her room to do some composing, trying to sound out the songs she remembered how to play by heart and write them down. Somehow, in the midst of the dress picking and fitting, she had been convinced by Strongen to play Hallelujah, with Amu on vocals. They planned to practice after her alchemy training that day, though Amelia told her how the verses went, and she was writing them down as well for reference, assuming that Amu could read music. She spent a good deal of time doing just that, writing and composing the song she remembered, which was fairly easy for one song. When she finished, she started on another and started on another when she finished that. She was halfway through the third before she checked the time and realized that she had been writing for almost 2 hours. She glanced back at the door of her bedroom, a little confused. Shouldn't Major Armstrong have been back by now? Well, he would probably burst in at any moment, so she chose to continue her writing for as long as that would be, but another hour passed and the Major still didn't show up. She started to get a little worried, so she got out of her room, followed closely by one of the house servants, of course, and made her way to the parlor room, where she saw the head of the household enjoying some tea. He noticed her coming in and he smiled. "Ah, Amelia. Come in, have some tea with us, won't you?" He gestured to the seat across from him, and she saw that he was with his wife as well. "No, that's okay. I'm just wondering if the Major's come back yet," she asked. "He said he had some work to attend to. I just didn't think it would be this long." "Has Alex not returned yet?" Philip asked, turning to his wife, who shook her head. "No, I haven't seen him," she said, reaching to put her teacup down. "Should we call and see when he plans to return home?" "No, that's okay," Amelia said. "I just wanted to check if he was home yet. He'll probably be back soon." "Oh, well then join us, my dear," Philip said, waving her in. "Come and have a cup of tea. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Amelia felt a little awkward about joining their private moment, but she didn't want to seem rude either. She came into the parlor room and took a seat that was apart from their own, watching as the Lady Armstrong stood up to pour her a cup. Amelia was always a little amazed at just how tall she actually was at her full height, easily as tall as the Major himself. She had forgotten just how easily this woman could loom over her. "There you are, Amelia," she said, passing her a cup and saucer before sitting down across from her husband again. "It's a rather deep blend from Erugo. It has a most interesting flavor." "Thank you," Amelia said, taking a brief sip of the tea, wrinkling her nose a little at the strength of that deep taste the Lady Armstrong had mentioned. "It's certainly interesting. It's almost like coffee, but kind of, I want to say, a chestnut flavor." "Very good," Philip praised her. "It is indeed a chestnut sort of blend to it. It's lovely, isn't it?" He took a gulp from his own cup. "I don't believe we've spoken to you very often outside of dinner, Amelia. Tell us, how are your lessons with Alex going?" "Oh, they're going well," Amelia said. "I'm starting to figure out how to calculate for larger transmutations, and my elemental manipulation has gotten a lot better." "Wonderful, wonderful," Philip nodded. "As is to be expected of the Armstrong heir, he is an alchemic master, just like his father." "You know alchemy?" Amelia asked, a little surprised since she had never seen him transmute anything once. "Of course, the art of alchemy has been passed down the male Armstrong line for generations," Philip said. "I was Alex's tutor when he was about your age, and he caught on remarkably well. I'm glad to see that his student is able to do the same." "It's only passed down to the males?" Amelia didn't realize it was a family tradition. "I thought anyone in the family who wanted to learn it could do it." The Major mentioned more than a few female alchemists in the family. She didn't remember their names since it was so long ago that he had taught the Armstrong lineage, but she remembered it wasn't only men. "Ah, yes, those in the cases where no son was born," Philip said, "and that was our plan until Alex came along. He was a happy surprise." "You didn't plan on having a baby?" she asked, wondering if the triplets were unplanned. "Oh no, we were planning on twins," Josephine Armstrong said. "Alex was a happy surprise. We weren't expecting triplets." "Yes, the Armstrong line does have a habit of multiples once in a generation or two," Philip said. "We were expecting multiples after Josephine's belly proved to be larger than before, but triplets were a marvelous surprise. And with my first son," he began to laugh, his torso shaking with each laugh. "And not too long after them, we had our beautiful Catherine. A perfect set of children for a perfect Armstrong line." "Sounds like you guys had quite the baby fever," Amelia muttered to herself, knowing that it would be rude if they heard her. "So the tradition is for just the men to learn it, unless there are no sons born." "The firstborn son," Philip specified, "but it is open for all those who wish to learn it. However, I'm sure you know that alchemy is a complicated science and not everyone can learn it easily. So it's reserved in training for the firstborn son and anyone else who wishes to participate. We're not about to bar our own family from learning. That would be very counterproductive. I see, Amelia said, so I guess I fall into the category of everyone else that wants to learn, or would I fall under the next generation since we're probably about that far apart in age? She was sure that the Major was at least 30, he certainly looked like it. Philip shrugged as a response. We don't really categorize you for the most part, he said. You're simply Alex's apprentice, even if you are one that's convicted. She frowned a little at the mention of her status as a prisoner, but she couldn't deny that it was still true. Still, I've never seen you perform alchemy. Amelia mentioned, could you show me a little something? Not on my china, he won't. The Lady Armstrong said firmly, and Philip chuckled nervously at the sight of her glare. Of course not, my dear, I wouldn't manipulate anything like that, he said as he put his teacup aside, reaching for a nearby book, but this should be simple enough. Now if I just had a pen, this will do. He reached over for an inkwell, Amelia watching as he dipped his pinky finger, which was still rather thick, into the blackness and began to draw a transmutation circle on the back of the hardcover book. She watched as he put his hand to it, and it began to take the shape of something new. She wasn't surprised to see it turn into a statue of someone surprisingly familiar. I guess you and Alex take a liking to making statues of him, she said as she looked at it. Whatever do you mean? Philip asked. This is not Alex, this is a statue of myself in my younger years. He gestured to the statue's head. See here, my hair curl was significantly longer than Alex's when I was in the military. Amelia didn't really see much difference, but she let him go on with that. Well, I guess I know where Alex gets his looks from, she said simply before sipping her offered tea again. So, where does Catherine get her looks from? She looked over at the Lady Armstrong. Did you look like that at her age? Oh, she doesn't get it from me, Josephine said. That unique beauty comes from Philip's side of the family. She looks a great deal like her Aunt Marilyn. It's true, she could be the spitting image of my sister. Philip agreed. Oh, and speaking of which, I have a delightful story about her. Would you care to hear it? Before Amelia could answer, he was already going on about his childhood with his sister, and his 5 other brothers, and Amelia listened politely. She looked to the Lady Armstrong, who seemed content listening. But she also looked like she wasn't really paying attention, focusing on her tea and eventually picking up a book and starting to read it as Philip went on. She listened to his family stories for the better part of 2 hours, after the sun had gone down and dinner was ready. She ate with everyone, still listening as Philip went on, getting sympathetic looks from his daughters as she was right by his side as he told his tales. She would later find out that Philip Gargantos Armstrong had a bit of a talkative streak and loved to tell his stories to anyone that would listen. It wasn't until after dinner that Major Armstrong came back and Amelia was quick to go and meet him. What the hell? She scowled up at him. I thought you said you were only going to work for a while and come back for my alchemy lessons. You know how long I've had to sit here listening to your dad tell stories. She kept her voice down so the head of the household wouldn't hear her complaints, but she was still upset at having missed her lessons. My apologies, Amelia, he said. My workload ended up being more than I thought it would, and before I realized it, I had missed the window for your alchemy lessons. They shall resume tomorrow before the family reunion. There is no need to worry. Amelia frowned at his answer, but she didn't have much choice in accepting it. So what happened to your workload anyway? She asked. Well, because of the Brigadier General's death, his cases were divided amongst the people working under him in the investigations department. Armstrong explained, since I worked directly under him, I received a rather large helping, but I will make sure it will not get in the way in the future. I have leave time for the reunion tomorrow, and we can make up for lost time tomorrow morning. He promised her, and then went to the dining room where his family greeted him and sat with him as he was served his portion of a lukewarm meal, and Amelia did the same as they all continued to talk to one another about their day, but most of it was talking about planning for the reunion tomorrow. She spoke with them, and she spoke with the Major a little about scheduling since they would be attending Hughes's funeral tomorrow as well, and she wanted to make sure that she got her alchemy training in while she could. She knew she could stand to improve her alchemy if she wanted to be anywhere near the level of a state-certified alchemist. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Amelia was woken up with everyone else for the daily training regimen, her schedule starting to go back to what it had been before the increased security measures, and having her taking part in the same training as the rest of the family. Once that was finished, and she was all washed up from the sweat and back to herself, she dressed up in black and pulled her hair back into a braid to look nice for the upcoming funeral. She and the Major drove there in his car, coming to the graveyard and joining a rather large group of military soldiers all waiting. She was surprised to see the Fura had attended as well, all the soldiers dressed in uniform, with a black sash over it to signify their mourning. Amelia's heart broke as she looked over to see Gracia Hughes on the edge of tears as a sermon was delivered by another soldier, who spoke of Hughes's achievements in the military, saying of how he was known as a loving father and husband to everyone that met him, a talented individual who the military will be remiss without. As he put it, Gracia held onto her daughter Alicia, holding her close as the little toddler tried to wipe away her mother's tears without shedding any herself. When the time came to bury him, everyone walked up to the hill where his grave had been dug, his coffin carried by 4 officers, bearing the flag of his country as he was slowly lowered into the ground. Amelia listened as orders were given by a drill officer, and they gave Mies Hughes a 21-gun salute. She watched as the Fura himself was the first to shovel a pile of dirt over the coffin, and that was the signal to the gravediggers to do the same and carry on from there. Everyone remained silent for a time, as all they could hear was the sound of dirt hitting the coffin. "Mommy," a tiny voice broke the silence, "why are they putting all that dirt on Daddy?" Amelia looked over at Alicia, who was staring at the grave with innocently wide eyes, with Gracia barely holding back her sobs as she used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "They're burying him, dear," Gracia answered her. "But if Daddy gets buried, then he won't be able to do all his work," Alicia said, tugging on her mother's hand as she tried to get her to act. Amelia's heart was broken as she realized the girl was too young to understand what death was, or what was happening to her father, feeling a lump forming in her throat as she looked over at the small girl. She looked away as Gracia picked up her daughter, her shoulders shaking as Alicia looked back at the grave and held out her hand, reaching for her father. "Daddy said he had a bunch of work he needs to do." "No, stop it. Stop putting dirt on him. Daddy." Amelia couldn't look at the sight anymore, turning her head away. She looked up at her teacher, seeing him bringing a hand to his face as he shed tears of his own, his heart breaking at the sound of a child calling out for her dead father. Amelia wiped at her tears as they kept burying Hughes, hearing his daughter's pleas turning into open sobs as she cried into her mother's shoulder, frustrated and confused at what was happening. It was horrible that this happened to him of all people. Hughes was a good person from what she had known, and with the way he obsessed over his wife and daughter, she knew he was a family man. This could not be an easy thing to recover from, and she felt terrible that this had happened to Gracia. Once the burial was finished and people began to disperse, they all came to Mrs. Hughes to pay their respects, expressing their condolences and shaking her hand. Her eyes were red and puffy, and Alicia was still in her arms, in a very similar state as her mother, but also tired and whining as she held onto her mother's clothes. When it came time for the Major to greet her, his tears had dried and he shook her hand. "Your husband was a great man. I am so sorry for this terrible tragedy." "Thank you, Major." Gracia's voice was still shaky as she answered him. Amelia was next up, looking up at Gracia, and she met her eyes. "I didn't know him well, but I know that this hurts. It was a lovely service," she said, offering her condolences. Gracia only nodded and they departed from the crowd, heading back to the car. The more she realized what was ahead of them that day, the heavier her heart felt. She looked up at the Major. Do you think we can maybe stop somewhere before we head back?" "Is something wrong?" the Major asked. "Well, I kind of." She wanted to get something to soothe this heavy feeling, and her first thought was to stuff her mouth with something smothered in chocolate. "I sort of have a craving for chocolate. Can we stop somewhere?" The Major nodded. "I happen to know a cafe where they make the best hot chocolate in the city. It's not too far from here." She got into the car with him and they were driven into town, heading to a little corner cafe a little ways off of Main Street. It was small and floral in that everything about it had floral patterns. She didn't care that much for it, but it was a refreshing sight after seeing nothing but black clothes on people. She and the Major took a seat together, with the Major removing his hat once they had a table. A waitress came up to greet them with a cheery smile to ask what they wanted to eat, and Amelia ordered a hot chocolate, with the Major ordering the same. The Major looked over at Amelia once the waitress had gone. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "I'm fine," she said, looking down at the table. "Just, funerals are depressing." She reached over for the napkin holder, taking one out and starting to fiddle with it, so she had an excuse not to meet the Major's eyes for a moment. But I guess if they were happy occasions, that would be kind of disrespectful to the people who are grieving or whatever. "It is not often that I see you shed tears," he said, and Amelia frowned at the mention of it. "You were crying too," she pointed out. "I mean, Alicia didn't understand anything. Who wouldn't cry about that?" She started to fold the napkin, trying to make origami out of it. "It was very heartbreaking," the Major agreed, "but I did not think you and Hughes were very close." "We weren't," she replied, still trying to make the origami from the napkin. "He was just the guy in charge of keeping up with me for those weird reports." She paused and looked up at the Major. "Who's going to do that now that he's gone? Do you know if anyone's been assigned?" "Actually, the lieutenant Brigadier General Hughes volunteered for that position," he said. "The Fura wasn't sure it was necessary, but he insisted. I'm not sure if anyone will be taking his place since it was voluntary." "Oh, well, not having to do those reports with anyone else was something of a pleasing thought." She looked up when the waitress came back, depositing 2 cups of steaming hot chocolate in front of them both. "Enjoy your drinks," she said as she left with that same smile she had worn before, and Amelia took her mug, gently blowing on it before she took a sip, only to pull away with a frown. Too hot." She put the cup down and waited for her burning tongue to calm down a little more. She watched as the Major had his own sip and put the cup down. "Have you attended a funeral before?" he asked her, and Amelia shook her head. "No, I don't have a lot of extended family, and my grandparents died when I was a baby." She sipped at her drink again, pulling away when it was too hot, staring down at the cup. "I suppose it is a good thing that you have not lost anyone in your life," the Major said as he sipped at his drink again, showing none of the signs of discomfort that Amelia was feeling. "I cannot say the same." "Well," she paused before she quieted herself. With a family as big as the Major's, she imagined he might have lost a few people in his life. She sipped at her drink to keep it from coming out of her mouth, though. Saying that out loud might not be the most appropriate thing right at that moment. He was a good man, and we know that those guys did it. By those guys, she meant the people with the Ouroboros tattoos. "So what do we do now? I know you guys have orders not to investigate and all." "We can only follow those orders at this time," Armstrong said. "I do not wish to place you or myself at risk if we further our investigations. It is best to lay low until such a time as we are able to begin again and look to the senior staff." "Oh, hey, by the way," she looked up at him, "do any of them have a background in alchemy? I never did ask." It was the reason they had been separated that night, and she was a witness to Hughes' murder. "I looked into it, but none of them have any known background in alchemy. They were all recruited as soldiers and simply worked their way through the ranks." The Major said, "We are no closer to finding our target than we were before. The closest I did find would be Brigadier General Bosgrand, but he has already passed." "Maybe his death was faked?" Amelia asked, trying to offer some hope into finding the one responsible in this investigation. "He was murdered by Scar," Armstrong said. "I saw his corpse myself. He is undoubtedly dead." Amelia grimaced a little. "Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up," she said, sipping her hot chocolate again. She was starting to feel a little better as she drank it, the sweet taste helping to wash away the sour feeling of depression that had been hanging over her at the funeral. "It's all right, you are simply trying to think like an investigator." The Major gave her a small grin. "I appreciate your efforts in trying to brainstorm who this great villain might be." The smile fell into a serious look, but it is best not to discuss it any longer. As much as we should be looking for these people, it is better we do not pursue it for now. We should not bring any more attention to ourselves and what we have done here. "Or we'll end up like Hughes, right?" she asked, seeing Armstrong nod in response. Keeping her voice low, she asked another question. "Do you think his death was a warning?" Armstrong's brow furrowed and he looked down into his cup, scowling as he frustratedly thought of such an option. "It is possible that is exactly what his death meant," he said. "It is better to take that warning and heed it, Amelia." He looked over at her in concern. You do not need to be in a grave similar to his, nor do we need to arouse any more attention. Your focus should be on your alchemy training. Right, right. She had to agree with that, sipping from her mug again, but you know, this is really good hot chocolate. She gave him a half-hearted smile. I'm starting to feel a little better. He smiled at her in turn. As I told you, they are the best in the city. And I imagine sweets like this do help to soothe the heavy heart once in a while. He sipped at his drink again, and Amelia couldn't help but wonder if he figured that out because he had been looking for a way to soothe a heavy heart. She remembered that night she snuck into his room, how he grabbed her hand, in a cold sweat and half asleep, begging for forgiveness. A part of her wondered just how much of his thoughts were haunted by his actions in Ishval, and how much of it he kept buried for the sake of his family, not worrying about him. Right, she mumbled as she took another sip. So, speaking of my alchemy training, how much do you think we'll be able to get in before the reunion? I think we may be able to get in an hour or so before you have to prepare, Armstrong said, glad for the change in subject. And then, of course, you will need to take some time to prepare for the reunion, as will I am sure you are aware that you will be monitored at all times during the festivities. I never doubted that I wouldn't be, she said, sipping her cup again. Your sisters are always giving me Catherine's old dresses like they're the only ones that would fit. Well, Strongen and Amu were much larger than Catherine at your age. How much larger, though? Did they hit 6 foot or something? I have, 1,000 questions on your family gene pool, because there are so many things I don't understand about how you parents can make someone like Catherine, and then someone like you. I'm not sure what you're implying. Armstrong seemed genuinely confused by her words. We are all of Armstrong blood, there is no doubt of this. Well, yeah, see, I get. Your mom's super tall, your dad's all muscle-y and wide and whatever. Catherine looks nothing like either of them, and you kinda look like your dad. Amelia tried to explain. Like Catherine is, she could be a model. What a lovely compliment to give to her. Okay, no, but that's not the point. Amelia was growing a little frustrated. Major Armstrong? The conversation was interrupted by a new voice, and Amelia looked over to see a blonde woman in uniform speaking to them. She had a serious expression on her face, and it took Amelia a moment to recognize her, though she hadn't had much interaction with the woman. Colonel Mustang would like to speak with you. They went with Lieutenant Hawkeye to a familiar phone booth, and Amelia got a little nervous as she remembered that night. Desperately trying to perform CPR on a dying man when she didn't know how, blood covering her fingers and spilling through the seams between them. She reached for the Major's sleeve for comfort without realizing it. The man was surprised at the gesture, but didn't comment on it, knowing she would be embarrassed if he did. In front of the bloody phone booth, which had been marked off as a crime scene, was Colonel Mustang. Amelia remembered him after the Tucker House incident well enough. Colonel, he turned at the sound of the lieutenant's voice, I've found Major Armstrong, as you asked me to. The major saluted and the colonel looked at him and at the alchemic apprentice that stood next to him, holding onto his shirt sleeve. Amelia couldn't look at the phone booth, turning her head away so she wouldn't have to look at the blood. The memories of that night were too fresh for her, and she didn't care to relive them again. Let's talk somewhere a little more private, the colonel said, directing them away from the guard posted by the phone booth and further into the park, enough to be out of earshot of the guard, as well as any passerby. As they walked further from the phone booth, Amelia realized she was holding the major's sleeve and dropped it, a little ashamed that she had let herself do it, to begin with. When they found a quiet spot, the colonel spoke again. Major, I want you to tell me what you know about the Hughes case. He looked over at Amelia. I know that your student was the last one to see him alive, and with you being the officer directly under him, you're taking charge of his murder case, correct? Amelia looked up at her teacher with wide eyes, not realizing he was the one that had been assigned investigations. What about the guy who interrogated her? Was he not involved, or just someone working under the major? That's correct, sir, Armstrong confirmed. We have a strong lead on the potential suspects in the murder of Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. Then why aren't you hunting them down right now? The colonel asked. We're confident that we know who committed the crime, but we're unsure of their identities. The colonel frowned at his response. That doesn't make sense, Major. Clarify for me. Armstrong shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot. I'm telling you to explain as your commanding officer. Mustang's tone was stern. "You're disobeying a direct order, Major." "I cannot tell you," the Major insisted, which only deepened Mustang's frown. He glared up at the Major, who stood still and looked right back. He had been ordered not to tell anyone of that information by the Fura, though the Colonel did seem the type to punish him for not following an order, Amelia thought. Wasn't his disobeying enough for a court-martial? The Colonel looked to Amelia. "And what about you?" She jumped when she was suddenly dragged in. "What did you see when you found Hughes?" She wasn't really sure how to answer that at first, since she was under threat of jail if she revealed that information to him, and she didn't want to get in more trouble than she was already. She fumbled over her words. I told the interrogator everything I could. You can just look at his report or something." It was the best answer she could give, at least better than "I cannot answer," she thought. Mustang frowned again, but sighed as he relented. "Fair enough." He looked up at the Major. "I apologize for my tone. You're dismissed." The Major saluted and he began to walk away, with Amelia behind him. She wasn't sure they were doing the right thing by withholding information, but what choice did they have? Armstrong was under orders, and she would go to jail if she told. When Armstrong stopped walking, she stopped as well. "Actually, sir, there's another matter I neglected to mention," Armstrong said. "The Elric brothers were recently here. They only departed a couple of days ago." "They were here, in Central." Mustang sounded curious, and Amelia looked back at him over her shoulder. "Yes, sir, for a number of days," Armstrong answered him. Amelia watched as the corners of the Colonel's lips turned up into a badly withheld smirk. "And did they find what they were looking for?" "No, sir, that would be rather difficult as they are chasing a legend," Armstrong answered. "Is that so?" The smirk had turned into a satisfied grin. "Well, thanks for your help." The Major nodded before he continued walking, with Amelia behind him. She looked back at the Colonel as he spoke to his lieutenant, though she couldn't hear what they were saying. "I feel kind of bad," she said. "He just wanted to help, right? It sucks we can't tell him about this." "Don't be so sure," the Major said. "The Colonel is more clever than he appears, and I gave him plenty of clues so he can find the answer on his own." "You did?" Amelia hadn't caught any of them at all. "Wait, so what if he finds out? What if they do to him what they did to Hughes?" "I am confident that the Colonel is more capable than you realize," Armstrong said. "He is, after all, the flame alchemist. I'm sure you remember his display of power from the MacDougall incident." Amelia nodded, remembering feeling the heat of the explosion on her skin, despite being so far away. "There are very few men I know that are brave enough to go up against him." "Well, I guess that's good for him then." Amelia muttered, "Let's just get out of here. I want to get in some more alchemy lessons like you owe me." Chapter 16. The Major and Amelia returned back to the estate, fully intending to go back to the courtyard to begin her training for the day, only to have the twin maids suddenly pick her up by the arms and lift her off her feet and start pulling her down the hall. "What the hell?" she shouted at them as they dragged her away, Armstrong following behind. Amelia's legs swung back and forth as the pair of twins pulled her along to a room where they opened the doors, and she was almost immediately grabbed by another pair of hands and dragged inside, with a dress thrown in her face. "Hurry and change, Amelia," Strongen commanded her. "We need to make sure everything is ready." Amelia stood there, confused for a moment as she looked over at Strongen, seeing her and Amu rushing around in what she could only guess was their underwear. "Alex, get out." "Oh, pardon me?" Armstrong quickly apologized before closing the doors. Amelia was still left confused as she watched the women rushing around. Catherine was being outfitted as well, with some other maids working to style her hair. "What is going on?" Amelia asked. "I have to do my alchemy training. We have an hour before the party starts." "Exactly." Strongen turned to face her, looming over her, and Amelia was a little intimidated by the determined expression on her face. "We only have an hour before the party begins, so we must start getting dressed now." She turned to look over her shoulder. "Get her dressed and ready, would you?" And Strongen's looming form was soon replaced with the twins Delilah and Diana. "Come along, Miss Seymour," said Diana as she pulled her to a separate part of the room. "Yes, we'll make sure you look lovely for the reunion," Delilah said. "Yes, worthy of joining the Armstrong festivities," Diana agreed with a smile. Amelia couldn't help but panic a little when they suddenly started to undress her. Wait, hang on a damn minute, she said, squirming out of their reach. I can put on my own dress. She snapped at them, holding onto the dress that had been flung at her, the lilac one she had picked before. The twins shared a look of dry doubtfulness, as if they'd heard that kind of talk before and it hadn't worked out. Amelia glared back at them. If you touch me while I'm getting dressed, I swear I'll bite you. She threatened before she went to where she could change in relative privacy, hearing the chatter of the sisters as they went back and forth preparing themselves for the reunion. When she finished and she stepped out with her other clothes, they were almost immediately taken from her hands by Delilah, with Diana pulling on her arm and sitting her in a chair. The next hour or so was something of a blur, with her getting dressed up like a doll as her hair was tugged one way and another as she was made up properly, like the rest of the Armstrong family. Once her appearance was satisfying to the maids and to the Armstrong women, they began to make their way out of the room, with Amelia being brought along with them. She looked over at Catherine as the youngest Armstrong girl walked with her sisters. They were all wearing magnificently lacy ball gowns that were very beautiful and very clearly made of the most expensive materials available. They all had their hair up, with the exception of Amu, whose hair was too short, but she did wear a very extravagant hair clip. They all made their way down to a hallway, and the doors opened into a large ballroom. The walls were lined with tables covered in food and delicious-looking hors d'oeuvres and finger foods, and she could see musicians already practicing on a small stage. There was a string quartet of violins and cellos, a piano, and a few woodwinds as well. The room was brightly lit by the group of crystal chandeliers that hung high above them. Amelia was amazed that she had never been to this room before in all her time in the estate, but apparently they had a ballroom. Well, it looks like everything's in order, Strongin said, and she turned to one of the butlers. Horace, how soon do you think the guests will arrive? They have already arrived, madame, he said. They are waiting in the parlor room with refreshments. There are still a few yet to come. Then tell them that the party has begun and welcome them into the ballroom. We're completely ready for them. Strongin spoke confidently, and the man bowed before he went to do as he was told. This is going to be really fun, Catherine said, smiling at Amelia. I'll get to introduce you to all my cousins and aunts. Everyone's so friendly, I'm sure you'll fit right in. Yeah, I'm sure. Amelia wasn't really sure how to feel in this moment, but she did smile for Catherine's sake. Within 10 minutes, the ballroom was soon filled with Armstrong family members. It was blonde curls and blue eyes as far as the eye could see, save for the guests that came along with the differing groups. There were plenty of men that could easily be Major Armstrong's look-alike, and plenty of women, too, plenty of muscles and intelligent minds. She got a better idea of their gene pool looking at all of them at once. There were a few brunette Armstrongs here and there, even fewer redheads, but it wasn't entirely blonde. And there were plenty of guests from outside the family as well. Amelia met many different cousins, uncles, aunts, and their various guests. She ended up losing track after a while, and her mind would wander as Catherine would introduce her as her guest to the family. Her movements didn't really feel like her, mostly mechanical, repeating the same lines over and over after she was introduced. It's nice to meet you. What do you do for a living? Oh, that's interesting. Can you tell me more? It was how she got anyone to talk, and boy did this family love to talk, to brag about their accomplishments, about their amazing feats in their different lives. She ended up tuning most of it out, just staring ahead as she watched them speak, sparkling pink with pride as they bragged about their lives, taking part in conversations that she didn't need to be involved with. Why was she even here? What did this party ever matter to her? She had other things to be doing. She needed to learn alchemy so she could have a chance at cracking that alchemy exam, and she hadn't studied in days. It wasn't good for her to fall behind when she only had a year. She didn't have a lot of time left. Hughes didn't have a lot of time either. She could still feel the warmth of his blood when she pressed her hands to his chest, pulsing between her closed fingers. Amelia, she was pulled out of her thoughts as she looked over at Catherine, who had a concerned expression on her face. I'm sorry, what were you saying? She asked, trying to act like herself again. It wasn't like her to just lose herself at a party. She got bored at these, but she knew how to work these people. Auntie Ferelda asked you about your alchemy training, Catherine said, gesturing to her aunt in front of them. When had they switched from cousins Timothy and Thomas to Aunt Ferelda? She was a stout woman, but she held the same regal presence as everyone else in the Armstrong family. "Yes, I myself trained my young Alberto when it was his time," she said. "Being the eldest daughter of my own generation, it was my duty. How is Alex in his teaching of you?" "He's great," Amelia answered. "I'm sure he's doing your family proud in taking on a student like me." Catherine's concern didn't seem to disappear. "Amelia, are you all right?" she asked her. "You don't seem like yourself." "I'm fine," Amelia brushed it off. "You've said, 'That's interesting, tell me more,' to the last 6 people," Catherine said, "and you don't really seem to be, well, engaged." "True, dear," Farrelda commented. "You had the eyes of a dead trout." "Fairy," someone nearby swatted at her shoulder for her comment. "I am simply being honest." She defended herself to her relative before looking back to Amelia. "But perhaps you should rest, dear. Get some food in you. That's what helps me when I find myself lost in my own thoughts. I often tire at events like these. I feel your pain." Her tone came off so condescending that Amelia couldn't believe her at all. "That sounds good," Catherine said, starting to lead her away through a sea of fine velvet suits and lace dresses to an ottoman, sitting her down. "I'll get you something to eat from the table, okay?" "Catherine, I'm fine," Amelia insisted. "You don't have to do this." "Just wait here." Catherine seemed to ignore what she said. "I'll be right back with something to eat. I'm kind of hungry myself anyway. We can share some food." She smiled an irritatingly perfect smile that radiated kindness before she went off to do as she said she would. She let out a sigh as she was left alone on the ottoman, looking out over the crowd, noticing some measured movements among the bunch. When did they start dancing? And how long had this music been playing? The tempo and the strings reminded her of one of Mozart's pieces. And with the waltz they were performing, it certainly seemed like it was actually Mozart, but the tune was one that was unfamiliar to her, like listening to the end of Mozart's unfinished symphony. Why couldn't they just play Mozart? He was refined enough for a family like this, she was sure. Maybe he would have fit right in with this family. It was a large one, after all. It would be easy to blend in if you really tried. Plenty of cousins and aunts, mothers and sons, fathers and daughters. Hughes had a daughter, didn't he? A little girl. She remembered her pictures of those pigtails and tiny sundresses. She cried at the funeral. She was still too small to understand what was happening then. That had been so heartbreaking to hear her cry out for her father. "Some party, huh?" She was broken out of her reverie again by someone else, turning to see a dark-haired young man smiling at her, having taken the empty seat next to her. "I hope you don't mind, but I just needed a moment off the dance floor. Is it all right if I sit with you?" "It's fine," Amelia said. There was a moment of silence between them where she focused on fixing the invisible wrinkles in her dress skirt, not making any move to talk to him. She was fine with the silence, though he decided to break it again. "So, which branch of the Armstrong family are you from?" he asked her. "I'm not an Armstrong," Amelia answered. "I'm taking alchemy lessons from Alex Louis Armstrong, and I'm staying here until I'm done." She didn't mention that she was technically in his military custody as a criminal. Didn't really seem proper to mention it. "Oh, I see." The young man smiled at the news. "Another outsider, huh? Me too. He looked through the crowd. There, you see that blonde hair with the feathers sticking out of it." He pointed to it, and Amelia followed his finger to see what he was talking about, nodding. "That's Arentia Letitia Armstrong. I'm here as her guest." He held out his hand to her. "I'm Richard Wallace." "Amelia Seymour, it's nice to meet you," she said, reaching for his outstretched hand and shaking it. "Where are you from?" "We're from the borders where Amstress meets Origo to the west," he said. "I run a little bookstore over there, and Miss Arentia is a big reader." He let out a small chuckle, his cheeks turning a bashful pink as he looked over at her. "I think she has a bit of a crush on me. I haven't told her that she's not my type." "Really, you'd be missing out," Amelia replied. "The Armstrongs are loaded. You'd be stupid not to marry into that fortune." Richard shrugged. "Call me a hopeless romantic, but I want to be able to marry for love and all that. I think it's a lot better to spend your life with someone you definitely like over trying to learn to like the person you already married." Amelia was quiet as she considered his answer. "It was idealistic, naive, not that smart. You're right," she replied and turned to him with a grin. "You are hopeless." Now that she was looking at him better, he couldn't have been much older than her. Maybe a year or so. "That's a little rude," Richard said, his mouth turning into a frown. "You're the one that called yourself that, not me," Amelia replied. Okay, point taken. Richard sighed a little. Why isn't she your type? Amelia asked, looking back at the woman he had pointed out. She wasn't horrible to look at from this distance. She was no Catherine, but she definitely anything like the other Armstrong sisters either. She almost looked like a plumper version of Catherine, though her hair was a lot shorter, with those odd feathery hair clips. She doesn't look too bad from here. She's got a horrible sense of humor, Richard said. Every day it's one pun after another. I understand wordplay, but it just gets old really fast, you know? He sat up a little straighter and puffed out his chest before speaking in a falsetto voice. Oh, another shipment came in? Well, you better book the next one, Richie. Amelia let out a snort of laughter before hiding it behind her hand as he slumped back into his seat, speaking normally. It's awful. I can see why you don't like her, Amelia replied, but she's not really unattractive, though. Miss Arentia is very pretty, I won't deny that, Richard said, but a woman's mind is so much more important to me than her figure. He turned back to her. I like a well-educated woman, but maybe one that makes better jokes than that. Well, I've got kind of a joke for you if you're interested, she said, and he nodded, turning to face her fully. Okay, so these two guys are best friends, right? Known each other for years, lots of deep conversations, whatever. So they decide to go on a camping trip together. They set up everything, have a fire, enjoying their night. After a while, it gets dark, so they go to sleep in their tents. After a few hours, one friend feels the other one poking at him to wake him up, and he asks him, "Look up, what do you see?" And the friend looks up and he sees the moon and the stars, so he says, "The sky," and his friend asks him, "What do you think that means?" And the guy takes a minute to consider the question before answering, "I think it means that we are just a small part of a massive universe, that we are just part of a whole unknown thing, and we have yet to figure out our purpose in that whole unknown thing, and it means that life is our adventure to forge." And his friend replies, "No, you idiot. It means someone stole our tent." Richard burst out laughing at the punchline, and Amelia smiled a little, happy that she had made him laugh so hard, but she didn't think it was that funny of a joke. He chuckled and righted himself, smiling at her. "You're easily amused, aren't you?" she asked. "Only when the joke is funny." He replied with a smile that Amelia could almost take as charming. Giving him another once-over, he wasn't bad-looking. He had dark hair and blue eyes, a little boyish grin on his face, but he seemed genuine. It wasn't something she was used to, but it was a welcome interaction after all the formal greetings and talking. "So, you said you were an alchemy student." "Yeah, I'm studying under Alex," she said, and was about to continue when Catherine came back with a little plate of food. "Here we are," she said, handing it over to Amelia. "So we have some grilled scallops with prosciutto, a little bruschetta with mozzarella and favas, and some maple roasted almonds. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a little of everything." "Thanks, Catherine," Amelia said, going for the scallops and starting to nibble at it. "Oh, Richard," a voice called out to Amelia's male companion, who grimaced at the sound. "I was never here," he said before he hurriedly got up, trying to make it look like he hadn't heard the voice as he walked away, though he tried to make it look like he wasn't going faster than normal. Catherine watched him leave, with her cousin Arentia walking after him. "Oh, he must be Arentia's guest," she said, watching her cousin link her arm up with his and start pulling him out onto the dance floor. She's always been one for the lithe and lean kind of man. She took a couple of the almonds. "I never really understood that." "Not your type?" Amelia asked as she swallowed down her food. "I prefer a more sculpted physique, to be honest," Catherine said with a pink blush on her cheeks. "I like the idea of having a strong, powerful man helping me with everything, someone tall and muscular who can lift anything and help out around the house." She got a dreamy look on her face as she fantasized about her perfect man. "But with your family's money, you could just hire someone to do the chores," Amelia said as she reached for one of the almonds. "But I guess you just like muscles." "What about you?" Catherine asked. "What kind of man do you like?" Amelia paused to think about it. She hadn't thought about it too much. There had been a few celebrity crushes every now and then, but no particular type came to mind, but some fictional characters came to mind. She shrugged as a response. "I guess whatever man isn't willing to take any bullshit. I haven't thought much about appearances." She munched on her almond as Catherine did, looking out over the shifting crowd of dancers in front of them. She spotted a familiar face among them. "Lieutenant Ross?" Her eyes went a little wide to see the officer out of uniform, in a rather lovely dress, dancing with the major. The fuck is she doing here? Oh, she's Alex's guest, Catherine said. Apparently, she expressed an interest in coming, so he extended an invitation. She smiled as she looked at her brother and his subordinate dancing. She's really nice, we've met a few times. Huh? Amelia listened as the song came to an end and the major bowed to his partner, who curtsied back in turn, though she had something of an uncomfortable expression her face as she left and headed over to another part of the ballroom. Didn't take her for the type to like these kinds of parties. We should go and greet her, Catherine said, especially if she's someone you know. I've been introducing you all night, now you can introduce me to someone. She smiled at her. Alex doesn't normally talk about work, so I don't get to know a lot of his coworkers. Then I'm sure you guys would like talking together. Amelia replied, swallowing down one more bite before she stood up. Let's go and get that out of the way. Catherine stood up with her, and the pair went over to the woman, who didn't notice them until they were next to her. Oh, Miss Seymour. She smiled briefly at Amelia. Good to see you again. It's good to see you too. Amelia greeted her politely, gesturing to Catherine. This is Catherine L. Armstrong, she's the major's younger sister. Catherine, this is Lieutenant Ross. It's a pleasure to meet you, Catherine said sweetly, and Lieutenant Ross smiled back at her. Likewise, I've heard a lot of good things about the major's sister, she said. I'm Maria Ross. I didn't think I would see you at this party, Amelia said, and you look pretty good. The lieutenant smiled as she looked down at the mint green dress she wore. Thank you, and you also look rather lovely. She returned her compliment. I was a little surprised to hear that a family reunion would have such formal attire, but I guess you shouldn't really expect anything less from the Armstrong family. Yeah, no kidding, Amelia said with a small chuckle, though Catherine looked a little confused at the exchange. I don't understand, what do you mean? She asked. Should we not dress our best in the presence of company? No, it's not really a big deal, Amelia said quickly. It's just not really normal for not-so-rich families. Catherine let out a hum at that answer, but she didn't seem to be upset with that answer. Ross shifted a little awkwardly, and Amelia looked back up at her. I'm a little surprised to see you here. I didn't think you were the kind that would be interested in these formal parties. Well, it's a bit of a complicated story, the lieutenant replied with something of a weary sigh, but the short version is that the major invited me, and there was a lot of pressure on me from a couple of people not to turn down the offer, so I came. She looked over at the dance floor where various guests were waltzing together. I'm a little glad I did. I've never really been to a party like this, so it's a nice experience to have. Plus the food is really nice to eat. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, Catherine said with a smile. My sisters and I worked hard to prepare the menu. I didn't know you planned this party, Miss Catherine, Lieutenant Ross said with wide eyes, but she quickly smiled. But you did a rather fantastic job with it. You said it was you and your sisters. Yes, my older sister Strongen was in charge of music. Amu was in charge of the food. I helped both of them with that, Catherine said. As the music shifted to another song, the three women found themselves chatting about Catherine's party planning for a little while, until Amelia felt someone grabbing her hand and pulling her away. What? She looked up to see it was Richard from before. What are you doing? Please dance with me, he begged her. This is Miss Arencha's favorite song, and she has the worst coordination I've ever seen. I lied and told her I'd promised you a dance. She glanced back over Richard's shoulder to see a blonde woman with crossed arms and a strong pout on her lips as she looked at Richard's back. Please don't let her step on my feet. All right, I guess, she said, letting him lead her out onto the dance floor and among the people. I don't know this song or the moves. It's all right, just follow my lead. Richard smiled at her, and she felt a little bit more at ease as they started moving around the floor. She let him lead, holding his hand as they moved around with the others on the floor. She glanced around to see Catherine and the lieutenant giggling over something, and she could only guess what as she was dancing with a boy. So, I guess since we're here, she looked up at him as he spoke, we never did finish that conversation about you being an alchemist. Alchemist in training, Amelia corrected him, and there isn't really much to talk about. I take some lessons, I learn some stuff, and I become a better alchemist. But what kind, though? Richard asked. Alchemy is a vast field. What are you going to specialize in? I haven't really thought about it. she said, and it was true. She didn't intend to come up with a specialty since this was mostly just for her not to go to prison. I'll just keep going until something clicks. How long have you been studying? Richard asked before he twirled her on the floor. I guess about a month or so now, she said, not too long. I suppose you really are just starting. He moved along the dance floor with her. Amelia wondered for a moment how she hadn't stepped on his feet yet. Was this talking helping to make sure she didn't? I've never been able to wrap my head around the science, but its practical uses are so fascinating. I have a cousin who's a bioalchemist. He's working to become a proper doctor, but the alchemy knowledge definitely gives him an edge. I'm sure it does. Amelia didn't really care that much about his cousin. Seeming to sense her disinterest, Richard changed the subject. Do you read much, Miss Amelia? A little bit, she said. I've actually just gotten into this Golden Rose saga. That's one of our best sellers, Richard said. I've read a little of the first book, but haven't found the time to finish on top of everything else I'm reading. It's quite the love story. Oh, you'll really like it, Amelia said, a little glad to talk about the book. The first book does a great job with developing their characters, but it also introduces a lot of people you don't see until the second or third book. They make great antagonists to the story. Really, like who? Richard asked. Well, you remember that assistant, Ivan? He's actually going to be really influential in the plot of the second book. Amelia went into more detail and kept dancing with Richard through the song. In another part of the room, the Major was watching as Amelia danced with an unfamiliar face, turning to one of the butlers nearby. Williams. The man perked up at the sound of his name being called. Can you see whose guest that is dancing with Amelia? He pointed to the dark-haired boy. Right away, sir, the man said before excusing himself from his hors d'oeuvres, serving duties to investigate. Armstrong stood up and looked back at his student as she seemed to enjoy chatting with him, but something about that boy didn't entirely sit right with the Major. He seemed to be putting on a facade of happiness or interest with Amelia. He didn't like it at all as he watched the two dancing through the song. He looked to see who was with him and could see his cousin Arentia giving Amelia the stink eye as she danced with that boy, and soon enough he found out that she had brought that boy as her guest. Apparently, she had her eye on him. Soon enough, the song ended, and Amelia and Richard parted as he went back to soothe Arentia before she decided to confront Amelia over that. She went back to Catherine and the lieutenant, who talked a while longer before they were pulled away for some other relatives. Somehow, they made it over to the Major and his father as they talked over a few things, and she found her mind drifting like before as she tuned them out and gave her usual programmed responses to fill the silence. Who really cared about how things were progressing in Central? Unless anyone else happened to escape from prison like Isaac had, or if Scar found his way back here, but he clearly hadn't. What does it matter if the soldiers were kept busy with whatever was bothering the city? The real problem was that group of people with the Ouroboros tattoos, the ones that had killed Hughes. She had spent so long chasing down that blood trail, finding him in that phone booth, still able to feel his blood between her fingers as she tried to revive him. Why couldn't she have done more? She should have learned to do proper CPR, or at least dress his wound. That would have made a difference, wouldn't it? She should have asked to learn this stuff. Surely alchemy could have helped, right? There must be a way to manipulate the chemicals of the body so that she pushed the bullet out and stopped the bleeding. It's bioalchemy, though. She had that stripped from her usual lessons. Maybe if she hadn't been so stubborn about chimeras, she might have learned enough to save him, save his family the grief of having to hold a funeral for him, save his daughter the problems of growing up without a father. Aren't you, Amelia? She looked up when her name was called, seeing Strongen smiling down at her. I think it would be a fun little way to start off the evening. Yeah, I suppose, she said, giving her programmed response to whatever it was that Strongen was talking about. Wonderful, she said, clapping her hands and reaching for her own. Then let's get you up on stage. She pulled her through the crowd. Amu, hurry. She could hear Strongen's identical sister trailing behind them as she was pulled along with Strongen. Wait, what? Amelia suddenly wished she had been listening to that conversation. She had no idea what she just agreed to. She soon found herself up on the stage, where the musicians were now packing up their instruments, with Amu joining her as Strongen went for a microphone and turned it on to get everyone's attention. Good evening, everyone. she called out to her family. "We are thrilled to be the hosts of the Armstrong family reunion here in Central. We are so pleased to meet with all of you and hear tales of all your illustrious accomplishments from the last 5 years." The crowd applauded her and she smiled, letting them cheer themselves on before she continued. "As the hosts, we do our best to provide the entertainment you like, so we would like to show the progress with Major Armstrong leading the evening, singing an original piece to accompany the music of our young guest, Amelia Seymour." She gestured to the two of them. Amelia paled a little at her words, not realizing until then that she had agreed to a piano performance that she had specifically told them she didn't want to do. But if she told them it was a misunderstanding, would they believe her? As Amu came over, pushing Amelia over to the piano keys, she sat her down. "Just play that Green Sleeves song you did before," she said to her quietly. "Amu and I composed some lyrics to go with it." She stepped away, handing the microphone over to her sister so she could sing for the crowd. Amelia was left a little stunned, with Amu looking back at her expectantly. She looked down at the keys, putting her fingers to them. She never wanted to do this. She can't believe she let herself just fall through like that. She stared down at the white keys, trying to remember the starting tune. It wasn't like it was hard, it was just Greensleeves. She knew that song perfectly at this point, but she didn't want to do this. She never wanted to perform for their family. It was like they were just showing her off. The perfect little student who knew piano was ever so elegant and perfect, just like her mother always wanted. She looked down at her hands as they rested on the keys, hearing some murmurs rising up from the crowd, probably asking why she wasn't playing yet or why the song hadn't started yet. She didn't care. What did it matter anymore? It was just a damn piano, and learning this stuff wasn't her own anymore. Not now, not when she was made to perform like this. After all that she did, everything she learned, she had a man's life in her hands and she couldn't do a damn thing for him. She couldn't stop the bleeding from his wound, she couldn't keep his heart beating, she couldn't fix his body with alchemy so the bullet would get out. She had to attend his funeral because she couldn't do anything. A man was dead because she was so horribly useless and stubborn. She should have learned bioalchemy. Why did she have to be such a stubborn brat? "Amelia," she looked up to see Amu had approached her. "Dear, what's wrong?" "What do you?" She heard how her voice croaked and shook. She suddenly realized she had started crying somewhere in those swirling thoughts. Her body shook and she had started sobbing. She couldn't get out an apology for her behavior as Amu tried to comfort her because she couldn't control herself anymore. She kept wiping at her eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop flowing. "Amelia, I'm sorry. We didn't think it was going to be such a sudden show." "It's all right, dear." She could hear the concerned murmurs from the crowd. Eventually, someone else came up on stage and she felt his hand on her shoulder. "Here, Amelia." Alex gently helped her up and off the stage. She went past a guilt-stricken Strongen who whispered an apology to her as Alex took her out of the ballroom. Strongen went up on stage, saying that she would be performing instead, something to save the night as Amelia was out of the picture now. She was taken into a parlor room that was empty of people and she was sat down on the couch. She was sobbing too much to get any words out to explain why she was acting like this or to apologize for any of it. Armstrong simply sat beside her, rubbing her back gently. "You'll be all right, Amelia. You can get it out here, let it go." He soothed her, and Amelia's body was racked with sobs for a while longer. She couldn't help it anymore. Her thoughts kept going back to Hughes and that night, how she had been so useless in helping him, how she had ruined the lives of his wife and his daughter, and anyone that knew him because she couldn't help him. After about 10 minutes of just pure crying, she managed to calm down and take a few deep breaths. She still sniffled, and she could feel tears threatening to push through, but she forced herself to calm down. "I'm sorry," she said once she had her voice back. Armstrong offered her a handkerchief and she took it, using it to wipe her eyes clean. "What was it that had you so upset?" Armstrong asked her. "I didn't think you had such bad stage fright." "No, it's not that." Amelia swallowed the lump in her throat. She wasn't going to start crying again. It's my fault." Armstrong looked at her confusedly. I couldn't help him. I was right there and I couldn't do anything." Her voice shook and the tears started flowing again. She put the handkerchief up to her eyes to try and rid herself of them. She felt Armstrong grabbing her shoulders tightly, and she looked up to see the man had moved in front of her, giving her an intense look with his blue eyes. "Amelia, you cannot blame yourself for what happened with Lieutenant Colonel Hughes," he said firmly. You were not the one that shot the gun, you were not the one that stabbed him, you have never been at fault, you cannot blame yourself for the actions of others like this. He shook her. You must understand that. This was never your fault. You did all that you could and no one could ask more of you. Do you understand? Amelia was left speechless at the intensity of his words. Taking her silence as a sign that he overreacted, he released her shoulders from his hands. I apologize if my tone was too strong, but I do not want you to carry around this guilt when you did nothing wrong. He moved to sit beside her. That kind of guilt will rest on your shoulders and weigh you down for the rest of your life. She had a feeling he had experience with that kind of guilt. She remembered that night she snuck into his room, the pained look on his face when he grabbed her hand and begged for forgiveness. She didn't say anything as she wiped at her cheeks and her eyes. She felt like she was back to herself again. I know you're right, she said softly. I just can't help thinking that I should have been able to do more. I don't know proper CPR, so I couldn't do that, and I couldn't really do anything. She looked down at her hands. I know I'm not responsible for his death, but I keep thinking about the what-if-s. What if I knew bioalchemy and sealed up his wounds? What if I was able to keep his heart pumping when the medics arrived? We cannot change the past as much as we wish that we could, Armstrong said. We are not responsible for things held outside of our control, and you should not feel as though you were responsible for his death. He put his hand on her back again. I do not want you to carry such a weight with you when you were not responsible. She nodded silently, knowing he was right, but she still couldn't help but feel bad. If you like, we can make some changes to your lessons. She looked up at him. We could start learning bioalchemy so that you can learn more about the human body to heal it if necessary. She was quiet as she nodded again. I'd like that, she said softly. Armstrong nodded. Then we'll start with it first thing, he assured her. Amelia could hear the sound of an aria coming through the door. Undoubtedly it was Amuse singing, as Strongen played to accompany her. It seems the entertainment has started without you. I didn't really want to do it anyway, she said, sniffling a little. I didn't really understand what I was agreeing to then. She let out a dry chuckle. I thought you seemed a little out of it, Armstrong commented, and he gave her a small smile. Well, you don't need to worry about it for now. We can go back to the party later if you wish. I don't think I want to go back at all, Amelia said, and Armstrong nodded. Then we won't, he said. What about your family? She looked up at him. It's your reunion after all. Yes, but there will be another one, he replied. You are my priority at this time. She was a little touched by that, knowing that he was willing to help her when she wasn't well. The parlor door opened, and the two turned to see Richard poking his head through. Ah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, he said hesitantly. I just wanted to check and see if she was okay. He looked over at Amelia, who wiped her cheeks clean of dried salt and tears as she stood up from the couch where she sat. Yes, I'm fine now, she said, coming over to him, but I just got a little overwhelmed at the party. I'm not going back. Oh, I'm sorry. Richard looked away sheepishly. But well, if this is going to be the last I see of you, I was actually wondering if I could write to you sometime. He had a little pink splashed on his cheeks as he reached one hand to scratch at the back of his head. I really enjoyed our talk, so if it's all right with you, I'd like to keep in touch. We only have the one phone in town, and it's a little inconvenient that way. I would like that, Amelia said, smiling at him. I liked our talks, too. Make sure to tell me all about Arentia and her craziness in your store. Richard beamed and nodded. Of course, it makes for the best stories, he said with a chuckle before he glanced back at the open door. Well, I should go make sure she isn't bothering anyone else. Arentia, I mean. Yeah, write me about what happens, Amelia said, letting him leave, and she went back to the Major. I guess I made a friend. It seems that you did, he said, putting aside his feelings on the boy for the moment as he had her come back. How are you feeling? Tired, she said with a sigh. Crying takes a lot out of you. And makes you all the stronger for it, Armstrong said. She let out a small laugh. Is that why you always end up crying over the little things? I feel no shame in showing my feelings in such a way, Armstrong said, puffing out his chest as he showed pride in his emotions. Amelia only smiled up at him, letting out another sigh as she sat back on the couch. I've never liked parties like this, she said to him. My parents used to have them all the time and they would make me go. I wouldn't know anyone, and everyone they introduced me to I would end up hating one way or another. Armstrong let her speak, but I'd end up going and let them talk just so I don't seem rude. She let a beat of silence pass between them, but it wasn't anything she was uncomfortable with. I've always hated them for making me do something like that. For a moment, she let down her barriers for a while, just the two of them. She felt as if she could really trust him now, that he really did want to look after her and make sure that all was well. Nothing was said in that time, just the two of them in a comfortable silence as they let the reunion go on in the other room. After a few minutes had passed, Amelia stood up. "Do you mind taking me to my room? I think I just want to go to bed after today." "Of course." Armstrong stood up with her and escorted her through the halls to the room she had been given. "I'll lock the doors behind you for the night. You're sure you're all right going to bed this early?" It was only about 9 or so. "Yeah, I'm tired," she said, "and if I can't sleep, I'll find a book or something." Armstrong nodded, and that was the last words they spoke that night as he closed the doors behind her, the lock clicking in place so she would be in there until someone came to unlock it in the morning. Amelia went through her routine for bed, slipping under the covers and laying there. After everything that she had experienced over the last couple of days, she couldn't help but feel tired. Maybe everything just came to a head when she had to go up on that stage, all her stress and other things. It felt good to talk to Armstrong about it, though. She thought to herself, "I think he gets it a little bit more than anyone else around here." Still, she had a lot of things to do come tomorrow morning, including starting back on those alchemy lessons. Apologies on how long it took to update. This kind of emotional upheaval with Amelia is not easy to write. Chapter 17. 3 weeks had passed since the reunion. There was plenty of apologies from the Armstrong sisters after they had learned that Amelia had been overwhelmed when they pulled her up to the stage to play along with Amu. She told them that it wasn't really anything to worry about, that she just needed some time to relax and come back to herself. But she did notice that Strongen had stopped bringing up anything about concerts or her playing publicly. However, in all that time, Armstrong's paperwork hadn't lessened, and he was going into the investigations department for the same long hours day in and day out, with no sign of change. And worse yet, the one day they had planned for their alchemy lessons, she got some unfortunate news. "You're going out of town." It came at the end of her lesson, and it only made things worse when. "I'll be leaving tomorrow morning to join the Fura on his inspection of the southern headquarters," Armstrong said as he put away some of her textbooks. "It should not be too long." "But our alchemy lessons," she said, "I've only got a year to figure this out. We're down to just 2 days a week with your workload." He didn't look any happier about the situation. He let out a small sigh of frustration as he stood up, and Amelia only stared up at him. "There has to be something. Can't you call out sick?" "The Fura personally assigned me to this inspection. I can't leave," he said, "but it should just be routine. I don't think there would be any harm in having you join me." Amelia didn't like the idea too much. "I don't think you bringing me with you to work is going to really help in my alchemy lessons," she said. "What if you took some leave time or something?" "It's true that I can take a leave of absence without giving a reason," he said, "but if I were to abandon my post to help you, my work would only be waiting for me upon my return. If anything, it would make this situation much worse than it already is. I'm afraid mixing my work for Amstress and my work as your teacher is the easiest option we have at this time." Amelia frowned, but she couldn't deny that she had no other ideas on what to do to help with this situation at all. "How long would you be there?" she asked. "The inspection takes a day, but it would take us about 2 in order to travel there and return, so you best pack for 3 days," he said. "It shouldn't be anything that's too difficult to deal with. Southern headquarters has had a few troubles here and there, but it has never been something that cannot be easily fixed." He assured her, "It should be an easy inspection, and we will have plenty of time that night to go over some more training for you." She nodded, a little satisfied with that, though she wished they had more time. She set about packing later that night, though she remembered something as she was putting away some clothes in a bag. The last time they had seen the Elric brothers, they mentioned they were going southward to a town called Dublith. She briefly wondered how they were doing, and she tried to remember what it was they were doing there. The conversation had become muddled in her memory since she last saw them, but she hoped they were doing well with whatever it was. She paused for a moment as she thought about everything that had happened before they left. They had been to the 5th laboratory, and Hughes had just begun his investigations of the place. Did they know about his death? Had they heard about it? the thought of telling them wasn't a pleasant one, especially if they found out that she had been there when it happened and couldn't help him. She imagined Edward would blame her first and foremost, and she could see Alphonse defending her somehow, but she didn't think he would do it because he believed she had nothing to do with it. Those two would probably turn on her the second they knew she had been there. She should have done more than she did. "Miss Seymour," she looked up to see Bernice at her door as she was packing. "It's almost time for lights out. I'll wait while you go and change." "Oh, thank you, Bernice." Although she was no longer leaving the Armstrong estate in handcuffs, her curfew was still in effect, so she got about getting ready for bed as she put the last of her things on the suitcase she had borrowed and went to change for the night. As she was getting ready, she made a decision that if she and Armstrong were to somehow come across the Elric brothers, she wouldn't tell them that she had been involved in Hughes' death. Coming up to the train station, Amelia could see a lot of uniformed soldiers hanging around one of the cars. She walked behind Armstrong through the crowds of people. All of them seemed to be right around the soldiers. She thought some of them must be family of the soldiers that were coming to wish them goodbye. As they got closer, she could see that most of the crowd was focused on one person, and she grimaced a little in dread at the sight of him. Fura Bradley was smiling kindly at the people as they approached him, shaking hands and thanking them for performing their duties for their country. They were telling him what jobs they did, and he highlighted the importance of that line of work as he shook their hands one by one. It was very personal, and she was a little surprised to see him taking part in that kind of thing, but he did strike her as a very kind individual, at least from how often he smiled. "Major, who is this?" She turned at the sound of someone's voice, seeing that Armstrong was speaking to someone she had never met, but by the stars on his uniform, she knew he had to be a higher-ranking officer. "This is my alchemy student, Amelia Seymour," he said, standing at attention as he spoke to the man. "Due to some unfortunate timing, I thought it might be best if I took her with me on this inspection." "And who approved this, Major?" the man asked sternly. "We can't have a known criminal traveling with us in the Fura's private car." Now, General Hakuro," the Fura came up to his side, and Amelia glanced back at the crowd where he had just been, seeing them dispersing as some soldiers urged them away. "There's no need to be so quick to judge. I happen to know Amelia Seymour." He smiled at her. "How are you doing today?" Just fine, sir. How are you?" she asked. "I'm ready to get this inspection over and done with so I can come back home to my wife and son," he replied. He turned to the man he spoke to a second before. "General, I'm certain that Amelia won't be any trouble as we perform our inspection, and I think it would be good to have a civilian's point of view on things." But General Hakuro looked like he still wanted to protest, but he wavered under the Fura's gaze. "Yes, sir." "Well, glad that's settled." He turned back to Amelia. "You know, I still have some of that raspberry tea. Maybe I can come and perform one of your routine checkups sometime and we can share a cup." That would be nice." She was saying it more to be polite. She really hoped he didn't ever do that. "Good, I look forward to seeing our progress at our next alchemy exam," he said, and he left to start boarding the train, and Amelia let her shoulders slump a little bit and relax. At least she wasn't being told to leave. The train ride itself was actually rather nice. The inspection team had its own car, and the Fura had a private car where he was sitting with the highest-ranking officers in attendance. Apparently, General Hakuro was stationed in the central headquarters but had formerly been part of the southern one. He wanted to see how things were currently being run by the general in his place, so he was part of the entourage, and Amelia didn't have to see him for the duration of the ride. She met some of the other people that were joining the inspection, who all seemed very friendly with her and the major. But she noticed not one of them ranked below a major at all. Everyone aside from herself on that train was of major rank or higher. She guessed they could only have the best for the leader of their country. The best part of the trip was that their car was first class, so they had access to some complimentary snacks as well as some nice luxuries that she hadn't had on previous rides, like cushioned seats and plush carpets on the floors. As she let the major do some catching up, she joined a card game with a couple of others, listening as they taught her the different ways to play poker. She didn't really manage to win anything, but they weren't playing with real money. Apparently, gambling was outlawed in a good part of the country, so playing with real money on the Fura's train was a stupid decision. Once she finished up her third round with a full house that lost out to a straight flush, she was taken aside by the major who would begin her alchemy lessons while they were traveling. The trip down south would take about a day or two had they been under normal circumstances, but with this being the Fura's private train, they were heading there non-stop, so they would be there by morning tomorrow. In that time, they would need to do some catching up on her alchemy. She spent some time learning to transmute new materials, changing platinum metal into silver and the opposite, and turning wood into different shapes and sizes, learning to use what amount she had and learning to compensate when she had to. A lot of them were a little haphazard, but she felt that she was doing decently as he helped her to learn the importance of calculating for the amount that she had. This is all because of the first law of alchemy. What is it? The law of equivalent exchange is the first law of alchemy. It states that you cannot, she tried to think, if you wish to obtain something, something of equal value must be given. So, in terms of transmuting, you can't create something more than what you have already at hand. She looked up at him for confirmation. Right. Yes, and try to be more confident in your answers. He smiled at her. You are doing splendidly. She smiled back as she continued her lessons for the better part of 2 hours. When that was finished, so they could take a break, she took a little time to pull out her phone and listen to a little of her music as she read from the next book in the Golden Rose series that she had brought with her. It was a back and forth of lessons and break time for a long while on the train, and in a moment of break time, she began to do some more thinking about everything that had happened recently. With Hughes' death, and that party she attended as well. She briefly wondered how Richard was doing, if he had gotten home safe to his bookstore. Strong arm, sir. She looked up as one of the officers on the train addressed her teacher. The Fura has requested lights out. We would like to ask you to take the first shift. She frowned a little as they called her teacher by the wrong name, but he didn't seem to mind as he nodded. Thank you for informing me, Lieutenant, he said, standing up. Would you make sure my apprentice gets to bed? This is an overnight trip. She was a little surprised to be sleeping on the train. Yes, South City holds the southern headquarters for the inspection. It's a town very close to the southern border. Armstrong explained to her, it will be just one night here and back. You should be all right. I will be nearby if you need me. He bid her adieu before he made his way into the Fura's private car. She guessed he was there to stand watch while the man slept. She got up with the nameless lieutenant and was directed to a part of the car where they had some fold-out cots for first-class riders that she was able to climb into. She didn't change into her pajamas, but she did manage to get comfortable, and eventually, the rhythmic sound of train tracks helped to lull her to sleep. The next morning was somewhat chaotic, with everyone going back and forth in preparation of the train getting to its destination. She didn't really feel great, mostly because she was still in the same clothes she wore yesterday, but the major promised her a shower once they got a chance, so it was enough to satiate her for the time being. They were given a quick breakfast, and then she walked with the Fura as he was escorted off of the train. Since she was a civilian, she wasn't really able to walk up front with the major, but she was sure she would more comfortable being in that same risky position than walking beside the man next to her now. She looked up at the Fura, who seemed perfectly content as he walked between the group of uniformed men, with a smile on his face. On the outside, he looked almost like a friendly, young grandfather with a little war experience with his eye patch. She could easily picture him in front of a fireplace sharing war stories with his grandchildren, but knowing just how much power he had in this country made her uneasy. It was just off-putting to look at this man with a warm smile on his face and know that he could sentence her to death if he wanted. I have to admit, it's a surprise to see you joining us on this inspection, Miss Amelia, he said. Are you that interested in seeing how the military runs? Well, it never hurts to get educated on the local government, she replied with a shrug. She didn't want to say that it was because she couldn't get proper alchemy training otherwise. She didn't want him to take it as an opportunity to reassign her to someone else for her alchemy lessons. She liked living with the Armstrongs, and she didn't want to leave their family behind if it could be helped. Though things were starting to show that it couldn't really be helped if the major's workload didn't lessen. They went to headquarters, and things were pretty simple. A lot of it was just the Fura listening to reports of progress on different things, as well as checking in on different departments and work here and there. At least up until a certain point when they were checking on some reports of local crimes. Something came up that caught the Fura's attention, and he started asking for more information about it, and everyone started bringing everything they had to him. There was apparently a local gang in the town of Dublith that had been stirring up some trouble. Most of it involved just small things, like vandalism and some burglary, but there was also some targeted attacks on military officials. Some of the descriptions of the gang members had them as inhuman, almost. Amelia was a little surprised to overhear some of it. There was one thing that seemed to catch the Fura's eye, and he made a gesture to Armstrong. "Major, come have a look at this." He handed him a file, and Amelia couldn't read from over his shoulder. Who could? It's basically impossible. The man was at least 7 feet tall, but she could see his eyes grow wide before he handed the paper back to him. It seemed to be a page describing one of the gang members. Amelia caught a bit of the sketch that was included as it was passed between the two of them. It was a man with some square jawlines and a hooked nose, but the biggest, most noticeable thing was the sketch of his hand. It had an Ouroboros tattoo. Within an hour, everyone was mobilized to fight against this gang, and Amelia had to wonder if these were the people responsible for the 5th laboratory. She couldn't be sure, but at the same time, it was nerve-wracking to think that this was the place where it all started. She rode the train out of South Central headquarters to the town of Dublith. There was no reason for them to think they were confronting them, so they had the advantage of surprise. Soon enough, they came to where the group was hiding, which was an underground club called the Devil's Nest. Apparently, the group hid out there often by bribing the bartender that owned the place, and they worked out of the back rooms. The Major had suggested she join them as it would be a good opportunity for her to further understand and practice the combative uses of alchemy. She stayed close to the Major as the Fura looked up at the entrance. He was outfitted for fighting, but with 4 swords rather than guns. She felt this wasn't the best way to go into a fight, but no one said anything against it. She supposed it didn't matter. The leader of the country was surrounded by bodyguards. They would do the fighting for him, wouldn't they? What an interesting discovery for such a routine inspection, he said as he looked up at the sign before looking back at the soldiers from Southern headquarters that had joined him on this raid. "Move in." They were quick, rushing past the Fura and into the club, the Major staying back as protection as the Fura made his way casually down the stairs, and Amelia followed behind him. "First, we'll clear this place out of civilians, take them in for questioning. Major Armstrong, I don't know what we'll come across in there, so you'll need to be alert and aware, understand?" "Yes, sir," he said, and he looked back at Amelia. "I want you to stay close to me, you understand?" She nodded in agreement, and she could hear some yelps and screams as people were pushed out, jumping out of the way as a few girls and men rushed up the stairs beside her. She was surprised that the Major wasn't telling her to go and join them since she herself was also a civilian. She watched a man in a bartender's uniform rush past them, and the club was emptied out. Soldiers were already moving in quickly, and some were giving reports back on what they had found, which was that they had secured a boy and a woman who were also civilians and badly injured. It wasn't long after that they heard gunfire and shouting. Amelia stayed close to the Major as she heard the noises as they went through the back rooms. The ground shook for a second, and Amelia could see a few men being pushed back in the hallway. The Major picked up the pace, and she stayed close behind him. She didn't see soldiers escorting Edward and his teacher, Izumi, away, or that Edward had caught sight of her back as they were walked down the hall, while the Major ran towards the danger around the corner with her following. "Wait, what's she doing here? She's a civilian," he protested with one of the guards, but they ignored him, told him to keep moving so they could get them somewhere safe. When Izumi threw up blood, he wasn't given much choice but to agree with that. When Amelia got around the corner, she and the Major came across a man as massive as he was, with long gray hair pulled back into a ponytail, with a pair of gray sideburns. But the thing to note was that he had a massive mallet in his hands, with one end cut down to a point. He had been using the flat end to knock a few men back before they managed to fire. "Stay here, Amelia," he said before he charged into the man. Armstrong lifted his gloved fist and brought it straight into the mallet that the man had been pulling up, hitting it, and Amelia winced as she knew that had to hurt his knuckles, but she could see the glow of an alchemic transmutation. When she looked back, she saw the mallet had been formed into the likeness of the Major from the waist up. "Behold, you have just had the rare pleasure of witnessing the Armstrong statuary technique," he said to the man, who looked like he could care less before he tossed the weapon away. "Well then," he spoke in a gruff, deep voice as he reached up for the collar of his jacket, ripping it off to expose the black undershirt he wore, "I guess my ordinary methods aren't gonna work." He took in a deep breath, and then his body started to change before their eyes. His muscles grew bigger, his hands almost became claws, he even seemed to grow slightly in size, but the biggest surprise was seeing a pair of horns sprouting from his forehead. "Now that's certainly peculiar," Armstrong commented before the man growled at him, throwing a punch that the Major managed to dodge, but left a sizable crater in the wall behind him. "Teacher," Amelia called out for him, watching as he brought his fists up to uppercut him and push him back, hitting him directly in the face with his spiked gloves, something that normally would have taken someone out, but the man held his ground and hit right back. Amelia could hear the sound of automatic gunfire in other parts of the halls, and soldiers shouting commands at each other, but her focus was on Armstrong. She looked around at her surroundings, trying to figure out a way to help him as he fought this monster of a man. "Okay, these walls, are they cement or concrete?" "Cement is made with calcium oxide, water, sulfate, silicon dioxide, iron oxide," and she was cut off from her thoughts as the Major was pushed back against a wall before he managed to hit the other man back, and she decided to go with her gut, iron should do it. She looked around, finding a piece of rubble that had managed to get close to her from the walls, quickly drawing a circle to manipulate iron like she had been taught, taking her only a second to get the matrix right. It was all from memory, and it was a little messy, but when she clapped her hands and pressed it down to the circle, she watched as the transmutation moved through the walls and brought out a solid block of iron that hit the horned man in the head, giving Armstrong the chance to punch him again. He looked back at Amelia, seeing the transmutation circle she had made, and gave her a thumbs up. He was about to praise her when the man came up and grabbed him by the throat, pushing him against the wall, and she quickly went to perform another transmutation to try and stop him, but she missed as the man began to drag the Major by the neck. The side of his face shoved into the wall, being pushed hard enough that the concrete came apart as the man ran down with him towards where Amelia was standing. Armstrong quickly brought his palm out and knocked the man back off his feet before coming at him with another punch, landing it before he could strike back. They exchanged more blows back and forth until they both staggered back and had to take a moment to breathe. Amelia could see blood dripping down the side of the Major's face from where he had been pushed into the wall and started to rush over to help. "Teacher, you're..." "Stay back, Amelia." She was startled by the sudden harshness in his voice, seeing him almost glare at her through one blue eye. It wasn't out of anger, but he obviously didn't want her anywhere near this man. It was out of urgency that he spoke that way. She did as he said and kept her distance, staying close to the circle she had made. Armstrong looked back at the larger man, both of them taking a second to catch their breath. "You are a most commendable adversary, sir," he said as he wiped away some of the blood, but he was only able to see through one eye at the moment. "And you're just as tough as ever, Major Armstrong." Amelia's eyes widened at the sound of him calling her teacher by name. Did they know each other? The surprise was shared by the Major before the man went on. "The last time I saw you in action was the Ishvalan Civil War." "A former ally, eh?" The Major looked at him through new eyes. Though he didn't recognize the man in front of him, he respected his time served to their shared country. Even more reason to end this now. No need for such bloodshed. Surrender. "And just let myself be killed." Before the Major could get in a response, there were footsteps that caught Amelia's attention, looking back and seeing a platoon of soldiers coming in armed and ready to shoot. "Major," one of them called out to him, and he jumped back, grabbing Amelia and holding her to the wall as the guns fired on the horned man, who held up his arms defensively as bullets seemed to graze him and hit him, but his skin almost seemed like a thick hide. They weren't going through as easily as they might for someone else. She could see that much from where the Major was hugging her against the wall. He met her eyes for a second, and then the shooting suddenly stopped with the sound of slicing. She couldn't see what had happened, but she heard someone calling out, "Roa," before a man with a sword rushed through past the men he had cut with his blade, hitting a pipe that shot out hot steam into the room. The remaining soldiers fired into the shadows, but the steam grew too thick. The last thing Amelia saw was their silhouettes as they got up and ran away. Once the steam cleared and the soldiers could see they were gone, they started moving in to go after them. Amelia looked up at the Major when he didn't move. Armstrong? She looked up at him, seeing his face contorted in pain. What's wrong? She looked over him, not seeing any injuries beyond the one on his face, but when it seemed that the gunfire had stopped, he collapsed down onto his knees with a groan. Amelia could see his back and see there were plenty of red marks across it. Some of the bullets must have grazed him in the narrow hallway, but one went right into his side. Shit. She ran around to look at it, hissing through her teeth, "We need to get help." She looked up, calling out, "Hey, help us." "Amelia," she looked back at his voice, "I'm all right, I just need help standing." She nodded and moved under his arm to help him up as a soldier came rushing towards them. "Major, what happened?" he asked, seeing his state. "I was hit with the crossfire. I need medical attention." The soldier nodded and helped Amelia to get him out of there. One thing she noticed as they walked around was the lack of a specific someone. "Where's the Fura?" she asked, looking back over at the soldier. "The blueprints of this place show there's a direct way into the sewers underground. He's gone to block their escape route," he informed her. By himself, she was surprised they let him, but he's an old man and the leader of your country. "The Fura is one of the most capable fighters you've ever seen. He's fine, but we do have a platoon heading in there after him," he assured her as they walked the Major up the stairs and out the door. There was a small team just outside of the area, but the ways into the street had been closed off, and it was gathering a small crowd of people who wanted to see what was going on. She walked the Major over to a tent where a couple of others were already receiving some medical attention. One of them she recognized. Ed, the blonde, turned his head at the sound of his name, messing up the bandage that was being wrapped around his head. "What are you doing here?" "That's what I should be asking," he said in response, looking over the Major. "What happened to him?" "He got hit with some friendly fire on accident," she said, watching a couple of doctors come over and pull him over to the side to treat him. She looked back at him, seeing there was another woman with him as well, who was lying back on the bed and taking steady breaths as they cleaned around her mouth. "Who's she?" "Don't try to get around the question. I asked you what you were doing here," Edward said firmly, and she scowled at him. "You're a civilian. What are you doing on a military raid?" "The Major thought this would be good practice for me," she said, and she jumped as a doctor rushed over to her. "Are you injured anywhere, miss?" he asked. No, I'm fine. I never got hit or anything," she said quickly, and the man walked away to get back to the others that needed his attention. She looked back at Edward, who seemed to be scowling at her. "What? I didn't get hurt. These freaks didn't even bother with me." "You could have gotten seriously hurt. You don't know how to fight chimeras." She balked a little at his words. "What are you talking about? They weren't chimeras," she said, looking back at the building, trying to think over what she had seen. That man did suddenly grow horns, but she had been told the only human chimera that had been made was that dog-looking one from the Tucker residence. They didn't look like it. "I didn't think so either," he said. "Still, you should have come." "Well, gee, no need to be grateful or anything," she said sarcastically, crossing her arms. "The Major just took a bullet to try and help keep you guys safe is all." And that's when she noticed something else. "Wait, where's your brother?" He and Ed were normally inseparable. She had only seen them apart that one time Alphonse came to give her a gift. "That's why I'm here," Edward said. "These people kidnapped him." He grunted as the doctor working on him tied up his bandages tightly. Their boss wanted to know how to transmute souls. As soon as the doctor finished, he got up and he started to head back in. "Hey," Amelia followed after him as he rushed to the club. "What are you doing?" "I need to get Al and make sure he's safe," Edward said as he rushed down the stairs. "Stop following me. I don't want to get in trouble if you get hurt." "You're the one that's hurt. You should get back to the medical tent." Amelia shot back as she went after him. Edward couldn't get all the way through the club before he was pushed back by another soldier. "Sir, you're seriously injured. You need to get back up to the tent." "Get out of my way. I need to go find my brother," Edward snapped back at him. "No need to worry. He's been found." A voice came up from behind the soldier blocking Edward's way in. The Fura gave him a friendly smile as he came out. His uniform was wet and stunk a little from the sewer water, but he seemed perfectly fine otherwise. "I'm afraid he's not in the best state at the moment. When I found him, there was a dangerous woman hiding inside his armor. She's been taken care of, but he seems to be unconscious." "Oh no." Edward ran around the soldier and the Fura before rushing down the stairs. and Amelia rushed after him, wanting to make sure Alphonse was okay. They came down the stairs to see a couple of soldiers propping him up against the wall. He sounded different, and she could guess it was because of the person inside of him. Normally he sounded more hollow. Edward ran past them, but Amelia kept her distance as she watched Edward try to call out to him, calling his name over and over as he checked him over. She walked a little closer as he started opening up his chest plate, and she gasped as a woman's body came tumbling out. She had been stabbed through the neck, blood covered her chest and her shoulders, and there was plenty of it inside of Alphonse's armor, too. The thing that disturbed her most was she could see her eyes, wide open and almost looking right at her. She couldn't help but be reminded of when she saw Hughes's eyes lose the light in them, and she turned away from the sight of it. Jesus Christ! She felt like she was almost going to be sick. It wasn't much longer before the Major came down, bandaged up and feeling better as he went to help Edward get the body out of Al's armor. They had to take her arms out of Alphonse's, and the same with her legs, but they managed. Amelia couldn't look at her the entire time as they pulled her still dripping body out of Al's armor. She did glance at her when they lay her down, seeing her face one more time before her body was covered with a tarp. Who was she? She asked quietly, to receive no answer from anyone as Edward started calling out to his brother again, who hadn't woken up once they got the body out. "Hey, Alphonse," he shouted at his blood seal. "Al, wake up! Al, say something, Al!" The light seemed to come on inside of Alphonse's helmet, two little glowing lights that looked like eyes, turning to recognize Edward. "Brother." Edward sighed in relief. "You okay?" "Are you okay? You're covered in blood," Alphonse said, looking over Edward, who hadn't stuck around to let the minor cuts on his body be treated like the huge one on his forehead. "He's not the only one," Amelia spoke up, looking at Alphonse's open chest cavity, and the armor looked down, seeing a trail of blood coming from his chest to the body hidden under the tarp. "We thought it best to open you and remove her before you awoke," the Major said gently, kneeling down to Alphonse's eye level. The suit of armor was quiet as he looked at the body and brought his hands to his face as he let out a whimper. "I couldn't save her." His body seemed to tremble, and the sounds coming from him, Amelia was sure he was crying. Edward and the Major both had a somber look on their faces as they all felt how upset he was, trying to protect this woman only to have her die like she did. It was a horrifying thing to think about. "You can't blame yourself, Al," Edward said in a quiet voice, but then he gave Alphonse a smile, trying to make him feel better. "Come on, let's go home, Kay." Alphonse didn't move at first. He had quieted, but it was clear that he wasn't over what had just happened. "Al." Edward's voice grew more concerned, and that was when Alphonse let his hands fall away to look up at his brother before letting out a sigh. "Hold it, you two." The four of them looked up to see the Fura coming over to them. "There are a few questions I need to ask both of you before you can leave." The Major stood up to salute him, and Amelia and Edward stood up as well, though they didn't salute. "Have either of you have any previous dealings with the man who referred to himself as Greed?" Amelia's nose scrunched up a little at the name, who called themselves something like that. Edward shook his head. "Of course not." "Did you happen to trade any manner of information with him?" the Fura asked. "None at all," Edward answered. "Nothing that would benefit the military. It wasn't even mentioned, not once." "That isn't my concern," he said, and Amelia noticed that the soldiers he had with him were pointing their guns at Edward, though none of them had been cocked. "Let me be more specific. If you arranged a deal or shared any knowledge with him, then I'll execute both of you right now." The words carried a heavy weight, and it was clear he was very much serious in his threat, as the others around Edward and Alphonse all had their guns ready and aimed at them. They were surrounded. If there was a chance of getting out of this, it was an impossibly small one. The Fura looked down at Edward with his one good, green eye that seemed to pierce right through Edward's golden gaze. "I'll ask again. Did you share any knowledge that might affect the military?" Edward turned and looked the Fura right back in his eye. "No," he said firmly. "Can we go now?" The Fura didn't look convinced. "I am curious about your steel arm and leg and your brother's armored body," he said. "Is there any connection between the two?" The tension in the room could be cut with a knife as Edward's body stiffened at the mention of it. Amelia looked up at the Fura, wondering if he knew the truth about the Elric brothers and what they had done. If it was true, there was a good chance they'd both be arrested for committing human transmutation. Edward would be stripped of his status and Alphonse. Well, She couldn't imagine what they would try to do with a soul attached to a body that could fight endlessly, feel no pain, and never die of injury or old age. After a silent, tense moment of Edward and the Fura staring each other down, the old man smiled and chuckled. "You really are an honest kid." The anticlimactic end to it brought Amelia some relief as the man turned around, leaving them behind. "All right, men, pull out." He looked back over his shoulder as he walked. "And you make sure to take good care of your younger brother, Edward." The older Elric didn't respond as the Fura walked away. When they were left alone and the other soldiers had left, Edward held out his hand to his brother. "Come on, we should get you cleaned up," he said, offering to help him stand. Amelia looked over Edward, getting a closer look at the damage he had taken. His automail arm had come apart in a few places, but it still seemed to be working as Alphonse grabbed it and used it to help him stand. "And you should probably get treated for your injuries, brother," Alphonse said as he walked out with him, Edward carrying his chest plate as the Major and Amelia walked behind them. "How's your side?" Amelia asked the Major, surprised he was treated so quickly. "It's a small patch, but it's been numbed," he said. "They removed the bullet and closed up the wound. I should be back to myself in a week or two." Wow, she could only guess they had some doctors that knew alchemy if he was fixed so quickly. Still, she was glad that he was recovering quickly, it seemed. She stayed beside him as he finished getting treated. He had apparently gotten up as soon as they said he could stand and rushed after her, and Edward got the rest of his cuts and wounds treated before he and Alphonse left to get him cleaned up more thoroughly. Amelia did end up meeting the woman that was getting medical treatment with Edward. She was a little surprised to find out she was Edward and Alphonse's alchemy teacher. Still, she made some idle small talk with her until they came to her home, which was also a butchery, apparently. Her husband was quick to get her to bed, as she had been coughing up a lot of blood and needed rest. Edward got to work on helping his brother clean up, and Amelia decided to help out a little bit with that. She ended up washing some of the blood out of Alphonse's loincloth, which would have been weird if it was his actual clothes, but she didn't see it that way with him. It was slightly disturbing to see the red suds coming up from the fabric as she washed it in the sink, and it was hard to look at it directly when it got on her hands since it just reminded her of what happened when Hughes had died. She tried to get it done quickly, and she managed to finish soon enough. By the time it had dried, Edward was finishing up the last of cleaning Alphonse's chest plate. She and the Major had talked to him about what happened, with Alphonse describing his experience with them, telling about how they had threatened to let everyone know about his body if he didn't, kidnapping him, and how their leader was named Greed, and how he claimed to be a homunculus. "What's a homunculus?" she asked, not familiar with the term. "It means an artificially made person." Armstrong defined it for her, but it's impossible to perform successfully. "We don't have any record of that being done successfully, but in alchemical theory, it's possible." "Yeah, he was nuts," Edward said, but I couldn't deny how weird his body was. "How was it weird?" Amelia asked curiously. "He could harden his skin at will," Edward said, reaching for a little container of polish and starting to put some on the front of Al's chest plate in front of him. "Oh, and there's something I forgot to mention. Greed had an Ouroboros tattoo, like the ones on those guys from the lab that I told you and Colonel Hughes about, remember? I'm pretty sure he's with those guys connected to the Philosopher's Stone." Edward looked back at Armstrong over his shoulder before getting back to the polishing. "Colonel Hughes, Armstrong hesitated in saying anything else. With the way Edward acted, he didn't know about Hughes's death, and that meant he should tell him about it. Amelia looked up at him, seeing the conflict in his eyes before he moved around to put his hands on Edward's shoulders to get him to look him in the eyes. "Listen, Edward Elric." The boy looked a little flustered from Armstrong's sudden seriousness. "Do not do anything rash." Edward looked back at him, blinking a couple times before nodding. "Sure," he said quietly, and that seemed to satisfy the Major for the time being. He stood up and looked over at Amelia. "Come, Amelia, you must be tired after today," he said, and she started to walk with him, waving goodbye to the brothers as she walked with him away from the butcher where they were going to stay the night. "Good night, Elric brothers." "Good night," Edward said, looking back at him with a little confusion, but didn't really pursue it too much. Amelia looked up at the Major as they walked. So, a homunculus leading a bunch of human chimeras to do some petty crimes? She thought out loud a little. We didn't know that going in. And I don't think that was in the description of any of the guys, was it? Not that I can remember, Armstrong said. Amelia walked with him in silence a little while longer before she spoke up again. Something's bugging me about that Ouroboros tattoo, how it's all connected to this stuff going on, she said. Remember how you guys talked in Central? About unrest in the ranks because of the Philosopher's Stone or whatever? The Major nodded. And it was connected to those guys with the tattoos? Well, I get wanting to make sure that whatever they're doing is stopped, considering everything we know about the stone. But why did he give orders to have everyone killed? Why not keep some of them around for questioning? He said he wanted to get information on those guys. The Major let out an uneasy hum as she spoke her thoughts aloud, but she continued, even more than that. He led this raid. I don't know if that was coincidence or what, but it seems kind of weird to have the most powerful man in the country take out a small-time gang that hadn't been caught for anything more than some accusations of vandalism and burglary. He should have just sent the investigations department to take care of that, right? Why did he deal with it himself? I don't know the answers to the questions you're asking, Amelia, the Major said, but I don't know that they should be something you ask out in the open. She sobered up a little at that and nodded, but it still didn't sit right with her. Something about this was wrong. She knew it, the Major knew it, and she was sure Ed and Al had figured it out too. I don't like what it insinuates, but I want to believe that the Fuhrer knew what he was doing. I'm not denying that, Amelia said, but I just want to know what it was he knew that he was doing. She crossed her arms, mulling over it for a while longer as they walked back to the hotel. Chapter 18. After the inspection, Amelia and Armstrong returned to Central without any issue. She enjoyed the first-class car while they had it, since she doubted she would experience it again the next time she got put on a train in Amsterdam. The trip back had plenty of useful alchemy lessons on it that helped her grow more comfortable with the science, but they also came up with a schedule for her lessons. It would be a lot of work for the Major, but it was something that they both needed to do. A lot of it involved bringing her in with him to work at the investigations department. She was content to read textbooks and teach herself what she could until she came to something that didn't make sense, and she could ask him about it when he had a moment. It was the best they could do for the time being, with his hours being so long, but at least when they were both at home in the Armstrong estate, it meant there would be plenty of time for the Major to relax, and Amelia wouldn't have to worry about alchemy for a while, either. She ended up spending a lot of it with the Armstrong sisters in their various artistic pursuits. She was enjoying her time with them. They all seemed to be as genuine as their brother, and it was a nice change of pace from the usual snobbery she used to feel with her parents. She found herself teaching Catherine the piano in her spare time, since she thought she could make good use of having a piano teacher whose hands weren't so big like Strongin's. With Strongin, they ended up composing some of the songs she knew and writing them down for the sake of posterity. With Amu, they would read together, and sometimes they would all get together to have a little book club. It was a good week to spend with the girls, balancing her time between them and the Major when he was working. After a week, she ended up getting assigned to be babysat by Lieutenant Ross or Sergeant Brosh while the Major was working, and she did her textbook studies in relative silence, or at least as much silence as the investigations department would allow. And when it got to be too much, the lieutenant was more than happy to escort her to a quieter place to study down the hall. It was on a day like this, when the Major was taking a small bathroom break, that he happened upon Colonel Mustang. He had heard of his transfer and congratulated him on it at the time, but now it was a little bit more than just a passing hello whenever they saw each other. He looked up at him from above the bathroom stall door and could see the exhaustion in his face as he rinsed off his face from a morning shave, undoubtedly because he spent the night here. When the Colonel looked in the mirror and saw the Major's head sticking up over the door, he couldn't help but grimace a little at the sight of him, obviously not pleased that someone had caught him staying overnight at work. "Hello, sir," he greeted him. "Hey," he replied. Armstrong stepped out of the stall, looking over at the Colonel, noticing a few changes since the last time he had seen him. His face looked more pallid than he remembered, and he certainly looked exhausted. On top of that, his uniform seemed a little bit baggier on him. "Colonel, you look like you've lost some weight," he said as he went over to the sink to wash his hands, letting him know he knew something was happening to the man. "Maybe," he replied indifferently before looking over at him, seeing the bandages wrapped around his head and eye. "But what happened to you?" There was an incident down in the South. He obviously couldn't go into full detail about it with someone who didn't know anything about the unrest, the Ouroboros tattoos. But don't you worry, it's just a scratch. I see, what about your apprentice? She must have been bored waiting for you, the colonel went on. She joined me on the trip, she's perfectly fine. He assured his colleague, she was of great help, really. He reached up to turn off the sink. I ran into the Elric brothers down there. Apparently, they'd gone to Dublith to pay a visit, an old teacher. There was a pause before the colonel spoke again. Major. Sir. Mustang didn't face the major as he looked at his own reflection. Did you tell them about Hughes's death? Armstrong was quiet for a moment before he replied, a little ashamed. No, I couldn't bring myself to do it. They'll find out eventually, you know. Mustang chided him. Yes, I know. Armstrong dried his hands and went to leave. The fifth laboratory and the Philosopher's Stone. The stone's key ingredient is live humans. Armstrong stopped at the door, his hand resting on the wood. His eyes went wide, and for a moment it felt like his heart had stopped. It was a secret, or at least it was supposed to be. Hughes always did enjoy helping other people. This time he stuck his nose into the Elric brothers' investigation and found out something he would have been better off not knowing. Am I wrong? The major turned back to face the colonel. He didn't know how he had come across this information, but he could guess. With his pallid expression and thinning waistline, it must have been because he was putting in extra work secretly to investigate Hughes' death when the investigations department wasn't around. He knew that he and Hughes were exceptionally close when he was alive. It made sense that he wouldn't be satisfied with a military investigation alone when he had access to the same resources and information. If the Elric brothers found out what really happened to him, that he died trying to help them, they would blame themselves. So, your not telling them was kind. He watched as the colonel reached for his uniform jacket to put on, making himself ready for the work ahead of him. The major smiled at him, glad that he thought his withholding of that information was an effort in kindness, at least. You've got it all figured out, don't you? I'm almost there, Mustang replied. Armstrong's expression hardened as he looked at him. Be careful, sir. You never know who might be listening in on you, or where. The military was listening to them, their enemies were within their ranks. He turned back to the door, if you'll excuse me. With that, he left the bathroom and went back to his office, where Amelia was talking over something with the lieutenant and the sergeant. He had come to see her in a new light since the incident of the fifth lab's destruction. She was a young woman who had wanted to be kind, and there was a part of her that still very much was. He could see the good in her when she had spent time with his sisters, how she glowed as she would play piano with Strongen or talk about books with Amu, and how she smiled when she would spend time with Catherine as she tried to follow in her big sister's footsteps. Amelia had integrated herself almost perfectly into his family. It was hard to picture her as the outsider that she was at the beginning. Of course, his military training said that was a warning sign that he shouldn't grow too comfortable with her since she could use that against him. She had already tried to escape twice, once when he had trusted her to stay outside the Tucker house, and again when she tried to steal a map of the city from his room. She was still a felon, someone who he had custody of and should keep a close watch on. However, he had come to see more of who she was, and he doubted that this girl who was barely of age in Amestrian law would have the wherewithal to hide everything about her personality from them if she was making an effort to earn their trust to escape and run before they had a chance to imprison her. She was a clever girl and picked up alchemy quickly, and after hearing her speak her suspicions about the Fura from the Southern inspection, he knew that she was capable of understanding a great deal. For someone so young, she was very mature. Still, he preferred the side of her that seemed innocent when she was happy, when she had been enjoying herself with his sisters, or even just talking casually with him. He wanted to protect her as if he would any other member of his family, to shield her from the awful truths of the world, to keep her safe from these people that may be targeting him through her. He wanted to trust her, he wanted her to feel at home with him, he wanted to make sure she was safe, but he also had to make sure that she wouldn't run and cause trouble for herself and the government. He smiled as he came back to his subordinates and his student. Well, you three seem to be getting along. Amelia looked over at him. Yeah, I was just talking about the piano. I was hoping to hear her play at the reunion, but obviously that didn't happen. Lieutenant Ross said with a shrug, downplaying Amelia's breakdown on the stage. She must have been concerned about the poor girl. I was wondering if maybe there was a way I could play for her on a record or something. You can do that, right? Amelia thought recording herself might be the best way to do it, since she felt she couldn't really play for anyone in person without it turning into a kind of concert, and she preferred to avoid that while she was in this place. And since sending it through a text message wasn't an option, she would have to do it via vinyl records since that was the main source of music in this place. Of course, I'm sure Strongen will be happy to help record you playing for the lieutenant, Armstrong said as he walked around to his desk. There you go, Amelia smiled back at the lieutenant, who grinned. Well, I'll look forward to hearing it someday. The older woman smiled at her, watching as Amelia put her textbook away. Oh, and where are you headed? The major asked. We thought it best to wait until you came back from the latrines before she did the same. Ross replied, We'll just be a minute or two. Ah, very well, the major said, letting them leave. The two headed out of the office and into an empty hallway as they headed down to the latrines. So, I know this might not be something you want to answer, Ross began nervously, but I'm not sure what happened on that stage. Oh, Amelia figured this was coming. Ross had avoided asking it until now when they were alone. Well, I guess I was just feeling overwhelmed. The funeral was right before the party, you know, she said, pushing her hands into the pockets of her pants as she walked, eyes on the floor. It just sort of hit me all at once. I hadn't really been focusing all that much during the party. I noticed, Lieutenant Ross said, but given what happened, it's understandable. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Amelia nodded as she raised her head. You don't have to apologize, I'm over it, she replied. It wasn't entirely true. She had mostly just learned to push those feelings and trauma aside for a while, though it would often come back to her when she was alone. She still had nightmares about that time, though plenty fewer night terrors that would wake the whole Armstrong estate. As they turned a corner, the lieutenant was knocked back slightly when someone ran into her. Amelia recognized the gaudy red coat right away. Edward? He looked over at her, just as surprised to see her here as she was to see him. They had only just left him in Dublin. He must have gotten the train back that day. She saw Alphonse coming to a stop just behind his brother. She was surprised she hadn't heard him coming. Edward noticed her companion and recognized her pretty quickly. Lieutenant Ross. She smiled at him. I haven't seen you two here in a while. She greeted him. You're in a hurry, why the rush? Seriously, you just about knocked her down, Amelia added, earning her a dirty look from Edward before he looked back at Ross. We just heard about Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, Edward replied, and Amelia's expression shifted, as did Lieutenant Ross's, her smile quickly leaving her face. Yeah, it's rough news, huh? She grew more melancholy at the mention of his loss, and Amelia felt a little sick to her stomach. There was still so much we wanted to tell him about, Edward said. We would have liked to say goodbye, Alphonse added. Well, I suppose the only one of us that really had a chance to do that was Miss Seymour here, the lieutenant said, and Edward's expression changed to one of incredulity. Seriously, why were you the only one to say goodbye? He sounded a little offended. It wasn't like it was a happy moment. She snapped back angrily, and Edward couldn't help noticing there was a big difference in her anger than when they had last met. It was deeper than before. He could tell that she clearly wasn't happy with everything that happened either. Amelia couldn't help it. They were speaking so casually about it, as if it was just something that happened normally. She supposed that was true, everyone dies eventually, but they could stand to be a little more somber about it. It's nothing to worry about, the lieutenant intervened before things got worse. The military gave him a proper send-off. Wow, that was nice, Edward replied, a little impressed. That's how it's done, Ross said. Also, if you boys haven't heard already, I'm sure you'll both be glad to know he was promoted 2 whole ranks. Up to Brigadier General. The way he spoke, it made Amelia wonder why he was so surprised. He retired to the country and they promoted him? Alphonse asked, with that same confusion. Amelia's eyes went wide as she realized the two of them didn't know. They had been told he retired to the country by someone who wanted to spare their feelings. Ross realized this too, and she put her hands over her mouth to stop herself from revealing anything else. The mood shifted instantly, Edward's expression becoming a little more horrified as he started to get an inkling of what was going on. Lieutenant Ross? He looked right at the woman, who wasn't exactly eager to speak. Wait, what are you talking about? He retired, right? Ross couldn't speak, but Amelia didn't want to have to stay here for them to realize it, so she spoke up. "He's dead," she said, but she couldn't look Edward in the eye as she spoke, her gaze on the floor. "He was murdered. A little while after you guys left the hospital. Almost the same day, really. They still don't know who did it." Edward's face went pale as he heard her say it. "It's not true," he said, sounding desperate. "It can't be." "It is true," Amelia insisted firmly, knowing that this had to help him get past the denial stage of grieving. "I was there when he died." Her hands shook a little as she thought about it. "He got shot in his heart. I couldn't save him." She gripped her hands a little tighter, and there was a long moment of silence before Edward just turned and ran past them. Alphonse followed behind him quickly, shouting after him. Amelia watched them go until they were around the corner. She let out a small sigh as she turned to face front again. "Are you all right?" the lieutenant asked, concerned for her. She had seen the effect that event had on her. She hoped talking about it hadn't made it worse somehow. "I'm okay," she said. "Let's just find the head and get that done." She walked with the lieutenant down the hall. She remembered how they had seen the boys in Dubleth. She was rethinking what she should have said to them then. At least they didn't seem to blame her for what happened to Hughes, which was something of a relief. The day came to an end, and Amelia headed back home with the major. "So, do you think we can put in a few more transmutation lessons before dinner?" she asked as they drove back to the estate. "I want to make sure I have this stuff down pat on organic material. Do you think your dad would mind if I transmuted one of the trees in the courtyard?" "We'll see about the transmutation lessons after dinner," the major said. "I still have some cases I have to take care of." He reached over for the pile of files and paperwork in the seat beside him, which is why Amelia sat in the back. "Right," she sighed and sat back in her seat, looking up at the estate as they came around the corner. The amount of land the estate held was massive, enough for a small village of people if you spaced it right, Amelia thought. Her own home wasn't nearly so big, though it would have been considered a mansion back in the United States. It seemed impossibly small compared to the sheer size of the Armstrong estate. She was glad that, even if it was incredibly extravagant, she got to serve out her sentence in luxury with this particular family. When the car was parked, someone came out to direct it to the garage, and Amelia came around to help the major with his paperwork, but he already had it covered. "Miss Seymour?" She looked up at the sound of her name, seeing the butler herald. "A phone call came for you earlier this evening." Really? She didn't think anyone would call her, but the fact that someone had sent a feeling of dread through her. "Yes, I wrote down the name and telephone number of the young man." He handed it to her. "He'd like you to call back as soon as you can manage." She took the slip of paper, reading over the number and letting out a sigh of relief at the name at the top. Alphonse Elric. "I'll call him back right now," she said, heading inside to the phone. She took a moment with the rotary dial, but she managed to do it well. She listened as there was ringing on the other side until someone answered. "Hello, Central Hotel," the voice answered. "Oh, he was staying in a hotel? Why not the barracks? I got a call from someone at this number, Alphonse Elric." "Oh, yes. He was here about an hour ago. I think he's in his room. If you'll hold, I'll get him for you." "That sounds good." She heard the phone being placed down, and she couldn't hear anything anymore. It was weird to be put on hold to silence. Normally, businesses back home would use hold music, playing some old classic rock or pop or some weird soft tune that she could never recognize. She waited for a while, to the point where she listened in to the silence of the murmurs of other voices, probably other employees just chatting to help the time go by. She was trying to listen in when she heard the phone jostling. "Amelia," Alphonse's voice sounded on the other line. It was strange to hear that metallic echo through the phone. "Hey, Alphonse," she greeted him. "Harold said you called for me." "Oh, I wasn't sure where to call, so I ended up finding the number for the major's home." Alphonse replied, sounding a little sheepish, "But I'm glad I got through to you." "Yeah, sure. So what's up? Why did you call?" She couldn't really think of a reason for him to get in touch with her. "Well, I just wanted to make sure that you were doing okay," Alphonse said. Brother ran off pretty quickly, and it didn't really seem like the best thing to do, but what you said sounded pretty terrible." "Oh," she didn't really want to talk about this. "Yeah, it wasn't exactly a good night for me, but I'm okay." It wasn't a complete lie. She was working towards getting better. Well, it's a process too. Look, I'd rather not talk about that too much. I'm sorry, Alphonse said quickly, but brother and I were kind of surprised to hear that you tried to help him. Why is that surprising? She instantly thought the worst and grew angry. What, did you guys think I would just leave him to die or something? That I would just ditch his body and run off somewhere? You have a lot of nerve, you know that. Oh no, we didn't think that, Alphonse quickly said. It's just, well, you didn't really know him that well. Miss Gracia said you stayed by him all the way to the hospital. I just thought that was really kind of you to try and help. She relaxed a little as she heard that part. Brother and I, we wouldn't really know how to help in that situation either, so I guess I just wanted to let you know that we understand, kind of. Oh, she relaxed completely. She was starting to realize just how much of a caring soul Alphonse had. Well, it's okay, I'm mostly over it. She shrugged, though she realized he couldn't see that over the phone. But you didn't really need to call me to check in on anything. I'm fine. The Major's fine. Everything is fine. The world doesn't stop turning just because someone dies, right? Right, Alphonse said, and there was a beat of silence between the two where they didn't really know what to say after that. Well, I just wanted to check on you, make sure everything was okay. Everything is fine, Alphonse, she said, but you don't really need to check up on me. I can handle myself okay. You guys are in a worse situation than I am, considering your body and your brother's. Right? There was the sound of metal jostling on the other side of the phone. Well, I should get going. Make sure brother and Winry eat dinner before the dining hall closes. She's mentioned wanting to see you, so you should stop by sometime soon. Okay, I'll think about it. Goodbye, Alphonse. Amelia didn't wait for him to return the greeting before she hung up the phone. It was sweet of him to call, but unnecessary. It was a while ago. She was coping, figuring it out. She was managing. That was the important part, was that she was managing. She was about to head back to the dining hall when the phone rang again. She wondered if Alphonse called her back as she picked up the phone. Hello. Is Major Armstrong there? A frantic voice asked on the other end of the line. She looked around. Not right now, but I can probably find him if you give me a minute. Please do that, and hurry, the man said, and Amelia put the phone down on the table, heading into the dining room where she could see the Major sitting with his family. Hey, teacher. He turned back at the sound of his title. Phone for you. He stood up from his chair and headed that way, giving Amelia a small pat on the head as thanks while she went into the dining room. I hope it's not work again, Josephine said. He's been far too occupied with his job these days. They really need to learn to better delegate the paperwork in his office. Amelia took her seat where it would have normally been at the table beside the Major's empty chair, starting to dig into the food that was on the plate in front of her. Given everything that's happened, it can't really be helped, said Philip as he ate his own food. I'm proud that our boy is working so hard for the betterment of our country. He's doing everything he can to keep that department running smoothly. Still, he's been overworking himself, Josephine said. Even you know the dangers of that, my darling. Amelia's nose wrinkled at the way Josephine called her husband darling. It was so casual, which was something she wasn't used to in a family where they seemed so stiff. At least the Major's parents always came off like that to her. Perfect posture, enunciating clearly, the kind of people who would scoff and turn up their nose at straying from tradition. This is true, Philip grumbled before he ate another bite, but I'm sure Alex knows his limits. He should be fine. If not, he should be reminded of them eventually. He chuckled a little, and Amelia heard an exasperated sigh from across the table, seeing Strongen scowling at her dinner plate. She heard stomping and felt her chair suddenly spinning to the Major, who had an intense expression on his face as his hands gripped at the back of her chair, leaning it back slightly as his blue eyes bore into her brown ones. Amelia, did they tell you of any other witnesses in the Hughes investigation? What? The question was out of nowhere, and that was her immediate response. Did the primary investigator tell you that there were other witnesses besides you? Armstrong demanded again. Did you see anyone else the night Hughes was murdered? And no, she was confused and a little scared of this sudden change in his behavior. Why are you asking? Armstrong stared at her for only a second longer before he put the chair down and faced his parents. Forgive me, mother and father, but I need to return to work immediately. But you just got home. What could be so important? Josephine protested his leaving. One of my subordinates has just been arrested for the Hughes investigation, he said gravely. Apparently, a new witness has come forward and testified. What? Amelia gasped. Who? Maria Ross. Amelia's eyes widened. The lieutenant was arrested for Hughes' murder. The thought immediately didn't make sense. I have to return to work at once, excuse me. And with that, he left the dining room. My goodness, Catherine marveled as her brother left. One of Alex's subordinates killed his superior officer. That doesn't make sense. Amelia wanted to say, but she trailed off as she tried to remember that night. When she ran to Hughes, she didn't see anyone, but it was night. Even if the street lights were on in the park where the phone booth was, it wasn't easy to see. Had there been a person among the bushes and trees? Was one of those tall trunks really a silhouette? She wouldn't have noticed. The second she saw the man, she had rushed over. But she hadn't seen anyone running, but she vaguely remembered the sound of a bird's wings. That was all. She hadn't heard footsteps or a car or anything like that. There were buildings lining around the park. Had someone seen someone fleeing the scene? It had been so late at night and so dark, she didn't think it was possible to see clearly from those windows. What bothered her more was why this witness had suddenly come forward. Had the investigation prodded questions from the neighborhood around the area? She was the only known witness at the start of the investigation, and she knew all her answers didn't have any good leads. What's more, the military hadn't made this investigation public. There were no newspaper ads calling for information or radio announcements. The only people that knew about this murder were those involved in Hughes' personal life and those in the military that worked with him. Maybe his obituary had caught someone's attention, but even in this city, obituaries were normally only reserved for significant people. Hughes was a great soldier, but Central was practically overflowing with soldiers. He wouldn't have been noticed unless he was of a higher rank. Perhaps his post-mortem promotion had gotten him an article. The fact that there were no answers to these questions running in her mind bothered her, and she didn't realize that she had been staring at her plate with a furrowed brow until someone reached out to her. She looked up to see Philip looking at her concernedly. Are you all right, Amelia? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. She went back to her plate and started to eat, just thinking is all. You were thinking really hard about something. Strongen said, do you know this Maria Ross? She was Alex's guest to the family reunion. Catherine noted, Amelia introduced me. She seemed like a lovely woman. Yeah, she's a decent person. Amelia agreed, and that was why it didn't make sense to her that Maria Ross was being indicted in this murder. She didn't seem the type to kill in cold blood, and she wasn't sure if that's just how it was because of the image she had of her in her own mind, or if it was because that didn't fit her character. Then again, she hadn't known her very long. Would it be unreasonable for her to kill? A better question would be what her motive was in killing him, since she only saw that woman coming out of the archive room. She had dark hair like the lieutenant's, but hers was long and wavy and dressed like she was going out on the town. She was caught up in her thoughts through most of the dinner, replaying the images and scenes she had come across in her mind until she was sent to bed for the night. The next morning, Amelia was picked up by a tired-looking major who brought her to work with him. So what happened? I didn't hear any news at breakfast. Everyone said you just went straight to bed when you came back. I tried to get in touch with the people investigating, Armstrong said, but they weren't in, so today we're going in to investigate a little more. He looked over his shoulder at her. I want you to keep your distance a bit. This is a sensitive investigation, and you may be called upon to testify. I can't let any information cloud what you know about that night. Okay, she didn't feel all that sure about it, but she was on board with trying to find out exactly what happened that night and why the evidence pointed to Maria Ross. Where's our first stop? Do you remember the name of the man leading the investigation? I know he interviewed you. Yeah, something Douglas or Douglas something I think. I don't remember if that was his first or last name. She followed behind him into the car, getting in the passenger's seat. Are we going to find him? As one of the leading members of the investigations department, I have a right to see that evidence against the second lieutenant, he said as he started the car engine, and I plan to see exactly who this witness is as well. In another room, Maria Ross couldn't help but feel uneasy as she looked across at the investigations officer who was staring her down. She had been arrested yesterday. Her gun had been confiscated, as had her uniform and everything else on her. She had been dressed in prison uniform and had her identification bracelet hanging from her wrist. The interrogations room had always felt cold to her, with stone walls and metal furniture, but it felt especially cold now that she was the one being interrogated. She watched as Officer Douglas reached for a small bag marked evidence and opened it, a single bullet falling out. It had been softened and squished from the power of being fired from a gun. Douglas's finger tapped at the concave top of it. "This is the bullet that killed Brigadier General Hughes," he stated. "It's a .45 caliber. The killer used only this one bullet. I'd say it was a good shot, but it was at point-blank range. Close enough that even a poor shot could have done it." The light caused a glare in his round glasses that made it difficult for the lieutenant to see his eyes as he told her all of this. "Now, tell me, what is the caliber of the gun that you carry?" "It's a .45, sir," Ross answered. She didn't think it was relevant before. It was a standard gun for the military in Central. Officer Douglas reached for a sheet of paper and showed it to her. "Here we have a copy of your requisition form for additional ammunition. Does this look correct?" Maria couldn't help but think that his voice was colder than this room as he asked her. She nodded affirmatively. "It says here you fired exactly one shot. What was that round used for?" "It lists the reason right there on the form," Maria answered. "I fired my weapon in defense of Edward Elric while in the 5th laboratory." She clearly remembered it, firing at that strange man in a suit of armor as he attacked Alphonse. She had shot right through his glove. He didn't sound convinced, but the 5th laboratory is no longer operational. It remains unmanned. "It was definitely not unmanned," Maria said firmly. "Sure, according to your account," Douglas replied in that same cold tone of voice, and Maria felt a chill go down her spine. "Shall I send someone to search for this bullet you say you fired?" Maria knew where he was leading this conversation, and she knew it wouldn't look good. There was an unexplained explosion at the site. The 5th laboratory is now a pile of rubble. "So, the place where you claim to have used your gun was unmanned, and if we looked for the bullet all we would be able to find is a pile of rubble. Is that what you're saying?" Maria felt as if there was a rock in her stomach, a heavy weight that was trying to pull her down into the earth. She wished it would hurry up and do just that to get her out of this room. She hated that things were lining up in this way, but she knew she was innocent. There was no way they had any other leads than this one bullet. "But Lieutenant, we have eyewitness testimony. You were spotted leaving the scene on the day of the murder at the same time as the shooting." "That's impossible," she exclaimed. "Calm down, Lieutenant." Douglas's cold voice clammed her mouth shut. "Fine then, so what were you doing at that time?" "I had the day off," Maria answered. "I was at my parents' house, visiting. Please check with them. They'll tell you." It had been her father's birthday. They were celebrating for most of the night. It wasn't possible that someone had seen her fleeing the scene of the crime when she was all the way across town from it. "All you can offer us is your family's testimony?" Douglas questioned. "That is not admissible as an alibi." His freezing tone made that weight in her stomach grow even heavier, and she realized that heavy feeling was dread at what was to come. Amelia and the Major arrived at Central Headquarters, and the first thing they did was look into the head officer of the Hughes investigation. His name was Henry Douglas, a colonel, and as they asked for where he was, his secretary told them that he was currently in the interrogations room outside of the Central Prison. They questioned the secretary a little more to get the story of how Maria Ross was charged. Apparently, someone had come forward about that night, but the witness name was being kept anonymous and was blacked out from their testimony report. There was also more evidence in that Maria Ross had asked for more ammunition a few days after the murder, and that had caught someone's attention in that investigation. The secretary was glad to give them a copy of the evidence file for the Major, though they didn't think it would do them much good. The next step was to speak to the second lieutenant herself, as well as Colonel Douglas in the interrogations building, and they left quickly. It was a long walk there, but they arrived within the hour. The Major walked up the steps, and one of the officers by the door stepped in front to stop him, saluting him at attention, prompting the Major to do the same. "I need to speak with Colonel Douglas right away." "I'm sorry, sir, but entry has been forbidden to anyone and everyone until they have finished questioning Maria Ross." The officer apologized. "You will have to return later if you wish to speak with Colonel Douglas." "I see," The major clearly wasn't happy with this, but he knew the procedure. Still, closed questionings weren't normally reserved for fellow officers in his experience. But with things as they were now, he wouldn't be able to do much for the second lieutenant, so he turned around. Amelia let out a sound of protest, but she could only glare at the officers guarding the door before following after her teacher. "We're not seriously just leaving?" she asked as they made their way down the steps. "There is nothing we can do regarding Colonel Douglas at this moment," Armstrong said, "so we'll need to look at the remaining evidence on file." He heard quick footsteps and looked ahead to see a familiar face as he called out to him. "Major Armstrong." "Sergeant Brosh." The two saluted each other, Brosh looking out of breath as he looked up at his superior officer. "I'm glad to see you here, Major," Brosh said, relieved. "Is this about Second Lieutenant Ross?" Armstrong asked, and Brosh nodded. "Yes, that's right, sir." Once he answered, the major dropped his salute and started to walk. "The truth is," he trailed off, glancing at the soldiers stationed at the door before walking beside him, speaking a little more quietly so no one else would hear them beyond Amelia as she followed with them. "Major, I can corroborate her story. Lieutenant Ross and I both fired a round from our weapons at the 5th laboratory to defend the Elric brothers." "You did?" "Yes," Brosh confirmed, "and it's all written in my report, but everyone's ignoring it, sir. They rejected it from evidence, saying it was irrelevant to the case." Armstrong couldn't shake the bad feeling in the pit of his stomach at this news. Are they trying to frame the second lieutenant for this? "Why would they do that?" Amelia asked. "If anything, this just seems like a bad series of coincidences lining up for her, and they're just ignoring everything else." It did make sense that they were framing her, but why? Just because she made a request for extra ammunition and they decided to make her the scapegoat. What made them choose her over every other officer available to them? She couldn't have been the only one requesting ammunition that day. "I take back what I just said. Let's take a closer look at the investigations file," Armstrong said, and Brosh nodded in agreement as he followed him back to the investigations department. Inside the major's office, he had spread out every page of the evidence file on his desk. Amelia and Brosh were both looking over different parts of it with him. "I don't know why they included my testimony in this. I didn't point to Maria Ross at all," she said as she looked over the paper that bore her own words with her signature down at the bottom. "And the new witness testimony is pretty bare on details," Brosh said as he looked over what he had. "It lists the time and a description that fits Second Lieutenant Ross, but not much else. There's no mention of hearing the shots or calling an ambulance, just looking out their window and seeing someone running from the park." "I heard the gunshot, but I didn't see anyone running from the scene," Amelia said, "but it was also pretty dark. I couldn't make out much of anything." She tried to remember if she had seen anything, but she really couldn't remember much. Everything had happened so fast, and she had been so focused on helping Hughes that nothing had really caught her attention besides that. "Other than this ammunition request, this conviction is relying entirely on the new witness testimony," Armstrong said as he looked over the rest of the evidence they had at their disposal. And the witness chose to remain anonymous when their statement was taken. His fingers moved up and stroked at his wide chin as he looked over the new witness statement from over the sergeant's shoulder. "So what do you think that means?" Brosh asked, looking up at him. "I think it means this witness won't testify in court," Armstrong said. "They want their identity kept hidden for a reason. I can only imagine if this were brought before a jury, the witness would likely have to be produced at the request of the defense. I have no doubt that a proper lawyer will make sure they have their direct testimony for a jury. Whoever it is would risk their identity if they want to go forward with this conviction. And if they won't give it for something like a statement, I doubt they will appear in court. Then there's a good chance their case would fall apart without that testimony." Amelia said, "Do we know who's going to be representing her in court?" "She was only arrested yesterday evening," Armstrong said. "I don't think a lawyer has been called. The Ross family doesn't have the contact information for one, and I doubt they would be able to easily come up with the funds for a private one." "So she'll get a public one, right?" Amelia asked. "No, those lawyers aren't assigned to murder cases," Armstrong said, and Amelia's eyes widened. "What do you mean? The lieutenant has a right to an attorney, doesn't she?" "It was basic Miranda rights back in the United States. It was repeated whenever someone made an arrest. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be provided to you. No, Amstress does not give that inherent right to the public, much less to their soldiers, but all here do have the right to a trial. Armstrong replied, We'll likely need to find one for her. I'm sure I can work out some funding measures from my own savings on the lieutenant's behalf. Major, are you sure you want to do that? The sergeant asked concernedly. Those guys can be really expensive. If we are certain of the lieutenant's innocence, I do not want to take any chances. He looked over at Sergeant Brosh. I want you to contact my father. We have the name of a lawyer in the family. He'll have his contact information. Once you have it, give it to me, and I'll see to bringing him into Central to defend Lieutenant Ross. Brosh nodded and went to do just that. What do you want me to do? Amelia asked, looking up at the major as he started to gather all the evidence and put it away. I want you to begin studying your alchemy textbook, the major ordered. What? But what about the investigation? She wanted to help as much as she could. The lieutenant was a good person that didn't deserve any of what was happening to her. It's better that you don't get any more involved in this than you already have, the major advised, and his voice softened as he added, for your own safety. Amelia could understand why he would be worried. Hughes' death was a message to anyone pursuing that same information that he was, and he didn't want her to get too caught up in it. She sighed as she sat back in her chair. I'm already involved. There's not much point in keeping this from me now, she said as she opened her book and started on the next chapter, and her teacher said nothing as he kept on working as normal, though there was a clear tension between the two of them. Armstrong knew that she was right, but he didn't want to risk his student's life any more than it was at risk now. She knew about the philosopher's stone and its primary ingredients. She was a witness to a murder done as a message from these people. She was only one of 2 people who had seen one of the faces associated with this group of Ouroboros tattoos. She was at risk much more than he was, but he didn't want to push his luck. Amelia was a child, with too much information. Her death would be a terrible tragedy, and he did not want to live through that after already losing one of his dearest comrades and most reliable friends. But now he was living through it again, his subordinate accused of the murder of that same comrade. He sighed and simply looked over what information he could to prove Maria Ross's innocence, looking up when the sergeant returned with the contact information, and he began to speak to his family lawyer about the case in their presence. The conversation went on for the better part of an hour, with Armstrong detailing everything he had in the case file, as well as speaking about how suspicious it was that they had denied the corroboration of the sergeant, and going over all the details for the defensive argument. Once that was finished, they went back to work for the investigations department of the military, since there was nothing to be done until Armstrong's lawyer could speak to Lieutenant Ross tomorrow. He doubted that they would have very long until her trial began if they were so quick to finger her for Hughes' murder, so he wanted to make sure he could help her as soon as possible. As the day dragged on, Lieutenant Ross was the only thing on their minds. Sergeant Brosh was anxious, worrying about her state in interrogations, hoping that her cell was relatively clean and comfortable until her trial. The major was dreading the trial, knowing that if this was how quick they went in accusing her, the trial itself would likely be held in a limited amount of time, and he hoped that the presiding judge would be patient. Amelia feared for her, knowing she had been pulled into this because of her connections to Hughes and maybe the Elric brothers. She could still remember the cold look in the eyes of the woman that left the archive room, how her sultry voice had spoken about someone else taking care of things. She was lucky that didn't mean her. Still, these people clearly held a grudge. Was this their way of getting back at Armstrong? Send a message by killing Hughes, and then another by having Lieutenant Ross investigated? Or were they just trying to cover their tracks? So many questions swirled in her mind that went unanswered. The day ended as normal, and Armstrong went to return home with Amelia, while Sergeant Brosh stayed behind to work more on his cases, but they knew he would be looking into Ross's case file a little bit, too. They went back to the estate and joined the family at dinner. Things were normal again in that brief moment, and Amelia had to admit that it was welcome after all the stress of the day. The major filled in his family on all that was happening and explained that he was going to use their usual lawyer to defend his subordinate. His father wholeheartedly supported his decision and said he was more than welcome to it. He smiled at the news of his family's support and they continued on with their usual talk. "By the way, Amelia," the girl looked up at Josephine as she mentioned her name, "how is your alchemy training going?" "Oh," she glanced over at the Major, who gave her a sheepish look in return. "Well, it's been kind of slow going lately. I've mostly just been reading the textbooks and other stuff, and I get some questions in, but the Major has been pretty busy at work." "I see." Josephine's expression shifted to a concerned frown, looking over at the Major. "Alex, have you been prioritizing work over your teaching duties?" "Not prioritizing, Mother," he said. "It has simply been a balancing act between work and teaching. It is difficult, but what we have now is." He glanced over at Amelia. "Far from ideal, but it is the best we can do at this time. At least until we have lessened the workload for the investigations department." And Amelia knew that Ross's arrest on top of this didn't make it better. They had been struggling in the weeks following the lieutenant colonel's murder, and they were now both facing a solution to their problem that neither of them wanted. Amelia was going to need a new alchemy teacher. They both knew it, but Amelia was reluctant to leave the Armstrong family who had welcomed her so readily, and doubted she could find another teacher who would give her the same freedom that Armstrong did. She didn't like being in the cage that she had as a convicted felon, but it was a nice cage. She didn't want to trade it for a real one, and Armstrong didn't want to have to put her through the stress of having a teacher that wouldn't show her the proper attention and focus only on keeping their bonus for teaching her. He knew there were definitely alchemists who had gotten their certification only for the power, and prestige that it carried and abused that power whenever they had the chance. On top of that, he had become attached to Amelia. He saw her as another member of his family, and with her age, she might as well have been his younger sister or his daughter. He reached over and pat the top of her head and smiled as he heard her groaning and reached up to swat his big hand away. Maybe it was time to face the fact that he was no longer the ideal teacher he thought he would be for her. He would need to discuss that with her in more detail. Once everyone had finished, the dishes were cleared and a butler came in. "The evening edition for you, Master Philip," he said, carrying a newspaper on a platter. "Ah, thank you, Horace," he said as he unfolded it and looked at the story on the front page. No one really noticed how his face went pale. "Alex," he looked over at his father, "what did you say the name of your subordinate was?" "Second Lieutenant Maria Ross," he answered. "Why?" His father said nothing as he held out the paper to his son, who came over to take it and looked at the front page. He gasped at the article on the front that bore Maria Ross's picture with the headline, "Major Conviction in Murder Case, Maria Ross Found Guilty." "This can't be right." The Major went pale as he looked at the article, hardly able to read the small text that told the story of her guilty verdict made in a sealed courtroom. He threw it down on the table, and Amelia caught sight of the headline, her eyes widening as she grabbed the paper. "What? That's not fair," she said. "First they did an improper investigation, and now she's guilty." The rest of the Armstrong family looked over at Amelia and Armstrong as they processed this new information. "This doesn't make any sense. There wasn't any outcry. They had no reason to streamline the trial in a sealed." She felt her stomach drop as she realized this was exactly what was planned. They were framing the second lieutenant for the murder of Brigadier General Hughes and putting her before the firing squad tomorrow morning, for reasons unknown to her or the Major. She looked up at her teacher. "What happens now?" She didn't notice that Armstrong's fists had clenched and were shaking. "We are going to speak to Colonel Douglas now," he said firmly. "I'm going to stop this from happening at all costs. Second Lieutenant Ross is innocent, and he knows it." He marched out of the dining room, and Amelia followed him, leaving the evening edition of the paper behind as she followed her teacher out of the house. The trip to Central Headquarters was quick, mostly because it was the Major doing the driving. He was in a state that Amelia had never really seen him in, looking downright furious at the road, as if it were the one that finalized Maria Ross's conviction. She hadn't even closed the door before they took off, being jostled around in the backseat in a way that almost made her sick as they sped down the roads to the building. Once the car was parked, the Major stormed his way to the front door, and she scurried behind him. He was a man on a mission, and it wasn't until now that she realized just how much of her time spent walking with him was also him slowing himself down, so she wouldn't have to catch up. He stood at about 7 feet, maybe taller, and she naturally had an issue keeping pace behind a man who had such longer legs than her. She barely paid attention to the halls they were going down until he stopped at one of the rooms and pushed the doors open. Amelia could see it was some kind of communications room, the walls lined with telephones and radios for communication, and a map of the city planted on a corkboard to the side. Just by the phone, she recognized the bespectacled man with his hand on the receiver. "Douglas," Armstrong almost snarled out his name as he stormed towards him, the man visibly shaken at the sight of the much larger officer coming over to him. "What is the meaning of this investigation? Why is Maria Ross convicted overnight?" "There was a shift in schedule, her trial was moved up," Douglas said. "Major, calm down. You know you cannot do anything to overturn her conviction." Amelia saw how the major's fists clenched tightly, looking ready to clock him. "This investigation was a farce," Armstrong barked. "You intended to frame Lieutenant Ross from the beginning." "I was only following protocol, Major. You know more than anyone else how limiting that protocol can be," Douglas said, keeping his voice calm in an effort to calm the major. "With the evidence we presented, the judge found Maria Ross guilty, though it seems that she may have admitted it herself." "What do you mean?" Armstrong asked. "There's no way she confessed," Amelia said quickly. "We were relaying information about the situation before you stormed in," Douglas explained. "Maria Ross has just escaped from prison with the help of a violent accomplice." The major's eyes widened at the news. "We just put out an APB for her. Soldiers are being sent out to find her and arrest her." "What are the orders?" the major asked. "The orders are to arrest her, so she can face her execution tomorrow morning, as scheduled," Douglas said. "If she resists, shoot to kill." Amelia's face went a little pale, and Armstrong stood at attention for a moment. "Then I presume you won't mind if I join in the manhunt?" he asked, and Douglas's eyes narrowed. "Major, given your emotional state and your reaction to this news, it would obviously be a mistake to let you go out looking for her," Douglas replied. "You are welcome to remain here as we look for her, but if I find that you have joined in this manhunt, you will be suspended immediately for impeding an arrest." "What about me? What if I wanted to join in?" Amelia piped up, getting his attention, seeing Douglas quirk an eyebrow as she spoke. "Miss Seymour, not only are you a witness, but you are a civilian," Douglas said. "We cannot trust you on this hunt either." "Then we will take our leave," Armstrong said. "My car is waiting outside. One of my men will see you out." Douglas nodded his head toward one of the soldiers, who saluted in response and went to the major's side. "Follow me, sir," he said as he went to the door, with Armstrong and Amelia starting to leave. "Major," Douglas's voice called out to Armstrong's back, "if I find out that you've joined in this manhunt, that you're involved in any way in her escape, I can promise you that there will be severe consequences." He glared at the larger man as if he could tower over him, but Armstrong was not intimidated by him, standing his ground. "Understood, sir." And with that, he turned back around and he left. He was silent, as was the soldier walking with them. Amelia had 100 questions about what they were going to do now, but she couldn't say anything with one of Douglas's men nearby. She walked with them out of the building to the still-running car engine. The major took his seat up front and Amelia beside him. Once the doors were shut, she looked over at the major. "We have to go find Ross," she said. "We cannot," Armstrong said firmly as he started to drive away. "What? Why not?" Amelia felt her own furious fire starting to burn at his response. "You and I both know this investigation was a load of horse shit. Lieutenant Ross is innocent. We could help her escape." "You don't think I know that?" Armstrong said as he continued to drive. "But just as we are aware of it, I'm certain that Colonel Douglas knows as well. I have no doubt he'll be watching us." "Screw Douglas, he's just some pencil pusher that can't see beyond his stupid papers," Amelia snapped. "We can't just let them go out and kill her. We don't know who she escaped with or how dangerous they are. We have to help her." "Amelia, you do not understand what is at risk with this," Armstrong said, as he took a turn down a street that they didn't use before if Amelia had enough sense of what going on other than her argument. "Douglas could have my alchemist certification suspended, even removed." "So what? He doesn't have any evidence that we've done anything," Amelia insisted. "We can go back to the estate and wear disguises or something. If we're careful, maybe we can find her before anyone knows. Amelia, I cannot risk losing my certification. Armstrong put his foot down. Do you realize if I lost my certification, you would lose your alchemy teacher? Do you think any other alchemist would put their trust in a convicted felon as I have done with you? And that means Lieutenant Ross has to die for the sake of your certification. Armstrong slammed his foot down on the brakes, and the car jolted as it suddenly stopped. Amelia could hear the tires squealing against the road as she knocked into the dashboard of the front. You spoiled child. Armstrong's head snapped to the side to yell in his booming voice that, until now, she had only ever heard for happy occasions. You cannot ask for anything you want and think nothing of the consequences. Amelia was stunned to her core to hear his voice like this, hearing not only the anger and frustration but also heartache. But even more than that, he had never once raised his voice to her in anger. He had never shown this kind of behavior, and it was shocking. Before he spoke again, Armstrong took a breath and looked ahead of him, speaking in a much softer voice. Lieutenant Ross is one of my most valued officers, not just for her work, but because of who she is. We have worked together for years. I detest this situation as much as you do, but we cannot risk involvement. And now because of the entire scene I created with Douglas, he will be keeping a closer eye on us until it is over. He turned back to her, and Amelia saw tears welling up in his eyes. Amelia, if I lose my certification, you will be taken away from me. As much as I want to help Lieutenant Ross, I do not want to risk losing you as well, though now it seems inevitable. He brought one hand to his face to cover it as his voice shook. I know that my schedule has made things impossible to teach you, and I know that we will have to seek out a new teacher for you. But at least if I keep my certification, I can give you to someone that I know we can trust, not have you randomly assigned to any alchemist that will take you. Amelia began to relax as she saw tears streaming down her teacher's cheeks from underneath his fingers. She didn't realize how much Armstrong was doing for her as his teacher. She sat quietly in her seat as she let him cry for a few seconds before speaking. I know I've been demanding a lot of you. Your time and energy, and freedom that I'm technically not supposed to have to begin with. She looked down at her hands, starting to figure out just how much more of a burden she had been on the Major, not just as an extra responsibility, but also as someone who was being cared for by him. But we can't just leave the lieutenant to them. If the order is to shoot to kill, just for resisting. I know. The Major leaned forward as his shoulders shook, and Amelia could see this was affecting him so much more than it was her. I know. He pulled his hand away to reach into his pocket for his silver pocket watch. Amelia had hardly ever seen him touch it as he held it in his palm, but my certification is the only tool I have to influence any of this. If I lose it, I lose everything. But sometimes I wonder if the price is worth it. His words held a heavy tone, as if he was speaking about more than just what was happening with Lieutenant Ross. He was a man who had seen a great deal, in his work investigating however many murders there were, but also in the battlefield. What was it that had caused him to leave in the Civil War? Amelia could only imagine what he had seen. I'm sorry, she said softly, and watched as the Major put his watch back into his pocket. Amelia, he held out a hand for her, and she moved a little closer and he hugged her tightly. I am sorry, too, for raising my voice and for putting you in this situation. Amelia felt her eyes welling up. We can't just leave this, she said, and the Major sighed. We can't just leave her at the mercy of the military. They'll kill her, won't they? If not today, then tomorrow if she's even captured alive. Amelia. He was cut off when the ground suddenly rumbled, and a sudden FWOOM rang out through the air that passed through their car. What the fuck? Amelia jumped up, looking around for whatever that sound was, but could see nothing. It was then that she noticed the street itself. Where are we? We're just outside of the warehouse district. Armstrong changed gears in the car, wiping away his tears as he turned the steering wheel and started down the street again. What was that noise? She asked as she sat back down. I fear I know what it was, Armstrong said grimly. It was something I became familiar with during the Civil War. He took another turn down the street, and Amelia looked down every road for some kind of sign of what was going on. Was Maria Ross this way? She wasn't sure. There was a moment when she thought she saw a pair of figures, one large and one slim, moving over the tops of the roofs, but she wasn't sure. It could have just been a chimney or two. They drove down the street until they came across a small crowd forming just outside of an alley entrance, and they brought the car to a stop. They stepped out, seeing a few soldiers from the investigations department moving around the area, taking pictures and sending people away. "Stay here," Armstrong said as he went to speak to the men present. They prevented him from getting too close to what they were doing, but after sharing a few words, he seemed satisfied and was about to leave before they called him back. Amelia's eyes widened at the sight of Edward and Alphonse coming out of the alleyway and walking back with him to the car. She looked back at them as they got into the back seats, Alphonse making himself as small as possible, while Edward squeezed into what was left of that small space. "What happened?" she asked. "Maria Ross was killed," the major said, the words sending a sudden sense of numbness through Amelia. "Colonel Mustang found her as she was escaping and burned her to death. Her body was taken to the morgue to be identified." Amelia slumped down in her seat as Armstrong started up the engine and started driving elsewhere. "The Elric brothers were present when it happened. We'll go and see to her body and send word to her family." Amelia didn't respond as they continued into the night. The Elric brothers didn't say anything about it, either. The ride was silent other than the rumbling of the engine. Once they arrived at the morgue, they were told a Dr. Knox was in the process of identifying Maria Ross through her autopsy. They were directed to where he was working, though they were advised not to go in. Roy Mustang was already there ahead of them, sitting and waiting for the results. Amelia looked over the man warily. This was the guy that had killed Maria Ross. She remembered him from her trip out with Armstrong to East City, and from that night with MacDougal, but they hadn't met up too much otherwise. She was glad for that much. She didn't really want to feel anything for Maria Ross's killer other than her own hatred for the man. How could he do that? From what the workers had told them, she was burned beyond recognition. She could only imagine what that looked like, though she didn't particularly want to picture it. She didn't really want to find out what it looked like, either. She looked over when she heard clanking and saw Alphonse moving between his brother and Edward when he saw his older brother glaring at the man. He put his hand on Edward's shoulder and turned him around, so he would face Armstrong instead. "We heard about what happened to Brigadier General Hughes," Alphonse said, his helmet tilted to meet the eyes of Armstrong. "When we saw the evening edition of the newspaper, we went looking for the lieutenant." "It's all right," Armstrong said. "You don't have to tell me." Alphonse's helmet tilted forward, and Amelia could see a little of the young boy that he was as his head hung down like that. "I'm truly sorry for not telling you about Brigadier General Hughes' death sooner." Edward's head hung a little lower, his shoulders tensing up. "It's my fault," he said quietly, and Amelia looked over at him. "No, it's not," she said, getting his attention. "You're not responsible for what happened." She shifted a little bit, trying to remember the words that had been said to her. "You're never responsible for the actions of others. You can't let that kind of guilt get to you." Armstrong looked over at her as she said this. "That feeling will just weigh you down for the rest of your life." Edward seemed placated from her words, and Amelia felt someone's hand on her shoulder, looking up at her teacher as he squeezed her shoulder gently before pulling his hand back to his side. She appreciated the small gesture, his own way of showing support. She had to wonder if he saw what she did in Edward as he said those words. She could easily see herself in him, her own guilt after Hughes' death, the image of herself breaking down at the piano at the family reunion. Before he could say anything more, the doors opened and a man stepped out, dressed in a long white smock and scrubs, holding a clipboard and chewing a toothpick. "Is everyone here then?" he asked in a gruff voice. "Dr. Knox," Armstrong nodded as he greeted the man, who looked as miserable as they felt as he brought up the clipboard. "Her body was almost completely destroyed," he said, "but judging from what little dental work remained, I was able to conclude that this was, indeed, Maria Ross." He flipped through the pages and shook his head in disapproval. "It's an awful thing you did, turning a beauty like her into a pile of charcoal." He turned to look at Mustang with a scowl on his face, speaking as if a disappointed and frustrated parent might speak to their child. "You must have held quite a grudge against her, didn't you, Colonel?" The man looked up at the mention of his title. "Is the vengeance as sweet as you imagined it?" Mustang met his eyes only a second longer before turning away from him. Dr. Knox scoffed at the sight and turned to walk away, saying over his shoulder, "The famous hero of the Ishvalan War going this far against a little girl. It makes me sick." Edward grit his teeth as the cold truth in Dr. Knox's words rang out through all of them. Mustang felt he had heard all he needed to and stood up to leave, but Armstrong stepped closer to him. "Colonel, please allow me to apologize for one of my own officer's actions." Armstrong's voice made him pause and turn back over his shoulder. He could easily see the clenched fists at the major's sides as they trembled with the strength he held them back with, his expression deeply set in anger. "I could never have imagined that Second Lieutenant Ross would have committed such a heinous murder. She was so straightforward and earnest, compassionate, a truly fine officer." Amelia could see the major was on the brink. He looked ready to take Mustang and throttle him, throw him to the wall to see how he'd like to die. Amelia stepped forward to put her hand on his arm, and he forced himself to calm down. He took a breath and sat on a nearby bench, bringing his hand up to his head to ease the wrinkled space between his furrowed brows. "Fatigue seems to be getting the best of you, Major. Perhaps you should take some leave," Mustang said, and the major lifted his head. "Back east, where I was, it's a nice place. None of the big city noise and lots of beautiful women." Armstrong didn't respond, and the colonel took his leave. Edward turned to kick at a metal garbage can, knocking it over. His breath pushed through his teeth, furious in his own right at everything that had happened. Alphonse didn't stop him as he kicked it a second time. They all knew this wasn't fair, none of this was right, but it happened. And all of them knew it was impossible to turn back the clock and create a better outcome, as much as they all wished they could. "I should return Amelia to the Armstrong estate," the major said, looking over at his student. "It's been a long night, I'm sure you're tired." Amelia didn't really respond to that, other than just letting out a small hum. She did feel tired, emotionally at least. This was exhausting, and she wasn't sure that Ross's death had entirely sunk in yet as she glanced at the doors to the morgue where she had been examined. What would become of her body? "I'll contact her family once we return home. They'll want to hear what's happened to her." "Yeah," Edward sighed. He looked over at them, trying to think of something to say to try and make this feel a little less incomplete, but there really wasn't any way to do that. They didn't say anything more as the major walked out with Amelia, and they went back to the estate. The next day, Armstrong was given leave time for the next few days. He didn't ask for it, but it was given to him. He tried to look at it as an opportunity to help Amelia more with her alchemy training, but also to help her in the search for an alchemy teacher. He informed his family of what had become of his officer, and of course, they all offered their condolences and even shed a few tears with him. The morning after Ross's death was spent in mourning, the family crying with Alex Armstrong as he mourned the loss of his officer, someone he knew and was friends with. He didn't tell them that it was his superior officer that killed her, but they didn't need to know. The day carried on afterwards, just to get back into a routine and try to move on from what had happened. Amelia and Armstrong spent the better part of the morning in training, practicing transmutations and helping Amelia to better understand the chemical makeup of common things she might come across if she had to defend herself. It seemed alchemy's main purpose was combative, and the major made sure to teach her a little of boxing, so she knew how to give out hits to defend herself if she had to. At lunch, a phone call came in for the major, and as he went to take it, Horace went over to Amelia. "Here, Miss Seymour. This letter arrived for you today." "A letter for me?" She was surprised she got mail at all as she took the envelope, checking the return address and smiling as she recognized the name. "Oh, it's Richard." He did mention he planned to write her. "Thank you, Horace." He nodded and left, and Amelia went about opening the letter as she followed behind her teacher, barely hearing him as he spoke on the phone, pulling out the first page to read over it. "Dear Amelia, I've just returned to my bookshop as I write this letter. I have been thinking about you a surprising deal since the reunion. You have such an analytic mind. The way you spoke about the Golden Rose series has me rethinking the entire thing. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know." The sound of the phone hitting the receiver a little harshly caught Amelia's attention away from the letter, seeing a dark expression coming over Armstrong's face. "Teacher?" He didn't seem all right. "Amelia, go and pack some clothes for the next couple of days," Armstrong said. "We're going to take a little trip." He started to walk away to his own room, and she followed behind him. "We are," she was confused, "but I thought we were doing alchemy lessons." "I'm afraid your options here are to come with me or be placed in military custody at headquarters if you will not join me," Armstrong said, and Amelia's eyes widened. "What?" I have my orders. That was his only explanation before he went into his room, closing the door behind him. Orders? She stared at the door in confusion, wondering just what that phone call had been about. But she didn't particularly want to go back to the jail cell and went to her room to get clothes ready for the next couple of days. They ended up taking a taxi away from the estate and drove down the main street. This is really weird. Where are we going? She wanted to know exactly what was going on. I was only told that I need to rendezvous and reassemble, he said. Apparently, my leave time is part of something else. Amelia frowned as she looked over the different buildings as they drove by them. You mean from that Colonel guy? Yes. His voice had the undertone of a growl, clearly not happy to mention Colonel Mustang. What's his deal? She asked. Is he just trying to get you on his good side or something? I don't know. We'll know more about what's happening once we arrive and reassemble, Armstrong said, directing the car to stop in front of a building, Amelia looking up at it curiously. This isn't the train station. She turned to see the Major making his way out of the car. I need to pick up someone here, he said before he went inside, leaving Amelia in the car with the cab driver for a few quiet, awkward minutes until Armstrong came back out, carrying a surprising sight under his arm. Is that Edward? Amelia's confusion only grew as he put the smaller boy down next to the car, seeing him opening the door and Armstrong came around, pushing Amelia into the middle seat. She looked over at the blonde to see her own confusion mirrored on his face. Do you have any idea what this is about? He asked, and Amelia shook her head. Armstrong directed the driver onwards to the train station. Amelia couldn't help but dread whatever was about to come. All this mystery after days of more mystery and confusion couldn't be a good thing. Chapter 19. Amelia watched as the landscape changed from cities to small homes in small towns, to rolling hills as they got further from central and more into the countryside. The trip had been going on for the better part of the day, with the Major finding excuses to get up so he wouldn't have to deal with Ed's glaring. It hadn't been easy getting him to stay on the train after suddenly taking him from his hotel, but he seemed willing to see what was at the end of the line for them. It doesn't make sense, Edward muttered, and Amelia glanced over at him as she heard him. Resemble isn't just far out of the way, but the only reason I go is because of Winry, and she's in Central right now. He paused and looked over to see Amelia looking at him. What? You know how weird you look when you talk to yourself? She asked, and Edward's face flushed in shame before he scowled at her. Shut up, you want to know what's going on too, don't you? He snapped back. Of course, but the Major isn't going to tell us, especially after you've asked him like 100 times. She said with a frown, whatever is going on, he's clearly not going to tell us until we get to wherever we're going. Ed only grumbled more, and he crossed his arms. He mentioned these were orders, he muttered, and Amelia sighed as she sat back in her own seat, rolling her eyes as he kept going. She let him keep talking to himself, wondering just when he would stop talking. Eventually, he did and let out a frustrated sigh. I just can't understand why Mustang would send him to reassemble and take me with him. Maybe it's an apology, Amelia offered. I mean, after everything that just happened with Ross, he might want some space from you guys and give you a little vacation. She didn't like mentioning it, but it might be a pretty clear reason for why this was happening. But then why are we going all the way out to reassemble? If he wanted to put us on leave, he could do that. He could bar us from entering headquarters entirely because of that leave, Edward said, but instead, he's sending us out to my hometown. Just us, not both me and Alphonse. Well, Al isn't military, right? Amelia shrugged. Though it doesn't really make sense that he wouldn't come with, I don't know why Armstrong said he couldn't. Edward had told her a little bit about what had happened when the Major came to pick him up, how he punched him in the automail shoulder, and talked about taking him to reassemble for repairs, but keeping Alphonse from going by saying he would stick out too much. This is really weird, I agree. But I don't think it's anything dangerous, otherwise the Major wouldn't have let me come. He didn't really seem too satisfied with that answer, but it was all she could come up with at the moment. He let out a groan. I can't stand being left in the dark like this. He stood up from his seat, and how long can it take for that one man to use the bathroom? Train bathrooms are weird, Amelia said, wrinkling her nose. Everything is shaking and junk. It's hard to concentrate in there. It's not that hard to concentrate in the bathroom. Edward said. Depends on what you're doing in there, Amelia responded. Edward grimaced. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, not as fully charged as she'd like it to be, but she should be able to find a place in Resemble. If that was the end of the line. She put one earphone in her ear and was about to put in the other when Edward spoke up. What do those even do? He asked, and she looked over at him. I use them to listen to music. How? That thing doesn't have a radio signal, does it? He leaned over to get a closer look at it, and Amelia held it closer to her chest. I will absolutely drop kick you if you touch this, she sneered at him. Well, you never let me see it, so of course I'm going to ask about it every time I see it, Edward said. Amelia rolled her eyes and reached for the other earphone, holding it out to him. Fine, here. He stared at it for a moment before taking it and putting it in his left ear. I don't hear any music, he said, looking at her oddly. I have to find some first, shut up, she said as she scrolled through her music list, trying to pick something that would match the music tastes of the early 1900s, not wanting to freak him out with something from the modern day that he would have no idea about. She eventually found some music from Beethoven and played one of his symphonies, the sound of the piano and strings coming through clearly for both of them, and Ed's eyes widened as he listened. It's really clear, he said, surprised. Well, you couldn't hear it if it wasn't, Amelia quipped, earning her a glare from Edward. She pulled on the headphone to bring it back to herself, cleaning it off before putting it back in her ear and changing the track. Now I'm sure you can find something else to do. Edward frowned as she purposefully ignored him, crossing his arms as he went back to trying to think of a reason why all of this might be happening. She didn't pay attention to him as she looked out over the landscape as the train rolled on. When Edward suddenly stood up, she looked up to see the Major had returned from his trip to the bathroom, and Edward marched over to him, probably demanding more answers. Amelia couldn't hear what they were saying, but it was clear that the Major wasn't telling him anything, and she watched Edward storm off to another car as the Major came back to his seat. He looked over at Amelia, who gave him a small smile that he didn't return. He wasn't exactly pleased to be here, under orders of the man who had killed his subordinate officer. She paused her music and put her phone away, looking up at him. I guess you're still not telling Ed what's going on, she said. Did they tell you anything besides meet up and resemble? Unfortunately, no, the Major said, sighing as he brought his hands up to his head, his one blonde curl lost behind his large fingers as they threaded together. Just a rendezvous, that's all I was told. This is really weird, she commented. I know he's your superior officer, but couldn't you have said no? I mean, this is your leave time, you should be doing what you want to do, or at the very least help me out with alchemy. And finding a new teacher, we could go over some lessons if you want. I suppose that would be the best use of our time, he said. This train is a direct line to Resemble, no stops. We should be there by early tomorrow morning. We'll have a lot of time to talk then. Yeah, I guess, Amelia said, and she glanced over to where Edward had stormed off, not seeing him come back yet. She sat up a little straighter as she and Armstrong went over some of the more detailed parts of alchemy. A lot of it was memorization of the periodic table of elements, but also just learning what kind of reactions made what. It was more familiar to her now. It was almost like having a chemistry tutor, and she was getting better at it one lesson at a time. And while she hoped they could continue their lessons, they both knew better. Armstrong watched as Amelia took her diligent notes, ever the careful student, and there was a part of him that was proud to see how she had progressed from when she had first come here such a short time ago. He thought over the time they had together, had it really only been over a month ago that she had met him? It felt like so much longer, and she had made beautiful progress, but he wouldn't be able to keep teaching her like this. He would need to make sure that her next teacher would be someone who would work with her progress, rather than hinder it by having her begin again. And hopefully be someone that she would respect and be respected by in turn, though he knew that was something of a long shot, given her criminal status. After a while, Edward came back and sat beside Amelia, their lesson pausing for a moment. Where have you been? She asked the teenager. I went to the dining car to get a snack, was his reply, and they left it at that as they went back to the alchemy lessons. Edward didn't seem particularly pleased with this, but he let them continue. Armstrong saw how he would glance their way as they began to discuss different aspects of bioalchemy in regard to the human body, and he had an idea. "Okay, so I get this, but what exactly makes up a person?" Amelia asked. "I know carbon's in there, and ammonia, water, obviously." "Edward Elric," the boy turned his head to the major at the sound of his name, "you are well acquainted with this particular field, are you not? I feel there are some aspects of bioalchemy that you might be better at explaining." "Sure." Edward turned to Amelia. "The human body has a lot of basic elements in it, all in their usual measurements. You start with 35 liters of water, 20 kilograms of carbon." He continued on as he listed out the elements and their measurements, explaining what he could about the different reactions that are caused by placing these ingredients together, with Amelia nodding along and listening intently. She listened as he explained the basic theory behind how alchemy could help to seal a wound by manipulating the proteins in the skin. All the while Armstrong sat back and let them talk, watching as Edward gave his own impromptu lecture on the alchemical properties of the human body, teaching Amelia all that he could. He was impressed. Despite how often they clashed when it came to learning alchemy, they both seemed to be on the same page. There were no dry comments or sarcastic insults, just a student and her teacher. Well, that certainly made his search a little bit easier to handle. As the trip went on, they slept through the night until morning, when they finally arrived at Resemble. Amelia could hear the voice of the conductor calling out to them and the scant others that were at the train station as they announced their arrival. She walked out with the major, Edward walking with them with a scowl on his face. "Are you ever going to tell me what's going on?" Edward asked the major, who had hardly said a word since that morning after he demanded answers he still didn't receive. "This is starting to feel a little too much like a kidnapping." "I haven't been fully informed on the details," the major recited to him yet again. "My only orders were to retrieve you and rendezvous here." "Rendezvous with who?" Edward asked, and again he didn't receive an answer from the major, though this time it was his own eyes that gave him the answer. Just ahead of them, down the road with a brown bag at his feet, dressed in a casual suit, with his overcoat thrown over his arm, and a bag with a couple bread loaves sitting in the curve of his elbow, sat a rather rotund redhead that all three of them were able to identify pretty quickly, especially as he stood to salute the major. "I'm glad you made it all right, Major Armstrong, sir." He called out to him as he saw him coming. He dropped the military etiquette for a moment when he saw Edward and Amelia. "Hey, sup, big guy." "Lieutenant Breda?" Edward was in disbelief that he was their rendezvous, whereas Amelia was in disbelief for other reasons. "Hey, I remember you." She smiled, glad to see him again as she started to walk over to him. "Well, if it isn't the little lady." He smiled as she came up. "I haven't seen you in quite a while. And you know, you still owe me a rematch on that card game." She laughed a little. "We can get to that later," he promised, reaching to his side to pull out a small bag with some bread loaves. "I figured you guys might be hungry. It's not much of a breakfast, but a little bread and cheese will fill you up." He handed her the bag, and she immediately picked out the loaf she liked most, ripping off the end with her hand and biting into the crunchy bread. "Wait, how do you know Lieutenant Breda?" Edward asked as he came up, Amelia offering him the loaf. "Geez, you couldn't use a knife." He muttered that question more to himself as he pulled one out of the small bag and cut off a piece for himself. "He was one of my prison guards after I got arrested when I first got here." Amelia quickly closed her mouth once she saw a few bits of bread crust go flying from speaking with a full mouth. "Sorry." She swallowed down the bite she had before speaking again. "He taught me how to play GOPS." "What the hell is that?" Edward asked curiously. "It means game of pure strategy, and the little lady here isn't too bad at the game," he said, and started walking away from the train station, gesturing for them to follow him, and so they did. "We had a nice little time in that prison cell." "Yeah, I never really looked you up once I got out, but I didn't really think I could come over and have fun or anything with you," Amelia said, handing the bag of baked goods to the major, who started to eat as well, handing some cheese to Amelia so she didn't just eat plain bread the whole time. "That's fair, I didn't blame you for it either," Breda said. "Not that I was expecting any kind of rematch. Hardly anyone can beat a strategic master." He gloated, and Amelia rolled her eyes at his response. Edward was a little dumbfounded at their interaction. They couldn't have met more than a couple times since Amelia was arrested, but they were both acting like they were old friends. "Dude, I'm totally going to kick your ass next game." The pair of them laughed a little at her promise of victory. "Lieutenant," the major's voice caught everyone's attention, "where exactly are we going? I was told to meet here and reassemble with you, but little else." "I know, and I'm sorry to pull you guys out on another trip, but we have one more that we need to make before the day is out," Breda said, his voice losing that joking tone he had kept with Amelia when they had talked. "I have a contact waiting for us not too far from here. I have a car." He turned a corner, and Amelia could see the car in question, which had just enough space to fit the four of them and no roof. It was a good thing it was a sunny day. "Everyone climb in, shouldn't be too long of a drive." "This is all so secretive," Amelia said as she went to the back seat, Edward following her. "Can I at least get clued in as to what this is about? The major doesn't know anything, I don't know anything. It's a little worrying to just meet you out here in the middle of some hick town." "Hey." "Oh, come on, Edward, you have to admit this isn't exactly Central City," Edward grumbled in response, and Amelia left it at that. "Sorry, but I've been told we need to keep the surprise a surprise," Breda said, "but don't worry, it won't be anything bad if it helps." "Not really." Amelia sighed as she sat back in the seat, hearing the engine rumble as Breda started up the car and made their way down the bumpy dirt road further into town. "How long will this trip be?" Edward asked. "We just spent a whole day on a train." "Don't worry, this ride will be pretty short," Breda promised. "Just sit back and relax a while, feel the wind on your face and enjoy it." The drive itself was pretty short, only about 20 minutes, but they were far from any sign of civilization. They had gone from the dirt road to off-road, riding alongside a river into a heavily wooded area, watching as the large trees thinned a little bit before they came to a stop. Breda had them all step out, making a gesture for them to hang back a moment before he stepped ahead of them. "Stop," a voice called out from the trees, and Breda stood still. As the cat rounds the tree, he finds the rabbit. "As the rabbit flees, the dog has his day," Breda replied, and that seemed to be enough for the man, stepping out from behind the tree, putting his gun away. "Allow me to introduce these good people. This is Alex, Edward, and Amelia." "Good to meet you all. You may refer to me as Mr. Han," the mysterious man said. He had dark hair and pale skin, his eyes covered by a pair of sunglasses as he greeted them. "All right, now we need to hurry and get going. We don't have much light, and we have a lot of ground to cover before it gets too dark." He gestured for them to follow him as they moved deeper into the forest. "Can someone please tell me where we're going?" Edward asked. "Who even is this guy Breda?" "That's Mr. Han, and he's doing this as a favor to us," Breda said, stepping a little closer, keeping his voice down just in case someone was nearby. "He's a world-class smuggler from Zing." "Smuggler?" Edward's shocked repeat of the title quickly earned him a shush from Lieutenant Breda. "What are we doing with a smuggler?" He kept his voice down as he asked Breda again. "We're being smuggled, of course," Breda said, smirking a little before they came to where Mr. Han had been leading them. It was to a small area that had about 5 horses for all of them. "I'm assuming you all know how to ride and mount these things," Mr. Han said as he went up to one and quickly mounted it, sitting up tall on the saddle. "Don't worry about directing them. I'll take the lead and the others should follow naturally. Everyone pick a horse. In each of their saddle bags are some hooded coats. I suggest you all put them on now before you regret it later. There's also a canteen of clean water for each of you." Amelia went to the first one she saw, reaching into the saddlebag to find a rolled-up coat, just like Mr. Han had said. It was a tan coat with long sleeves, and she was able to put it on easily enough. "It's a little warm for a big coat like this, isn't it?" Amelia asked as she put it on, seeing the Major and Edward doing the same with their own horses. "That coat isn't to protect you from the cold," Mr. Han said, and he clicked his tongue and the horse started to walk. Amelia hurried to get up on her horse, and while she had a little difficulty, she managed and had it following after the others as they went deeper into the forest, into whatever surprise awaited them. It had been 3 hours, the majority of which had been silent as they all rode. They rarely took breaks, but Amelia could already feel her legs getting sore as she watched the landscape change from green forest to a dirt-covered cliffscape, with no trees in sight. In the distance, She could see a warbling horizon of tan sand, and some buildings as well. "Hey, what's that all the way over there?" she asked, pointing to it, getting Mr. Hand's attention. "That would be what's left of the Ishvalan territory," Mr. Hand said. "It's got too many military men there for my liking, so we'll just be along the outside of it for now." Oh, Amelia looked back at the city, not able to make out much in the desert's growing heat, but she could make out a few buildings, and a little moving dot that she could only guess was a car full of soldiers that were patrolling the area. She didn't know much about the war, but from the sight of it, she could guess that the area was still occupied by the military. Did they have to worry about insurgents there? From what she understood, that part of the war was over, and most troops had been sent home, so why were there still people stationed out in the desert? She guessed there must have been a resource that Amstress wanted to use while they were there, like when the United States invaded Iraq after the 9/11 attacks and still stayed to try and get some of the oil that was there. They walked on through the sand, and she was very glad to have the coats they were given as they walked out into the hot sun of the desert. The landscape was dry and unforgiving to all of them. She could tell that her horse wasn't exactly pleased with the weather either, seeing how badly it was sweating. She looked up to see the sky was completely clear, so there was no chance a cloud could hover over them and give them a little shade somewhere. She let out a sigh, and she just tried to bear it. There had to be a reason they were here, though she didn't like that they were going so far out into the middle of nowhere. "Do you think the colonel wants to get you killed out here? Because this heat will kill me in a minute or two." She groaned to the major, who looked back at her at the mention of it. "Make sure to drink some water, Amelia. We don't need you to be overcome with heat stroke." He advised her, though he didn't do much more, and Amelia guessed he was still suspicious about what was happening here, so he was keeping his words as short as possible. She followed his advice and took a sip from her canteen. She had been rationing it somewhat, since she didn't know how long they would be out here, or when they would find a place away from the sun. "The colonel never said we'd be crossing the border," Edward muttered from beside Amelia, "tight-lipped bastard." "We've been out here for hours." Amelia groaned. "How far do we have to go in this godforsaken desert?" "Mr. Han, how much further do we have left?" Breda asked the man. "We've almost made it," Mr. Han said, pointing ahead to something in the distance. "Look, you can see the ruins ahead." In the heat of the sun, the horizon wobbled and shook, but they could make out the remains of a civilization, white stone buildings all gathered together, columns that have cracked and collapsed with age, and not one sign of plant life so far away. But as they came closer to it, Amelia would be able to make out a little cactus or two in a couple of spots along the sand. As they came closer, Amelia would be able to see some plant life that had been left behind for who knows how many centuries, that had overgrown and taken over different parts of the stone city. There weren't many buildings that were completely intact, most of them having a fallen hole in the ceiling or a collapsed wall. As they came into the center of the city, a figure came out from behind a wall. "There you are, I've been waiting." It was an older man, well into his 70s, but still somehow spry enough to easily make the jump over a dilapidated wall to greet them as Mr. Han got the horses to stop. "Old man Fu." Edward seemed to recognize him right away, scrambling to get off of his horse. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, you know each other?" Mr. Han inquired as he dismounted from his horse. "Yeah, this crazy old man tried to kill me once," Edward growled out, marching over to the older man as Armstrong and Amelia also got off their horses. "Why the hell are you here? Did Ling send you out here?" "What is he talking about?" Amelia asked, looking up at the major, who shook his head and shrugged. He didn't know what they were talking about either. "I am here at the orders of the young lord, but I didn't know that you were coming." He stepped back as one of the horses got closer, heading for a pool of water to drink, and Edward noticed it too. "We'll be able to fill up our canteens here for the trip back," Mr. Han said. "Once we've finished our business here, we should be able to head back when the sun goes down and it's much cooler." "Water?" Edward didn't care for Mr. Han's words as he ran for the pool, tossing off his coat and the jacket underneath before jumping straight in with a large splash that disturbed a couple of the horses as they drank. Amelia gave him an odd look until she saw some steam coming up from his body in the water. She could see how he relaxed inside the depths of it, and she figured his automail must have gotten terribly hot in all that heat. Edward sunk under the water, his words turning into bubbles as he sighed in relief. My automail was about to sear through my skin. Amelia came over, reaching to fill up her canteen with the water and pulled back from it a moment later. So, there's no more traveling from here, wherever we are? She asked, looking over at Mr. Han and the older man named Fu. Whose idea was it to bring the kids? Fu asked, ignoring Amelia's question as he looked at her and Edward. It was a direct order to bring Edward, and the major here never really goes anywhere without his student, Breda explained, and the old man let out a displeased grunt, but said nothing more. Amelia capped off her canteen and went over to the horse that had carried her, watching as they drank from the pool. The horse had been pretty good to her, so she wanted to make sure it was at least well-watered. When Edward felt his automail had cooled enough, he got out of the water, reaching up to take off his shirt to wring it out. Amelia looked up, and her eyes widened a little to see that Edward was actually kind of ripped. She looked over his stomach and saw a pretty muscular body, and as her eyes went further up to his shoulders, she noticed they were pretty broad, but his right shoulder was covered in scars. She could only imagine that was from whatever surgery was involved in putting automail on someone. Even years after that incident, they were all still so red and angry. She hadn't realized she had been staring until Edward gave her a look. What? Oh, sorry. She looked away and stood up, going over to her teacher as he took a moment to relax in the shade of a nearby tree. She looked around and noticed the tents that were there, room enough for a few people, but she didn't see any others besides themselves and Mr. Fu. So, does this place have a name? It's the ruins of Xerxes, Armstrong said. It was said to be a very advanced civilization almost 1,000 years ago, but it was also said to have been decimated in a single night after a great catastrophe. Amelia looked over the ruins, curious as to what that great catastrophe might have been. She might have guessed a flash flood, but that was unlikely in the middle of a desert, so that left some sort of natural disaster. But she couldn't really see any signs of damage on the old buildings other than simply age. Yeah, it looks just like the fable described it, Edward said, and Fu turned his head at those words. Did you say a fable? Edward looked back at him, nodding. Yeah, the Eastern Sage. It's a story about the origin of alchemy in Amstress. It claims the entire kingdom of Xerxes was destroyed in a single night, and that the only survivor wandered into Amstress shortly afterward. He was the one who went on to spread the science of alchemy. How interesting, Fu replied. We have a similar legend in Xing about a drifter from the west. It's said that his teachings were combined with our ancient techniques to form the alchemy we practice today. What's alchemy? Amelia asked, not following along with that story. Alchemy is what they call alchemy in Xing, but it's not exactly the same. Edward explained, as I've been told, alchemy is primarily used for medical purposes, right? He looked to Fu for confirmation. Yes, the drifter guided this process and we greatly revere him. We know him as the Western Sage, he replied. So, the West in his title is supposed to refer to here? Breda asked, looking over the ruins. It is believed so, yes, Fu confirmed. Breda let out a small, interested hum as he took in this information. Come, our rendezvous point is further in the city, and we shouldn't waste daylight while we have it. Armstrong stood up to follow him. Breda, Mr. Han, Amelia, and Edward followed behind as the blonde started to dress again, taking advantage of the water on his clothes and letting them stay cool as they started to walk further into the remains of the city. Amelia stayed by Edward as they walked, looking over at him. So, how do you know that old man? She asked, wondering how they met. He's the personal bodyguard for some Xingese prince I met not too long ago. Edward said, there's him, and also his granddaughter named Lan Fan. How in the hell did you meet a prince? She couldn't really see Edward as a diplomatic sort. Ling came to Amstress searching for immortality. It's all part of this weird competition he has to be emperor. Edward said, and grinned dryly as he remembered how they met. He mooched food off of us and I had to pay a huge bill to that asshole. Amelia snorted a bit in laughter, but she held it in for a moment. Ed looked over at him. He's really weird, too. Well, at least it can't hurt to have a prince as a connection, Amelia commented. She looked up at the ruins around them. I'm sure he can do a few things for you. He's one prince out of 25 or something, Edward said dryly. Apparently he can't do that much with his power now, so he came here. Each of the emperor's kids is competing to see which one will be the next emperor. Oh, Amelia's shoulders dropped a little at that news, not really sure how that kind of royalty process worked, but she just attributed it to another part of this weird world that she wouldn't entirely understand. She and Edward were quiet as they walked through the ruins, with her looking up at the remains of the once great and large city that was Xerxes. She looked over the designs, everything reminding her of the Roman Empire and the remains that she had seen once or twice in a textbook or two, or in just her basic history studies. So, what was Xerxes known for? She asked aloud to everyone that was there. Xerxes is seen as one of the foremost territories in the West. Armstrong began. It was a highly advanced society, with multiple territories across this desert, and what information we have of these people suggest that the beginnings of alchemy were formed in this very city. The earliest alchemists studied Xerxean texts to gain a greater understanding of the science and have been advancing it ever since. Sure, but if it was such an advanced society, how were they wiped out in a single night? Breda asked. That's the part of the story I never really understood. It could very well just be a legend. Fu replied, nothing more than that. As they passed by the remains of a room, Edward paused to look up at the wall. He could see the remains of an alchemic circle carved into the stone, with the top half of the wall missing, so he couldn't exactly tell what it was for, looking over the different designs, recognizing the different symbols carved in from his own alchemic studies. He ended up staring at the ancient carving as the rest of the group continued down the path that Fu was leading them to, though his absence was noticed by Amelia after a while. Ed, she looked at the wall, seeing something like a transmutation circle, though she didn't understand much of what he was seeing. Fu looked back at the sound of Edward's name being called, seeing the boy staring off at something that he couldn't. What are you gawking at? Come on, he shouted, getting his attention, and Edward looked back at him before taking one more look at the carving and making his way to join the group again. After a while longer, they went even deeper into the city and came to a shady area where the shadows of the collapsed walls covered over their path and hid all of them behind the stones. We're going in pretty deep now, aren't we? Edward said in a quiet voice. He said it more to himself than to anyone else, but Amelia could tell that he was on edge, mostly because so was also on edge. They had been told to rendezvous out here, a gathering of ruins in the middle of the desert with no real reason being told other than that they were orders from their superiors, and Amelia was just dragged along because she had nowhere else to go. It didn't help that they were traveling with one of the subordinates of the man who had sent them out here, as well as some foreign bodyguard trained to kill and a relatively anonymous smuggler. One couldn't help but be a little fearful of what it meant to be in a group with these people, if they were to be left out here to rot in the sun, or something else. Edward, a voice calling out, grabbed their attention. The three of them turned to see a silhouette showing in the light above the cracking remains of the city, and at first it was hard to see who it was, but Amelia's eyes widened as she began to recognize them. For a brief moment, she was reminded of the words from Colonel Mustang, "Back east, where I was, it's a nice place. None of the big city noise and lots of beautiful women." And couldn't help but wonder if that was his coded way of saying that Maria Ross was safe, considering that she was standing right in front of them. "That damn colonel," Edward exclaimed, a smile growing on his face as he saw the woman. Armstrong's reaction was not quite so withheld, however. But would he really be Alex Louis Armstrong if it was? With tears streaming down his cheeks, the major threw off his cloak and his shirt as he cried out in a mixture of relief, happiness, and disbelief. "Lieutenant ROSS." He sobbed as he reached to hug his subordinate, who grew pale and couldn't help but try to run from him, being chased by the man as he still cried out in his happiness. "Thank the heavens. And my heart's been congested with grief. Come, let us offer you a warm reunion embrace." "No hugs, Major," the lieutenant cried out as she scrambled to run away from him, eventually running towards Amelia to try and use her as a buffer. "What the hell, Lieutenant?" She tried to get back, but it was too late. She had been pulled into the muscle-bound embrace of a tearful Major Armstrong as he picked Amelia up off the ground with her face planted into his chest. As he sobbed and held Amelia tightly, Ross made her way behind Breda, who just laughed at the entire exchange. "There wasn't really any place in Amstress that we could safely hide a dead girl," he began, "especially one that's still alive, you know?" He reached back and pat the lieutenant on the shoulder, and she offered him a sheepish smile, mostly just glad she hadn't been caught in Armstrong's hug as he still held a struggling Amelia. "So the colonel knew that Lieutenant Ross was innocent all along?" Edward asked. Breda smiled and nodded. "It's a bit of a long story, but I'm sure you'll want to know all about it." He said, though he had to wait for the Major to calm down, and he eventually did. Amelia panted for breath as she was dropped out of his arms, back on her feet and stretching. "Jesus, Major, that hurt," she said, rubbing at her shoulders where he had hugged her, knowing they would be sore for a little while after being so tightly squeezed. She looked over at the lieutenant, not really sure how to react as she saw her again after taking her for dead. It's really good to see you're alive." Lieutenant Ross smiled at her. "I'm glad to see you again, too, Amelia," she said, and Amelia smiled back. It was admittedly relieving to know that they hadn't been the only ones to suspect everything wrong with her trial, but instead of trying to stop it from happening, they simply found it easier to go along with it and have her escape, though she wasn't entirely sure how that was managed. Once the Major had put his clothes back on at the insistence of everyone present, they all took a seat in the shade and got comfortable as Breda explained how they had gotten to this point. "We thought it was strange from the beginning, how she was arrested so quickly, and her guilt was announced before her trial had even begun, and the colonel wouldn't have done anything about it until we got a phone call from a captive friend of ours." He looked over at Edward. "You remember that trip to the 5th lab? Those 2 armored guards that they had inside?" Edward nodded. "Yeah, one was the Slicer brothers, and the other was some guy named Barry the Chopper, right? We managed to catch Barry after he tried to attack Lieutenant Hawkeye. The colonel decided to keep him under watch until we could use him to figure out a bit more about the people who made him to guard that lab," Breda explained. "And the same day the paper comes out, he calls the colonel to tell him about how he knew it was all wrong." "Well, how would he have known?" Amelia asked. "The way I heard it, he was the one that got Lieutenant Ross's bullet that she fired, not Hughes, put a hole in his hand." He lifted up his own right hand as a gesture, but that was when the colonel decided to put on a little show of our own to compete against the one for the lieutenant's trial. He had Barry go out to the prisons to release her and made a good contact there at the same time, and while he was doing that, I was out gathering enough ingredients to make a fake human corpse to swap out for Ross's body. I don't know how the colonel managed to get a hold of her dental records without anyone noticing, but I didn't ask." He shrugged. Once everything was set in motion, Ross was supposed to meet up with the colonel during Barry's rampage and her escape, come in as a soldier on a manhunt, and burning her to death since she resisted. "But we weren't exactly counting on you showing up," he said pointedly to Edward. "Oh, so that's why I'm here?" he asked, and he turned to Fu. "That doesn't really explain why you're here." Fu nodded. "The contact Lieutenant Breda mentioned was the young lord, who had apparently been arrested on charges of illegal immigration," Fu said, and Amelia's eyes widened a little at that news. "After Madame Ross was prematurely freed, the young lord made a deal with Barry the Chopper. The orders I've been given are to personally escort this woman to the east to take refuge. So, we all agreed to rendezvous here, in one big effort to aid the lieutenant's escape," Breda said. The Major nodded, letting out a thoughtful hum as he considered the plan that had been explained to them, and Amelia had to admit that she was thoroughly impressed with Colonel Mustang's work in freeing someone he knew was innocent, but Edward didn't look quite so convinced of the colonel's genius in figuring out this strategy. "You've got to be joking. I can't believe the colonel was able to pull one over on us like this." Edward was still smiling, despite his comment. "He knew it'd be easier to convince you if you actually saw Lieutenant Ross," Breda said. Edward held up his hands. "Fine, I'll admit it, all right. He actually knew what he was doing this time." "It sounds like he really knew what he was doing," Amelia added. "He mentioned something else," Breda began, getting their attention. "He said he didn't want to take a chance on some hot-tempered kid endangering the operation, so he sent you out here." He grinned as he watched Edward's expression contort to an angry scowl. Hot-tempered kid. He was clearly furious at being given a title that Amelia thought was pretty fitting. "You said operation. Is there a phase beyond liberating Lieutenant Ross?" the Major asked. "Indeed, he's got a plan to reel in the puppeteer," Breda answered, "the one that's behind the conspiracy that started all of this." At these words, Edward forgot his angry rant about the colonel's disrespect. "No one calls me a wait, what you say?" Breda's grin only grew wider. "You remember Bari, right? He went on one hell of a rampage. They're bound to send someone to reclaim him." "That seems dangerous," Amelia said, "but I guess you guys aren't too worried about losing him." "We currently have him shacked up in a safe house with Warrant Officer Falman. He's been keeping an eye on him for the last week or so, but after this incident, we have Lieutenant Hawkeye and Lieutenant Havoc keeping an eye on the house. Whoever comes to get him probably won't get too far with those two keeping watch." "Oh, yeah, Havoc." Amelia smiled as she remembered the other soldier who had kept her company in the prison. "How's he doing?" Breda shrugged. "The transfer from East City to Central wasn't fun for him, but I hear he's got a new girlfriend now, and she's keeping his thoughts occupied." "Well, at least he found someone," she said with a laugh, only imagining how obnoxious Havoc must be now that he had a girlfriend to gush about. "So, the plan is to simply trap whoever they send to reach him?" the Major asked, wanting some more details on the operation they had planned. "Trap, interrogate, and identify the people higher up the chain," Breda said. "We think it might be some of the people from the 5th laboratory, or at least involved in it." He looked over at Edward. "That was part of another reason we brought you along. You're the only one that's seen anyone involved in that particular facility. Mustang looked up some of the reports that you made with Hughes before this happened. Have you learned anything else about them since then?" "Well," Edward paused and thought before nodding. "Yeah, I've learned a little bit more since that trip to Dublin that Al and I took. He ended up getting kidnapped by a guy who had the same tattoo as the people from the 5th lab, and he claimed he was a homunculus, and there was a lot about him that definitely pointed to him not being human. I saw the same thing in the woman from the 5th lab, though not exactly." "There was a woman in the 5th lab. We didn't see that in the report," Breda said. "Sure there was, I made a sketch of her," Edward replied. "The sketch that looked like it was made from a preschool art class?" Amelia asked dryly, and Edward frowned. "Okay, I'm better at drawing transmutation circles than people, so what?" He crossed his arms as he scowled at Amelia. "Allow me, Edward Elric." The Major pulled out a small notebook and pen. "The Armstrong art of portraiture has never failed me before." Edward nodded and proceeded to describe what he remembered of the 2 homunculi he had met in the lab, the woman with long, dark wavy hair, and what Amelia could only describe as eternal bedroom eyes with pouty lips. A part of her was a little jealous of her appearance, if only because she was so beautiful to look at. The other was a young man. It might not have been a man, she wasn't sure just from the appearance, but Edward insisted they were, and that was enough for now. The third was the one who identified himself as Greed that Edward met in Dublin, tall and lean with some muscles on him. He also made sure to draw out the transmutation circle he had seen for the philosopher's stone experiments that had been done, as well as the Ouroboros symbol itself. "So, there's something that's still bugging me about all this," Amelia spoke up, getting everyone's attention. "Why exactly did they frame Lieutenant Ross for the Hughes' murder? It can't be just because she happened to line up with what they read in his autopsy report about that single bullet. If that was the case, then they could have just as easily arrested Sergeant Brosh, since he fired a bullet for the same reason." She remembered that much from their investigation into Ross's trial. She looked over at the woman in question. "I mean, you don't have any connection to any of this, do you?" Her expression changed from neutral to one of exhaustion and just general frustration. "I've got nothing to do with this. Zilch," Ross sighed, "and yet here I am, stuck in the middle of it and framed by homunculi." "I guess it was just a luck of the draw, then?" Amelia said, reaching out and putting a hand on the lieutenant's shoulder to comfort her, something the woman appreciated, smiling back at Amelia. "We've gathered a fair amount of intelligence, and once we properly piece it together we'll have the general's killer," Breda said as he picked up the sketches of the homunculi portraits, as well as that of the transmutation circle and the Ouroboros symbol. Armstrong crossed his arms over his chest and looked back at his subordinate. "I promise you this, Lieutenant, we will absolve you of this crime." Ross nodded, knowing that it wasn't going to be an easy promise for the Major to keep, but one she appreciated anyway. "Lieutenant Call, I mean General Hughes." Edward let out a heavy breath. "It's just hard to accept that he's dead." Amelia looked over at the younger boy, not really knowing if she should, or if there was anything she could say to help ease his grief over his friend. She didn't know Hughes as well as he did, and she didn't know what their relationship was entirely like, but she could understand how it was hard to accept that he was gone. Part of her found it easier to deny it, trick herself into thinking he was just off on some long vacation, or that he had quit the military and moved away even though she knew none of that was true. But she supposed that was just part of the grieving process. "And what shall you do now, Edward Elric?" Armstrong asked. Edward lifted up his head as he thought about his answer. "Al and I committed a taboo. We still have people that help us. Some people get angry at us, others support us silently. Each one of them has tried to help me keep my promise to my brother." Amelia saw his flesh hand gripping around his automail one, "So I have no choice, I can't turn back." His automail hand curled into a fist and he held it up. "All I can do is move forward, right? And I'll protect everyone I can along the way." His eyes narrowed slightly as his determination grew with every word. "I refuse to let another person become a victim, not while I'm alive." He released his automail fist and looked down at his open palms. "That's a good promise to make to yourself," Amelia said softly, "but no matter how tough you are, you can't protect every single person all the time." It was a harsh reality to throw back at him, given what he just said, and Edward nodded at her words. "I know that's a hard promise to keep," he admitted. "It's hard enough just trying to take care of myself. To think that I'm even capable of it. Maybe I'm just arrogant, but it's the only thing I can think of, so I have to do it." He lifted his head, his golden gaze piercing into Amelia's brown eyes. "I have to." Amelia was quiet as she heard his determination, his resolve to see to it that no one else would be a victim as he and his brother made their way to get their bodies back as they used to be, and she let out a breath. "Well, then I guess that's what you'll do." The corners of Edward's mouth twitched up, and he nodded back at her. All around them, the adults watched the two kids as they spoke to one another, hearing the naive and arrogant promise that was made, and Amelia couldn't help feeling that she had a better idea of who Edward was as a person beyond just the obnoxious know-it-all she had met however long ago. "And you, Lieutenant," the Major turned his attention to Ross, "where do you intend to seek asylum?" "Well, I think that I'm going to give Zing a shot," she replied with a determined smile of her own. "Where is Zing, anyway?" Amelia asked, not even having heard of this place until today. "Zing is the country that borders the very desert we're currently in." Fu replied, "It's the country directly east of Amstress. Haven't you ever seen it on a map?" "The only maps I've ever seen around here are Amstress, and not much else," Amelia replied with a shrug. "Geography isn't exactly part of my current education." Though she hadn't been receiving much of an education these days, either. But what she didn't know that Armstrong had been watching her exchanges with Edward since they left together, and hearing Edward's promise was enough to cement a decision in his mind, though he would need to relay it to Amelia first before any action was taken. After they compiled all of the intelligence they had on the homunculi, they headed out to camp, where Mr. Han and a few other members of his crew were waiting with horses for them. The day was starting to wane, and the heat was starting to die down as the sky changed from its bright blue to a pale yellow as the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, the shadows of the ruins of Xerxes stretching out further along the sand dunes as they walked with the lieutenant to see her off. The Major made sure to walk with Amelia, putting his hand on her shoulder after a while to get her attention. "Amelia, I think I know who we can ask to be your replacement alchemy teacher." Really? She didn't think he had been looking that much, but she was surprised to hear it now. "Who?" The Major nodded towards Edward ahead of them, and Amelia grimaced slightly. "Are you sure? We kind of hate each other. But when it comes to alchemy, you both seem to work well together," Armstrong said. "On the train, you listened and understood him as he explained those different concepts to you, and now the two of you seem to be without quarrel. We just talked about Hughes's murderer. That's not exactly the right time to be an asshole to someone." Amelia replied drily, "And besides that, I'm pretty sure he would turn it down. He doesn't want anyone getting involved in this thing between him and his brother, and I doubt adding me into this mess would make him feel any better." She had been pulled in too deep against her will already as it was. Going in with Edward and Alphonse gave her no doubt that she would be pulled in deeper still to this conspiracy theory. "Ask him first," Armstrong said. "See if he is willing to, now that the two of you know each other a little more. Despite what you may think, I can see the two of you getting along well in alchemical studies and pursuits." Amelia didn't share his certainty, but he smiled warmly at her, and she let out a small sigh. "All right, I'll ask him before we leave." She figured she could at least get that out of the way before they headed back to Central. Or would she leave with Edward? Well, he would also be going back to Central, but she would be traveling with him from then on, and she wouldn't see the Armstrong family anymore. That thought struck a chord with her, not see the sisters anymore. She should at least take a moment to say goodbye to Catherine, Strongen, and Amu before she left them completely. She had really enjoyed her time with those girls, and she knew she would miss them. But hopefully, she would get a chance to visit them every once in a while, or exchange letters with them or something. They probably wouldn't take this news too well. She imagined that Catherine might take it the worst, given how she was the only girl even close to her height in that mansion. It was so easy to feel so small in comparison to her older sisters, which she always guessed attributed to her shyness. She shook her head as she tried not to think about it too much. All of this was hypothetical. She hadn't even asked Edward if he would take her on as a student, much less if he would say yes to that. She could worry about the realities of his answer when he actually gave it to her. As they came to the end of the ruins, they waited to give the horses one last drink of water and make sure they had everything packed for their journey eastward. Lieutenant Ross tended to the horse she would be riding, petting it and letting the animal get used to her so her ride would be pleasant for the both of them. Amelia realized as she watched the woman that she hadn't really got to know her that well, though she could see a kindness that shone through with her, even when they had just talked before she had seen it, and it was something that always put her at ease. She wondered if she would ever see her again, and thought it was probably best if she didn't, since that most likely meant she was safe if she wasn't seen in Amstress. "Do you have any parting wishes?" Armstrong asked her. "Shall I tell your parents?" He imagined it would be a great relief for them to know their daughter was still alive, even if it meant she was still in hiding all the while. Maria Ross turned away from her horse to face the Major. "No, sir. As much as I want them to know I'm okay, I'm scared it would be too much of a risk. I just don't want to put them in that kind of danger." The Major nodded. "Very well." Suddenly, the lieutenant straightened into a stance of attention. "Major Armstrong, Lieutenant Breda." The two men looked up at the sound of their names. "Please deliver a message to the colonel. I need him to know how grateful I am for what he's done. If there's any way I can help him, tell him to send for me." She moved up her right hand in a salute. "I owe him a great debt, and I am willing to put my life on the line to repay it." Major Armstrong and Breda both saluted her in return, though Amelia didn't since she wasn't sure it was appropriate if she should, and Edward seemed caught up in his own thoughts as they all said their goodbyes to Lieutenant Ross. As he began to lift his hand, Ross walked over and smiled at Edward as she held out her hand to him. "Goodbye, Edward. Take care of yourself, okay?" The blonde smiled up at her. "I still owe you for slapping me, that is," he said with a small chuckle, and Ross's smile grew a little wider at the memory. "You can get me next time," she promised, and Edward reached out to shake her hand. She turned to Amelia next. "I know we didn't get to know each other very well, Miss Seymour, but I wish you the best of luck in everything you do from here on, whether it's alchemy, or the piano, or something else you do that I don't know about." Amelia let out a small laugh. "Sure, and I hope you have a safe journey that has a comfortable destination," she said, and she shook the lieutenant's hand before she turned and mounted her horse, heading off with Fu and Mr. Han and the rest of his team with their camping supplies. They had been left with some horses of their own to take them back into Amstress, so the four of them knew how they were getting back home as they watched the lieutenant and the others walking off into the distance. "Do you think she'll be okay?" Amelia asked as she watched their silhouettes grow smaller and smaller. "Lieutenant Ross is a hardy woman. She's been through plenty. I imagine she'll survive this trek through the desert," the Major assured her. Amelia nodded, still watching them head off further and further away. "All right, next time then," Edward muttered under his breath, his own way of saying goodbye with that little promise of a next time. Once they were nothing but dots on the horizon, Breda turned to the rest of the group. "We should start gathering up everything we need for the trip back. It'll be a little more comfortable to travel at night, but we'll need to be careful," he advised them. "So, go stock up on water and do whatever else you have to do. I'm going to be a couple minutes. I want to go take a look at something before we go," Edward said. All right, just don't wait until it's already dark. I don't want you wandering around the ruins on your own when it's pitch black, Breda said, and Edward nodded before making his way back down the path they had taken before. Amelia watched him go, and she felt the Major giving her a small nudge, and she let out a small grunt. Let me at least pack up everything first, she grumbled. I'll take care of it, just go and ask. The Major insisted. I don't want to leave this place without an answer, and let me know if he refuses, then I'll have to ask a few other alchemists I'm acquainted with to see if they're willing to help you. Amelia let out an unhappy groan but went to do as he asked. She followed behind Edward, though admittedly much slower as he went through the ruins. He didn't seem to notice that she was following behind him, his mind focused on finding whatever it was he wanted to look at so badly. She ended up finding him back in the middle of a large room, pillars having toppled or cracked around the sides as he looked up at a transmutation circle that had been carved into the stone. Hey. She called out to him and got his attention. Hey, Edward turned to face her. What are you doing here? I wanted to ask you something, she said, and let out a small breath to try and ease her nerves a little bit. She was sure his answer would be a refusal, so that just meant things would be a little harder with her and the Major in the near future, but hopefully it wouldn't be anything they couldn't handle, so... Look, you know how the Major is in the investigations department? Well, since Hughes died, his workload has kind of increased because he's taken on all of his cases that were still in progress when he was alive, and, well, Armstrong's kind of getting the short end of it because he's having to work a lot of hours to make up the slack of what Hughes had in that department, on top of the fact that he has other responsibilities, too. And he told me to ask you this. I would honestly understand if you said no, but he thinks that you would be a good replacement as my alchemy teacher. I mean, again, I don't expect you to agree to that, given how we are around each other, but... Yeah, I'll do it. Amelia froze when she heard him agree. She took a moment to gather herself from the rambling she had just done and looked up at him. Huh, you're serious. Yeah, Edward shrugged. I understand your problems, and I know how the bureaucracy of the military can be a real bitch sometimes, especially for the ones with a higher rank. I was wondering about how the Major was dealing with all of it. I'm guessing his time spent working doesn't leave much time for him to teach you. No, it doesn't. You're actually agreeing with this. She was more surprised that he said yes than anything. I kind of thought that we hated each other. Edward shrugged, his cheeks turning a little red. Yeah, well, Al thinks you're a good person, and I trust his opinion. He put his hands in his pockets, and if I'm honest, I think you have some good potential as an alchemist. I wouldn't mind having a little extra help with all the stuff that Al and I get into. Oh, okay, yeah, Amelia smiled. Sure, I mean, that sounds like a plan. She was unsure of what to say next. Do you want to shake on it? She asked, holding out her hand. Edward reached out to take her hand, and then suddenly yanked her forward and pulling her off balance to where she fell on her side. What the hell? It wasn't until she heard the sound of someone else grunting and falling that she saw Edward pinning someone to the ground, his hand empty of his wooden baton. He had pulled her out of the way of him hitting her. Who was this guy? Another smuggler? A bandit? What do you want? Edward demanded of him, holding his arm back in a painful position to keep him still. We don't have any money, so you've... He trailed off as he saw the color of the man's eyes that glared up at him, a deep shade of red. You're an Ishvalan. Amelia noticed movement out of the corner of her eye, and she saw more Ishvalans were making their way out of the ruins to approach them, and they were soon surrounded by a group of Ishvalan men. Amelia got up on her feet, looking for places to run, but they didn't leave any openings for her. Something she noticed was that they all wore a striped sash on them, over their shoulders, and she wondered if that was a sign of some kind of affiliation, maybe to a rebellious group, or was it a religious one? She couldn't really know. One man came forward. Half of his face was heavily burned to where his eye was just barely open. Excuse us, you both, but I'm afraid we're going to have to take you two hostage until your military returns our holy land to us. They're not going to return squat, Edward said, turning to face him, still keeping his attacker pinned down, not over a pair of kids. It was the death of a single child that triggered the entire Ishvalan civil war. The man replied, so you really shouldn't doubt your significance in the eyes of history. I think maybe you need a history lesson, Amelia said. Wars are always started over something small. It's just the straw that breaks the camel's back. Then you too will simply be the straw that returns our land back to us." The man replied, and one of the others began to step forward to grab her, and she stepped back to Edward, but they stopped when a voice cut through. "That's enough of your shameful behavior." An elderly woman came through the crowd, helped by a wooden cane and a young man who held her hand and straightened her back. The woman had a patch over her eye, but she still glared at the men around her. "Madame Shan, look at you fools," she berated them. "Are you all trying to dishonor the name of Ishvala?" The scarred man was taken aback by her words and looked down shamefully. "Look, he won't try to attack you again," the young man said to Edward. "Can you please just let him go now?" Edward didn't look particularly pleased with the idea, but he let go of the man's arm and got off of him, letting him get up and join the others around him. "You stood up for me," he observed as he took a closer look at the pair, stepping closer to Amelia's side. "I don't get it. I always heard that you guys hated Amestrians. Despite the atrocities your country has committed, I know that not all Amestrians are bad." Madame Shan replied. Edward's eyes widened a little bit, and he noticed that Madame Shan's eye wasn't the only injury that was on her. The young man also had a large scar on his shoulder that stretched out over his chest. "Madame Shan and I were both injured during the Civil War, but then we were saved by these two Amestrian doctors." He hung his head as he glared at the ground where Edward and Amelia's feet stood. "To be honest, I do hate you." He looked back up at them, his expression much kinder. "But the two of them saved me, and you deserve the same treatment." "Huh? One act of kindness changed your opinion that much?" Amelia was a little impressed that they felt this way, considering the rest of their group was just about to kidnap the two of them and hold them hostage. It was a clear difference in opinion that not everyone shared, but Madame Shan's voice seemed to hold more weight than all of theirs. "Wait a minute, you're not talking about the Rockbells, are you?" Edward asked, seeing how the pair's eyes went wide as he said their name. "What, like Winry?" Amelia asked, confused as to where this was going. Are you saying you were a friend of Dr. Rockbell?" the young man asked, and Edward nodded. "Yeah." Madame Shan and the boy smiled. They saved the lives of countless Ishvalans, all throughout the course of the entire war. "No kidding." Edward smiled as he remembered them. "They were like family to me." Madame Shan's smile mirrored Edward's at her own memory. They refused to abandon their post. It didn't matter how much the fighting escalated. "Wow, I can see why you would admire their dedication," Amelia said, knowing Winry would probably be proud to know that her parents were working so hard in the middle of a war. "They sound like great doctors." Edward's expression became a bit more serious as he looked at the pair. How did they die?" Madame Shan's smile fell as this question was asked of her, her expression stealing to where it was unreadable. "They were killed. They were both murdered in cold blood." Her voice broke slightly as she said, "And it was by the hand of an Ishvalan they'd saved." Edward went pale hearing this, and Amelia felt her stomach drop. She couldn't help but think that was too cruel to save someone who still had enough hatred in him to kill them. "But that's so?" Edward shared her sentiment, horrified at this information. "I'm so sorry." Madame Shan bowed slightly as she apologized. "There was nothing we could do to stop him." "Tell me who did it," Edward demanded, his horror turning to anger, wanting to find who it was that had killed the parents of his friend, who had taken them away from her as well as from him. "His face was wrapped in bandages," Madame Shan said, explaining that's why she couldn't give him a name. "But he was an Ishvalan monk, and his right arm was tattooed." Amelia's mind went to the only other Ishvalan she had ever seen, which was Scar, if he had been treated for that scar on his face. There's the reason his face would have been bandaged up if it was the same guy, but she didn't remember any tattoos on his arm, but she also remembered how he wore a jacket, and she hadn't been able to see it. Edward's hands clenched into fists, just trying to calm down as he tried to process this information from them, knowing more about who it was that had killed Winry's parents. After a moment, he sighed and let his shoulders drop, the tension leaving them, though his hands were still fists at his side. "Thank you for telling me," he said. "At least I have an idea of who it was." Madame Shan nodded, "And thank you for keeping the rest of them from holding us hostage. We have people that are waiting for us not too far from here, and we should get back home." "Of course," Madame Shan looked up at Edward, But if you should have the chance, would you deliver a message to the resting place of the rock bells for us? Edward nodded. Give them our thanks. And our apologies. I will, Edward promised. He took Amelia's arm to lead her away, the pair of them heading through the crowd and starting to make their way back to camp to make the trip back to Amstress with the others. Once they were out of sight of the Ishvalans, Amelia looked back at Edward. Are you okay? She asked, knowing it couldn't be a great moment to find out that someone he considered family was murdered in cold blood. I will be once I find the bastard that killed them, Edward muttered, and Amelia was quiet for a few moments after that before she looked back at him. Thank you, by the way. Edward looked over at her curiously for pulling me out of the way, and also for agreeing to be my replacement teacher. Yeah, well, I'll do the best that I can, Edward said, no promises though. Just so long as you teach me enough that I can pass the state exam, that's all I need, Amelia said, and as they rounded a corner, they met up with Breda and Armstrong, with the horses ready for them to travel back into the countryside. It was a long day traveling to get here, and it would be a long night going back, but somehow Amelia felt a little lighter knowing that she would be helping to ease some of the burdens that Armstrong was carrying with the good news she had for him. Chapter 20. The trip back to the train station was longer than Amelia first thought, and the four of them ended up making camp once they were out of the desert and spending a night out in the wilderness. Most of it was spent talking over the details of Amelia making the change from Armstrong to Edward, what she should expect, what was expected of her, and more importantly what she would be allowed to take with her from the Armstrong estate. Most of her personal belongings were in her backpack back at the mansion, which the Major planned to send over to the hotel where Alphonse and Edward were currently staying so she could hang on to them, as well as the promise of a little bit more of a wardrobe than what she came with, though she would likely have to get some of them tailored since Catherine's clothes are the only ones that I would imagine fitting you. They discussed a send-off for her, Armstrong style, and Amelia quickly declined. She didn't need a grand party or anything, she just needed to focus on what she had with Edward, and it wasn't like she wouldn't ever see them again. However, after a little more insisting that his sisters would be left without a goodbye, she promised to pen a letter addressing all three of them and letting them know she would be moving on to a different teacher. With a little lantern light, she took the time to write out something for them from the Major's personal notebook pages, a little letter that told the three sisters that she enjoyed her time with them, and where they could find her, though she would prefer to be left to her studies since she had a great deal riding on them and asked them to respect that. The night went on, and Breda and Armstrong took turns keeping watch for anything in the darkness that might not be welcome at their camp, while Amelia and Edward slept. As she slipped into a comfortable position on the grass, she felt her body growing more relaxed, and she drifted off into a dream. Amelia stood in a white void. Looking to her right, she saw a terrified Kate standing next to her. The girls looked at each other, and Kate said something, but it was muffled, as if she was speaking underwater or through a fuzzy radio signal. She could hear her voice but couldn't understand what she said. Another voice came, again in that same muffled state, but it was something that sent a chill down her spine as she looked and saw a silhouetted figure in the white void. The silhouette looked at both of them, and Kate spoke to it, and it spoke back. It was so strange, seeing nothing but a person there with only a mouth, if it could even be called that. She could see teeth and a tongue, but all of it was white, none of it seemed real or tangible. She was sure if she reached out to touch them, her hand would pass right through their body, whatever it was. As Kate stepped forward, the faceless silhouette seemed to smile. Suddenly, red lightning, as if from a transmutation circle, began to shoot up from underneath Kate's feet. Katie, what's happening? Amelia could hear her own terrified voice clear as day, but she still couldn't hear Katie's as she watched her body disappear, getting torn apart as if she were made of paper, strip by strip being pulled away, and she watched as it flew over to the silhouette, who started to become covered in it. Amelia was frozen where she stood, unmoving as she watched it all happen, Katie disappearing before her eyes and watching as her stripped pieces came to the figure before her until she was gone. She looked at this new Katie, a neutral expression on her face, which quickly turned into that discomforting grin as she gestured behind her, a massive gray gate appearing from nowhere. Or had it been there all along? The doors opened, and a mass of black tentacles outstretched towards her, and Amelia turned around to run away. She could feel the tiny hands grabbing at her clothes, wrapping around her arms and legs until they went taut, and she screamed as she was pulled back, watching as the other Katie observed all of it with a wide-toothed grin, being pulled back into the darkness behind the doors. Amelia jumped awake in her sleep, finding herself a little short of breath. She let out a long sigh as she realized it was just a dream, but she had ones like that before. What did it mean? She wasn't even sure, but she pushed those thoughts aside as she rolled over. She looked, and she could see Ed where he was sleeping, lying on his side with his flesh arm as a pillow. His back was to her, so she couldn't see his face, but seeing him there, just asleep and relaxed a few feet away, helped to put her back at ease, and she closed her eyes and let sleep come to her once more. The next morning, they went out onto the main road and found a stable to sell the horses to, as well as got a ride with one of the stable boys who was headed into town on a hooded cart, with enough room to take the four of them to the train station. In that cramped space that smelled of horse manure and haystacks, Amelia looked over at Edward and asked, "What do you think Alphonse has been doing since you've been out here?" Al, he took a moment to think about it, probably trying to find some answers about why I had to go out here to begin with. He'll ask the same questions I did, probably to Colonel Punk Bastard. Who? Colonel Mustang. Oh, she didn't really know the story between him and the colonel, and why Edward seemed to hate him so much, but she supposed it was something she could find out later. Do you think he found any answers while he was asking? Edward shrugged. Considering how secretive the colonel was about this whole operation, I doubt he knows anything about what happened. He said, "I'll tell him when I get back." She nodded. "And you're really okay with me just sticking with you until we meet up with him?" she asked, wondering if he would be someone to put her in handcuffs, partly to get back at her, but also because she was still technically a criminal. But to her relief, Edward nodded. "You'll have to get used to traveling a lot because Al and I travel pretty much everywhere," he said. "If it's not because of our duties to the military, then it's because of our own goals." "Right, I think I got that," she said, nodding again and smiling, "and, thanks, I know I said that before, but I'm really glad that I at least know my new teacher a little bit already. How are you going to go about it anyway?" "I'm a pretty hands-on sort of guy, so I guess I'll do that with you too," he said. "Lots of training, transmuting, and more than just memorizing stuff out of books. You'll need to get used to being a conduit for that tectonic energy, because it can take a lot out of you if you're not careful, especially for really big transmutations." "Right, but what about if you taught me how to transmute without a circle?" she asked, smiling. "Then I would get into the state alchemist program for sure, right?" Edward frowned, looking away from her awkwardly as he tried to figure out how to explain that it wasn't something he could exactly teach. He only knew how to do transmutations without a circle because he had attempted human transmutation, and he wasn't about to encourage Amelia to do the same thing and risk paying a toll. Well, it's not that simple. It takes a long time to learn something like that," he said, turning back to her. "Look, I'll just help you with your transmutations. If you can make something big enough to impress them, they'll take you in." Amelia frowned as he denied teaching her how to transmute without a circle, but she resigned herself to his methods. He was right in that they didn't have very long. The exam was months away, but that was still a short time to bring herself anywhere near his level as an alchemist. All right, fair enough. She sat back and looked out through the opening of the carriage, watching as the countryside moved along behind them. She looked towards the front, where the Major and Lieutenant Breda were sitting and chatting with the man who owned it. She looked back at Edward. "Hey, you remember when we had to come and get you out of that thing in Dublith?" Edward nodded, confused as to why she was asking. "I talked to the Major about this a little, but he doesn't really like hearing about it." She moved over a little closer to him in the carriage so she could speak quieter and still have him hear. But that's not how Edward took it when she came up shoulder to shoulder with him in the already cramped space, his cheeks turning a little red and getting a bit flustered. "Don't you think it's kind of weird that the leader of your country went out of his way to wipe out that gang of people working for that homunculus?" Edward's eyes widened, and his embarrassment at their closeness forgotten about for a moment. I remember thinking about how weird it was that he would take the time to lead that raid, and just completely kill everyone without any kind of hope of getting new information about them and whoever they're with in the military's higher-ups." Edward frowned, not entirely liking what this was suggesting. I doubt the Fura has anything to do with these people. He whispered back to her. I'm just saying, it's a little weird that it happened, don't you think? She continued. What's supposed to be a humdrum inspection turns into a full-on raid against this small-time gang that the local guys could have easily taken care of. It's just suspicious to me. Edward couldn't deny that she had a point. Plus, he always gives off these weirdly intimidating vibes. Most men in power will do that, you can't blame him for his position. Amelia gave him a side glare, and he turned away, but I really don't like the idea that he's on their side. The Fura's the leader of the country, I know he wants what's best for it. His idea of what's best and our idea isn't always the same idea. She said, trust me, I come from a pretty big country where we elect our leader, and there are always disagreements about what they want versus what the other side wants. What if he's on the same side as these guys that are trying to do something with the Philosopher's Stone? Edward's frown only grew at that thought, and he shook his head. Honestly, this just sounds like a conspiracy theory. We don't have any proof of this, and I find it easier to believe that the Fura just acted with recklessness when he decided to take out that hideout of people. He said, unless you somehow have proof. Amelia couldn't deny that, and she moved back from him a little bit, crossing her arms and letting out a sigh. It's just suspicious to me, and it seems a little. I don't know, it just doesn't seem right. But it's just a bunch of conspiracy theories that have no real basis. Edward said, crossing his arms as he looked at her. I get that you're not part of this country, and you don't know how we run, but the Fura's not some corrupt overlord. He's trying to keep this country safe even if he's doing it in ways people don't agree with. So, you admit there are people who don't like him. Well, ever since he came into office, things definitely moved more towards the militaristic. We started having all these skirmishes along the south and the west, and then there was the Ishvalan Civil War. I think he sees us as surrounded by enemies on all sides, but he really is just trying to protect the people in this country as much as he can. Not everyone agrees with his use of military power. Do you agree with it? Amelia had to admit she was curious about Edward's idea on politics. He shrugged and said, I don't think whether I agree or not matters, it's not like I can change it. On top of that, I'm a state alchemist, and they're known as the dogs of the military. We go where they tell us to go, fight who they tell us to fight, and when they tell us to roll over, we do. Amelia grimaced a little at the idea. Does that mean that's what I'm going to be once I get my certification? Certified alchemists aren't much more than human weapons for the state. Edward said, it's not an ideal situation, but you can't ignore the benefits if you need easy money for alchemical research. The grants they give you for research on behalf of the state are huge, and you get access to materials that are exclusive to the military state. It's a huge benefit for alchemists who are still studying to better their skills in science. Yeah, but to be turned into a human weapon? She couldn't find herself getting comfortable with the idea. How often does that happen? For me, it hasn't happened at all. Edward said, but I wasn't certified during the Civil War, and the skirmishes don't require any alchemists to step in since there aren't any advances being made on either side. So, if there's a war that happens while I'm certified as an alchemist, there's a good chance you'll be called in to fight on their behalf. Amelia couldn't help but feel a little dread at the idea now that she was more aware of it. She would have thought fighting might have been optional, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Edward could see her unease, but hey, it might not happen. It hasn't happened for me, so. He shrugged, trying to make it seem less daunting than it was, though he was starting to get how it might seem a bit harsher to an outsider that had never considered it. He knew there were people that didn't think the certification was worth it just for that one fact, and they avoided it as if it were a plague. With Amelia, she didn't really get much of a choice like they did, and he knew that. She could either become a state alchemist with limited freedoms or serve out her prison sentence before getting deported back to wherever it was she came from. During this talk, their ride had gotten them all the way to the Resemble train station, which had a train pulling in, and they could all hear the hiss of the steam engine as it slowed to a stop. As they all piled out, Breda thanked their driver for the ride, paying him a nice little sum of coin for their trouble, and wished him goodbye as the older man continued on down the dirt road to wherever he was going. I suppose we shall all return to the city together, then? Armstrong asked. Actually, I was thinking of sticking around here for a little bit. Edward said, I haven't been here since I got repairs, and that was a while ago. I'm probably due for dinner at Granny's. Oh, Amelia glanced over at Edward and the Major. Normally she would have just gone with him, but considering Edward had agreed to be her teacher, well, I guess I should. She wasn't really sure if she should stay with him or if she should go with the Major. She supposed if she went with Armstrong, she would end up under Alphonse's watch until Edward got back if the Major wasn't going to do it himself. Though she still wanted to make sure she was getting in as much learning as possible, so leaving her teacher behind wasn't really a good idea. Amelia, it's best if you stay with your teacher, Armstrong said, looking over to Edward. She is your responsibility now that you've taken up the handle of her alchemical master. I imagine you'll make sure she's well taught. Yeah, sure, Edward said. She'll be a decent student. He looked over at Amelia and he grinned, and of course you'll have to show me some respect and call me teacher, you know. Oh, like hell, I'm not calling you that, I'm older than you, she snapped back. Now is that any respect to show to your alchemy master? Edward teased, still grinning. Amelia only glared at him. You keep that shit up and, so help me, I'll smack you right into next week, she threatened, jabbing a finger in his face. Amelia, Armstrong's stern tone quieted her. Edward is your superior now, and he's right in that you need to show him his due respect. She sighed defeatedly, which only made Edward's chest puff out with pride, provided that he shows that he's earned that respect for a teacher to have. And that deflated his pride a little bit before he nodded. Of course, Major, he said, and he looked over at Amelia. We'll start your official alchemy training in earnest tonight before we get some of Granny's dinner. Sound good? Yeah, she was glad he seemed to want to take this seriously since it made her a little happier to know that she was putting her trust in him. She looked up at the Major. So, I guess that means I'm with him, she said, and the Major nodded, and she paused. I'll probably see you when we get back to Central, right? She wanted to avoid having to say goodbye to him. Perhaps, but it's not likely as we'll be transferring your things when I return, he said, and I don't suspect you'll return in time to see everything. She nodded, knowing this was the awkward part that she wasn't looking forward to. So, this is where we part ways. She fully expected the Major to bring out the waterworks, the elegant pair of waterfalls that fell over his cheeks as he demanded a hug and squeezed the life out of her. Instead, she was met with a single hand coming out for her to shake. It has been an honor being your teacher, and I know that you will be a fantastic alchemist, Amelia Seymour, he said, and he smiled at her. Amelia looked up at him, waiting for the tears, but they didn't come. She reached out and took his hand, his massive one engulfing her own, which seemed so small in comparison, with the gentlest of grips. She couldn't help but be reminded of the first time she shook his hand when he was introducing himself as her teacher. It seemed like an eternity ago, and she couldn't help but think that her initial impressions of him were so far off. When she saw that massive man, standing at 7 feet with at least 1,000 pounds of pure muscle, she had been intimidated. Now she knew that while he was certainly not the terrifying man she had taken him to be that first day, he was rather sweet and caring, and a man of strict disciplines and principles. She looked up at him and smiled. Yeah, it was fun, she said, and she impulsively took a step forward to give him a brief hug. He put his hands on her back but didn't give her the intense squeezes that she had been expecting from him, and she was glad for his consideration for her at that moment. She stepped back and smiled up at him. Make sure the girls know I'll miss them. I'll make sure they send their regards, the Major promised, and Amelia nodded. And I hope you take comfort in knowing that you are left in trustworthy hands, he said, gesturing to Edward, who glanced over to Amelia but didn't seem to want to keep watching the exchange. And Edward Elric, he looked up at the sound of his name, I trust that you truly do intend to make sure Amelia becomes a fantastic alchemist, he said, saluting him. Edward smirked and saluted back. Sure, but she won't be any better than me. Amelia smiled and looked back at Breda. You still owe me a rematch, you know. Next time, Breda promised, saluting her. And she did that in return before Edward started making his way down the road, and Amelia waved goodbye to the Major and the lieutenant before catching up to her new teacher, while the other two went inside the station to purchase their tickets. That went smoother than I thought it would, she commented to Edward as they walked down the road. I was expecting the Major to do his usual emotional bit. So was I, Edward said with a small laugh. with all the sparkling tears and the deep voice. Right, Amelia laughed a little. He's so dramatic, I doubt you're like that. I would hope not, Edward chuckled, but for all of that, he's a good guy. Yeah, he is. Amelia glanced back, seeing the major and the lieutenant had disappeared into the train station to board. I'll miss his house. She looked back at Edward. So where will I be sleeping in your apartment? Ah, I guess you'll have to take my bed. Edward muttered. We have a 2-bedroom suite, so it's not like it'll be too much of an adjustment. Well, why don't I take Al's bed? Amelia asked. I mean, it's not like he sleeps. I don't want to take Al's bed away from him, Edward said, sticking his hands in his pockets as they walked along the road, taking a path that Edward knew by heart and Amelia following alongside him. Not really my place to. Oh, she didn't really think it would be that big of a deal, but she supposed Alphonse's situation was pretty complicated. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Sure, Edward replied. There was a beat of silence between them that lasted for a little longer than Amelia was comfortable with. She wasn't really sure how to talk to him beyond maybe the occasional alchemy question or insult about his height. So, talking to him casually wasn't really something she was used to, but she managed to pull a standard icebreaker out of her head to ask him. So, the weather here is kind of nice. Warm, she commented. Yeah, it's always a little warm here in the south, Edward replied. And that silence returned again. It irked Amelia that she couldn't really figure out how to talk to him. She could schmooze with the best of them, but she couldn't really understand a way to talk to this one guy who only had one interest that she knew of. So, do you have a hobby? She asked hesitantly, clearly unsure if this was a path she wanted to go down as the words left her mouth. Edward gave her an odd look before taking a moment to think. I guess alchemy, he said. Okay, but what about aside from alchemy? Edward shrugged, scratching his head as he tried to think of an answer. I don't know, I read sometimes. Oh, okay, what kind of stuff do you read? It was something she could work with, and she latched onto it. Mostly alchemical theory books, Edward replied, and Amelia felt her shoulders slumping at the answer. Did his entire life revolve around alchemy? Didn't he do anything just for fun? But sometimes I'll read mystery novels. Oh, she smiled, that's pretty fun. I guess you're the kind of guy that likes to try and solve who it is before the end. Yeah, Edward nodded. Do you have a favorite author? They continued to just chit-chat back and forth about books for a while as they walked. It wasn't much of a thing to talk about, considering Edward only did it when he had absolutely nothing alchemy-related on his mind, which hadn't happened in the last 4 years, and Amelia had never read a mystery novel aside from some Nancy drew back when she was 10, but it was able to lead them into a conversation, and Amelia slowly started to grow a little more comfortable with him. Well, at least for that time being, as they walked up to Pinocchio Rockbell's home. As they came up a hill, they passed a graveyard and saw a lone man standing at one of the tombstones. Edward stopped as he looked at him, and Amelia stopped as she noticed that Edward was staring at him. What is it? She asked, looking over at the man. She could only see his back from here. He stood pretty tall, and she noticed that he had long blonde hair held back in a ponytail. As the man seemed to sense there were eyes on him, he turned around and Amelia could see the man had a beard and spectacles, with a solemn, somewhat melancholy expression on his face. She had to admit that the blonde hair he had on his head was pretty similar to Edward's own. Edward recognized him right away. Hohenheim. Amelia saw Edward's hands tightening into fists at his sides. Ed, she saw him march into the graveyard, the man turning to watch as Edward approached him. Not knowing who this man was or what this was about, or what she should even do, Amelia just followed along behind Edward, waiting at a distance while he marched up to the older man. He didn't do anything at first, just glaring at him with clenched fists. The man looked back at him with that same melancholy expression. Hello, Edward. He decided to break the silence between the two of them. You appear to have grown some. He only scowled deeper, looking like he was biting back his tongue and everything that he wanted to spill out and scream out was being kept inside at the moment. Maybe it was closer to there was so much he wanted to say that it was all blocking the entrance, and none of it could get out other than just an angry glare. I spoke with Pinocchio. Edward's expression softened a little at that news. You tried human transmutation. He went a little pale, and Amelia did too, Why would Pinocchio tell him that? Edward could get in huge trouble for doing something like that if it got out. She thought Edward would have heard that and left him alone, but instead, he said, "What makes you think you can show up like this? There's nothing left for you here anymore." He spat out, but he couldn't look him in the eye as he said it. "I noticed," he replied dryly. "Tell me, Edward, what possessed you to burn down my home?" Amelia grew a little confused hearing that. His home? The way she understood it, Edward and Alphonse burned down their home way back when Edward got his certification. Who was this guy that claimed ownership? The landlord? She quickly realized her mistake as she looked at him again. No, this was Edward's father. "After what happened, we vowed to never turn back." Edward explained, "We did it as a symbol of our resolve." "No, you didn't." He cut him off. "You were hiding the memory." Edward's eyes widened at his words. "You didn't want to be reminded of what you've done and thought you could erase the memory by destroying the evidence," he said, stepping closer to Edward until he was towering over him, and Edward's expression turned fearful. "You're wrong." He had done so much for him and Alphonse based on what happened that night. He wouldn't hear of anything other than what he said. "It's just like a child who hides the sheets after he wets the bed." Hohenheim continued, "You ran away, and you know it." Edward was shaken to his core to hear that, and his fists that he had clenched so tightly were shaking, at least his flesh hand was. His mind was reeling, trying to figure out what to say to him so that he could walk away proud and satisfied, but it was hard to find anything when he was faced with this terrible truth. You don't know a damn thing," he shouted before he turned around. "You make me sick to my stomach." He put his hand on Amelia's shoulder and pulled her along with him, and they went back to the road, pulling her along so he wouldn't have an excuse to look back at that man. "He's exactly like I was when I was his age." Hohenheim's words weren't reached to either of them as he watched his son walk off with a girl he had never seen before. He let them walk on before turning back to Trisha's grave, looking down at the tombstone and let out a long sigh. "I suppose it's just how he was destined to be. Isn't it?" He smiled down at her. "He is my son after all, just like you said." The stone didn't reply back, but he could hear the hum of voices in his mind, offering some comfort as he took some time to mourn her when he couldn't before. Meanwhile, Amelia was pulling her arm out of Edward's grip. "Jesus, Ed, take it easy," she said, rubbing her shoulder as she got it back. "Sorry." He shoved his hands back into his pockets and walked down the road with a sour expression on his face. He didn't say anything, and they had gone back to the silence they had before. "What is that you're always saying?" "What do you mean?" "Jesus, what is that?" "What do you mean, what is that? It's Jesus," Amelia said, "as in Jesus Christ." "Yeah, I don't know what that is," Edward said, and Amelia frowned a little. "Oh, come on, you know," she said, thinking he was joking, but the more she thought about it. When was the last time she had seen anything relating to that religion in this place? And when she looked at Edward, who was still waiting for an explanation, she had her answer. "You don't have Christianity here, do you?" "I don't know what that is, so I'm going to say no," Edward replied. "Jesus is. He's a guy from Christianity." Amelia said, "It's a popular religion where I come from. Jesus Christ is supposed to be the Son of God, born of the Virgin Mary, sent to save us from our sins." "Born of a virgin? It sounds like a bad excuse for an unexpected pregnancy," Edward said with a laugh, and Amelia chuckled. "Yeah, I guess it does sound a little weird out of context," she admitted. They walked along in silence a little while longer, seeing Pinocchio's house coming into view at the top of the hill, but it would still be some time before they got there. Amelia couldn't help looking at Edward, who didn't exactly seem all that happy about their encounter. "So? That guy at the graveyard." She could immediately see Ed's scowl at the mention of him. "That was your dad." "Yeah," he bit out. "The one that walked out on you?" She looked back at the graveyard, and then back at him, remembering how the older man looked in comparison to his son. "You know, I kind of see the resemblance." "What? I'm nothing like that bastard," Edward snapped, and Amelia held up her hands defensively. "Whoa, chill, I just meant that you guys look kind of similar," she said. "I mean, you're both wearing ponytails, so it's kind of easy to see." Edward's eyes widened, and after only a second, he shoved his coat into her hands with the command of "Hold this," before he reached up to pull his ponytail out, and with practiced fingers quickly braided it and tied it back before taking back his coat. Amelia was a little surprised that was his reaction, but it was pretty clear that Edward wanted to distance himself from his father as much as possible. She knew better than to ask for any more details about him. She knew the gist about him, leaving Edward and Alphonse behind with their mother, and she could sympathize with his anger about the situation. So, while they walked, she changed the subject back to religions, asking about what religions they had in Amstress, if any. Edward couldn't tell her much since he had no interest in it, but he informed her about the fraud that was Ledoism, as well as a couple of other religions that he knew of, but each description ultimately ended with, "They're all full of shit." Edward was a man of science, after all. He wouldn't believe what he couldn't see and reproduce himself. This continued until they got to the house, with Edward opening up the door, and Amelia jumping behind him as Den barked and came bounding over to greet him, surprised but happy to see him. She just huddled behind him until the dog had calmed down a bit, but she held up her things to block the dog from her as he tried to greet her, too. "Edward, there you are." Pinocchio came out of another room as she heard Den barking, tilting her head a little as she saw Amelia cowering behind him. And Amelia. "Yeah, we were in town," Edward said. "You were supposed to be here yesterday. I've been getting calls from Alphonse for hours." Pinocchio scolded him as Edward just looked surprised. "Where have you been?" "He's been worried sick." "Sorry, things got kind of crazy," Edward said sheepishly. "But I'm here, okay? Everything is fine." Pinocchio stared him down for a few moments, and Edward met her gaze since he wasn't about to be intimidated by a runty old woman half his size. "Fine," she eventually sighed and let it go. "Well, as long as you're here, you may as well stay for dinner." "Yeah, figured we could." Pinocchio looked back behind Edward at Amelia. "And what about you?" she asked. "Me? Where's your big musclehead teacher?" Amelia glanced over at Edward and he shrugged. "Well, some circumstances changed and, Edward's my alchemy teacher now," she said, unsure of how to approach this, and it definitely felt weird to say that Edward, this guy she didn't know that well and probably didn't like that much, was now her alchemy teacher. "Really?" Pinocchio looked over at Edward for confirmation, and her eyebrows rose up high above her glasses. "Well, I can't say I was expecting that from you, Ed. I didn't think teaching would be something you'd do." "Yeah, well," Edward trailed off with a shrug, not seeming to have an answer for her. Pinocchio looked between the two teenagers, who both seemed pretty uncomfortable just standing there with their things in her doorway. "I suppose that's that then. We'll have another seat at the dinner table," Pinocchio said before she started to head into the kitchen, speaking over her shoulder as she walked. "Ed, you can go and make up the extra beds for you and Amelia. I'll start working on dinner." "Okay, Granny." Edward made his way upstairs, and Amelia wasn't really sure where to go, but she easily noticed she was left alone with the dog. Den looked up at her, and when their eyes met, his tail started wagging. She let out an uneasy whimper and held up her bag again to put some kind of barrier between them as she started to walk away from him and into the kitchen. Of course, Den followed her, and she just tried to go slow and ignore him, knowing that dogs responded to any kind of attention she might give him. She went into the kitchen, seeing Pinocchio getting up on a step stool as she focused on her cooking. Miss Pinocchio." The older woman looked back at the sound of her name. "Could you do something about the dog?" she asked. "Oh, that's right, you're afraid of dogs, aren't you?" She patted her leg and Den rushed over to sit by the stepping stool. "He's all right, he won't bug you." She looked back over at the girl, seeing how she didn't try to leave now that Den was away from her. She stood in the kitchen, clutching her bag and looking around at the place, searching for something that wasn't there. "While I have you here, would you mind setting the table?" She pointed to a cabinet and Amelia followed her finger. "The plates are in there." "Oh, sure." She reached up to get 3 plates, heading over to the table and putting them out. "We'll need one more," Pinocchio said when she saw she had put out 3. "Edward's father is going to be joining us for dinner as well." He is." After their last meeting, she didn't think that was the best idea. "Yes, well, he'll be staying here with us. It would be rude not to offer him a meal while he's here," Pinocchio said as she continued on cooking, as if there was nothing wrong with inviting him to a meal where he would be eating alongside his son, who he hadn't seen in however many years. "He's staying here. His house was burned down, where else would he go?" Pinocchio defended him. "Besides, I think it would be good for him and Edward to at least share one meal. I don't expect it to change anything or make it better, but at least they could learn to be civil together. "There's not a hotel or anything he could stay at?" she asked, getting the fourth plate and putting it on the table as well, going to get the silverware to join them. "The nearest inn is in the next town. No sense in letting him go all that way just for a bed after he comes back home," Pinocchio replied, still focusing on her pot as she stirred its contents, occasionally lifting up her tool and crushing something inside of it. "I'm not sure you should be worried about Hohenheim. He's a good man of even temper. I doubt he'll try to pick a fight with Edward." I mean, Edward's temper isn't exactly controlled," she said, "and we ran into him on the way here." "You did?" Pinocchio looked up from her food. "In the cemetery, Edward confronted him," Amelia said. "It took me a second to realize who he was, but after a minute of them talking, and how mad Ed was." She trailed off, but it was clear enough to Pinocchio, who sighed at her description of things. "Did he punch him?" No." "Really? I thought he'd be eager to slug his father after all this time." Pinocchio went back to the food. "Maybe that's a sign that he's moving past that anger a little." "I really doubt it," Amelia replied. "Edward was really pissed, and his dad kind of called him out on burning down the house. He said that Edward did it to hide the memory of their human transmutation." Pinocchio's expression changed to a scowl at that, but she still focused on her food. "He said it was his excuse for running away from his problems." Pinocchio didn't reply to that for a while, just focusing on cooking while Amelia waited for her to say something at this news, but she was only met with silence and Pinocchio's hard expression as she stared down at the pot. Amelia couldn't fathom what she was thinking, but she figured there must have been some relationship between her and Hohenheim, though she couldn't remember what. Hadn't she said he was an old drinking buddy of hers? They must have had quite some time together, and she was sure that hearing about him fighting with his oldest son wasn't the best thing to hear. Then again, she was in the middle of that turmoil. She knew that relationship and that divide between them much better than Amelia ever could. After what felt like a long while, but was only really about a minute of silence, she changed the subject. "So, what are you making?" "Some chicken and potatoes," Pinocchio replied. "Do you want to help?" "Sure." Amelia came over to the side and did as Pinocchio instructed to help her out with making dinner. She wasn't very good at it. Any cuts she had were a little clumsy, but she came out of it without any burns or scars, which she took as a good sign. She helped her prepare it, and in the middle of it, she heard the front door opening and closing. Amelia peeked out of the kitchen to see Hohenheim was there, and Den came around the corner, barking eagerly at first until he saw who it was. Then he started growling, his tail moving in between his legs as he looked at the man. Amelia was a little surprised. Given how Den was always so friendly to others, she would have thought he'd be jumping all over him, but instead he was guarding the doorway to the kitchen, staring down Hohenheim until he turned and left into another room. "Does Den not recognize him or something?" she asked Pinocchio, curious as to the dog's behavior. "He's been like that since he saw him earlier," Pinocchio said, and she looked back at the dog. "Den, come here and leave him alone," she called out, and the dog made his way back into the kitchen, going to his bed and laying down, though he kept a wary eye on the kitchen doorway. "I don't know why he's like that. I've only ever seen him act that way with Hohenheim. He just doesn't like him." She looked over. "Careful now, don't cut off a finger there." "Oh," Amelia went back to her work and went back to helping Pinocchio with dinner, the two working in silence except for Pinocchio's occasional commands or Amelia asking questions. As dinner cooked, Amelia went upstairs to find where she would be staying, seeing an open door to an empty bedroom. She poked her head in, seeing it looked like a nice room. It had a double bed that had a bedspread to match the curtains and a desk covered in screws, some odd tools, and metal pieces of piping and scrap. She could only guess this was Winry's room and maybe where she did some of her work on the automail. She found a bookshelf and she curiously looked it over. Most of it was engineering textbooks and some medical books as well, all of it focusing on biology. "Dedicated worker," Amelia commented to herself as she reached for one of the books, opening it up out of curiosity and seeing a few medical diagrams that detailed how the arm looked, and the chest and the stomach. She briefly wondered if automail organs were something that could be made, and then immediately doubted it. An iron stomach would just be really heavy, and probably not good for the rest of the body, not to mention rust-prone. She put the book back and stood up, heading out of Winry's room and down the hall to another open door, seeing Edward sitting on a bed and writing in a small notebook, scribbling down something and focused solely on that. She waited a moment before knocking on the open door, getting his attention. "Is this the room?" "Yeah, your bed's over there," Edward said, pointing to the bed across from his and going back to writing in his book. She put her things down on the mattress and then looked back at him. "So, dinner's pretty much done, it just has to finish cooking," she said, and she heard Edward let out a hum. She pursed her lips a little. "So, are we going to do this or what?" "Do what?" Edward didn't look up as he kept writing. "You said we would do some alchemy training before dinner," Amelia said, and Edward let out a small hum in acknowledgement, still not looking up. She frowned and reached over for his notebook, putting her hand on top of it and pushing it down to make him look at her. "Edward, I need this training if I'm going to have any hope of being a state alchemist." He sighed and put his notebook down. "Fine, all right, let's go outside and do this." He pushed himself up. "Shit, you don't have to sound so eager," Amelia said sarcastically as she followed him out. "I was in the middle of something, all right." He defended himself as they walked down the stairs and out of the house. "So how far have you gotten in your transmutations anyway?" "I know the basic standards for transmutation," Amelia said, "the equations and ratios for changing some of the more common elements." "That's good, what else?" "I can't transmute a lot of things in super detail," she said. "I can make basic shapes without too much issue, but if you wanted me to make a tiny statue of something, it wouldn't really look like it." "Then I guess we can just do some transmutation drills and see how that goes," Edward said as they stepped outside and made their way into the yard. He looked around before stopping over one little area that was devoid of grass and clapped his hands, putting them into the dirt. Amelia watched as the ground shook from the electricity of a transmutation, watching the dirt change and take new shape until it looked like a statue of a horse wearing a rather detailed saddle. "There, see if you can make that." "Are you kidding?" Amelia looked at him in disbelief. "First of all, that statue is as tall as you are. Second, I've never transmuted anything to that size." "I don't care if it's small, just make the horse," Edward said, coming around it. "Practice makes perfect. Creating with alchemy is a lot more than just changing one element into another. It's also about knowing the exact way you want them made and putting everything in the right place." He came over to Amelia's side and waved his arm for her to try. She let out a small sigh, knowing this was going to be difficult as she came over to the dirt, kneeling down and pausing as she tried to think of a circle that would be good for this. She eventually drew one out, making sure she got the matrices right before she put her hands to the transmutation and watched as the dirt began to shift and take shape inside of it. She focused on it, trying to get it to move in the same way that Edward had done with his transmutation. She focused on getting the soil to move in the right place, watching as it slowly began to take its shape and looked sort of like the statue Edward had made. She ended up getting winded after a moment, and she had to stop, pulling away to look at the statue she had made that looked. Well, it definitely looked like a horse with a mane and a snout and hooves, but the saddle wasn't nearly as detailed, and it was about half the size of Edward's horse. "Not bad," Edward praised, coming over and knocking his hand into the statue, and it crumbled to the ground. "Hey." "Do it again," Edward commanded. "Dude, you can't just knock it over." She hadn't done as well as he had, but that was still a good piece of work, she thought. "I'm going to keep knocking it over until you get it right," Edward said, crossing his arms and waiting for her to do it again. Amelia grumbled but did as he asked, making another statue. This one was a bit more detailed than the last, with a longer tail and a bit more detail on the saddle, though it looked a little bit more like a camel's hump. Edward knocked it over, and she made yet another that wasn't quite the same, and again Edward knocked it down. This continued until Amelia's body protested to where she couldn't even properly put her hands on the transmutation circle. She was exhausted, and she could feel her hands shaking while her eyes could barely focus on what was in front of her. "Okay, we have to stop," she said, sitting back and letting herself fall back on the ground as she tried to rest. "I can't do any more, I'm gonna pass out or something." She could hear the sound of her latest dirt statue getting knocked over, and then another as Edward got rid of the one he had made. "Why is that so tiring? I'm just a conduit for this stuff. Why am I getting tired?" "The same way you get tired after running around all day," Edward said, stomping their statues into the dirt to go back to how they were before. Your body just can't handle the stresses for too long, but I didn't think you'd give out so early. It's kind of quick, even for a novice. Fuck you, I've never done this before. Amelia's words didn't have their usual bite, given how tired she was. Armstrong didn't drill you. No, we'd always examine the transmutations before I made another one, she said. Well, now you're gonna do some drilling, so suck it up. I hate you. And you haven't referred to me once as teacher through all of this. Amelia lifted her head up to glare at him, seeing the smug grin on his face. I will drop kick you into next week, I swear to God. She let her head fall back again. You're such an asshole. And you're a bratty piece of shit. His comment was met with a kick from Amelia, and he kicked her back in her side. Ow. You started it. Fuck you, I did not. Edward, Pinaco's voice hollered from the house. Come inside, dinner's ready. Okay, Edward shouted back, offering his hand to Amelia to help her up. She reached up and took it, letting him pull her to her feet before they started the walk back into the house. Is detail really that necessary if I'm transmuting? She asked, looking over at Edward. If I make a shitty brick out of clay, it's still a brick. It helps if you need to transmute a weapon, especially in situations where you need to think on your feet. Edward explained to her. Trust me, alchemy saved my ass a lot of times with the convenience of clapping my hands and making a sword or something in a tight spot. She briefly flashed back to the incident with Scar, where Edward had transmuted a sword from a broken pipe. It helps if you know you can make an actual knife or a gun or something when you need it, and not some lumpy mess that could explode on you. Okay, fair enough. Amelia sighed as they walked inside the house. She noticed that Den was sitting off to the side of the kitchen, staring down at something from the doorway. It wasn't long until they both came in and saw Hohenheim sitting at the table with Pinaco, all the plates having the same portions of meat and potatoes. All right, come and have a seat, Pinaco said as she took her seat across from Hohenheim. Edward glared at him while the older man simply looked back at his son. I'm not hungry, he said, and he turned around. I'm going to bed. Amelia watched him stomp up the stairs, and she stayed where she was, looking back awkwardly at Pinaco, who just gestured to the seat beside her. She sat down and started to eat with them, and at first, it was silent save for the clinking of silverware on plates. After a while, Pinaco spoke up and started talking to Hohenheim, telling him about all the things that had happened in his absence. She told him about Edward becoming a state alchemist, about how Edward's mother had died from an illness that had swept through the countryside, and then just catching him up on all the things going on with their neighbors. She didn't ask him where he had been, she didn't scold him for never calling or sending a letter, she just talked to him, and Hohenheim seemed to listen. And now I think Edward's taken on a student, right? She looked over at Amelia, due to, what was it you said? Just some extenuating circumstances. She answered. Things didn't end up working out with Major Armstrong. Things got a little crazy, and he couldn't really find a balance between his job and me. Pinaco nodded and went back to eating. And how are his lessons? Hohenheim asked in a soft tone of voice, the first time he had spoken since they had all sat down together, and she jumped a little. Oh, well there. Okay, I guess. She was a little flustered. We only just started this stuff today, so I'm just being drilled on my transmutations right now because they're a little sloppy. She took another bite, giving her an excuse not to talk for a few seconds. I didn't think he would become such an accomplished alchemist so young, Hohenheim said, to think that he's at a level where he can take on students. He went back to his food and continued to eat. Amelia swallowed her bite, thinking of what to say before she spoke, picking her words carefully. He's a pretty famous alchemist these days, him and his brother. I know there are some people that aspire to be like them. Hohenheim nodded, and Amelia thought he would ask about more, but he didn't. The dinner table went back to being quiet, and Amelia finished up her plate, saying that she would be upstairs and resting up for the train tomorrow since the first one out would be in the morning, and she wanted to make sure to sleep well for it. Pinaco bid her good night and went back to Hohenheim. Amelia went back upstairs to the room she was sharing with Ed and saw that the light was still on. She opened up the door, seeing Edward had ditched his red coat and his leather clothes for a pair of boxer shorts and a tank top. He had let his hair out of his braid, and it curtained over his face as he hunched over his notebook in his hands. He looked up at her as she came in. "I thought you went to bed," Amelia said as she closed the door. "Couldn't fall asleep," Edward said, and she went over to her bed and started going through her things. She only had the clothes from the previous day, since she wasn't exactly prepared for this adventure when they had to leave so suddenly. She sighed and she looked back at him. "I don't suppose you know any alchemy for magically washing old clothes that you could teach me?" she asked, and he looked up at her, shrugging as he put his notebook down. "You could try just changing the fabric," he suggested. "I never really had to do that." "It's fine, I can manage it," she said, putting her things back in the bag. "I don't really want to change it all that much anyway." She began to reach for the hem of her shirt when she stopped and looked back at him. He was already looking away for her to change, his cheeks a little red. "Where's the bathroom? I need to change." "Down the hall," he answered, and she took her bag and left to go and change in there. She got comfortable and went back to the room, putting her bag down on the floor and making herself comfortable under the sheets. "So, how was dinner?" "Oh, it was." She wasn't really sure how to describe it. "Awkward, I guess. I don't really know your dad, and he didn't really talk much." "No, I meant the dinner," Edward specified. "I couldn't give less of a shit about that asshole. How was Granny's food?" "Oh," she shrugged, "it was good. She seasoned the chicken pretty well, and the potatoes were soft." She could hear Edward's stomach gurgling at her description, and she couldn't help chuckling a little. So much for not being hungry. "Oh, shut up," Edward said, turning over and getting under the covers, reaching over and turning out the lamp so the room went dark. The sun had set a while ago, and the room was silent save for the soft sounds of the world outside the window. "You could at least say good night," Amelia said softly into the silence. "Good night," Edward said gruffly, clearly not interested in talking anymore. Amelia could understand. His father didn't exactly seem like the ideal parent, and she could understand how easy it was to be put in a foul mood whenever someone talked about them. She always hated talking about her mother, having such a strong dislike for the woman. "Good night," she said softly, before letting herself drift off and go to sleep. Sometime later in the night, Amelia woke up and opened her eyes to see the door to the room had been opened. She could see the light pouring in from the hallway, and before her, she could see Hohenheim, his back turned to her as he looked down at Edward's sleeping form. She wasn't sure what had woken her up, but she wasn't sure what to make of this situation. She grew nervous, seeing him just standing there for a few long moments. After a second, Hohenheim reached out for him, specifically towards the mess of blonde hair on his pillow. Amelia didn't think he was the type to lash out at his son, and it didn't show in his actions at all. His hand open and outstretched, it almost looked like he wanted to pat Edward on the head. But he stopped before he reached him. He stood up straight, looking down at his own palm, and Amelia could only guess at what thoughts ran through his head. Maybe, after however many years he had been gone, he didn't feel worthy of showing such affection to his son, or maybe he had trouble expressing it. Maybe it was more that he didn't have the right to be so affectionate to him, given how many years he had been gone. It was almost sad to see. In any case, she watched him stare at his hand for a few moments longer, and then he turned around quietly, and she closed her eyes to make it so she still looked like she was asleep. She heard the door close, and when she opened her eyes, the room was once again dark. She could hear the faint sounds of him going down the stairs, and she sat up in bed, looking over at Edward. He sat up too, after a moment, and looked over at her. Amelia met his eyes in the dark, unsure of what to make of what she had just seen. He didn't say anything, looking over at the door, and then throwing off the sheets and getting up, heading over to the door and quietly making his way downstairs. Amelia wasn't sure what she should do. Was he going to chew out his dad again? She figured it was probably best to stop him, and she got up from bed to follow him down. She would have thought she'd seen him storming into the kitchen where Hohenheim was, hearing Pinaco's voice drifting through the open doorway. He looked up at her as she was halfway down the stairs and moved up his flesh hand to tell her to stop, and brought an automail finger to his lips to tell her to be quiet. She wasn't really sure why, but she guessed it was to eavesdrop or something, and she moved to sit down on the stairs. She listened as Pinaco's voice came through the door, smelling a little of the tobacco that told her she was smoking her pipe as well. "You haven't changed in the slightest," she said to Hohenheim, "all these years, and you look exactly the same." She chuckled to herself. After a brief pause, she spoke again. "Where have you been all this time? Why didn't you come back sooner?" It seemed, now that they were alone, she wanted the chance to question him herself. As she spoke, Den came through the doorway, looking up at Edward with a wagging tail, a little happy to see him. Edward put a hand on his head to pet him and keep him calm so he wouldn't give away what he was doing. "Trisha was waiting for you until the very end." Hohenheim didn't respond for a moment, but then his voice came through, much more clearly than the soft voice Amelia had heard at dinner. "Pinocchio, the life form my son's transmuted. Are you positive that it was Trisha?" Edward's eyes went wide as he heard this, clearly suspicious as to why he was asking about that. Pinocchio was left a little speechless at first, unsure of how to answer. "Well, I wouldn't. It didn't even look human to me, so I wouldn't think of it as." "No, that's not what I'm asking." Hohenheim interrupted her. "Did you notice the eye color? Or the hair color?" Amelia watched as Edward's expression shifted from suspicion to seeing the blood draining from his face, his eyes wide in horror at what Hohenheim was suggesting. What are you trying to get at?" Pinocchio asked. "Are you telling me that that wasn't even Trisha?" Amelia stood up from the stairs, stepping a little closer to Edward as he stared in front of him, desperately thinking of something as he listened. "For all those boys sacrificed, you're saying that thing they created wasn't even their mother?" Amelia reached out and put a hand on Edward's shoulder, trying to avoid Den, who just sat by Edward's side, looking up at him with that innocent expression all animals seem to carry. "I wanted to know for certain," Hohenheim said simply. "That's got to be the cruelest thing I've ever heard," Pinocchio said, and Edward couldn't hear anymore, turning away from Den and from Amelia to go back upstairs. Unsure of what she could do, she followed him back up, hearing Pinocchio's voice fading as they went back up. Once they were back in their shared room, she saw him go to his bed and she went to hers. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Edward didn't respond as he pulled up his sheets and turned his back to her. She made her way into bed, though she kept looking back at him. "It was probably your mother, Ed," she said, hoping that was some kind of comfort. Though she wasn't sure it was, "I doubt the world would have been so cruel as to take your limbs and Al's body just to bring a stranger back to life." "Stop talking and go to sleep," Edward said sternly, and Amelia winced a little from the harshness of his tone. Her words hadn't comforted him at all, it seemed. "Sorry," she whispered, and said nothing more as she lay down and went to bed. Amelia had trouble sleeping properly that night, dreamless and restless and unsure of what to make of what she had seen from the relationship between Edward and his father. She couldn't really compare it to her own relationship with her father, considering they didn't have much of one. He was always focused on his work and little else. She would see him every now and then at birthdays and holidays where he could take off work, but most times it was as if the house was without him. However, the difference was she had seen him more than once in the past 10 years, much more than that, and she knew from what interactions she had with him that it was his version of making an effort. He did try, though he was consumed with his job mentally, he did attempt to be a father to her. Edward's story was different. His father walked out for reasons unknown, never contacted him, never spoke to him, never reached out in any way in all that time as far as she knew. And then he came back, also for reasons unknown, and they had barely spoken to each other than those first harsh words they exchanged. She lay in her given bed, staring at the wall for a little while as she waited to see if she would either fall back asleep in the growing sunlight of the morning, or if she would wake up and stay that way. But she heard something, the sound of Pinocchio calling for Edward to get out of bed since it was morning. That had woken her up easily enough, and she sat up, scowling and clearly unhappy to be brought into the morning, looking over at Edward as Pinocchio called for him again. She was a little surprised to see Edward gripping at his bed sheets with his flesh hand, his face tensed up. She could only guess he was having some kind of nightmare as he tried to move in the bed and then froze in place. She didn't think it was a pleasant experience, and she moved the sheets off of her legs to get up, walking over to his bed and putting her hand on his shoulder to try and shake him awake as Pinocchio shouted his name again. He jumped in bed, his eyes opening wide and gasping for a split second, everything about him reading as the epitome of fear. "Edward!" Pinocchio called him again, and he looked over at Amelia, who pulled her hand away, nodding at the door where Pinocchio's voice was coming from. "Get out of bed already. Your father's about to head out." Edward just reached up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and Amelia went over to her bed. Glancing over at the door, and wondering if Winry might have any clothes that fit her. "Do you think Winry would be mad if I borrowed some of Winry's clothes until I can wash mine?" she asked Edward, who let out a noncommittal hum as he opened the curtains to the room, seeing his father walking down the path away from Pinaco's home and down towards the train station. She stood up again. "Edward, I'm not wearing the same clothes 3 days in a row. I need to wash them." He looked back at her. "Oh, I don't know, ask Granny or something." He looked back at the window once more before he took off the blankets and moved to get up. "I'm gonna go wash up." Amelia frowned as he left, but she supposed it couldn't really be helped. He probably had a lot on his mind from the last night and what he had heard. She made her way out of the room and downstairs in the clothes she had worn yesterday, which were a wrinkled, frumpy mess. Ms. Pinaco," she called out to her. "Oh, good morning," Pinaco said, poking her head out of the dining room. "Do you think I could borrow some of Winry's clothes so I can wash these?" she asked, pulling at the collar of the shirt she wore. "This trip was kind of out of nowhere, and I didn't really have time to prepare." "I think that will be all right, so long as she gets her clothes back," Pinaco said. "Go on up to her closet and see if anything fits you. I can get the wash bucket ready for your clothes." "Thank you." She headed back upstairs to Winry's room, hearing the pipes rumbling a little as water rushed through them for Edward's shower that he said he was going to take. She opened up the closet there, seeing mostly some coveralls and work clothes, as well as a few tanks and tube tops, not really anything fit for going out. But she supposed she wouldn't be going anywhere until her clothes were washed. She picked up one, trying it on, and it was a little tight in a couple of places, with sleeves and legs that had to be rolled up since she was a bit shorter than her. She picked up her own clothes once she was dressed, pulled back her hair with one of Winry's hair ties to keep it in place until she could get her turn in the shower, and went downstairs with her own outfit. She had some simple breakfast that Pinaco had prepared, which was just some toast and some oatmeal, and Edward came down soon enough to join them. "Edward, there you are." Pinaco greeted him with a disapproving frown. "You could have at least gotten up a little earlier. You waste your mornings in bed when you come around here." Yeah. Edward waved it off as he got his own breakfast, shoveling the oatmeal in by the spoonful. Pinaco huffed but didn't push it any more than that. "Well, after breakfast, we might as well do a maintenance check on you, since you're here," Pinaco said. "It's not often I get the chance to do it, considering how rare it is for you to come over this way." "Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea." Edward kept eating as he spoke, so his cheeks were filled with oatmeal as he agreed with the older woman. "Ed, gross, don't talk with your mouth full." Edward scowled and showed her his open mouth full of food out of spite. God, you're disgusting." "And you're annoying," Edward shot back. Amelia took a spoonful of oatmeal and flung it at him, grinning as she saw it hit the side of his shoulder. "Hey." "Knock it off." Pinaco's voice cut through their fight, tossing Edward a towel to wipe his shoulder clean. "Have you been having any problems with your arm? Or your leg?" "No, not that I've noticed," Edward said before he took another bite. "Well, we'll still take a look." She sat up in her chair, glancing over at Amelia. "By the way, the bucket for your clothes is out back. You can go and wash your things after breakfast if you like." What?" "You'll have everything you need. Washboard, soap, and you can hang it up on the clothesline." I've never washed my clothes by hand before." Pinaco looked up, and Amelia expected her to offer to do it for her, but instead. "Well, I suppose now's a good time for you to learn." Amelia frowned, not exactly thrilled at the idea of doing her own laundry, and she heard the old woman chuckling. "You can't cook, you can't do laundry. What kind of woman are you that you don't know how to do these things?" "Excuse me." "Well, you're not going to make it too far without those skills, you know." "I've been doing just fine, thanks." "Oh, sure. You've had other people doing it for you all your life, haven't you?" That touched a nerve with her, as she wasn't exactly wrong, but her tone reminded her too much of what she would hear from her mother. One of the problems with being around the rich is you never learn how to take care of yourself, and it turns you all into these spoiled, entitled people who don't know an egg timer from a frying pan. Edward chuckled a little, and Amelia's scowl only grew. She ate another bite of her toast and got up, taking her clothes with her outside to get started on washing them. She could handle herself just fine, she would show them. She got outside, getting a hose and filling up the bucket Pinocchio had out, getting a box labeled soap flakes, and got to work. She wasn't going to be the spoiled brat they thought she was. Worse than that was that they had called her entitled. She didn't ask for anything unreasonable. She was just trying to be a normal person, and she wasn't going to let them just tell her that they knew her when they didn't. They had no idea about who she was and what she had done, or where she came from. They had no right to make any assumptions about her like that. Edward glanced out the window, seeing Amelia still scrubbing at her clothes in the bucket, pretty fiercely dragging her clothes up and down the ridged metal of the washboard. She had been going at it for a while, and she had whipped up plenty of suds in the process. Her arms were pretty much sleeved in bubbles. She had probably used too much of the soap for the water to handle. "She's still going?" Pinocchio asked as she dropped down her toolbox on the tabletop, looking up at Edward. "Yep, still going," he said. "She doesn't really know what she's doing." "I didn't think all of that talk would get her so riled up, but hell, I'll do it more often if it means she'll start doing my laundry." She chuckled to herself, and Edward grinned, coming over to let Pinocchio examine his arm and his leg. After a few taps here and some oiling up there, she stood up and wiped her hands clean. "So your limbs have been treating you well." "My arm and leg work just fine," Edward assured her. "I can see Winry's taking her training very seriously," Pinocchio commented, and Edward looked over at her, having forgotten for a moment about Winry's apprenticeship in Rush Valley. "Has she called?" he asked, figuring she must have told her grandmother all the details about her new apprenticeship and everything she's learning. "Nope," Pinocchio shook her head and smiled. "I can tell just by looking at the automail. Her skill's gone up quite a bit." Edward looked back at his arm, smiling as he rolled his shoulder, getting a feel for it. It doesn't look any different, but now that you mention it, it is better, huh?" He could feel it a little bit, that his fingers moved a bit more easily, his wrist turned a little quicker, and it didn't feel quite as heavy as it used to. Winry really had dedicated herself well to this craft, and it showed in every new limb she made for him. Pinocchio chuckled proudly to herself. "I was afraid she might come running back as soon as her training got hard, but I guess I was just worrying needlessly." She tossed away the rag she had wiped her hands with, going to put her tools back in the box since she wouldn't be needing them. Edward still looked down at his hand, knowing that Winry had every reason to be proud of her work. But if he hadn't been so careless, he wouldn't need an arm or a leg like this. His mind cycled back to what he heard his father say the other night, and he could feel his stomach twisting uncomfortably. His worst fears had come to haunt him that night, knowing he was the reason why things were the way they are now, and knowing what he had done to his mother. But what if it wasn't her? What would that mean? Would that mean he had done all of this pointlessly? What would it mean for Alphonse? What would it mean for their mother? The more he thought about it in theory, the more twisted his stomach became until he felt like he had no other choice. Granny. "What is it?" Pinocchio asked, looking up at Edward, and her proud smile that she had worn for Winry left her face as she saw Edward's expression. His mouth pressed into a firm line, trying to get up the nerve to ask her whatever it was he was going to ask her. She put down her toolbox and turned to him, concerned. "What's wrong, Ed?" Edward's flesh hand came to rest on his automail arm. "There's something I need you to help me with." Amelia looked up at the clouds that were rolling in, not liking how gray and dark they seemed. Man, it better not rain. Despite that, the clouds continued moving in the sky, indifferent to her desire to have them go against their nature and keep the land dry. Shit. She grabbed her clothes off of the clothesline, feeling the dampness soaking into the coveralls she was wearing as she walked back in. "Hey, Pinocchio, the weather's looking a little shifty, so is it all right if I hang these up in the bathroom?" She paused when she saw that Pinocchio had gathered up some gardening tools, and Ed had a shovel in his hands. What's going on?" "We're headed up to my old house," Edward said. "You can stay here." "No, I'm not allowed to be alone without some kind of lock or supervision." Amelia remembered as much, considering she wasn't a free citizen of Amstress and technically still a felon. "Remember?" Edward sighed. Yeah, I remember." He ran his fingers through his hair. "I can lock you up in a room or something with alchemy." Amelia grimaced at the idea. "Or she could come with us," Pinocchio said. "We could use the extra set of hands." Edward didn't seem eager to agree, but he consented to that idea with a single nod of his head. "Go ahead and put up your laundry to dry and come back down. We're going to be doing a little excavating." "Okay," Pinocchio pointed her in the direction of the bathroom she could use, placing her clothes to hang over the side of the shower rod that held the curtain so the water could drip into the tub and down the drain. She came back down and Pinocchio handed her a bucket. Inside was a trowel, a few brushes, measuring tape. What exactly are we going to Ed's old house for? Edward wants to. Pinocchio trailed off, trying to find a way to word it. He wants to dig up his transmutation from when he and Alphonse were young. His mother, Pinocchio nodded grimly, and Amelia could guess why. After what his father had said last night, he must have been going through that day over and over again to try and be sure of what had happened, and it would be hard to know for sure without seeing any evidence. I'm surprised he had the strength to bury her with only one arm. He didn't, I was the one that buried it, Pinocchio said. Edward was still recovering, and that thing didn't really seem to belong on the floor of their house. Amelia didn't say anything more, and she walked out with Pinocchio and Edward. As they headed down the path, Amelia could see some remains of what must have once been a house. There were piles of bricks in the shape of the walls, one of them in the remaining tower of a chimney, though it didn't get very far. Supportive columns shot out into the sky, their pointed, scorched ends stabbing into the gray sky in the silhouette. Whatever didn't bear scorch marks had crumbled and fallen, sinking into the dirt below the home that was now overrun with grass and weeds. Pinocchio led the two of them around to the side of the house. This is about where I buried it, she said, pointing to the general area in front of her. She looked back at Edward, that grim expression she had still on her face from the house. You're not really going to dig it up, are you, Ed? Edward's automail hand clutched at his chest as he looked at the spot, and Pinocchio's brow creased in worry and concern. She knew this couldn't be easy for him, and Amelia didn't seem to want this for him either. Why don't we go back? Pinocchio suggested. No, Edward lifted up his head. My stumps are aching from the weather, it's about to rain. He looked up at the sky, overcast with the gray clouds that threatened to drop water on them at any moment. Let's just hurry and do this. He grabbed his shovel and brought it to the spot Pinocchio had said. Here, right? Pinocchio nodded, and Edward brought up the shovel down into the dirt, pressing it in further with his foot, and started digging. Pinocchio looked at him and decided she might as well get to work, too. The faster we do this, the faster we can go home, she said, going over to Amelia to pull out the trowel and the other tools, handing the trowel to her. Here, get to work on digging. I'll start yanking up some of the grass so it'll be a little easier to dig. She took the shovel and nodded, heading over to a spot not too far from where Edward was to start digging. She pulled up little bits of dirt at a time, throwing them to the side where they would knock against the remains of the brick wall and be out of the way. How deep did you bury it? She asked Pinocchio. Not too deep, just enough to keep the dirt flat, she replied, but it's been here for a few years, so we'll be digging up through whatever's grown over it. Amelia nodded, and admittedly wasn't looking forward to digging up the remains from Edward's transmutation. She looked up at him, seeing he was completely focused on the shovel as he pushed it down deeper and deeper into the dirt, moving around it to make the hole wider. He wanted to make sure he knew, for sure, who it was that he had made, and she could see it in his face. I guess I can look at this as an advanced lesson, she muttered to herself as she started to dig into the ground a little more, making sure to get up more and more so they could hopefully make easy work of finding this thing, wherever it was. They had only been working just long enough for Amelia to work up a sweat when it started to rain. The raindrops came plopping down from above into a shower, and Amelia looked up, suddenly glad she hadn't left her laundry outside to dry. I guess we're a little too late, she said, knowing this rain would only make their process more difficult from here on. She heard gagging and looked over to see Edward hunched over, heaving and recoiled in disgust at the sight of him vomiting. Jesus! She stood up and Pinocchio rushed over to him as he heaved again, rubbing at his shoulders where his stumps had ached. Amelia couldn't believe it at first. Had he been straining himself that hard? Did his injuries hurt him so much that his body couldn't take this? This couldn't be that important, that he would have to dig this up in these weather conditions, when he was clearly not in the shape to do so. Don't push yourself so hard, Ed, Pinocchio said, and Edward heaved again, and she still tried to comfort him. Let's head on home. She didn't want him to push himself so hard, it couldn't be good for him, and she didn't want this work to hurt him. She knew that this kind of exercise wouldn't be easy for someone with automail, even more for someone with automail and ghost pains from the barometric pressure. Edward had constantly pushed himself during his recovery time, much more than he ever should have, and she knew that was undoubtedly having an effect on his body. She didn't want this day, digging up his transmuted mother's body, to break him. "No," Edward said fiercely, lifting his head, and Pinocchio could see the fire burning in his eyes. "I'm not going to be able to move forward until I know for sure." He reached up, grabbing the handle of the shovel that stood upright from its place in the ground, using it to help him stand. An alchemist is a person that seeks the truth. I can't just look at what's convenient and ignore everything else. He glared down at the ground where the transmutation remains lay, knowing this was part of his reason, but even more so were the words of his father, haunting him from the day before. He grabbed the shovel and started digging again as the rain still came down. Amelia stood up. "Ed, this rain is only going to make the digging harder. It'll just make mud and puddles that are just harder to bring up. We should head back." "No, I won't run away from this," he said as he still kept digging. Amelia looked at Pinocchio, who was clearly worried, but it was obvious that Ed wouldn't be dissuaded. She went back to work grabbing the grass and weeds to pull them away, and Amelia sighed. She grabbed the trowel, contemplating whether or not she should really be doing this at all. At best, this was a lesson on the dangers of human transmutation for her, or even that human transmutation was just the creation of a human, and not necessarily a specific one. At worst, this was labor she didn't have to do for someone she didn't know that well and didn't care enough about to do. She looked back over at Edward, who was still focused on the ground and moving it aside, even as the rain made streams of water to fall into the hole he had made. She could easily just contribute this to an act of selfish spite against his father because of what he said yesterday, but the more she watched him at work, the more she knew it was beyond that. There was more to this than what she was seeing on the surface, and she could make the choice to stop if she wanted to. No one was requiring her to do this. She sighed to herself, looking down at the trowel she had been given, getting down on her knees by the hole she had made before, and started digging again. She was digging through the years that Edward had been in recovery from losing his arm and leg, the years he spent recovering from the automail surgery, the years he spent in the military as a state alchemist that led him to where he was now. She kept digging and digging, seeing the ground change color just slightly as she passed a deep enough layer, and she started widening her hole to make it a little easier to make sure she was finding what she needed to find. The rain continued coming down, and soon it went from pouring to storming, hearing the thunder rumbling above them as the rain came down in a heavy torrent that soaked them all. More than once, Edward had to stop digging and take a moment just to heave, emptying out his stomach a little more at a time. Every time, Amelia would stop digging, thinking that at some point, Ed had to hit his limit, say he has to stop and they should go home. They could start it again after the rain had stopped. But every time, as soon as Edward had calmed down and he no longer heaved, he went right back to it. They kept it up for a long while, the rain endlessly covering them as they kept digging. Eventually, Pinocchio had to stop and take some time to rest, citing her hands and bones aching and how an old woman like her couldn't do too much. She went to rest in the cover of a burnt tree, which didn't offer much, but it was better than just standing out in the rain. Amelia was tempted to join her. They had been at it for about an hour and a half, and the rain was starting to let up. But they had made some good effort in clearing away the dirt, digging about 2 feet into the ground, but there was still no sign of any corpse, any remains at all. That didn't mean Edward stopped. He kept bringing up one pile of mud after another, one pile of clay after another, still digging down deeper into the earth to find this thing that had weighed on his mind and pushed him forward for years since. Amelia was muddier than she had ever been and soaked so much that she almost didn't mind the rain anymore, but she could feel the coveralls clinging to her skin and everything was hurting. She was tired, and she decided to take a few moments to breathe before she kept digging. The sooner they dug it up, the sooner they could go back, get clean, and rest. As they approached their second hour, the rain was starting to let up from its torrential downpour to a simple showering. Amelia had made her hole connect with Edward's, and Pinocchio was still taking some time to rest. When Edward brought his shovel down, there was the distinct sound of it meeting something hard, but brittle, that cracked underneath the sharp edge of his spade. Amelia's head poked up and Edward dropped the shovel to dig with his hands, pulling up a few strands of muddy hair from the remains of the skull he had just broken. He stared at it, his eyes wide and his hands shaking, quickly standing and rushing over to their bucket that had been filled to the brim with rainwater from all this time. He dipped the hair inside of it, sloshing it around until it was clean and pulled it back out. His hand shook even more as he stared at what he held, his breath catching and taking his voice away for a second. His face was pale, and his eyes wide in an expression of horror. "Granny?" He turned to Pinocchio. Mom's hair was a light chestnut color. His flesh arm shook as he lifted up the hand that held the small lock of hair to reveal that it wasn't the color he said. "This is black." Immediately, Pinocchio and Amelia got to work excavating the rest of the remains, Edward joining in as they kept moving the dirt as the rain grew lighter, making it a little easier for them. Soon enough, they had found half of the skull that had misplaced teeth incisors and no molars, a few of the vertebrae, ribs that didn't curl, but instead stood flat at a full length of over 2 feet. The pelvis, the femur, the remains of the legs, enough to see that it was a collection of parts that could be vaguely called human. Amelia couldn't imagine what it must have looked like before, seeing that whatever skin that had been on it had rotted away, save for a few patches on the skull that had some hair left. Pinocchio examined everything, looking over the misshapen bones, while Amelia and Edward stood by the side to look at it. She was looking at what she could have only guessed was the femur bone, twisted and misshapen though it was, holding measuring tape to it. "This femur, it's much too long," she commented as she pulled back the tape and put it in her pocket. She went to the pelvis, which looked more like a badly made bowl from white clay with 2 great holes in it. There was hardly enough there to fit the bones they had found for the legs, and this pelvis, I'm pretty sure it's male. "It is?" Edward asked, stepping forward as Pinocchio stood up. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this isn't your mother, Ed," Pinocchio said to him. Amelia looked down at the remains of the never-meant-to-be-human he had made, knowing that despite all his effort, all his studying, all his work, it was not his mother. She could only imagine what was running through his mind at that moment, and as she turned to him to see if he was okay, he collapsed down onto his hands and knees next to the skeleton. "Ed," she knelt down next to him, thinking he was going to get sick again, but he didn't. Instead, he stayed that way for a moment, and then he started laughing. Amelia pulled away, wondering if he was hysterical, and looked back at Pinocchio as his laughter grew louder, the woman looking just as worried as she did at his reaction. Edward laughed loudly, throwing his head back and straightening himself on his knees, and then he quieted as he stared up into the clouds that still rained on them. "Then that's it. It really is impossible to bring the dead back to life. The undeniable truth." He took in another breath, laughing a little bit as he reached his hands up to his head, pushing his hair back as he chuckled. "It was impossible all along." He bent over, his hands grasping at his hair as he laughed in his. Well, she wasn't sure. He almost seemed crazy as he did all of this, and she didn't know how to react to it. She reached out and put her hand on his shoulder, and he calmed down, stilling and becoming quiet, the hysterical smile leaving his lips, but he stayed bent over. "Edward, now listen to me," Pinocchio said, coming over to him. "You've got to get a hold of yourself." Edward took in a long breath and let it out before he lifted up his head, calm once more, his hands moving down to his sides. "I'm okay," he reassured them. "It's okay." He looked down at the skeleton before him. "From the moment I made this thing, it's been a symbol of my despair, but not anymore. Now it's an emblem of hope." He straightened, and they could see that determination was back in his eyes, a clarity that hadn't been present before shining through his golden irises. "Al can be returned to normal." "What?" Amelia didn't follow that logic as she looked back at the remains, and then to him. "It's ironic, isn't it?" Edward asked with a wry smile. "The answer to my questions was right here at the starting point this whole time." Pinocchio nodded but didn't say anything else to him. They were silent for a moment, and the rain let up until it was little more than a few drops plopping down, the sun starting to shine through for them. Edward sat back, taking a moment to breathe as he looked down at the skeletal remains, and Amelia took a moment to rest as she looked at the same bones. She couldn't follow his line of thinking. How was this proof that Alphonse could be brought back to normal? Could he make him a body and put his soul inside of it? That didn't seem like the best idea, and she wasn't even sure of the science behind transmuting souls, much less a body itself. This person he tried to transmute was supposed to be his mother, but instead, it was just a man, a stranger he didn't know, or maybe someone that hadn't existed until he decided they should. But if that was the case, what about Alphonse's soul? Maybe that was the question at hand. Edward had transmuted this man on the same night he transmuted Al's soul. What was the guarantee that the soul he transmuted was actually his younger brother? What proof did he have that it was truly Alphonse Elric? Her interactions with Alphonse had been. Well, they had never been bad, a little awkward at times, maybe, but he seemed like a good person. Was there a chance that wasn't the real Alphonse Elric in that armor? Hey, Edward's voice broke the silence. I want to make a proper grave for it. He gestured to the remains. What are you going to put on the gravestone? Pinocchio asked. Edward was silent for a moment before sheepishly admitting, I don't know. He shifted and looked down at it still. This thing. I don't know how, but I saw it move. It looked at me. Amelia looked down at the remains. It was a real human being, if only for a moment. I gave it life, and watched it die. It was a human being. It deserves a grave. He looked over at Pinocchio, who shrugged, and that was her only answer, and he looked back at Amelia, who only mirrored that action. He stood up and took up the shovel again, taking it and walking over to the hole where they had dug it up, and started digging around it again, working to make it into a grave for it. Amelia came over and eventually helped, making it so that it was deep enough for Edward to be satisfied, and helping him carry the remains into it, shaping it so that it still looked like the human it had been, or was supposed to be. Amelia didn't think it was human as she stared at the twisted bits and pieces. The skull was too lumpy to properly hold a brain, the ribs didn't curve properly, the pelvis couldn't fit any legs or muscles properly. It was a mushed-up mess, and she imagined it certainly didn't look like a human with any skin or organs added to the mix. Personally, she thought Edward used the term human a little too loosely on it. It was a strange gathering of bones that had been part of a body that lived for a few brief moments and then died. She began to help Edward in burying it, bringing back the dirt they had brought out back on top of it. No one said any words about whatever it was, how it had lived or died. It simply had been and no longer was. To Amelia, this thing wasn't human, but the more she thought about it, the more she thought maybe Edward had to be so loose with the term of human, because if he acknowledged that this thing wasn't really a person, then he might also have to admit the same of his brother, being nothing more than a soul bound to a suit of armor with no pulse, no skin, nor warmth. She guessed it was just part of how he was as a person. At the end of it, the ground was flattened, and Edward found a good brick they could use for a headstone, putting it up on top of where the thing was buried. Amelia, she looked up at him from flattening the dirt of the grave, come here, I'll teach you a new transmutation circle. She was a little surprised at the sudden offering of a lesson, but she nodded. He drew it out for her in the dirt not too far from the grave, explaining each part of the circle and its matrices to her. A 3-point circle meant for organic transmutation from the grass nearby, since the roots would reach into the dirt around it. She followed his instructions, clapping her hands and watching as the circle lit up, and in the dirt in the middle of the circle, a flower sprouted from the mud, and she kept going until it branched off from one single bloom into a small bouquet coming from a single stem. She pulled it out of the ground, and Edward made a gesture for her to lay it at the headstone, and she did. Edward stood up, looking down at it, and Amelia stood beside him, Pinocchio joining them only a moment later. A moment of silence was held for the being that Edward had made, the thing that had a short life, but there was no doubt that it had lived. After a few moments, Pinocchio looked up at Edward. Ed, if this thing isn't Trisha, then Al is. She couldn't really bring herself to say it at first. If human transmutation is impossible, then what about the soul you transmuted for Alphonse? I was wondering that too, Amelia admitted, how do you know that it's him for sure? Edward nodded. I know there are still a lot of things I need to check on before I'm sure, he said, and he turned to Pinocchio. Granny, there's no doubt that Al and I are Mom's kids, right? No doubt at all, Pinocchio replied right away. I helped in the delivery of you two boys. You two are definitely Trisha and Hohenheim's children. Edward nodded, taking his shovel and resting it on his shoulder. Okay, good, he said. Come on, let's get back to the house. Amelia and Pinocchio didn't argue, gathering the tools they had brought with them and carrying them back to the Rockbell residence. As they walked, Amelia couldn't help looking back at the remains of Edward's childhood home. What had it looked like? What was it like to grow up in this place? She wondered about his life, about his childhood, the actions that led him to become who he was now. This house that held so many precious memories to him was gone, nothing but stone and wood and charred bits and pieces, now with a grave around the back of it for the thing that he had made. As they went down the hill back to the house, Amelia found herself looking at Edward's back. Before today, she had only seen him as someone that, well, probably wasn't going to ever think of her. Someone that would look at her and maybe just see a hindrance, or some kind of bother, or someone that just had a quick temper and a genius brain and a condescending attitude to match it. She saw him much differently now, seeing the sun parting through the clouds to rest on his golden braid for a few moments as he walked underneath it. He was more than just some genius kid who got lucky. He was more than just an alchemist. He was a person who had goals that he had to achieve. He was a person who worked hard to become what he was now. He was a person that valued life in almost all shapes and forms, even if those lives had done nothing but cause him pain and misery. As they walked, she couldn't help but notice that his shoulders seemed much broader than she first thought they were. Broad shoulders to carry the heavy burdens he had placed on himself through his life until his goals were met. When they got back to the house, everyone took a little time to clean up, take some showers, and dry off. Amelia changed into another set of Winry's clothes, with her apologies to Pinocchio for the inconvenience of borrowing her granddaughter's wardrobe, which Pinocchio waved off. As she came up the stairs from depositing the soaked coveralls with Pinocchio, she saw Edward on the phone, hearing a little bit of his conversation that made her pause. It has to do with when you tried to transmute your baby. The thing is, what Al and I transmuted, it wasn't actually our mother. His voice trembled a little as he said this to the person on the other line, and Amelia could hear the sound of the person on the other end speaking up a little louder, though she couldn't quite make it out. I'm sorry to ask you this, but the child you transmuted? Are you sure that it was your child you brought back? He waited in silence for a few moments before he pulled the phone away from his ear and hung it up. Who was that? She asked, curious. Edward jumped at the sound of her voice. How long have you been standing there? Edward demanded. Not long. Amelia shrugged it off. Do you know someone else who did human transmutation? Yeah, Al and I had a teacher that transmuted her baby, he said, going to the stairs, and the two of them walked up together to the second floor. I wanted to see if it was really her child. You want to double-check on this theory about death being permanent, I guess, she asked as they went down the hall together. Something like that, Edward said, the two of them heading into the room they shared, and they each took a seat on their respective beds, both of them letting out a sigh. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Amelia reached for her shoulder, rolling it a little. I can already feel it. All that digging did a number on me. I'm sorry to drag you into this. It's not a big deal. I could have stopped digging whenever I wanted. She shrugged and smiled up at him. Besides, it made for an interesting alchemy lesson on human transmutation. Now I know you can't transmute a specific person. Edward nodded, and she frowned, though, I guess souls are a bit trickier, aren't they? He sighed and rested his elbows on his knees, his hands going up to his head and resting it in his palms. Yeah, it's definitely trickier, he said. Amelia couldn't help feel a little guilty, knowing she was reminding him of that fact that they couldn't be sure of. I'm pretty sure the soul I transmuted is Al. But I need confirmation, to be 100% certain if the theory I have about his body is correct. And what is that theory? Amelia asked. If I really did pull out Al's soul that night, and that really is him in that armor, then I should be able to find the rest of his body there, too. Amelia's head tilted to one side. There. Where? Edward lifted his head up, looking over at her. Oh, I guess you don't know. He sat up a little straighter. The portal. Portal? When Al and I committed human transmutation, it opened a portal to this realm that I guess we just call truth. A portal to the truth. A portal of truth, Edward corrected. Inside of that portal is all alchemical knowledge that ever was and ever will be, but it's really dangerous and not something that I would recommend. He gave her a hard look. So don't go thinking about trying to open it, okay? To go into the portal, it costs a toll. He reached his flesh hand down to his automail leg, knocking on it. It cost me my leg to see what I saw. You don't need to go losing any limbs, either. I doubt I'd have the skill to open it anyway, Amelia said, though she could sort of picture it in her mind. The white void she had seen in her dreams, a toll that had to be paid. She shook her head to rid her head of the memories of her recurring nightmare. So anyone that performs human transmutation opens that portal. Yes, and there's always a toll, no matter what. Okay, and then what? You have all this alchemical knowledge that just comes at random. Well, no, there's a significant sign that someone's opened the portal. Edward said, they're able to perform alchemy without the use of a transmutation circle. Amelia's eyes widened. Wait, the thing that got you into the alchemy program can only come from doing human transmutation. Yeah, I didn't know that when I applied, but yes. Amelia let out a long groan, flopping back on the bed. Shit, Edward let out a small laugh at the sight of her. Don't laugh. I was counting on you teaching me how to do that. That was my guarantee into the alchemy program and acing that stupid goddamn exam. She brought her hands up to her head and groaned again. I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. I've seen some alchemists get in for a lot less than what I did. Edward reassured her. Oh yeah, they just accept like one person every year. How hard can it be? Sarcasm dripped from every word. Well, look at the bright side. At least I can come visit you in prison. Edward's comment earned him a pillow thrown at his head. Screw you, man. Edward threw her pillow right back to her, and she caught it before it hit anything. How am I supposed to avoid jail time if I can't get into that program? You're not a terrible alchemist, you know. Edward said to her, you actually do have a lot of promise. I could make you into a great one by the end of the year. Amelia looked up at him curiously, doubtful. You almost say that like a compliment. It is a compliment. I would have had to explain that transmutation circle for the flowers a bunch of times to some uneducated greenhorn. Edward said, but you picked it up right away, and you made some pretty decent flowers for it, too. Amelia wasn't really sure what to do with his praise, but she nodded. Well, thanks, I guess. She glanced out the window, seeing the sun coming out more as the rain clouds passed them by. I guess we missed the train to Central. There's a second one coming later tonight. We can leave before dinner. Oh, well, that's good. She sat back, letting out a small sigh as she looked out the window, and then back at Edward. I don't suppose. Is there a way to avoid the toll for the portal? You're not seriously considering opening it? Ed looked genuinely concerned. Even if you say I have promise as an alchemist, that doesn't mean I'll get through. I need an ace in the hole. She said, I know there are better alchemists out there, and I'm sure there will be some applying to this ultra-competitive program. You'll be fine. Edward reassured her again, and you can't avoid the toll unless you have something to replace it. Like what, a spare leg? No, like a philosopher's stone. Edward's expression darkened, and you know what it takes to create that. Oh, she slumped over again, feeling a little hopeless, sighing as she tried to come to terms with everything. I've been learning alchemy for almost 2 months now. I haven't progressed as far as I would have liked. Not everyone masters alchemy in the span of a single year, Edward said, and even then, I'm pretty sure presenting a sound alchemical theory would be enough to get you into the alchemy program. I'm no good at math, Edward chuckled. Well, I'm sure you can figure out another way. I'll teach you what I can, all right. Amelia looked up at him. Can't you just teach me how to transmute without a circle? She asked. I mean, you know how, right? The portal gave you the knowledge, can't you just teach it to me? Edward grimaced and looked away from her. I don't know that it's that simple, he said. The way I learned wasn't exactly traditional, and I can't guarantee that it could even translate over into just normal teaching. But you know how to do it, right? Well, yes, but... Then you can teach it to me. If you've taught me how to do this, then you can teach me how to do that. It's really not that simple, no matter how much you wish it was. Edward insisted. The portal gave me this knowledge to where it's just something I know. I don't think that I can translate it into words. The best way I know how to explain it is that, instead of outwardly drawing a matrix in an alchemy circle, I myself am the matrix. So, teach me how to be the matrix. I don't think I can, Amelia, I'm sorry. Amelia slumped over and she sighed again, reaching up to massage her temples. I can teach you a lot of alchemy, but I don't think that's something I can teach you. That was something that the portal put into my head as just instinctual knowledge. It comes to me as easily as breathing. Great, she sighed again and sat up. All right, well, if you ever figure out how to explain it, let me know. She moved over on the bed and lay down on her side. God, I'm tired after all of that. Yeah, me too. Edward leaned back on his arms, letting out a breath as he looked at the wall ahead of them. There was silence in the room for a few moments, the two of them just resting for a minute, and Amelia started to close her eyes to take a small nap. "Why didn't you stop digging?" "What?" She perked her head up. "You said that you could have stopped digging whenever you wanted." Edward looked over at her. "So why didn't you?" She wasn't sure how to answer that at first, and took a moment to think. "I don't know, I guess. Seeing how determined you were to find answers, it made me want to find them too." She shrugged, relaxed against the blankets on her bed. "I mean, it's not every day you get to find out one of the biggest scientific theories known to alchemists is totally wrong." "It's not totally wrong, we don't know that for sure," Edward said. "It's only a hypothesis for now, but having extra data can definitely help with that." "Well, at the very least, I got to find out you fucked up," Amelia said, and then winced as she realized how blunt that might sound when she didn't intend it that way. "Yeah, I won't deny that," Edward said. "I definitely fucked up in a huge way, and with this information, if my hypothesis is correct, then I can fix it in a huge way too." "Right." Edward stood up from the bed, going over to a closet and opening it up to pull out the coat he had worn back in the desert. "Granny and I are going to go visit the graves of my mother and Winry's parents after lunch," he said. "I figured I owe them some thanks, knowing what they did in Ishval, and I think Granny deserves to know how they died." "Oh, okay, do you want me to come with?" Amelia sat up from the bed. "Well, I'm not exactly allowed to leave you alone, am I?" Edward grinned at her, reminding her of the statement she had given before when they had tried to leave to dig up the corpse of the creation, and Amelia let out a small huff of a laugh. "Right, I'll get my shoes on," she said, standing up off the bed and going to do just that. After a filling lunch, Amelia walked out with Pinocchio and Edward to the local graveyard, holding a small group of bouquets that she had transmuted herself for the occasion. It wasn't much, but she figured she could at least help them use it to pay their respects. They went first to the graves of Winry's parents, Pinocchio's son and wife. Amelia laid a bouquet at each headstone, seeing the names of Yuri Rockbell and Sarah Rockbell. As she did, Edward told Pinocchio about what he had heard about their work, about how they stayed in Ishval even after being told they should leave for their own safety during the war. They treated Aimstrians and Ishvalans alike for their injuries, never turning away anyone. And then Edward broke the news about how one of their own patients went mad and killed them both, and he didn't have an explanation for why. Pinocchio listened to all of this intently, looking at the graves of the two lost Rockbells as Edward told their story. At the end of it, she nodded. "Thank you, Ed. It's good to know my son and his wife helped people." She smiled gently. "I'm proud of them." She went to their gravestones, laying a hand on her son's and closing her eyes for a moment before stepping away, and Edward took that as his cue to move on with her. The three of them walked back to another part until they arrived at a gravestone that read Trisha Elric. Amelia laid the third bouquet she had made in front of the headstone and stepped back. Edward looked at his mother's grave for a moment, remembering what he had seen when he was last here when Hohenheim stood over her headstone. "So Hohenheim, did he even bother to say where he was going?" Edward asked Pinocchio. "Of course he didn't," Pinocchio answered, "and I didn't og." The sound caught Edward and Amelia's attention. "What's wrong with me? I can't believe I forgot to give him the message." "Message?" Edward questioned. "Yes," Pinocchio faced him, "a last request from your mother. She knew she was dying and wanted to pass along something to him. She wanted to say that she couldn't keep her promise because she was dying before him and she was sorry." "Promise? What promise?" Edward hadn't heard anything about this before. "You got me." Pinocchio shrugged, sorry to ask, but could you pass it on if you bump into him? "Why should I have to?" Edward didn't want to have to send along a message to the father that he would be more than happy to never see again. "I know it doesn't seem like it, but he does care about you and your brother." Edward scoffed. "Yeah, I'll pass it on," he said as he started to walk away, right after I clock him in the face. "That's probably not the best greeting you could give," Amelia commented as they headed out of the graveyard. "Yeah, well, he deserves it for being a bastard of a parent," he growled, shoving one hand into his pocket to pull out his watch, checking the time. "We should get back to the house and grab our things. The train's going to be leaving soon." "Yeah, all right." "Heading back to Central already, are you?" Pinocchio asked. "Yeah," Ed sighed. "Al's probably mad at me. I'm gonna have plenty of explaining to do." Yeah, no kidding. Amelia sighed, thinking it felt like a week ago that they left Central on this sudden trip to figure out what had happened to Maria Ross and be let in on this larger plan that was made by Colonel Mustang. Well, I wish you both safe travels. Pinocchio said as she walked with them. I can probably find some leftovers somewhere for you two to take with you on the trip for dinner. That's okay, the train should have some food for us since it's going to be an overnight ride, Edward said, but thanks anyway. You're welcome, Pinocchio replied. Not long after they had gathered their things, Edward and Amelia could hear the sound of the train whistle as it rushed towards the station. The two of them rushed off with quick goodbyes to Pinocchio and ran down to the station to get their tickets before the train left. They managed to get on in time and found a pair of seats in a mostly empty car. Amelia sat across from Edward, looking out the window as the train began slowly moving forward, seeing the sky change from blue to orange as the sun started its descent. How long have we been gone? She asked. It took us a day to get here to Resemble, and then another day to get out into the desert, and then another day back from the desert, and then another day here. Yeah, it's been a good while, Edward replied. I'm sure your brother will have been worried sick about you, Amelia said. Edward chuckled. Yeah, and he'll really chew me out once I get there. Probably about me being careless and reckless and not calling him and stuff. You probably could have called him to tell him you were all right, she said. Nah, Granny's probably calling him now to let him know I'm on the way back. Edward shrugged. Amelia was quiet for a little while before she asked, Are you going to tell him about your dad? Edward frowned at the mention of him. It's not like it was important, he muttered. But you haven't seen your dad in like 10 years, right? 12 years. Really? Amelia grimaced at the idea. Geez, he left when you were just a baby. Do you remember him from before he left at all? I don't really want to talk about this, Edward said. Crossing his arms and staring out the window, Amelia sighed and sat back. She pulled out her phone, going through her playlist of songs as she tried to figure out what she wanted to listen to first. She was quiet for a few moments, just scrolling listlessly through the options before she spoke up. I get it, you know. Edward looked over at her. Her focus was still on her phone. I know what it's like to have sucky parents. She just focused on scrolling up and down through the song list in front of her. My dad isn't around much because of work, and pretty much whenever I see him, he's on the phone with somebody talking about work. His entire life revolves around it, but, you know, he tries. He makes time for me on important days, like my birthday, so it's not as bad. But my mom is more of a problem than he is. She frowned as she thought of the woman. She's a real uptight bitch, always thinking about her image and how she looks, not just in physical appearance, but making sure she has this important social standing. Edward's arms relaxed as he listened to her. She's always trying to get me to do things to make me more important. She's getting older and she knows it, and she can't have the same standing that she used to when she was a young, pretty wife, so now she tries to do it through me. She keeps telling everyone that I'm a genius or that I'm a prodigy or something. It's total bullshit, by the way. By all rights, I'm just a regular kid with regular skills. And they don't even talk to each other. My parents live like the other one doesn't exist. My dad is pretty much never home, but my mom wouldn't dare be caught cheating and risk losing her status in her special communities. She put her phone away as she couldn't focus on it anymore as she talked, starting to vent a little to Edward. She's not a slut or anything, but she's definitely not a good mom. She only tries whenever someone's watching, so someone can hold her accountable for not being this amazing parent. Like, she'll only be friendly with me at parties, or at a recital when everyone around her is telling her how great I did, and then she'll just take the credit by saying it's a product of good parenting or something. She looked out the window of the train, watching the landscape zip by, though she could easily see her reflection in the window glass. Sometimes, I think she just had a kid because it was just what everyone was doing. Like I'm just a new accessory to her to make her look better. It's really hard to think that she ever cared about me when she hardly ever talks to me, like really talks. She had nannies raise me, she never fed me or changed me as a baby, I don't even think she held me. She paused and looked back over at Edward, wondering if she had annoyed him with this talk. Instead of seeing some irritated expression, she saw someone who was listening to her. He was focused on her and taking in everything she said. There was no judgment on his face towards her, he was just listening. Somehow, that was comforting to Amelia, and she felt herself relaxing a little bit in her seat. When she paused, Edward took that moment to speak. "It sounds like you never really knew your parents." "No, and I don't know that I ever will," she said, "but I want to make sure I'm nothing like my mother ever was. I don't want to be this vain, vapid thing that just cares about herself and her money and her status. Anything that's not related to her is just pointless, and when I try to talk about what I think, what I feel, it just doesn't matter. I gave up talking to her a long time ago." She slumped back in her seat. "At least your mom was good. She cared about you a lot, didn't she? That's why you tried so hard to bring her back." Edward nodded. They were quiet for a little while longer, just thinking about their home lives, who they had been before they got to where they were now. Edward could only imagine how a young Amelia must have felt, neglected and rejected like that. He could easily picture her trying to be the perfect child to get their attention, or maybe even the worst child. Maybe she had been, but he wasn't sure it was his place to ask anymore. Even so, she must have tried so hard to get them to pay attention to her, and now she was here without them, trying to be an alchemist for her own reasons, and he did think she could be a pretty great alchemist. She just needed a lot of refining before she got to a level of mastery. She looked down at her phone, plugging in her earphones as she decided she was going to start up a playlist since she had the time, and she paused, looking up at Edward. She held out one to him. "Here, do you want to listen for a little while?" Edward looked at the earbud, shrugging before he reached for it and put it in his ear. It was a little awkward sitting across from her, so he moved over to sit next to her. She started up some music. "Here, you'd probably like these guys." She played some Fall Out Boy, thinking it would be a band Edward would probably have liked had he been from her world. And he did seem to enjoy the songs as they rode for a while, the train continuing down the tracks into the sunset, heading for Central. Chapter 21. The train ride was long and uncomfortable, but the two teenagers managed to find some time to sleep in the middle of listening to Amelia's songs. Edward woke up after a while, and he noticed that something didn't quite feel right. He glanced over to his side and saw Amelia's head resting on his shoulder in her sleep. It looked like she was still out, her earphones still in and her phone still playing music. He still didn't understand why she called it that. But the thing that bugged him was the fact that she was just laying her head on his shoulder, and it was oddly intimate. He could feel his face turning red already. He wasn't used to being so close to a girl that this happened. He wanted to get up and jump across the seat, but wouldn't that just wake her up? Still, it would probably be better than her waking up to see him stuck like this. He could hear the engine hissing as it started to slow, and he took his chance, quickly standing up. Amelia fell onto the seat, gasping as she woke up, looking up at Edward as he stood up from their seats to reach for their bags above them. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice slurring slightly from sleep as she took out her earbuds. "The train is stopping. We're close to Central," Edward said, and she looked out the window to see the familiar cityscape she had come to know. He was glad she was more focused on that as he tried to calm down since he knew his cheeks were still burning and his face still had to be red. Amelia took her time stretching and slowly waking up. The seats were stiff and uncomfortable, but at least she had managed to sleep a little bit. It was probably pretty late at night since it was dark outside, but at least they hadn't had to stop a day like they had the last time she had traveled with them to resemble. She stood up, taking the small number of things she had been carrying the last couple of days, and watched as they pulled into the station, the city night landscape being replaced with the brightly lit hallways of the train station, with a few people scattered around waiting for their chance to either get on a train or get it ready to run again in the morning. She stepped off with Edward, and they made their way into the city. "So, you're staying at a hotel, right?" she asked as they headed down the streets together. The streets were pretty empty of cars, and there weren't too many people out and about that were sober. Those they saw were either nursing a bottle or walking down the road to the next bar. "Yeah, we can afford it with the money I'm getting paid by the state," Edward said. "You'll get my room and I'll sleep on the couch." "Well, again, you could just give me Al's room, but I guess that would be more up to him than you." She shrugged, not in the mood to point out Al's body and how it wasn't exactly normal. She looked out into the road. "I don't suppose there are any taxi services this time of night." "I'd say no," Edward replied. "We're walking, but it's only a couple miles, not too far." "It didn't feel that far when we left," Amelia said, feeling like a few miles would be killer on her feet. "When we left, we were in a car," Edward pointed out dryly. "Yeah, I know. Amelia sighed and kept walking with him. So, what should I expect? I mean, I'm sure the Major's family must have brought some of my stuff over in the time it took us to get here. He probably called someone. Probably, and Winry's there with Al, so I'm sure she'll chew me out too for not calling or telling them I'm okay in the middle of all of this. Edward's hand went up to the back of his head, rubbing at one spot with his flesh hand as he thought about it. And I'll have to tell him that we're taking you on now. I don't know how he'll react to that. I don't think it will be so bad, she said. Your brother is pretty nice, and I get along with him a little bit better than you. Well, Al's always nice, Edward replied. The two of them chatted a little bit as they kept walking, mostly trying to figure out how the new situation would work with her, Edward, and Alphonse, now that they were going to be working together. She was warned that, whatever the Major had brought over for her, she would need to keep it to the essentials since they would be traveling a lot for their own reasons, mostly because of either their duty to the state or because they wanted to follow some kind of lead for their alchemical research. She doubted the Major could have brought over that much since she didn't really own more than what she had with her when she first came, but she could guess he let her have some of Catherine's old clothes. When they arrived at the hotel, Winry was at the front desk in clear view of Edward and Amelia, speaking on the phone to someone. She was nodding her head, saying something like, "Yes, sir. Of course, Mr. Garfield," and mostly just looking sheepish as she talked with him. "Hey, Winry," Edward called out to her in greeting. She turned around at the sound of his voice, her eyes wide, and she rushed over to him after slamming the phone down on the receiver. "You idiot," she wailed at him. "Wah, hey," Edward panicked and backed up. "If this is about my automail, I didn't break it." He readied to defend himself as she ran over behind him and started pushing his shoulders towards the stairs. "Not that, you need to hurry up and go see Al," she said urgently. "What?" Edward was confused. This was all on his face, and he looked back at Winry to ask for an explanation. But after seeing how concerned she was, he followed along with her and started rushing up the stairs, Amelia following behind them, curious as to what had happened also. They got up to their room, and Alphonse stood up when Edward opened the door, seeing his brother on the other side, though. He was missing an arm. And the lower half of his helmet was covered up, and there were plenty of deep claw marks on the arm that was still attached to his body. Edward stared at it for a second, seeing the damage on his brother's body, before loudly exclaiming, "What the hell?" "I'm sorry, brother," Alphonse said, as Edward dropped his bags and came over to him, his eyes wide as he looked over this damage that happened from who knows what, worrying over his little brother. How are you this beat up?" he asked, and a distinctive sound of someone biting into something crunchy got his attention, and Amelia looked over to see a couple of people who she could guess were some kind of Asians sitting and eating around the coffee table with some food that undoubtedly came from room service. "And you?" He pointed accusingly at the male of the couple. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Eating a delicious dinner," the boy replied, as if it were obvious, his mouth half full with a chicken wing. Edward didn't seem to care at all as he reached over, grabbed both the strangely dressed man and woman by the backs of their collars and pulled them out of the room, tossing them outside and slamming the door behind them. Who were they?" Amelia asked, confused as to who those two people were. "It's a long story," Edward grumbled as he went back to his brother. "Amelia," Winry looked over at her, and so did Alphonse, both of them noticing that she was here. "When did you get here?" "I came here with him. Hello to you too," Amelia replied dryly, and Winry's cheeks blushed shamefully. "Sorry, I was just worried about Al, and I didn't even realize you were there." "It's no big deal, don't sweat it." Amelia smiled at her before looking back at Alphonse, who was being sat down and inspected by his brother. "But man, what happened to you? I don't know that you've looked this bad since." "Well, since the first time I ever really met you." She was starting to wonder if being beaten up and losing limbs was a problem Alphonse experienced more often than she saw. Considering the last time she spent an extended amount of time with him, he had basically lost his entire right side. Alphonse sighed. "Well, it's kind of a long story," he said, and Edward looked up, clearly ready to listen to whatever the story was. Alphonse took some time to explain what had happened in Edward's absence, how he had come across Colonel Mustang's sting operation to draw out the killer that had framed Maria Ross. Apparently, it had been part of a long-time plan involving someone named Barry the Chopper, who was similar to Alphonse in that he was also a soul trapped in a suit of armor. Alphonse relayed the tale of how Bari's body had been sent by someone to fetch him, with another soul tied to it, and how they followed it back to the third laboratory to find a homunculus that attacked them, thus the damage to Al's body. The Colonel managed to kill the homunculus with its unusual regenerative abilities by burning it to death over and over again until there was nothing left. The Colonel imparted what knowledge he had learned about the homunculus, which was that they were made with philosopher's stones as their core, and only by making them use up all its energy could they be killed. It was what allowed the homunculus to have such inhuman powers, as well as survive through almost any attack they shot at it. In all of that, he managed to discover that his body wouldn't last as it was, that his soul would eventually be rejected by the armor he currently resided in. And the reason that Ling, who Amelia learned was the guy they kicked out of the room, was involved was because he made a deal with Bari to help in transporting Maria Ross as part of this overall scheme. A homunculus and Bari the chopper, Edward sighed when he heard it all, and just to throw a cherry on top you find out your body might reject your soul. Winry brought over Al's arm that had fallen off that night for Edward to transmute back on. Well, can iron really reject a soul? Amelia asked. I mean, wouldn't it be more accurate to say that Al's soul could reject the body that wasn't originally his? Does it matter? Edward snapped at her, clearly not happy with all of this information. I'm just saying his soul would be the reason, Amelia muttered. Edward had his brother hold up the shoulder to connect to his torso, clapping his hands and pressing them to the metal. I'm going to have to extend what little you have left of your armor, he said as he watched the blue lightning fly from the metal as he had it reconnect with everything else and fix up his brother's armor to cover the holes and damage that was there. He stepped back, watching as Alphonse tested out his shoulder, making sure everything connected the right way and moved the right way, rolling it and bending it at the elbow. Ed, Winry's soft voice came up behind Edward. He'll be able to get his body back, right? Yeah, of course, he will, Edward said with ultimate certainty, and Winry's unease seemed to lessen at his words. I told you I'm gonna get it back. He looked up at his brother, remembering all the things he had seen in the last few days, and knowing that for all he's learned, he doesn't have that confirmation he needed. He took a seat and let out a small sigh, preparing to tell him everything. By the way, Amelia, Alphonse spoke up, stopping Edward as he decided to address her. Someone from the Armstrong family came by to drop off some things for you. He said that brother had taken you on as a student. Yeah, Amelia nodded. We had a talk while we were gone, and Ed agreed to take me. Really? Winry looked surprised. What about Major Armstrong? It wasn't working out, Amelia shrugged. Because of things that happened recently, he's been overwhelmed with work and there wasn't really any room to fit me in. And as much as I appreciated his effort in getting me through the basics, he couldn't really do that and his job at the same time. I see. Well, in any case, Alphonse pointed, I had them put all of your things in my room so you could have easy access to them. And you can have my bed, too. Are you sure? I don't want to be any trouble. I know you guys don't have a lot of space. Amelia figured Edward would have spoken up about it to offer his room instead, but for the moment, he just seemed to be mulling over a few things in his head. It's all right. From the sound of his tone, Amelia could easily picture a polite smile on the armor as he spoke. I tried to set up everything, so it would all be comfortable for you. Thank you, Alphonse. That's really sweet of you. Amelia smiled at him, and he let out a pleased hum in response. She reached to adjust her small bag and headed over to the room he had pointed out to drop it off. Al, I need to tell you something, Edward said, and Amelia paused with her hand on the doorknob. I dug up the body we transmuted in Resemble. The silence was almost deafening as Winry and Alphonse stared at Edward as he told him this, and Alphonse's armor clanked as he pushed himself to stand up. What? He gasped. Why would you do that? He sounded so angry and so confused, and hurt at the notion that he would bring back the thing that had caused them so much pain and suffering. Because Al, I found out the thing we buried wasn't really our mother. Alphonse heard this and was quiet other than the sound of his armor moving to sit back down again. Amelia was there. She helped me dig it up. She looked over at the sound of her name, wearing a solemn expression as she knew that information couldn't be easy to hear. But, hold on a minute, Alphonse's hands went up to his helmet as he tried to process this. Then that means... The thing we made, I don't know what it was, but we made something completely different, Edward said. But if it wasn't, what happened to me? Alphonse could hardly get out his questions as he tried to wrap his mind around this. That's just it, Edward said. This has actually convinced me that we can return you to normal. Ed, are you sure? Winry asked, her and Alphonse leaning closer at this news. Up until now, they had mostly been running off of hypotheses on what to do with no real proof that it could be done, and no experiments to risk trying it just yet. But now, he came forward with the promise of something a bit more solid than what they had before. Yeah, but before I start explaining how... Edward's cheeks burned a little bit as he tried to get out this question. Well, Winry? Do you remember when Al and I got into a fight when we were kids about who'd marry you? You did what? Amelia's face lit up, knowing this clearly embarrassed Edward, who scowled at her when she made her comment. Huh, the fight we were talking about before? Alphonse asked, and Edward turned back to him. Yeah, that one. He turned to Winry. Al told me you turned him down. Winry nodded. Turned you both down. Whatever, so the question is for both of you then. What was your reasoning? Winry and Alphonse looked at each other as they tried to remember. She said, Ahem. They spoke at the same time. I just don't like men who are shorter than me. Edward let out a horrified gasp, and Amelia couldn't help guffawing and laughing. It was a dumb reason that any kid would have said, but the fact that Edward was freaking out about it now, years later, was what was so funny about it. You can't judge a man for something he can't help, Edward wailed, and Alphonse let out a sigh as if embarrassed for his brother, and Winry shared a similar expression, if also a little confused. Stop laughing, he shouted at Amelia. Oh, come on, that's funny, Amelia said between her cackling. I don't really see how this has anything to do with getting Al's body back, Winry said. Edward calmed himself down before he responded. I had to be sure. Al had a memory of something I don't recall, and you seem to clearly remember it the same way Winry, which means that it happened without a doubt. He looked over at his brother. So now that we know that you remembered something real, then we also know for a fact that really is Al bonded in there. He grinned. I pulled you out, Al. I actually did it. I know it was only your soul, but that's just it. If I was able to pull that much of you out, then I've got a hunch your body's still in there, and I can pull it out. You think my body's still in the portal? Alphonse asked. Existing separately from my soul, he gasped, like Bari's body. Right. Edward reached up and tapped his knuckles against his chest plate. Try to think back. Can you remember what happened with the truth unraveled you? Alphonse was quiet for a moment to recall the experience. I reached out. He looked down at his hands, and it was me. It was my hand I grabbed. Edward grinned. I knew it. It doesn't look like we're done with the truth yet, Al. He put his hand on Alphonse's chest plate. We're gonna get in there and pull your body out. Brother, after the portal, I remember looking at you from inside that thing, the thing we thought was Mom. Edward's eyes widened. You were inside of it. That thing was you. I think so, but my soul didn't bind. It must have rejected me right away. Alphonse straightened up a little, and that means we didn't harm anyone else's soul after all. Their epiphanies were interrupted by a knock on the door. Mr. Elric, the voice came through, you have a telephone call from Izumi Curtis. Why would teacher be calling us now? Alphonse asked. She's probably getting back to me, Edward said, heading for the door, and Alphonse followed behind him. Amelia was left alone in the room with Winry, and the two girls met each other's eyes without really speaking for a little while. Neither were really sure what to say to the other, given that they didn't know each other very well. Do you want any help getting your stuff in your room? She asked, and Amelia glanced back at the door. Oh, no, I can handle it, she said, turning around and heading back to the door. I'm sure it's no big deal. She opened it up and saw her room filled with, well, with a lot of things that definitely weren't hers. The room had the standard hotel furniture, nothing spectacular, but the bed was covered in dresses, blouses, and skirts, and even piles of undergarments, all neatly organized on top of the covers. Even more, there were lines and lines of bouquets on every single surface of her dresser, a desk, her wardrobe, all of them large, extravagant, and filled with red roses. What? Fuck. Yeah, they brought up a lot of stuff for you. Winry mentioned. I had no idea that the Armstrongs gave you such a huge wardrobe. I wasn't. She trailed off and stepped inside, looking at it all, dropping her bag at the side of the bed. Jesus, what the hell is all of this? These aren't mine, she said, looking over the dress pile on the bed that easily came up to her chest. They couldn't have that many old dresses of Catherine's, did they? Winry went to one of the bouquets on her dresser. They left you a note with the flowers, she said as she reached for it. Amelia came over to take it, looking over the writing. Amelia, we wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. Have some of Catherine's old clothes. You will have one for any occasion. Make sure to see a tailor as well. Yours sincerely, and with most heartfelt care. Strongen, Amu, Catherine, and Alex. Geez. Amelia looked back at the piles of clothes on the bed, taking up a few on their hangers and going over to the small closet the hotel room had. They could have at least put these up. She opened the closet to already see it stuffed to the brim with more dresses and blouses. She went over to the dresser to put in there, but she saw every drawer was stuffed full of clothes, plenty of dresses, skirts, pants, undergarments, and socks, more than she would ever wear. She sighed and dropped the dresses she had back on the bed, putting her head in her hands. They gave me everything. Winry went over to the dresses, picking up the one on top and smiling. That's so generous of them. I never would have thought the Armstrongs were like that. Yeah, that's all well and good, but where am I going to put it? Amelia asked. I'm going to be traveling a lot, and this is insane. I can't take all of these clothes with me everywhere I go. Well, could I have some? Winry asked. I can take them back home, and I know I'd probably never wear them, but it's never a bad thing to have some dresses. Yeah, sure, take 'em, Amelia said, sighing again. This is nuts. I didn't think they would give me so much stuff for staying with Ed and his teaching. They overdo everything. Yeah, I guess they are a little eccentric about it. Winry agreed, and Amelia let her put a few dresses over her arm, but saw one and she reached out. Oh, not that one, she said, reaching for a periwinkle dress that she was about to take, pulling it back. I really like this one. Winry smiled and didn't put up a fight for it, taking the dresses back and out to another room. You're staying with the boys. Yeah, Alphonse said I could have Ed's room for as long as I'm here, she said, dropping them off on the other bed. He figured Ed would take his bed, but since you're here now. Yeah, I guess he'll get stuck on the couch. She glanced at it, the little gathering space in their room. I hope it's comfy enough for him. Well, I'll probably only be in town for a couple more days, so he won't have it for too long, Winry said. I need to head back to work. Yeah, I heard you're an apprentice now, Amelia asked, and Winry nodded. Congrats, I'm sure that's full of hard work. Yeah, Mr. Garfield is really good at what he does, Winry said, and it helps that I'm able to go and see Mr. Dominic, too. I don't know who those people are, so I'm going to assume they're automail engineers you work with, Amelia said, and Winry smiled. Right. As Winry put away the clothes she had taken off of Amelia's hands, the other girl looked around and noticed the boys still weren't back yet. I hope their phone call won't be too long. I can't imagine what it would be about, Winry admitted. Their teacher is one of those people I can't really figure out. I think it's probably because Ed called her earlier, Amelia said. He wanted to ask her about her own experiences with human transmutation. Oh, he can call his teacher, but he can't call us and tell us he's okay? Winry huffed, and Amelia let out a small chuckle at her response. Did he even try to call us before? I think he figured Pinocchio would do it and just didn't want to hear you guys chewing him out. Amelia shrugged. I'm sure if he knew what had happened with Al, he would have come over right away, to hell with the rest. Right, Winry let out a small sigh. We better go and make sure they're not making their teacher mad or going off to go and see her or something. Knowing those two, it could be anything. I guess so, Amelia replied, following her out of the room and to the stairs. As they approached the top of them, they could hear the armor that was Alphonse's suit clanking. Oh, they're done, she said, and just as she spoke, the clanking stopped, and the two of them peeked around the corner to see Edward turning around to look down at Alphonse from his place ahead of him on the steps. Al, he called to him, looking at where his brother stood at the bottom of the stairs. "This entire time, I've been blaming myself for what happened," Alphonse said, and Winry moved back, knowing this conversation wasn't one she or Amelia should butt in on, but Amelia kept listening. "I thought it was me. I thought I was the one who killed Mom a second time." His voice shook like he was crying, and he brought his hands up to his helmet, covering his metal face. "And so did I, Al," Edward admitted. "Thanks, brother," Alphonse spoke in that shaking voice. "Thank you. I wasn't the one who killed Mom after all." Amelia frowned as she heard all of this, knowing how easy it must have been for the two boys to blame themselves for what happened. Now that they knew the truth about human transmutation, a massive weight must have been lifted from their shoulders. "But still, none of this changes the fact that I'm the one who put you in that body," Edward said, "and I don't care what it takes, I'm gonna make you normal again." "Brother," Alphonse interrupted him, looking up at Edward, "I was right there with you, and I knew that there were risks, so quit trying to shoulder all of this on your own. I can't watch you suffer like this, not on your own. I can't just stand back and watch other people get hurt over what I've done. Like what happened to Mr. Hughes." Amelia winced at the memory of that night, having avoided it since her breakdown at the Armstrong reunion, shrinking back as she tried to forget the images of blood, of a warm body growing cold as she tried to calm herself down. "I felt like it was my fault when I found out he was dead." Amelia could relate to that. She shouldered a lot of guilt from that time on her own. "And I told myself that if it meant other people getting hurt, then I don't even want my body back." Edward nodded, agreeing with that sentiment, even as his eyes watered at the fresh memory of their lost friend. "Brother, I've met other people that weren't exactly human, but they still managed to live their lives with a purpose. And even in this body, it hasn't stopped other people from treating me like I'm still human. This body could reject me anytime, but it's the same with being human. You never know when you might get sick or die in an accident. So, I can still get by like this. I can live a somewhat normal life, and that's how I've managed to keep going. But now, I can't take it anymore." Edward started walking down the steps to come back to his brother, who continued speaking, "Because, I can't take all the nights by myself." The light in the hallway shone down on his armor, making it seem like streaks of light were tears pouring from his eyes as he spoke. "It's too lonely. And that's why I have to get back to normal." Amelia took all of this in, having not thought about what it would be like to be alone all night. It would be one thing when you're asleep, and you expect to have a bed to yourself, but alone by yourself for an entire night for 2 or 3 years. She could sympathize with wanting to be sure you never have to do it again, with wanting to be able to go to sleep and make the nights go faster. Edward smiled at his brother. "Sure, and you're going to," he promised, knocking his fist against his brother's chest plate, and Alphonse looked up at him and his smile, seeming to perk up a little bit, the two of them making their way back up the stairs again. "We'll knock that truth jerk on his butt, and then we're gonna pull your body right out of that place," he declared as they reached the top of the stairs. "Yeah," Alphonse agreed, following behind his brother back to their room. Winry and Amelia made to follow after them, but Winry paused as she looked at Edward's back, wondering when his shoulders had gotten so broad. She caught up to them quickly enough, and they all headed back to the room, and Edward looked over at Amelia. "Oh, did you unpack already?" "Kind of," she grimaced. "The Armstrong family decided to give me a lot more than the bare necessities." Edward frowned. "How much more?" Amelia gestured that he follow her, and they went into the room where she would be staying, and his eyes widened at the sight of all the clothes, as well as the bouquets. They couldn't fold them away or something. "They did. This is all that wouldn't fit," Amelia said, and Edward's face grimaced at the news. "Geez, what are you supposed to do with all of this stuff?" "I don't know. I let Winry take some, but there's still all of this. I think I have to give some back, but knowing them, they'd be all." She put on a fake deep voice to imitate the Major. "But Amelia Seymour, we provided these with the knowledge that anything could happen. We want you to have all these things out of the generosity of the Armstrong family that has been passed down for generations." She coughed at the end since she couldn't keep up that voice for too long. "Nice impression," Edward chuckled. "You got him down pat." "I should hope so after living with him for so long." Amelia laughed. She looked over at the bouquets. "The plants are my biggest concern, though. Just think about how many flowers I'm going to have to dump once they all start to die and rot away." Those words caught Alphonse's attention, and he gasped. what if I've started to rot? Amelia and Edward looked back at him, and Winry did too. What? I doubt that my body's getting any nutrients or any sleep either, Alphonse said, so even if we get it back from over there. Okay, whoa, Amelia stepped in quickly, knowing that image wasn't one they wanted to see. Let's not lose ourselves here and start picturing the worst shit. Although, admittedly, it's a good point. They had no way of knowing if Alphonse's body was even livable, and as far as they knew, there wasn't any means for food or for resting in the truth. Is he right, Ed? Winry asked worriedly. Edward hummed, thinking for a second before he spoke. Now, this is just a hypothesis, but I was thinking about the transmutation and trying to retrace our process. He said, you remember how we mixed our blood to create a blueprint for Mom's soul? Yeah, Alphonse nodded. Well, right after that, we passed through the portal, where we were both deconstructed. Amelia grimaced at that image, wondering what it was like to be deconstructed alchemically. Her mind immediately produced the image of Kate she had seen in her dreams, of her body unraveling as if it were made of silk, seeing the red of her insides from where it was taken and pulled away, seeing the little flaps of her skin that floated like paper in the air. She shuddered and tried to push the memory away. It's a slim chance, but I think it's possible our spirits may have gotten tangled up in the process. What does that mean? Amelia asked. I'm trying to explain that our bodies might be connected somehow, even though I'm here and Al's body is over there. Edward continued, I'm somehow supplying the nutrients his body would need. See, that might actually explain why I'm so show. His expression fell into a sort of despair, show, and it only grew worse as he tried to force the word out of his mouth. Short. Winry's eyes went wide, and Alphonse leaned closer to his brother. Amelia was in a similar state of shock. After all those tirades about how he wasn't small, it was incredible to see him actually say that he was small and offer a scientific reason as to why that might be. He admitted it, Winry said in a state of awe. He's starting to face reality, Alphonse agreed as he looked at his brother. Okay, but that doesn't seem like the most plausible theory about your size being what it is, Amelia said, and Edward frowned and looked over at her. Well, do you have a better explanation? Edward snapped. Could be you just haven't hit puberty yet. Amelia shrugged, which only made Edward's face contort into a scowl. No, that's not it, Winry said, dismissing it right away. Thank you, Winry. Edward sighed in relief, thinking she was on his side. He doesn't grow because he refuses to drink his milk. Don't start with that again, Edward complained. Well, it's true, Winry said. Milk is supposed to be good for helping your bones grow, so when you don't drink it, you're going to stay at your normal height. Could you just drop it already? Edward was in no mood to hear this. Not until you start drinking it, Winry persisted. You have to. It's not gonna happen. Drink it, Ed. No. Fine, stay a runt. I'm not a runt. You need to start drinking it. I won't. I can make you. Just try. Okay, can you guys chill? Amelia's voice rose over the arguing pair. Can we just run with this theory for now? So what if it makes Edward feel better about his height? It's not like we have any proof against it. We also don't have any proof that it's not just the milk either, Winry said. Yes, that's true, but can we maybe just drop it so we can all go to bed? It's like 2 in the morning. She was admittedly tired, and once she mentioned it, she could see that Edward and Winry were realizing just how tired their bodies were, too. Oh, yeah, I guess it is a little late, Winry admitted, and she let out a small sigh, but at least we can all rest easy since Alphonse is okay. They all got up and started to head off to their respective rooms to sleep for the night. Amelia had some time moving her clothes off of the bed, sighing to herself as she moved it over and put it away in random corners. Alphonse came over to her door. I figured you might have trouble with all of that. Yeah, I don't know why he gave me such a massive wardrobe, Amelia sighed. I'm pretty sure I've never seen or worn 95% of these clothes. Alphonse let out a small laugh. I thought it was excessive, I said as much to the people who delivered it. He said as he stepped inside, ducking his head under the door and coming over to pick up some more of the clothes that had been placed on her bed. But they all insisted you needed these clothes, and all the cosmetics they left, too. Cosmetics? Amelia hadn't even seen those, looking around the room. They should be over there. Alphonse pointed to a chair filled with clothes. Underneath it was a small case, and when Amelia went to pull it out from underneath, she saw that it was filled with all kinds of makeup, some perfumes, hair products, even accessories like ribbons and bobby pins. It was stuffed to the brim with them, and the bag was easily the size of her old backpack she had been using when traveling. "Geez," she sighed, closing it and pushing it back where it had been. "I don't understand any of this. None of these are mine, and I definitely don't need this many clothes." Alphonse just shrugged. Who was it that came by? What did he look like? "Well, there were a couple of men in suits. I think they were butlers," Alphonse said, "and there were these 3 women. 2 of them looked just like the Major. It was kind of disturbing." "Really?" Amelia was a little surprised to hear that all 3 of the Armstrong sisters came to deliver her things. Those were his identical sisters Amu and Strongen, and they must have brought Catherine with them, too. "Is Catherine the small one?" Alphonse asked, and Amelia nodded. She was really sweet. He brought a hand up to the back of his helmet, and Amelia could easily picture a bashful expression from his movements. "She kept complimenting me on filling out my armor so well for 14. Amelia laughed. "Yeah, I think she mentioned liking big, muscled guys like her brother," she said as she put away the other clothes, sighing as she looked at the remains. She didn't really have much space with this massive wardrobe, and it didn't help that all the surfaces were covered in bouquets of roses. "You know, we should probably get these out of here. Otherwise, they're just going to wilt and take up space," she said, reaching for one. She watched as a card fell out of it as she picked it up, and she put the vase down to grab it. "Amelia, we are still practicing your songs when you're not here. I hope one day you can come and hear us play, and I hope we meet your expectations. With hope and heartfelt care. Catherine L. Armstrong." Amelia looked down at the card, thinking it was nice of her to write this down for her in what must have been her own handwriting. She looked at the next bouquet and pulled out another card. She had only gotten past her name when Alphonse spoke up. "Do you want to move them out into the living room?" "What?" She looked over at him. "Oh, yeah, I guess." She looked over the bouquets, wondering how many others had notes for her. We can do it tomorrow morning. I'm too tired to do it all now." "All right then," Alphonse said. "I'll see you in the morning. Sleep well." "Yeah, see you." Amelia watched as he shut the door behind him, looking down at the second note she had pulled from the bouquet. "Amelia, I hope these flowers and their lovely scent bring you some peace. I still feel terrible over what happened at the reunion, but your strength in moving forward is inspiring to me. With tender love and care. Strongen Bellatina Armstrong." Amelia smiled, knowing that her breakdown at the reunion wasn't Strongen's fault, but it was kind of her to worry. She reached for the next bouquet, rummaging through the flowers until she found the note and read it next. "Amelia, these roses are hardly a comparable gift to your company, but I hope they bring you happiness as you did to me when we would discuss in my favorite books. With joy and sincere care. Amu Isabella Armstrong." Amelia held onto it and reached into the next one, picking it up and reading another sweet message from one of the sisters. Each one was a message of hope for her success, or reciting a short, happy memory. She saw she even had a bouquet from the heads of the household Josephine and Philip, who both wished her the best in her efforts. She picked up each note until she came to one bouquet of roses and saw it was much longer than the others, the writing so small but legible. "Amelia, I am writing this a day after I arrived in Central from the train station. I want you to know that you have our complete faith, and I also think of you as a member of my family. In just the short few months you have joined us, it feels strangely empty when I cannot find you in your room at the estate. You are an excellent alchemist, and under Edward Elric's tutelage, I am sure that you will become a fantastic alchemist worthy of the highest honors. You have an incredible determination, intellect, and kindly heart, though I do not know why it was so difficult for you to be open with us sooner. See the back. I hope that we will be able to speak as equals one day, and you will be able to join the Armstrongs for another reunion or perhaps a family dinner where we will make sure your seat stays reserved. You will always have a place among us, and if for any reason you find it difficult to become a state-certified alchemist, our family will fight tooth and nail to make sure you do not spend long in prison. You have walls around your heart, you do not need more around you. You are always welcome in our home, and we care deeply for you. I am certain you will be a success, and will not require any assistance in achieving your goals, but we are always here for you. You may always rely on us. With sincerity and melancholy, heartfelt hope and love. Alex Louis Armstrong. Amelia had to sit down after reading it, her eyes growing blurry as she read it. She didn't realize she had left such a mark on the Armstrong family that they cared so much, but to see her own teacher's words saying what he thought of her and how much he cared about her, she felt a little overwhelmed. She reached up to wipe at her eyes before her tears fell, but she held all the notes in her hands. She didn't think she would miss the Armstrong family so much, but now she wanted nothing more than to return to their estate and join them in their home again. She could always rely on them, and they wanted her to succeed at whatever she did. Was this what it was like to have a normal family? She didn't think she would matter so much to them after just a few months, but it felt like a small lifetime that she was with them. She kept the little cards close as she lay back on the bed, looking up at the ceiling fan as it moved above her, the light shining down. They had been so good to her, and so had all of their staff that stayed with them, even after all that she had been through with them. She closed her eyes, trying to stop more tears from welling up as she took a deep breath to calm down as she could feel her body wanting to cry from this genuine love she was feeling from them. Every note was handwritten, with unique thoughts and messages of encouragement for her. She wasn't sure she had felt so whole in a long time. Before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep on the bed, holding all the cards to her chest. She woke up a few hours later, growing uncomfortable from where she had been sleeping, and went about slinking under the blankets and the clothes on top of it. She stayed there until the following morning, getting up and looking around her room. She let out a small sigh as she looked at the remaining mess of clothes, but the bouquets would be the big one to worry about. At least if she moved them, she would have more surface space for all these outfits. She got out of bed, stretching and slowly letting her body wake up before heading out of the room. Disheveled and still a bit tired, she came to an empty apartment suite. She looked around, seeing the other doors were closed, and Alphonse was nowhere in sight. She went to one door, hoping it was the bathroom, and instead found another bedroom. "Oh, this must be Ed's," she said and closed the door, and then opened it again, peeking her head inside. No one was here, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad if she did a little snooping. She stepped inside, seeing that the room had the same basic furniture that hers had, though admittedly not covered in piles of clothes. She could see a suitcase off to the side that was filled with Winry's clothes, and she decided to leave that alone for the time being. She looked around at some of the books, most of them about bioalchemy and bioalchemical theory. There were a few other books on alchemical theory that she flipped through, but nothing really caught her attention. She put it down and noticed a small, black notebook on the desk. She had seen it before. Whenever Ed was on the train and bored, he would always write in it. She reached for it, opening it up and reading through a couple of pages. She quirked an eyebrow as it seemed to be some kind of journal, but nothing was dated. All of it seemed to speak about the places that Edward had visited. She didn't think he would be the type to keep a journal like this. She flipped through a few pages, seeing various names of places, Resemble, Central, Zoltov, New Optin, etc., a lot of places she had never heard of. She noticed he had written down the names of various stores as well, and in fact, it all seemed to be listing his time in specific places for traveling, talking about a few alchemical reasons for being there, but not much else. There were a few mentions of monuments and sightseeing, but... Wait, she noticed something odd. On one page, he mentioned seeing the monument to Zolotov in the city of New Optin, and on another page, he talked about seeing it in Yaji. That couldn't be right, could it? She started to wonder if this was actually a travelogue, and not something else. "Hey," she jumped when Edward snapped at her, snatching the book out of her hands. "What are you doing in here?" He glared at her. "I was looking for the bathroom," she said, watching as Edward stuffed the booklet into the pocket of his leather pants. "You're not going to find it in there, it's the door next to this one," he said, pointing her out of the room, and Amelia left to go and use the facilities like she had originally planned to do before she did a little snooping. When she came out, she found Edward sitting on the couch with his arms crossed, Alphonse just across from him, and a box sitting on the table. "What's that?" "It's breakfast," Alphonse said cheerily, reaching for the box and opening it to reveal a plate full of pancakes. "We got it from the kitchen for you." "Oh, thanks," she said, coming over and taking it out, along with a little butter and some syrup, starting to dig in. The entire time Ed was glowering at her from his seat. "What were you doing in my room?" he asked, and Amelia frowned as she chewed her bite of pancake. "I told you, I was looking for the bathroom." "You were reading my book, what were you trying to do?" "What's the big deal?" Amelia asked. "It was just your travel journal." Edward seemed to relax at that a little bit. "You shouldn't go through other people's things without permission," he said. "Other people shouldn't leave their stuff out where anyone can look." Amelia shot back, grinning a little smugly when she saw that angered Edward a little. "And you should avoid other people's rooms that aren't yours," he snapped at her. "These are great pancakes," Amelia said, changing the subject, which only enraged Edward further. "I'm not letting you just get away from this, you know. I'm going to have to punish you as your teacher," he said, and Amelia scoffed. "What are you gonna do, take away my bathroom privileges?" she snarkily replied. "No, I'm gonna drill you like hell." Amelia scowled and stuffed another bite of pancake into her mouth. "Besides, you need all the drilling you can get." "I don't suppose you would change your mind if I said sorry," she said as she swallowed her bite. "Apologizing is one thing, but you have to mean it," Edward said. All right, look." Amelia put down her silverware, turning to face Edward completely from where she sat down. "I doubt this is going to make a difference, and I will admit that what I did was wrong. I didn't realize you would take this much offense to it. I'm sorry, and it will never happen again." The entire time she said it, she had a serious expression on her face, showing she was actually trying, and she did seem to mean it. Edward sighed and relented. "Okay, thank you," he said, "but I'm still going to drill you to hell and back." "God, you're such a dick." Amelia went back to her pancakes, flinging a forkful at him. "Hey," he went to grab at the glob of the pancake to throw it back at her, but Alphonse's hand slipped out and stopped it from hitting Amelia. "Brother, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to get into a food fight with your alchemy student," he said, and he turned to Amelia. "I thought you were going to get better about picking on my brother." "It's not picking on him if he's just being a dick of a teacher," Amelia said, quickly stuffing her mouth and finishing off her plate before getting up. "I'm going to shower and get dressed." She left the two brothers alone in the living room, with Edward scowling and his arms crossed as he glared at the door of what was once his brother's room. "I'm really surprised at you," Alphonse spoke up. "I didn't think you would take Amelia on as a student, at least not so quickly." "Yeah, well," Edward reached forward to get the plate of pancakes and stuffed the remains back in the box they came in, picking it up to throw it away. "I felt kind of bad for her. She didn't really have anyone but the Major, and I guess I do still kind of owe her from before." "What do you mean?" Alphonse couldn't think of a time where Amelia had done something for them. "Back with Scar," Edward specified as he tossed the box away. "If she hadn't rushed in when she did, maybe I wouldn't be here right now." He shrugged as he came back over to the couch. "So I figure if a few alchemy lessons are all she needs, I don't mind doing them to pay her back." "Really?" Alphonse was surprised that he would think of that one moment, despite the fact that he and Amelia always seemed to butt heads. "I would have thought she annoyed you too much, even with that in mind." "She does," Edward grunted. "She's bratty and spoiled, she doesn't know anything about taking care of herself." He looked over at his brother. "But she also got you that book, the one you kept rereading for so long." He shifted a bit, and then there was what happened in Resemble. "She was tired and sore, but she still helped me with what we transmuted. I guess that was you for a little while." Alphonse nodded. "There's parts of her that aren't so bad, and I guess maybe she'd be a decent student on top of all that." "Oh, really?" Alphonse's voice took on a teasing tone, and Edward's cheeks turned red. "I never knew you had those kinds of thoughts about being a student, brother." "It's not like that," he snapped. "Are you sure? Because it sounds like it." Alphonse teased him again. "You shut up, it's not like that at all." He grabbed a pillow and started knocking Al's helmet with it, all the while hearing his brother laugh and get up, defending himself from his brother's blows. Amelia finished washing up and getting ready, dressing in a pair of pants and a simple cotton shirt before she started the rest of the day. She and Alphonse worked on clearing the bouquets from her room, especially now that she had all the notes from them safely tucked away where only she knew about them, and gave them out to different people in the hotel, so they wouldn't go entirely to waste. They ended up keeping one at Edward's insistence, since they could use it for some bioalchemy drills as part of Amelia's training punishment for reading Edward's diary. which was what Amelia was calling it from now on just to irritate him. He had her start with taking a flour and telling her to transmute it into wheat and take what water was in the vase to turn it into bread. It mostly just turned into lumpy messes of dough and flour, and it continued that way until she got some slightly brown flour mush on her last flour transmutation. She ended up exhausted and tired, and since they were out, there was no reason to continue that part of training anymore. "You're really terrible with bioalchemy," Ed noted. "You need to be able to work better with living proteins if you ever have to use it on a person." "This is kind of the first time I've ever tried it," Amelia said, collapsing on the nearest couch and letting out a long groan. "The Major didn't teach you anything about bioalchemy?" Edward was a little surprised to hear that since it was a basic facet of alchemical sciences, that shouldn't have been too difficult to teach. "After I saw a chimera for the first time, I swore it off," Amelia explained. "By the time I changed my mind, he was too busy to teach me." "Well, we'll add that in for sure then," Edward said, and he went to get his coat on, Amelia watching as he donned the red coat she was familiar with but hadn't seen in their last few days. "God, that's such an ugly coat," she muttered, and Edward scowled at her. "It's kick-ass," he defended his fashion choices. "Anyway, get up. We're going to the hospital." "What? Why ye?" Amelia whined, clearly not wanting to move from her place on the soft couch cushions. "Well, the Colonel is still in the hospital," Alphonse explained. "We figured we should go pay our respects and see if he's found out anything new from that experience with the homunculus. Knowing him, he's probably got something." Edward sighed, clearly not happy talking about the man, going over to Amelia. "All right, get up, let's go." Amelia groaned and reluctantly got up, following the two brothers out. "Hey, where's Winry?" Amelia noted that she hadn't seen the other girl all day. "She went to go visit the Hughes family while she's here," Edward explained. "She and Alicia have gotten really close, so she wants to spend as much time with her as possible before she has to go back to Rush Valley." Oh, she was quiet after that. The Hughes family? She hadn't thought about them much since the funeral. He had a wife named Grace? No, Gracia, and her little girl, she was so small. Hopefully, she had moved on a little bit since that day. As much as a kid could, anyway. She could feel the weight of her own guilt about that day starting to weigh down on her again, and she let out a slow sigh. There was nothing she could do to change the situation now. It had happened, and it had finished, and there's nothing more to do than to try and move on from it. It helped ease that feeling a little, but not by too much. She traveled with the boys to the hospital, talking to Alphonse a little bit as they walked. He decided to make small talk with her, asking about her trips, her alchemical training with the Major, and with Edward. She would have thought that he would disagree about the drills Edward had treated her to, but apparently their teacher did the same thing to them once they got the basics down, so he was just following her example. She chatted with him a little bit, asking him about the book she had bought for him all that time ago and what it was about, gladly hearing him talk about it and the story it had, what he liked, what he didn't like, what he thought could make it better, and so on. It made the trip to the hospital seem faster, and before she knew it, they were heading into the front entrance. As they came up to the door, they could hear someone call out, "Hold the door, please." And they stopped, turning around to see a shorter, but still taller than Edward man with large framed glasses, who looked rather young in a military uniform, rushing towards the door. "Sergeant Fury." Edward held the door open for him, and he walked in with them. "I heard you guys were back in town." He smiled at Edward and Alphonse like an old friend might. He turned to Amelia, keeping a polite smile on his face, holding out his right hand to her, since his left hand was carrying a rolled-up sheet of paper. "I don't think we've met yet. I'm Master Sergeant Kine Fury." Amelia reached out and shook his hand. "Amelia Seymour, I'm the new student of Edward Elric," she said, nodding to him. "Really?" He looked over at Edward. "You refused the apprenticeship offered by the state the first time." "I changed my mind," Edward said with a shrug. "Besides, the Major's workload was getting a little intense." "I heard about that too," he said, and they all made their way down the hall. "Are you here to visit the Colonel?" "Mr. Havoc is recovering too," Alphonse answered. "We figured we should pay our respects. I definitely owe it to the Colonel. He saved me right at the last second." Edward looked over at the sergeant. "Are you also dropping by for a visit?" The sergeant smiled and held up the rolled-up paper. and bringing a little present. They turned a corner, following the sergeant as he seemed to be walking a path he knew well already, and soon enough they were opening a door to a room where the dark-haired colonel sat in his bed with his blonde companion in another, his bed guarded by a blonde woman. Amelia smiled as she instantly recognized Havoc. "Hey, man," she said, coming over to his bed, watching the older man's face broke into a grin at the sight of her. "Hey, if it isn't my prison buddy with the weird-ass stories." He held out a hand, and she gave it a high five. Edward gave him an odd look at the description he had for Amelia. "I was wondering when I'd see you again. I heard you went through some shit on this secret mission." Amelia said, noticing how he was tucked neatly into the hospital bed. "How are you doing?" "The hospital has some pretty nurses here, so I can't complain," he said with a grin, and Amelia sighed. "Gross," she chuckled a little bit. She looked over at the bed next to him, seeing the dark-haired colonel she had met once before. "And I hope you're doing well, too, Colonel." "About as well as can be expected," he replied before looking over at Sergeant Fury. "What's that you have, Sergeant?" "It was requested by Lieutenant Hawkeye, sir," he said, giving him a salute, and Roy waved off his stance of attention to relax as he spread the paper out in front of him. Amelia coming around to get a look at it with everyone else as it revealed it was a map of an area outside of Central marked off with a circle, with the 3rd laboratory building at the center. "Lieutenant," Roy questioned her, wanting an explanation. "I counted the number of steps it took to get to the basement of the 3rd laboratory," Hawkeye explained, "and I was able to calculate the approximate location of that doorway." Amelia had to think for a moment before she remembered it was likely the doorway Alphonse mentioned that they came across, where they had their run-in with the homunculus called Lust. "It's not exact as the hallway curved, but I was able to deduce a radius with the lab at the center," she said, pointing it out on the map. "This would have been roughly where we found the doorway." She dragged her finger down the line to another area in the corner, where the radius of the circle cut off the corner of a building that got everyone's attention. "That's Central Command, but this is even more alarming," Edward said as he looked at it. "Why?" Amelia asked. "What is it?" She could clearly see the words that pointed out what building it was, but apparently one specific room was cut off into the circle. "It's the presidential estate," Alphonse answered her, "right above where we found the homunculi." Amelia's eyes widened a little bit as she looked at that one corner there. "Which means there's a very real possibility the Fura is connected to them," Roy said, crossing his arms as he looked at the map, thinking deeply about what was just revealed by this piece of information. "But that doesn't make sense. Why did he kill Greed and his group if he's connected to them?" Alphonse asked. "It's strange he killed them anyway," Edward said. "Why would he slaughter them before interrogating them?" "This is just like I said when we were coming back from the desert," Amelia said, a little glad that her thoughts had some value after all. "I knew it was weird that he would just slaughter them like that, but even weirder that the leader of your country went out of his way to do all of that to begin with. You don't send in your king to take out your enemy's pawns." Edward nodded in agreement, seeing evidence for what he had originally just called a conspiracy theory. What would he want with them? They don't seem to have any open motives. This is all really weird. "It's strange, all right," Mustang agreed. "Damn inscrutable." He looked up from the map. "One thing's for sure. The enemy's infiltrated high up the command, so extreme caution is necessary at all times. And Full Metal," he turned to Edward, "watch yourself." Edward nodded, a little surprised that the colonel was telling him to look out for himself when he normally thought he wouldn't care. "I guess this is one of those conversations that doesn't leave the room," Amelia commented. "And if it does, I'm sure the prisoner in federal custody will be responsible," the colonel commented back, and Amelia frowned at him. "I'm not some gossip-happy blabbermouth. I know better than to go talking about any of this," Amelia said, a little offended that he would bring it up. "But what's our next step here?" Edward asked. "We need to do something. I'm not just going to sit around and wait for these guys to show up again." "If we're going to plan our next steps, they're going to be careful ones," Mustang replied. "I don't want it seeming like we're suspicious of all of this. The homunculi should have killed us by now, but they haven't. There's a reason for that, and I say we take advantage of it by laying as low as possible for the time being." Edward scowled at that idea. "If we keep a low profile for a long enough period, then I'm sure we can take that time to figure out exactly what we need to do." Or we could just find them in the laboratory, kick their asses, and get some answers. Edward fired back. Full Metal, we had a full team go in there and we barely got out alive. Mustang's voice was stern. We stay low, and that's an order. Edward's scowl deepened. Fine, he conceded, and he turned around to walk out. Alphonse took a moment to say a quick thank you to everyone with a brief bow before following his brother out, waiting for Amelia to join them. She walked with the two brothers down the hospital hallway and back outside. So, I guess that's it? Amelia asked, glancing back at the building behind them as they made their way down the street. She turned to Edward, or do you have something in mind? I'm not just going to sit on my ass and wait for the enemy to make their next move. Edward replied gruffly, we're going to a little investigating. Without raising any red flags, how exactly do you plan to do that? Amelia asked. Amelia and Edward walked around inside the third laboratory, with one of their scientists telling them all about the various projects they were working on in different rooms. Their investigation would start with a direct interrogation on one of the homunculi. So far, Edward and Alphonse were only aware of a few of them, but there was more. They knew 3 by name, and only one of them was alive as far as they were aware. Lust was most definitely dead, Greed had disappeared and was assumed dead, but the only one that hadn't seen any combat was Envy. Edward had described him from his time in the 5th laboratory as someone who looked like he was about their age. He assumed it was a he, anyway. He said it was hard to tell, with long hair and the Ouroboros mark on their thigh. The only other homunculus they knew of was a fat one with the tattoo on his tongue who they could only guess was named Gluttony. He had tried to eat Lieutenant Hawkeye in their sting operation. They figured a good way to find him, or the other one would be to follow their footsteps from their last homunculi encounter. The basement of the 3rd lab had to have some kind of entrance down into where they were hiding, so they would start looking there. The people in the building seemed to be indifferent to them for the most part, which was surprising considering how they had acted when Edward had shown them his silver pocket watch and asked for a tour. The receptionist at the front desk had gotten so flustered, and she stood up to lead him into the office of some management leader, who immediately welcomed him with a hearty handshake and a small speech about what an honor it is to have you here today. We'd be more than happy to show you around. It'll be good to get the opinion of a certified alchemist on our work here today. He was now walking around with Edward and Amelia in tow, and Amelia listened as he listed off the various projects they were doing currently. A lot of it involved combat and weaponry, about how to make alchemy more efficient for soldiers in the field, as well as creating unique new weapons, though to Amelia, it just sounded like they were making tear gas and some other stuff for riot control maybe. A lot of it mostly was uninteresting to her, since she and Edward were there to find that entryway that Alphonse had described. Nothing really stood out, until she felt a nudge from Edward as they walked down the hall, and she looked over at him to see him call out to their tour guide to ask about a room to their right. They started going into detail about it, but they never entered. Amelia looked around the area, thinking Ed must have wanted to point out something to her. And then she saw it on the wall, the telltale signs of a transmutation. She had seen them on plenty of her own work, lines of blocks of material that had been stacked and replaced over the original material, and the better the transmutation, the less you could see them. This was a hasty work, to be sure. It was done at the last minute and sealed up the wall, but the lines were only really visible towards the bottom. To the untrained eye, it would just look like the wallpaper was cracking in strangely straight lines. She looked back at Ed, and he nodded at her, glad that she saw it too. Whoever had made that entryway had used alchemy to seal it off, and probably the rest of their way down from that facility. They were covering their tracks, and it wasn't going to be easy to find that place again. It was well over an hour before their tour finally ended, and Edward was able to create a map based on what they had seen. The 3rd lab had just the 2 floors, but there was no sign of a door leading to a basement or even any mention of any work happening underground. Amelia had even brought it up, asking if they used a basement for storage, but their tour guide just dismissed it and said they had their own places throughout the building. If there was a basement, they weren't going to show them, or they just weren't aware of it. Night had already fallen by the time they had finished, and they walked outside to meet with Alphonse. He had been waiting since it was decided that he would stand out too much, especially considering he was only there a couple of nights ago. He turned as he saw the pair coming out. "How'd it go?" he asked. "Easy," Edward replied. "I told them I was a state alchemist, and they let me in with no questions asked." As he spoke, he pulled his hand-drawn map of the building out of his pocket. "Did you find the basement?" Alphonse asked. "We didn't, and they said they didn't have one," Amelia answered. Alphonse's helmet jerked slightly from his surprise. "But we did find a trace of some hasty alchemy." Edward continued. "It was stupid of us to think they wouldn't seal up the entrance." "I guess so," Alphonse said, disappointed. "Where else are we going to find a homunculus if we can't get down there?" The three of them started walking down the street together, discussing their plans. "I'm not sure," Edward admitted, putting his hands into his coat pockets as they walked. "These guys like to hide," Amelia said, thinking out loud. "They're not going to make it easy for us to just stumble on their hiding places." She crossed her arms as she tried to think. It's hard to figure out your opponent when you know next to nothing about them or what they want. Edward hummed in agreement, and the trio was silent for a moment before Edward spoke. "Al, remember how they told me I was their sacrifice, and they needed me alive?" "They told me the same thing," Al recalled. "Les told me that when she found out, I opened the portal." "Well, there's one piece of the puzzle. They're looking for alchemists that managed to open the portal and make it back out alive," Edward said, and Amelia sighed. "That doesn't really tell us much, though," she said. "We don't even know what they're sacrificing you to." Edward nodded in agreement. "The real question is why they want to sacrifice us." He grinned and pulled up his flesh hand, tightening it into a fist in his glove. "So, we'll have to beat an answer out of them." "That's not really the most accurate interrogation technique." Amelia sighed, but didn't say anything else about it, even though Edward looked ready to argue with her about it. Someone came running around the corner towards them, someone they all recognized. "Edward, wait." "What the is that, Sergeant Brosh?" Edward asked, seeing the man rushing towards them with a paper bunched up in his hand. He stopped in front of them, bending over with his hands on his knees to catch his breath. "I'm glad I found you," he said between panting breaths. "What's your hurry, Sergeant? What's wrong?" Amelia asked, and he held out his paper to Edward, who took it. "You should go back to your hotel right now," he said urgently as he stood up straight, with Edward reading over the paper. "I can escort you if you want me to." "What?" Amelia was so confused, and she looked back at Edward's paper, reading it over his shoulder. "Attention, all military personnel. It has been verified that Scar has returned to Central. 3 casualties have been reported, all confirmed as state alchemists. According to eyewitness reports, he is described as an ISHVALAN with an X-shaped scar on his forehead. Other identifiable markings include a tattoo on his right arm." "Scar's back in town?" Amelia grew a little worried. She remembered her very brief encounter with the man from when she was just starting out as an alchemy student and then intervening in the middle of his fight with Edward and Alphonse. She had never been more terrified for her life than when she had charged him in her attempt to stop him. Thankfully, she didn't have to do it for too long, but she wasn't eager to see him again. She put her hand on Edward's shoulder. "We should hurry back to the hotel." He didn't seem to move from her gesture. "Ed." "What? Yeah." He put the memo in his pocket and looked up at the sergeant. "We'll head back to the hotel without an escort, Sergeant." Brosh saluted him, and Edward walked off, Alphonse and Amelia following behind him as they headed straight back to where they were staying, not wanting to run any risk with Scar in town again. They didn't say anything as they headed back. Not really a good idea to talk about your plan to find a group of dangerous non-humans while also running for cover at the same time. When they got back to the hotel safely, they relaxed a little bit, though Edward still remained silent. "Are you all right, Ed?" Amelia asked. "You've been really quiet." "Do you remember what those Ishvalans said?" Edward asked her, and Amelia had to pause before she recalled what he was talking about. "In the desert." "Yeah, they said the guy who did it had tattoos on his right arm." Edward said. Amelia frowned. So, tattoos are pretty common, Ed," Amelia said as they walked up the stairs with the 2 brothers. When they reached the top, Amelia noticed the boys were both looking at her oddly. "What?" "They're not common at all," Edward said. "How many Amestrians have you met with tattoos?" "Well, there's..." Amelia paused, unable to think of anyone she had met that could have had a tattoo on their body. "I'm sure someone has a tattoo. I mean, this is the military." Where I come from, it's pretty common to find plenty of tattoos on Army and Navy guys. It was body art, it was a form of self-expression, and some people would turn their nose up at it back home, but she knew plenty of rebels who got tattoos just to make their parents mad, or for various other reasons. That's not how it is here, Edward said. You can't really be military with a tattoo here, and the only people that have them are usually bad news. Amelia was a little surprised by that news. Really? She walked with them back to the hotel room. They noticed pretty quickly how quiet it was there. Winry was missing from the room. Where's Winry? She's asleep, Alphonse said. She's getting as much as she can before she heads back to Rush Valley tomorrow. Oh, Amelia went over to the couch and sat down, Edward pacing near the couches. Ed, we don't know that it was him. Madame Shan said she didn't recognize him, and her description of him was pretty vague at best. She also said his face was covered in bandages. Edward said as he paced, why else would that be unless he had that scar already there? I really think you're reaching here, Amelia disapproved. What are you talking about? Alphonse asked, coming over to sit on the couch across from Amelia. Who's Madame Shan? She's an Ishvalan I met out in the desert when we did our rendezvous with Lieutenant Ross. Edward explained. She stopped a group of Ishvalans from attacking and kidnapping Amelia and me. She did it because she knew the Rockbells in the war. He stopped pacing, leaning against the arm of the couch and crossing his arms. She said she saw the man that killed them. She said he had a right arm covered in tattoos and a face wrapped in bandages. And from the description we have on Scar. Alphonse was quiet for a rather horrified second before he spoke again. So, you're saying that Scar killed Winry's parents? He asked. I don't know for certain, but that's the way it looks, Edward said. Or not, I know they meant a lot to you, but you don't know that this is him, Amelia insisted. How do you know it wasn't? Edward shot back. We don't know anything about him, except that he was an Ishvalan, and he was old enough to be alive during the Civil War. If anything, that just points him out to me even more. Okay, but none of this is confirmed, Amelia said, not wanting to admit that he made good points. You can't just point him out as the murderer of Winry's parents just because he also happens to murder state alchemists. I'm just saying that it's out of his pattern. What would you know about the patterns of serial killers? Edward scoffed, and Amelia opened her mouth to reply, then stopped. She would probably just be mocked if she told him she had watched a lot of crime drama shows back home that talked about profiling and analyzing criminals. It looks that way, and it might be him. There's a good chance. Poor Winry, Alphonse said, and then he straightened and looked over at his brother with an urgent worry. Brother, you weren't planning on telling her, were you? Of course not, Al. Edward said quickly, his expression becoming a bit more pained. I couldn't stand to be the one to make her cry again. Neither could I, Alphonse agreed. It probably wouldn't be best to tell her, not without some kind of proof, Amelia said, trying to be somewhat realistic about it. Winry would need closure for her parents' death at some point, but not when they only have theories and not really any actual facts about what happened, other than a hearsay story. Edward stood up from where he was leaning. It's the last thing I want to do, but we have to confront Scar. What? Amelia looked at Edward with wide eyes. Why? To find out if he did it, Alphonse asked. Well, that's one reason. Edward turned around to face the pair of them. But there is another. We're gonna lure out the homunculi. We're going to what? I'm sorry. Amelia couldn't believe what she was hearing out of him. Well, they need us alive for their sacrifice, don't they? Edward asked, gesturing to him and Alphonse, so I doubt they'll be willing to stand by while Scar kills us. You think so? Sounds like a pretty big gamble to me, Alphonse said. And a massively reckless one, Amelia agreed. That's super dangerous, Ed. Well, it's much better than doing nothing, Edward replied. You sure? Because, if you'll recall, the last time you fought Scar he, quite literally, tore you apart, Amelia said, and Edward's determination seemed to falter at the memory. Why yeah, but Al and I have grown stronger in these past few months, he said. A few months doesn't mean you're tougher than he is. I'm sure this guy has been working just as hard as you have in all that time, Amelia said, and let's say this ridiculously dangerous plan of yours even works. How are you going to capture a homunculus if they show up? It's not like you can just, she clapped her hands, transmute a cage and catch them. These guys are super strong with crazy powers. not to mention the fact that they basically can't die. Can't die, was that hyperbole? Or are they actually immortal? Amelia let out a scream when she heard two voices coming from out of nowhere, seeing two Asian-looking people sitting on the edge of the windowsill of Edward's hotel room. One was a rather lanky-looking boy dressed in a yellow jacket, and the other one had a colorful mask on their face, covered in black clothes. Amelia recognized them from when she and Edward had first come back to Central as teacher and student. They had been eating on his floor before he kicked them out. What the fuck? Why don't we lock the windows? Alphonse asked with a defeated sigh. The two just walked in, and Edward put his hand on Amelia's back. It's fine, we know these guys, he reassured her. Amelia wasn't really sure what to make of them as the pair came completely inside. Amelia, this is Ling and Lan Fan. Ling is some kind of Xinji's prince, and Lan Fan is his bodyguard. That's hardly an introduction, Ling said with his arms crossed. Edward shrugged it off, and Ling came over to Amelia with a friendly smile. My name is Ling Yao. I'm the 12th son of the Emperor of Xing. He placed his hand on his fist and bowed to her. Oh, cool, Amelia said, mirroring his action. I'm Amelia Seymour. She looked over at the other one, Lan Fan, and she was only met with a silent nod as a greeting. She supposed that was good enough. He still smiled at her, and Amelia got a better look at him, seeing his long black hair pulled back into a ponytail, with some shorter hair coming down over his face that couldn't quite make it back, maybe just some poorly cut bangs or the like. He had slanted eyes, and a generally friendly appearance, and Amelia found herself pretty comfortable with him as she moved over to the couch to sit next to Alphonse, while Ling and Lan Fan sat across on the other couch. So tell me about these people who can't die, Ling started. Why are you so interested in them? Amelia asked, curious. I came to this country seeking immortality, Ling explained, and having an immortal with me when I return can guarantee my place on the throne if I offer it to the emperor. Oh, being the 12th son, she could imagine that there was some competition for succession. It made sense to her. She couldn't imagine how many brothers and sisters he had, though, or what women gave birth to them all. Some of them must have been sets of twins or triplets, maybe. We're planning something kind of reckless, Edward said. We know these homunculi are planning something, and that they need Alphonse and me to do it. We're going to go into town and try to find Scar, see if we can get him to attack us. His entire reason for being here is to kill state alchemists like me, and if I die, I know they lose something important. My plan is to draw them out by putting my life at risk, and hopefully try to capture one so we can interrogate it. I see, Ling said, seriously considering his plan, and it would probably help if you had a few extra pairs of hands to assist with that. Right, Edward nodded. So about these homunculi, what prevents them from dying? Ling asked. They have these fast regenerative abilities from having philosopher's stones as the core of their bodies, Alphonse said. The one I met was named Greed. I watched his head get cut off, and in a matter of seconds it had grown back completely. It's almost an instantaneous regeneration, but the bigger the wound, the longer it takes to heal it. Ling nodded, carefully considering everything about this. We just want to figure out what their plans are, and what they intend to do with us, and maybe with the rest of the military. They've somehow infiltrated it to a very high level to where we're not sure who we can trust among the senior staff. We're worried that they're going to work their way up to the Fura, and maybe try to take over the country, or something much worse. The frustrating part is these guys have some kind of chokehold on the government to where they can take out whoever they want whenever they want. Amelia said, and she shifted in her seat. We've actually already lost someone to them because, well, I guess they thought Ed and Al were getting too close to figuring out some things. Though I really don't think this is what we should be doing. She gave Edward a pointed look. We were told to lay low, and I think that's our best option right now. I'm not going to wait for them to just make their next move on us without some kind of information. Edward snapped back, and Amelia scowled at him. I refuse to just sit and wait for something to happen. Fine, Amelia sighed, and she looked back at Ling. Edward and Alphonse can probably handle Scar. They need to stay with him long enough to get their attention, though we don't know how long that will take. But we have no idea how to get one of these homunculi captured. On top of having these super regenerative abilities, they also have some pretty crazy powers. From what we heard, one of them was able to create a near-impenetrable shield over his skin, and another was able to stretch out her fingers into sharpened spears. We think there's another one with this big mouth that just likes to eat people. Our information on them is unfortunately pretty limited, but the only thing that marks them as homunculi is the mark of the Ouroboros. What's that? Ling asked. It's a symbol of a snake eating its own tail, Edward said, reaching for the table and quickly drawing it out on a small napkin that happened to be there, showing it to Ling. They'll have it somewhere on their body, their leg or their chest or their tongue or something. Ling nodded, very serious, as he took in all their information. Al and I can handle Scar for as long as we need to. We should be able to keep him distracted long enough for these things to come in and take care of him. We just need help with capturing one of the homunculi and getting it out of there, so we can interrogate it, figure out what plans they have for the military, and just how deep they've gone into controlling it. We need to know what people they already have. Ling's smile returned. Sure, count us in. We'd love to help you guys. Why's that? Edward asked. I can't say I care about the military stuff, Ling explained, but it sounds like these homunculi are just what we've been looking for. His smile fell as he watched Edward's expression change from curious to dubious. What's wrong? You look kind of skeptical. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful for the help you've already given, but this. You've got better odds with more help. Ling interrupted, and he looked directly at Edward. I'm serious about this. This could be what rescues my clan. Edward looked at Ling for a long moment, thinking over his options about this hasty, reckless plan he had come up with. It wasn't a perfectly thought-out one. He would admit that to himself, never to Amelia. But Ling was right in that they all had better odds about this working out with more people involved. Besides that, he had seen Lan Fan's combat skills in action. With that alone, she could probably easily trap a homunculus, or at the very least make it so that it couldn't move for a while. She was clever, and Ling was annoyingly persistent, but that was just his determination for all of this. He smiled and leaned back. All right, he said, just remember, we're in this together. Ling's smile returned, and he relaxed back in his seat. I promise not to run off with them. I owe you that much. What for? Edward asked, wondering when he had ever done something for Ling that he felt like he owed him. Ling reached into his yellow jacket to pull out a scroll of paper, unrolling it and presenting it to Edward. As he took it and read it over, his eyes went wide, his face went pale, and he found it almost impossible to speak. At first glance, he thought it was a paper menu of the room service offered at the hotel, but upon further inspection, it was a receipt for every single item bought off of the hotel room service that had been charged to his room under his name. Is this for room service? Thanks for the meal, Ling said with a charismatic smile, which just angered Edward all the more. You're damn right you owe me, he shouted at the pair, grabbing Ling by the collar of his jacket, looking ready to throttle him in his rage. Lan Fan jumped up, holding a knife, ready to strike. Alphonse stood up and was reaching out to Edward to pull him off of Ling before he did something stupid. Amelia was sitting back on the couch, away from the group. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal a very angry Winry, holding her pillow and standing in her pajamas. Will you guys shut up? Do you have any idea how early I have to wake up tomorrow? She shouted, her voice pushing through the room and stopping the chaos that had been about to happen. Edward and Alphonse looked at her a little sheepishly, realizing that all this commotion must have made a lot of noise for her. Oh, right, I forgot. You're catching an early train to Rush Va, he stopped, remembering the damage Scar had done to his arm the last time they had met, and he wouldn't get very far without his engineer to fix it should he break it again. He turned to her. You know what? You should cancel that. Why don't you stick around and relax? Huh? Winry just looked confused. I mean, it's just that, you know. Well, Edward awkwardly started. He didn't want to get her involved, but he knew it would be easier if she stayed an extra day in case something happened to his arm or leg in this fight. There's always a chance my arm could get broken, or even destroyed. As soon as that single word left his mouth, Winry pulled out a wrench and hit him with it on the head, knocking him down to the floor as she gripped the equipment in her hand tightly. Are you planning on destroying it? She snarled out, and Edward held the spot she hit, wincing all the while as he backed up into Alphonse, who didn't look exactly eager to protect him from the wrath of Winry and her wrench. I can't believe you. She huffed out a breath, clearly not happy about any of this, but her expression softened as she looked at the two brothers. Just promise you won't do anything too dangerous. Amelia gave the two boys the side-eye. waiting to see their response. They seemed a little flabbergasted that Winry's temper had left as suddenly as it came, and she decided to take this moment to take the lead. "They'll be okay, I'll make sure of it." She promised Winry. The blonde girl looked over at her, and Amelia pointed her thumb at the two of them. "You can't really promise them not to do something stupid and dangerous, because they're both really dumb like that." "Hey, I'm not as bad as brother is." "Alphonse, what the hell? But I can promise you I'll make sure they both come out of it okay." Amelia continued, giving her a smile. "They're just a little hopeless that way." Winry's shoulders slumped as she relaxed, smiling back at her. "Right, they are pretty hopeless." The two girls shared a brief laugh before Winry readjusted her grip on her pillow. "I'll go back to bed, though. Maybe I'll take tomorrow to go and see Gracia and Alicia again." "Yeah, that sounds nice," Amelia said, walking around the couch and leading her out of the room. "Go ahead and rest. I'm sure they'll love to see you tomorrow, and you can show up well-rested and ready for that afternoon train ride." She closed the door behind Winry and turned around to see Edward, Alphonse, Ling, and Lan Fan all looking at her. She dropped the smile as she turned to them, pointing at Edward. "You owe me for that one. I haven't had to be that kind of charismatic since my 14th birthday party." She went back to her seat and plopped down. "We need to finalize this plan. We can't just have it be a bunch of vague details about what we're going to do. We need a better strategy than that." With her more serious approach, she got everyone's attention and they all started to take a seat as she spoke. "We don't know who they're going to send after you, and we won't know exactly how to capture them unless we know who we're dealing with. I think that big, fat one you guys mentioned, the one that attacked the lieutenant, based on what I remember, he doesn't seem very smart. She mentioned that his speech seemed a little stunted. I think he might be the easiest one to catch." She looked over at Ling. "I'll leave those details up to you, but we'll give you what limited information we have so we have a better outcome for success." Ling nodded seriously. "And as for you, Ed, we need to figure out how exactly you're going to get Scar's attention tomorrow and exactly how you'll need to fight him. Once that starts, it's going to get a lot of attention from people around you, and they'll probably call the military police to try and deal with Scar, so you won't have to. If we want this to work, we need to make the fight last as long as possible, with as little interference from the military." "Right, and I think I know how we might do that." The five of them spent the next hour or so strategizing, figuring out exactly what needed to happen in order to make sure this all worked out. They had the basics of a plan, but it was a bit more detailed once Amelia inserted herself into it. With Ling, she worked with him to figure out the best vantage point, while Edward and Alphonse would be on the ground, working on attracting enough attention to get Scar to come their way. She worked with them, managing to strategize things to where they could find the best spot to fight Scar in a place that would benefit them by keeping him in one place, but also giving them a way out if they really needed it. By the end of it, everything had been worked out, except for Amelia's role in all of it. "I think you should stick with Ling," Edward said, surprising her. "I know that it's better for you to stick with us since we're supposed to be monitoring you, but Ling and Lan Fan have pretty decent combat experience. Plus, you should be able to point out the homunculi to them." "Oh, well, I guess that could work, but won't there be questions when anyone you know sees that I'm not with you?" she asked. "I'll tell them I locked you in the hotel room as a punishment, with handcuffs and everything." Edward replied with a smirk. "I'll make up something believable." Amelia frowned. "Just don't say I was punished for something stupid, or I'll give you a damn good reason to lock me away for a while," she threatened, narrowing her eyes at him. But once everything was figured out, she relaxed, and it was agreed that Ling and Lan Fan would meet them in the morning for breakfast, with him paying for his own food this time, and then they would set off to start looking. Once that was settled, the two foreigners made their way out of the hotel room and to wherever they were staying, leaving Amelia alone with the two brothers. After confirming everything, they decided to head off to sleep, and they went their separate ways. "Amelia," she looked back at Edward's voice, "when did you get so good at strategy?" "I've always been good at it," she said. "Well, no, that's not true. But after a while, I learned it's always good to go somewhere with a plan, so you know exactly what to do, when to do it, and when to end it." She shrugged. "Just the life of a kid being dragged to parties all the time, I guess." Edward looked at her for a moment, looking directly into her eyes from where he stood. "Were those parties where you learned how to smile and pretend like that?" he asked, and Amelia frowned. You promised Winry we'd be okay, but you know you can't keep it. I know, she sighed, but it was easier to let her believe that than tell her that I couldn't hope to keep you guys safe. She crossed her arms. It's irritating to know that I'm good at that part, but if it helps us out then I'm okay with it. Edward nodded quietly. The more he looked at her and noticed things about her, the more he saw. In Amelia, he could easily see a child that had been neglected, a child that reached out for her parents and was never bothered with, but at the same time, he saw someone who rejected those efforts, who chose to become something else, something better than the people who thought they were too good to help her in the ways that she wanted. She was hearty underneath that exterior she wore of a bratty child that had been spoiled rotten, and maybe underneath that she was still that little kid waiting for her parents to reach out for her as she reached out for them. This was someone who wanted to be accepted, but at the same time refused to let anyone too close if it meant she would get hurt from reaching out to them and not having them return the gesture. He didn't want to admit it, but he saw more of himself in her than he realized, and he chose to ignore most of those thoughts as he let her leave for her room. Good night, Amelia. Good night, Ed. She closed the door behind her and prepared to have a restful night before their chaotic day tomorrow. Chapter 22. Amelia stood in a white void, confused and uncertain. She looked to her right, and Kate stood next to her, standing in her coat, her brown hair only a little disheveled, and her eyes wide as she looked a mixture of terrified and thrilled. A smile broke out onto her face, pushing back the freckles on her cheeks as she said, It worked. I did it. Did what? Amelia demanded, afraid of where they were and what was happening. Where were they? They had been somewhere else just a second ago, and now they were here. Hello, a voice that seemed to be many blended together spoke up, and both girls turned their heads to see a strange figure just ahead of them. It looked like a person, and yet wasn't. It was about their height but had no discernible features. They were just a little white person, white as the void around them, with some kind of optical illusion which made them stand out instead of blending into the background. You too are unusual, aren't you? Oh my God, it's you, Kate said. What the fuck is all of this? Amelia was panicking, her heart was pounding. She didn't know any of this or what was happening, but Kate did, and it was only freaking her out more. Who even is this guy? She gestured to the figure before them. Oh, who am I? The figure with so many voices tilted their head, seemingly grinning at the pair of them. This is my favorite question. The form brought its two hands together in a delighted clap. One name you might have for me is the world, or you might call me the universe, or perhaps God, or perhaps the truth. I am all, and I am one. It pointed one finger at Amelia, and so, of course, this also means that I am you. He did the speech, Kate said in an excited whisper. That makes no fucking sense. Amelia snapped, angry, confused, and scared of what was happening. I don't know what this place is, but we're not staying. We have to get back to... They were doing something before this. What had they been doing? Amelia couldn't recall. However, this is unusual. It seems you two have forced your way here, the figure said, and it seems, without a door, there's nowhere for you to go. The being simply shrugged indifferently. What does that mean? Amelia demanded. How is there no door? Her voice only got higher with every question, and she turned to Kate, who just looked concerned as she saw Amelia's panicked state. What did you do? Why is that thing saying we can't leave? Well, I mean, neither of us have a gate, so... Kate was cut off by Amelia grabbing the collar of her coat and looking her in the eyes. Kate could easily see Amelia's terror in her gaze, her confusion. She could feel her hands trembling, even as she gripped her jacket to try and threaten her. I don't know what that means, but you got us here and you're getting us home now, she shouted at her. I don't care what you have to do, but we're not staying in some fucked up void with some creepy-ass dude just sitting and watching us. She was so afraid. She didn't know what this place was and couldn't remember how they came there, but she knew Kate had something to do with it because she was just so excited to be there. It only infuriated her more that she was left out of the loop. It's okay, Amelia, she said, reaching up for her hands and squeezing them. I can fix this, I will, I promise. She slowly pushed Amelia's hands down and she released the girl in front of her. I can fix this, I can get you back home. It's just going to take a minute. Kate still held onto Amelia's hands as she spoke. Amelia looked up at her. She hadn't moved in what was likely only a second or two in silence, but to her, it felt like a small eternity. Well, what are you waiting for? Amelia asked, and Kate nodded. her expression shifting from her excitement to her own kind of fear as she let go of Amelia's hands and stepped forward. "I want to pay the toll to make a gate for my friend," she said, and the being smirked, somehow expressing their intrigue despite not having a face. I should be able to, right? "It's a viable toll, but it will cost you everything," the figure that called itself God said. "Are you prepared to pay that price? Think carefully." Kate paused, her hands reaching for the sleeves of her jacket. I'm really scared," she admitted, "but I know that's our only option right now. We don't have much else." She looked back over her shoulder at Amelia, "And I know she'll come back for me." What was she talking about? Come back for her? Was she leaving her here? Amelia didn't know what to say, but if she had the chance to go home, she would take it. "Very well." The thing that said it was God held out its hand, and red lightning sprung up around Katie's form, and both girls watched with wide eyes as Kate's hand began to disintegrate, being torn away from her like a loose string from a shirt, leaving in thin ribbons that soon began to take from her other hand. "Katie, what's happening?" Amelia cried out in a terrified voice as she watched her friend getting torn apart like she was a paper doll. Kate just turned around, giving her a smile that trembled from her fear as she was taken apart like this, but still trying to be reassuring, even with tears in her eyes. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." She looked over at Amelia, "Just make sure you have a great adventure for me, okay?" "What?" Amelia didn't understand, but was horrified as she saw lines appearing on Katie's face before it flew away. Watching as it painted itself onto the other figure that was standing there, now Katie, bearing a neutral expression that somehow looked nothing like the person Amelia had become familiar with. Within only a second of seeing this, a pair of huge doors appeared out of thin air, and they began to open. Amelia could see one great gray eye peering at her from the blackness inside, and the other Katie watched as black tentacles with tiny hands started reaching out from inside. "Don't worry, your journey will be quick, but do try to pay attention on your way there." Amelia only screamed and turned and ran from the black tentacles that tried to grab her, feeling the tiny fingers reaching for her clothes and wrapping around her arms and legs. She tried to shake them off, but they wouldn't let go. Before she knew it, they had grabbed her tightly and she was being lifted in the air as she screamed, being pulled towards the gate as it opened wider for her. "Quiet, child. This is a unique gift you've been given. Don't waste it," the other Katie said, giving her a smile that only made Amelia feel uneasy, and even more afraid as she was dragged into the inky darkness of the gate, pulled in further and further until she saw the gates closing, the last bit of light from the void disappearing with a loud slam. Amelia jumped straight up out of bed, panting for breath. She looked around her, seeing the furniture that was still piled up with clothes from the Armstrong family. She put a hand over her chest, trying to calm down from waking up in a cold sweat. That nightmare again. It wasn't real, just a dream, it wasn't real. This was the mantra she kept repeating in her head until her body calmed down a little more. She sat back and took a heavy sigh, glancing over at the clock on the wall, and seeing it was a little past 2 in the morning. She could feel that she was thirsty and figured she might as well just get a drink and go back to sleep. She got out of bed and went over to the door, only to see Edward with an outstretched hand, as if he had been reaching for the doorknob, and Alphonse behind him. She stared at him for a second. It was unusual to see him with his hair down like this, even more in just a tank top and a pair of shorts. Hey," Amelia greeted them. "What's up?" Edward lowered his hand. "We heard you. It sounded like you were in pain," he said, and Alphonse's armor clanked a little bit as he nodded. "We thought something might have happened." The younger brother sounded worried. "Oh, no, that's..." Amelia stepped out of her room, moving between the two of them as she went to the kitchen to get some water. "I just had a bad nightmare, that's all." "A bad nightmare makes you scream like you're being killed?" Edward asked, and Amelia sighed. "I've only had night terrors once before. It was a vivid nightmare, okay?" she said as she reached for a glass to start filling it up from the tap. "It's just this recurring nightmare I've been having the last few months." "What is it?" Alphonse asked. "Maybe if you talk through it, we can figure it out some more." Amelia sighed, knowing he was just trying to be helpful, though she didn't really want to talk about it. She just wanted to drink her water and go back to bed. "Dreams aren't really something you can figure out," Amelia said, as she turned off the tap, turning back to the two of them as she took a sip from her drink. It's just a bunch of mindless information your subconscious collected from your day and just adds in some emotional problems on top of it all. I don't want to be woken up by your screaming again, so we may as well just talk it through. Edward said, at least that way you won't have it again tonight. Fine. Amelia relented. It's just a nightmare, but it's me and Katie standing in this white void and there's this guy there. This creepy little white guy who says that he's God and the universe and the truth and whatever, and then Katie dissolves and... What did you say? She looked up at their words, seeing their faces in the dim moonlight of the hotel window. Alphonse's body had gone stiff, and Edward looked like he had seen a ghost. Which part? She asked. What did the guy say his name was? Edward asked. Oh, I asked him who he was, and he said he was the world, and the universe, and God, and the truth, and all, and me. Amelia said, and she only saw that expression on Edward's face get worse as she brought it up. What is it? She let out a nervous laugh. It's just a dumb nightmare, it doesn't mean anything. Amelia, I think it means a lot more than you realize. Edward said gravely. Tell us everything that happened in your dream, don't leave any details out. Amelia grew a little uneasy as she came out of the kitchen to face the two of them in the living room. They knew something, and in the pit of her gut, Amelia knew it was something she didn't want to hear. It was just a nightmare. She tried to insist, her voice quiet, as though her energy to protest was leaving her in the face of someone who knew what she was talking about. It wasn't, I think it was a memory. Edward said, and he brought his flesh hand to her shoulder to lead her to the couch and sit her down. He and Alphonse sat across from her. Now, start from the beginning. Tell us everything. Amelia hesitated, but she did just that. She told them what she remembered of her dream, of how it began, and how it ended. If there was any part that was left vague, the brothers demanded details, so they could be certain of everything, and at the end of it, Amelia described seeing the light disappearing as the doors slammed shut behind her. She looked up at the two of them, both of them hunched over where they sat, looking incredibly serious as everything she said was considered. Amelia, I think you might have gone through the portal, Alphonse said. She was a little shocked at the suggestion, but that can't be right. The only way to open the portal is through human transmutation, right? She asked, turning to Edward. I didn't perform it, neither of us did. No, and I'm not sure how you would have gotten there either. Edward said, resting his chin on his hands as he tried to think, and the truth said that you forced your way in somehow. He looked up at her. Did either of you perform any kind of transmutation? Do you remember what it was? No, neither of us. She paused, remembering the moments in the garage when she and Katie were leaving her house. She had drawn it on the floor of the garage. Well, actually, Katie tried to perform some kind of transmutation. She admitted, but it shouldn't have worked. Where I come from, alchemy was useless. There wasn't any alchemical theory because it was a science that we considered to be nothing. There was no reason it would have worked. Well, there must have been some alchemical theory if she performed it. Edward said, where would she have gotten that knowledge from? Amelia glanced over at Edward and his automail arm. She knew the answer. She had recognized his title at one point, and it occurred to her that she had somehow entered a world that wasn't meant to have her in it. Full Metal Alchemist was a series Katie had adored, and she knew that her dream memory gave her the explanation as to how they had gotten there, but not really why it had worked. But how could she explain that the only reason Katie could have known about alchemy was because of a series that was meant to be fictional, that revolved around Ed and Alphonse's lives? Amelia. I don't know. She decided it was better to leave that be and lie about it, but she was invested in that stuff, I guess. She sighed and looked up at the two of them. I don't know how, but it must have done something. She sat back on the couch, sighing again as she looked up at the ceiling. I'm so tired. Amelia, this is important, Edward insisted to her. Do you remember what it was like in the portal? No, she said. I just remember going in. I don't remember seeing anything. If your friend paid the cost of a body and soul, you must have been able to see what that toll paid, Alphonse said, and Amelia only grew more uncomfortable. Maybe you saw a way to get our bodies back. I don't know, I don't remember. She was getting annoyed by all of this, standing up. Look, it's late and I'm going to bed. She left her glass on the coffee table and started to walk towards her door. Wait a minute. Edward reached out and grabbed her sleeve with his automail hand, yanking her back to him. Amelia, I don't think you understand what this means. It's not real. Amelia insisted, yanking her hand out of Edward's grasp. It was just a stupid dream, a bad nightmare. None of it is true. It is real, Edward insisted back. Al and I have both seen the truth and opened the portal, and we know. No, you don't, Amelia snapped, feeling her heart racing as she looked at him, her hands shaking. You don't know anything. You opened this portal once, so what? That doesn't make you a goddamn expert in it. Her breath was coming faster. It wasn't real, it was just a stupid nightmare. Just leave it alone. She turned around and dashed for her room. Amelia, wait, Edward called after her. She slammed the door and locked it, walking into her room and gripping at her head as she tried to collect her thoughts together. Her eyes stung as tears welled up in her eyes, and she heard Edward knocking on the door. Open this door, Amelia. We need to talk about this. Shut up, just shut up. Amelia's voice trembled as she covered her ears, crouching down next to her bed as she tried not to hear him. It was just a nightmare. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. She could feel her tears running down her cheeks, and a sob slipped out of her, but only for a second. Edward kept pounding on the door for a while until she could hear the clanking of Al's armor and the soft murmur of his voice. She didn't hear what they said, but she was grateful when the knocking stopped. She felt her body shaking as she leaned against the bed, holding herself as much as she could as tears kept coming. Why was she crying? Why was she so scared? She didn't understand it, but her body was reacting, and all she could do was feel it. She kept crying for a while longer, and a longer while still until she finally calmed down. She took a deep breath, sitting back on the floor as she wiped her eyes and her nose. She was still trembling, and she was afraid of something that she couldn't articulate, but she was also exhausted. She climbed up into bed and covered her head with her blankets, trying to force herself to sleep. The next morning, Amelia woke up. She sat up as she squinted in the sunlight that came through the curtains of her room. She slowly let herself wake up, and then she remembered last night. She didn't understand it, but she just wanted to hide under her covers again. She didn't want to be awake and have to face the brothers again about her memories of the portal. She could at least acknowledge it was a memory now, and if she concentrated, she could probably see what came after the doors closed. But she found that she couldn't, and she just stood up instead, getting dressed and ready for the day that was ahead of her and the boys. They were going to work to draw out the homunculi and hopefully capture one to get some information. So, being that was the occasion, she decided to dress for a day where she would be moving around a lot with Ling. She went for a good pair of trousers that were a little loose at the hips, but otherwise fine. She found a belt to use and put on a clean shirt, pulling her hair back into a ponytail so it would be out of her face. She looked at herself in the mirror, seeing someone who was ready for the day, if exhausted by what happened last night. She let out a sigh, knowing she couldn't just stay in her room waiting for the brothers to go on and start their adventure out without her. She wasn't allowed to be left alone. She went to the bedroom door and stepped out into the living room, seeing Edward and Alphonse together. Edward had a plate in front of him, for what she could have only guessed was for his breakfast that he had finished, and Alphonse looked over at her as she came out. "Good morning, Amelia." "Morning," she greeted him as she closed the door behind her. She looked between the two of them, waiting for someone to say something about last night, but neither brother did. She waited a few more seconds before looking around and asking, "Has Winry left already?" "Yeah, she went to go and visit Gracia a while ago," Edward said. "She didn't take the train?" Amelia asked as she went into the kitchen, getting a glass of water just for herself. "No, she's staying after I asked her to last night," Edward replied, looking over at her from his seat as she came to sit at the couches with them, sipping from the glass and getting comfortable. She looked up at them, and they seemed to be waiting for her to say something, as she waited for them to say something. She chose to be quiet and chug down the rest of her drink before wiping her mouth and standing up. "I'm starving. We should hurry and meet Ling for breakfast," she said, and Edward nodded, he and Alphonse getting up to start heading down to the dining room to eat. The way down was awkwardly silent, both sides expecting someone to say something about what had happened last night, but neither did. They were avoiding the elephant in the room because they were focused on finding the snake in the grass. That's one way to describe how Edward looked at the situation. They had bigger things to deal with than Amelia's denial about her experience with the portal. He didn't know why she was making a big deal out of it, but if he had to guess, it was probably to do with her friend sacrificing herself to make a gate for her, giving up a body and soul so that she could be given a gate and transported safely through. Maybe there was a part of her that didn't want to believe that she had lost her friend. Come to think of it, she never really mentioned her. She never talked about her friend Katie, assuming she even was her friend. There was nothing to indicate they had been enemies, and Edward didn't understand why she just never talked about her. He decided he would look into it later when he got the chance. After breakfast, Amelia separated from Edward and Alphonse to follow Ling and Lan Fan to the observation point. They would be watching out in the distance from where Ed and Alphonse would be wandering around the city, getting as much attention as an alchemist could by performing random good deeds for everyone. They figured it was their best option to get attention and make it seem somewhat inconspicuous, because not many people question good deeds. She walked with the two foreigners, looking back at Edward and Alphonse over her shoulder as they separated in an alleyway. She looked back as they went off down the road to get started on their display, and Ed glanced back once to see her doing the same. She sort of just waved, silently wishing him luck, and he blushed a little when their eyes met and turned back around, quickening his pace with Alphonse following him. "I take it you're close." Amelia jumped at the question, turning to Ling. "What? No, we're not close," she answered quickly. "Really?" Ling looked a little surprised. "Admittedly, I haven't spent a great deal of time with Edward to get to know him very well, but he certainly seems to like you more than he likes me. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Edward secretly hates anyone taller than him," Amelia joked. As they rounded a corner, she watched Lan Fan jump up to the walls of an alley, then to the next, and wall jumped all the way up to the roof of a building. Amelia's face instantly fell. I can't do that." "It's all right," Ling said with a friendly smile. "She's going to do some scouting for us and we'll find a safer way up." He kept smiling and the two of them started walking around the building. Eventually, they came to a fire escape set up on the side. Perfect. Ling jumped up to get to the ladder, which had rusted into place and wouldn't easily come down, so he simply climbed up it with great speed and no hesitation. He got to the top and looked down at Amelia. "You can make the jump, right?" Amelia wasn't so sure, but she supposed she could at least try. She was no acrobat like these two, though. She got a running start and leaped at the ladder, feeling her hands grabbing at it, and she gripped it, but slipped right through and fell to the ground with a grunt. She let out a small sigh and she got up. "Let me try that again." She wasn't used to trying to hold onto her own weight like that, but she felt a little better about it this time. She went back a little further, stretched out her fingers, took a deep breath before she took another running start, jumped up a little closer, and clung to the bottom rung of the ladder. "Ha!" She was glad for this small victory and started to try to pull herself up, which was much more difficult than she thought. Ling watched as she struggled, and admittedly Amelia was worried since she had never really done pull-ups before, and she managed to get to the second rung before she could feel her arms straining, and she looked up at Ling. "Okay, I can't do any more, please help." He let out a small chuckle, reaching down for her hands and pulling her up with a surprising strength she hadn't expected from the lithe prince. He helped her up to where she could move up onto the floor of the fire escape and let out a big breath before looking up at all the stairs they would have to climb to get to the roof. "Well, at least I could use the cardio," she said before she started climbing up with Ling following with her. "Have you never done this before?" Ling asked as they walked up. Well, I've done some cardio training with the Major, but I haven't really done anything like that with Ed," she said as they kept walking. "He mostly had me running, and I guess some of the weight training helped. I've never done a pull-up before." She was a little proud of herself for that to help her get up to the second ladder rung, even though it wasn't much progress. "I see." She and Ling reached the top of the roof where Lan Fan was waiting for them. "We should have a good viewpoint from here," he said, and Amelia went over to the edge. She looked out and could see the faint light from Edward performing some big transmutation, but she couldn't quite see it from this distance. She took a moment to look at their surroundings before checking her pockets, letting out a quiet curse and turning to Ling. "You wouldn't happen to have something I could write with, would you?" she asked, and was surprised when Lan Fan held out her hand, producing a small stick of what looked like charcoal, maybe? She took it, "Thank you," and she drew on the floor of the roof, recognizing enough elements that went into the cement which should have helped in making something pretty basic. She drew out a quick transmutation circle good for inanimate objects and cement elements before activating it, watching as the ground twisted and shifted until it turned into a pair of binoculars. Nothing fancy, basically opera glasses, and she brought them up to get a closer look at what Edward and Alphonse were doing. She could see him transmuting a food stand back into a normal look, and now was fixing up a car that seemed to have crashed into it. She watched as people gathered around him, seeing him grinning, and Alphonse just seemed to be gathering more people around. She let out a small laugh. Wow, the little guy's really hamming it up. She still watched them, getting comfortable on the roof. You're an alchemist, too, she looked up at Ling as he asked. Oh yeah, I'm Edward's alchemy student, she said. It's kind of part of this whole program I'm doing with the Amstrian government. They're teaching you alchemy? Ling asked, and Amelia let out an uncertain A, while shifting her hand in the universal signal of kinda sorta. I'm kind of getting a pardon for trespassing on military property by getting formal alchemy training so I can apply for state certification, she explained. If I pass, I get a pardon from jail and I don't have to serve time. She went back to watching Edward at work as he seemed to be repairing and fixing anything that was brought to his attention from the crowd around him with alchemy. Is that a normal program? Ling asked. If I had gotten into that, maybe I wouldn't have had to escape from prison here. No, they made a special case for me. She paused and then looked back at him. Oh, wait, that's right. You were arrested and Bari got you out. She had completely forgotten that story from what Alphonse had told her and Edward. That's right, Ling confirmed. It wasn't a very nice place. Why did they make a special case for you? Because I trespassed using alchemy they hadn't seen before. Well, they called it teleportation alchemy, but I never actually did that, she said, going back to Edward and Alphonse as they worked. What about your alchemy? Or, no, that's not the right name, is it? It's alchemy, Ling said, and it's something we use over in Xing for medical purposes. It's mostly made to heal wounds, and most alchemists are very familiar with the general biology of a person. Yeah, Ed's been trying to teach me bioalchemy, and I'm not exactly great at it, she said, putting down the binoculars as she and Ling talked. I started learning because, well, something kind of happened to someone I knew, and I couldn't really do anything to help. A friend of yours? No, not exactly, but he was a good guy. He didn't deserve to die like that, she said. I wasn't able to help him, and I was able to feel him taking his last breaths. By the time we got him to the doctors, it was too late. I'm sorry to hear that. Ling moved to sit beside her as they talked. I can't imagine that was easy to go through that. I'm over it, Amelia said. Well, mostly. I mean, it's not something you can get over in a day, and I guess I still have some issues. Not exactly from that one moment, but that didn't need to be addressed with him. But, I mean, I made it, you know? Ling nodded. I'm a bit familiar with that feeling, he said. In my country of Xing, there are over 50 clans that make up our entire nation, with the emperor ruling over all of them. And each clan's chief sends their daughter to be one of his wives and bears his children. Amelia's eyes went wide. Of those children, I'm the 12th. He has 19 daughters and 24 sons, and plenty of those other clans have tried to assassinate me since I was young. How do you figure out who's to succeed him then? She asked, since having that many heirs must have made things complicated. The emperor's health has begun to deteriorate recently, Ling continued, and with each clan doing what they can to curry favor, I'm thinking bringing him the key to immortality will secure my place as the next emperor of Xing, especially with a being that's made from a philosopher's stone. He turned to her. That's what makes them so immortal, right? Well, yeah, she said, a little surprised that had been his goal. That's a hell of a way to go about it, though. I know, it's a little ridiculous, but in the race for power, you have to be willing to take risks, Ling said. Amelia shrugged. I guess so. By the way, she watched Ling take her hand from her binoculars, holding it in both of his. When I become emperor, I'll be looking to curry favor with our foreign friends, and I think a good way to do that would be to take an Amstrian woman as my queen. What do you say? Amelia just stared at him, wide-eyed for a second or two, before she burst out laughing and pulled her hand away, cackling for a few seconds as she laughed at his sudden marriage proposal. Ha ha ha, you're nothing if not ambitious, I'll give you that, she said between laughs, though her reaction didn't really seem too pleasing to Ling, and Lan Fan asked him something in Xinji's. Shall I strike her for laughing at you, my lord? Which he replied to no, I think that's unnecessary. But Amelia had calmed down from her laughing by then. Man, all right, I won't say no outright to marriage to a potential emperor, but I'm not about to get married at 16. Give me a couple of years before that happens. Ling smiled. All right, fair enough, he agreed. Though, something lingered in Amelia's mind from their brief conversation, before it had been derailed by his proposal. They don't have anything like the Philosopher's Stone in Xing. No, oddly enough, it's only something that can be found here in Amstress. Ling said, I could only ever find vague mentions of it in Xing, and everything pointed to Amstress being the best place to find it. Well, I guess that's a good thing it's not in Xing. She muttered to herself as she went back to watching Edward, seeing him repairing some part of a partially constructed building by fixing a support post. Why's that? Ling asked. With how it's made, that would be a pretty bad way to become an emperor. Amelia replied with a dry chuckle, and it was very quiet for a moment or two. How is it made? She looked up to see Ling looking at her very seriously. Do you know? You don't. She hoped she hadn't just tipped him off to something he didn't need to hear. The Philosopher's Stone wasn't exactly something that should be made easily. Ed didn't tell you. He outright refused when I asked, he smiled, but if you can tell me, then I can tell the Emperor how to make it. Amelia went pale and she shook her head. Nope, no. Trust me, you do not want to know how they're made. She said firmly. Ling just came in a little closer, too much for her comfort, and she backed away. Dude, I'm serious. Back up. Dude, he didn't understand that part of her language, but did back off when she asked. Look, that information it's just not something you want to know, she said. I mean, I know that's your goal, but the way to make it is actually pretty gruesome. I would have been better off not knowing it, and if I could unlearn it, I probably would. She tried to be serious with him, so he would take the message. And if Ed doesn't think it's a good idea to tell you, I trust his judgment on that. Oh, very well, Ling replied with a small huff. I don't know why it's so important you keep that a secret, but you can keep it that way. I'll figure it out soon enough once we have this homunculus. Yeah, let's hope not. Amelia muttered that more to herself as she went back to watching Edward and Alphonse. They moved around the town, though were never too far from the main roads where they could keep an eye on them and their surroundings. After about 2 hours, she could see them taking a break at a cafe, and her own stomach rumbled, begging for lunch. She let out a small sigh as she heard it, patting her stomach and wishing she had packed something to eat. She looked over at Ling and Lan Fan. I don't suppose either of you has any food you're willing to share. Lan Fan glanced over at Ling and he nodded, so Lan Fan produced something for Amelia. She was given what, at first glance, she would have thought was some kind of protein bar. She took a bite and was met with a bitter, salty taste that crunched between her teeth. What is this? It's an emergency food supply for me, Ling said. I have a body that burns through energy pretty quickly, and I need to eat a lot of food or I risk collapsing. He laughed a bit about it. What's it made with? Amelia asked. It's bitter and salty at the same time. It was a really strange combination. I believe it's an edible form of herbal tea, wrapped in seaweed, Ling replied. Amelia grimaced a little, and she went to break the bar in half, giving the other half to Ling. Here, we'll split it. She doubted she could eat the whole thing anyway, but she wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, even if the food didn't taste very good at all. Ling happily ate his half and she ate hers, looking through the binoculars as she watched a car pull up by the cafe. Now who is this? She couldn't really get a good look, but she watched Edward and Alphonse get into the car after a minute or so. She backed up from the roof as she watched the car drive down the road, and stop just around the corner, in an alley connected to the building where she and Ling were watching everything. She could clearly hear everything that was being discussed as Ed and Al got out of the car with Colonel Mustang, and Lieutenant Hawkeye, apparently picking up from a conversation that had just started in the car. Dr. Marco's gone missing, Ed asked. Are you sure? Looks like it, Mustang said as he leaned back against the car. They probably took him captive. Amelia was a little shocked at this news. She remembered Dr. Marco, the alchemist who was on the run from the military. He was a good man, and he really cared about the people in the village where he lived, and he had gone missing. He was the one that led Edward to discover the truth about the Philosopher's Stone. Could they have captured him for that, as some kind of punishment? There's something else we need to talk about, Mustang continued, ending that train of thought. I'm sure you've heard that Scar's back. So, what's with the showboating? Do you want him to find you? Edward grinned and turned to him. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I need to fight him and you can't talk me out of it. Have you lost your mind? The colonel snapped at him. Did you forget the way he tore you apart in East City? Ooh, sounds like the colonel's squad of Big Bad Scar. Edward mocked him. I'm not surprised, considering how useless you were against him. Heh 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 heh. That wasn't my fault, it was raining that day. The colonel snapped at him, and Amelia started to notice some movement from the alley adjacent to them, looking closer with her binoculars, while Edward and Mustang bickered on the street. She could easily make out a dark-skinned man, with an X-shaped scar on his forehead, despite trying to hide it under a hood. Was it raining when you got beat up and sent to the hospital? Heh, you're still Usilius. Shut your mouth, Full Metal. They stopped as the lieutenant drew her gun, seeming to notice their visitor before the others did. I guess he got your invite. You okay? You'd think it was raining the way your forehead's dripping. Edward got in one more jab at him, watching the lieutenant aim her gun, and he quickly stepped in front of her to block it. Hold it. Don't shoot, Lieutenant. What? You can't be serious. Lieutenant Hawkeye didn't understand his stopping her at all, which was normal in all fairness. I'm trying out the colonel's sport. Think I might be able to catch a few fish, Edward said, looking over at Scar as he threw back his hood, bringing out his hand and putting it to the ground, watching it all break apart into massive spikes as Edward rushed him to avoid them, while Alphonse put up a wall to defend the colonel and lieutenant. Even over the fighting between Edward and Scar, she could still hear what they were saying. We're using brother as bait to lure out the homunculi. Alphonse explained to them, he's too important to them, they can't afford to just let him die. That's crazy. We're not going to let anyone else get hurt. Alphonse insisted to the colonel, using ourselves as bait was our only option. And what about his student? Where the hell is she in all of this? She's safe and tucked away somewhere. Alphonse assured him she wasn't left unmonitored. What are you going to do if Scar happens to get shot? The colonel continued his questioning. The MPs might get here before the homunculi. But you can stop that from happening, can't you, Colonel? So now I take orders from you, is that it? You've got a lot of nerve. His words were harsh, but his tone was jovial, seemingly happy to be part of this plan. You had better plan on sharing what you catch. Of course, Alphonse promised, getting up and running around the wall to help his brother in his fight, to make sure he could keep it going as long as he needed without dying. Amelia looked up at Ling, as the colonel and lieutenant took off for a townhouse to start work on stopping the MPs from getting too close to the fight. It started, she said, coming over to join him as they looked over the tops of the buildings. Any time now, Ling said, getting comfortable, but in a ready stance for whenever their targets would show up. Amelia moved her binoculars around the area, trying to keep an eye out for any potential homunculi as the battle raged on nearby. They waited for a while, with Amelia glancing back at Edward and Alphonse as they fought to watch the fight with Scar, seeing them dodging him very well and keeping enough distance from him to be safe, but still close enough that a smart officer wouldn't shoot. It was tricky, and Amelia could tell that it was really starting to take a toll on her teacher. If he dies because of this, I'm going to bring him back to kill him myself, she muttered to herself as she watched the fight. She watched Ed jumping back and forth, performing quick transmutations to defend himself by getting the walls and pavement around him to jump out at Scar, who blocked them with his own methods. It was intense, and she was more focused on him than she should have been on looking around, and she did try to do that more, but she couldn't help worrying over him. The fight had only gone on for a short while, before Ling and Lan Fan both straightened up. Well, that's a strange presence, Ling said, looking over at Lan Fan. You can feel it too, right? Yes, Lan Fan nodded. What is it? Amelia asked, looking around the area but not really seeing or feeling anything. It's hard to describe, Ling said, but it almost feels like there's millions of people condensed into a single area. Amelia looked again, using the binoculars as she walked around the roof. I'm not seeing anything like that at all. She had no idea how they were able to sense a presence like that, but it definitely wasn't normal. She did notice something as she looked around the city. That's a lot of guards for one car. Must be Fura Bradley's. She said, though she kept that more to herself than anything. It's not like that information would change anything about their situation. We should get moving, Ling said, and he turned back to her. How experienced are you with combat? I know some boxing, but that's about it," Amelia said. "I think if it comes down to fighting, I don't know that I'll be much help." Ling nodded seriously, and he stood up. "Then keep up as best you can. It's coming this way, so we'll try to meet it before it gets to the fight." And with that, Ling and Lan Fan leaped off the roof, and Amelia just watched them go with wide eyes before sighing to herself, tucking her binoculars away. Jesus Christ, is everyone from Zing just some kind of acrobat who jumps off roofs to another roof? She didn't really see any way faster than that, though. She looked around, taking the charcoal she had been given and drawing a quick transmutation circle on the roof. She was getting better at them the more she practiced, and she was able to make herself a convenient bridge from one roof to another, rushing across to do the same to the next building. Once she got onto the third roof, she was able to see Ling and Lan Fan just ahead on the next one, Lan Fan leaping midair to hit something rather large that crashed back into the building opposite them. She drew another circle and made her way over to join them on the roof, though she was still a safe distance away behind the door that led downstairs. As the dust cleared away, Amelia could make out a large, short, bald fat man that Lan Fan had kicked through the brick wall of what must have been the empty floor of a building. His arms were massive and gorilla-like, and she was a little surprised to see him wearing what looked like a sleeveless footed jumpsuit. It didn't look like it was made of normal material. The more she looked over him, the more everything about him seemed to be big, with the exceptions of his beady eyes, small ears, and surprisingly tiny legs. It was like someone decided to make him with nothing but upper body strength and had him completely miss every single leg day. Or maybe that was just because his fat hovered down to his very stumpy knees. "Hi, how's it going?" Ling greeted him cheerily. "That is one pretty unusual body you've got there. Just how many people are inside you?" The man just looked at Ling and Lan Fan, clearly confused. "Who are you?" he asked in a voice that came out surprisingly meek. "Don't bother running," Lan Fan said. "I sense your presence and I can follow it." The fat man smiled, tilting his head to one side. "Follow?" He tilted it the other way. "Me?" He straightened, his voice changing from the calm, meek one to a much more intimidating growl as he opened his mouth. "Then I'll just eat you now." On his massive tongue sat the symbol they were looking for, the mark of the Ouroboros. Amelia shuddered a little at the sight of his mouth. He was salivating at the idea of eating them to where he was visibly drooling, and it was disgusting to her. "So, you're able to detect his presence, are you?" Another voice came from below, and Amelia's eyes widened to see Fura Bradley approaching them from the street, with both of his swords drawn. He didn't seem to notice Amelia, his one good eye focusing on Lan Fan. "Well, that's quite the nuisance. Let's take care of it." Within a second, the older man was dashing at a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a man his age, and before Amelia could even look, Ling shouted out, "Lan Fan, run!" But it was too late. He had gotten to her first, and her mask broke apart from the impact of his attack. "No, Lan Fan." She fell back onto the building behind her, and Amelia could hear the clatter of metal, and again before she looked back at Fura Bradley to see his sword had been cut through. Lan Fan hadn't acted fast enough to run, but she had managed to break his weapon. "Clever," Bradley praised as he examined her work. "You took a swipe at me with your kunai." Although he was complimenting her quick thinking, he clearly didn't do it in that friendly way that Amelia was so used to. This was an entirely different man than the old war guy she had met months ago, who gave her raspberry tea and talked about giving her a pardon. At best, he had always come off as a little eccentric, if intimidating because of his title. Now he was intimidating for an entirely new reason, one that kept her pinned to the wall to hide. If he saw her now, she would definitely be killed. There's no way she would be able to get past him and have his secret get out that he was working with the homunculi. When he had warned them back at the hospital that they had been infiltrated by the enemy, she had no idea they had already gotten to him. He must have been acting as a double agent when he came to see Edward that day after the 5th lab. "Can I eat her now?" The fat man's voice called out, eager. "Just make it quick," Bradley said, and the fat man cheered as he leaped out of the building and over to where Lan Fan lay unconscious, and he jumped clear over Bradley, but he didn't manage to land on the roof unscathed. Ling met him from behind, his blade slicing through both of the fat one's massive hands and his head, a completely clean cut that left ribbons of blood in the air as Ling ran over to his bodyguard. "Lan Fan, please stay with me," he called out to her, going to pick her up while the fat body landed just behind them in a heap. He put her over his shoulder as Fura Bradley came over to them, holding out his other sword and pointing it at Ling. "If you thought you could escape from me that easily, I'm afraid you'll find you're sorely mistaken." Bradley charged him, Ling dodging and parrying his sword. Amelia watched all of it from the building across the road, her eyes wide. What was going on? Why was Bradley working with these people? And why had he joined the homunculus that had been sent out to stop Scar from hurting Ed? Ed? In all the hubbub, Amelia had forgotten about their fight, and she looked back to see that it was still ongoing. But the better question was, how long could they last against Scar? They would need to finish this quickly, draw out the homunculus to where they could catch him and bring him in for their own reasons. This was a lot more dangerous than she originally thought. A trap won't work so well if you haven't set up everything in place, and she had no idea that the homunculus they were looking for would bring backup. "I see you're no stranger to combat," Bradley said as he commented on Ling's fighting, the two of them jumping and circling each other as Ling kept his distance from him, still holding onto Lan Fan's unconscious body over his other shoulder, his free hand doing the parrying with the fura. It took Amelia a moment to figure out Ling was trying to stay in his blind spot, where his left eye was no good, and she mentally praised his forethought there. Gluttony. The fat man, whose head had been chopped in half, was now fully back to himself, and he cried out as he jumped around Bradley, bringing his hands together and knocking Ling back into the building where Amelia was, sending him careening through a window and shattering it. Oh no! Amelia reached for the door, thankfully finding it unlocked, and started to rush down as Gluttony and Bradley went to meet Ling on the second to the top level where he had fallen in, unaware that Bradley had seen the door flying open and someone going inside the building after them. She rushed down the stairs to the next floor, and she could hear Bradley's voice carrying from the stairs, and she slowed her steps to be quieter. If she could hear him from however far away, he would definitely be able to hear her coming, and she needed to keep some kind of surprise. "Excellent, we should have some privacy in here. If you don't mind, I have some questions." His voice was almost pleasant, the smooth voice of an experienced leader who had dealt with so many powerful people over the course of decades, the one Amelia wouldn't have thought was terrifying until just now. "First, I'd like to know who you people are, and how you found out what's inside Gluttony." Amelia rounded the corner, and Ling could see her through the open doorway, and she put her finger to her lips to indicate that he be quiet, holding up the charcoal stick in her other hand to show that she was going to draw a transmutation to try and help them out. "You're looking for an escape. Even now, you don't give up, do you?" Bradley's voice drew Ling's attention back on him, and he shifted Lan Fan, knowing that he would have to keep the old man's attention on him so he wouldn't notice Amelia's sneaking to try and help them. "You might stand a fair chance of getting away if you'd only abandon the injured girl, because she's just excess baggage at this point." Ling had to grit his teeth from attacking him that exact moment. Excess baggage. He glared at the man, looking over the uniform he wore, recognizing it from his time around Central. "I can see all those stars on your uniform. You're the ruler here. Fura King Bradley, unless I'm mistaken." Amelia could hear him talking, moving behind the wall, being careful as she shifted, trying to remember how much of a distance there was between Bradley and Ling as she started to draw out a circle that would hopefully make good use of the plaster in this wall. "A ruler's duty is to his people. Without them, he is no king at all." "King? Bradley, you're no true king. Not now or ever." "Naive boy," Bradley said. "Don't you understand there are no true kings in this world?" Ling didn't answer. Lan Fan had regained consciousness and threw out a flash bomb, tossing it back in Bradley's direction where it shot off. Amelia jumped when she saw the sudden light coming out of the room and realized Lan Fan must have gone ahead and made their escape distraction herself. She stood up, going to the door to try and get Ling, but as the light just began to fade, a blade shot out and hit the door frame, blocking both Ling's exit and Amelia's entrance to find them. She looked back to see Gluttony writhing on his back, hands covering his blinded eyes, with Bradley crouching on one knee, a hand covering his eye from where he had thrown his sword. Amelia was frozen as she realized he could easily see her from his vantage point. "Nice try," Bradley lowered his hand, and Amelia's blood ran cold at the sight of the eye he had hidden behind a patch for so long, instead of sharing the same color of green as his right eye. This one was red, bearing the mark of the Ouroboros instead of a pupil and iris. "But your flash bomb didn't succeed in blinding this eye." He glanced over at Amelia, standing up. Well, I can't say this is a surprise. Now we know the Full Metal Alchemist is meddling in things he really shouldn't. Amelia couldn't say anything. She was petrified as she looked at him, her hands trembling fiercely and her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't be still. She had to move and do something. But her legs wouldn't listen, neither would her hands. Ling could see the fearful expression on her face as she looked Fura Bradley in his eye, revealing himself as a homunculus as well as his companion. He stepped out, looking at him. "Keep your focus on me," he said, and Amelia looked at him, grateful that he was still trying to protect her, even at this moment when he had another girl slung over his shoulder. She reached for the sword in the door frame and yanked it out, pointing it in her trembling hands at the Fura. He stood up straight and glared at Ling, his other eye slowly opening as he started to recover from his temporary blinding from the flash bomb. "I don't know what you're up to, but don't go thinking we'll just let it happen," Bradley said, looking directly at Amelia as she held his sword with her shaking hands, his eyes narrowing scornfully. "How dare you handle that blade in such a way? You're shaking like a leaf. Do you genuinely believe you can fight me, Amelia?" Hearing her name said in his voice with his new person that he was, sent a shudder through her, but she had to be brave at this moment. She had to be ready to fight. "I said, focus on me," Ling said, charging him, and Bradley easily knocked back his attacks with his broken blade that he had brought with him from Lan Fan's attack. Amelia glanced over at Gluttony, who was getting up from the ground. He blinked, and his eyes looked over at Amelia, and a spine-chilling grin broke over his face. "It's a girl," he said excitedly and charged at her. Amelia ran back as he came to the door frame, going to her transmutation circle that she had drawn, only to smear it when her fingers touched it. "No," she panicked, and she looked up to see Gluttony approaching her with his massive hands outstretched, his mouth opening wide and showing his Ouroboros on his tongue. "Girl flesh, so tender and sweet," he said, and Amelia just stumbled back in her fear until she was up against the wall, with Gluttony eagerly closing in on her. They say that the moment you're about to die, your entire life flashes before your eyes. For Amelia, this was not exactly the case as her mind reminded her of Katie, her time in the void just before the creation of the gate, and the memory of all that she saw within the portal came rushing back to her. She clapped her hands, pushed one back against the wall behind her, and a pillar of plaster and cement shot out of the side, going right into Gluttony's mouth and pushing him farther away from her. More came, sharpened to a fine point to shoot through his large body and pin him. She could see him struggling and in pain, and she glanced down at her charcoal-stained hands for a second before she realized. She could do alchemy without a transmutation circle. She suddenly felt a lot braver, and she dashed around the hefty homunculus to where Ling was fighting with Fura Bradley. With a quick glance around the floor and her surroundings, she could see Lan Fan glancing her way, and she could see the various bombs that lined her belt from where Ling held her. "Throw me a bomb," she called out to him, and he glanced back at her before parrying again with the Fura and jumped around him again and again, and Lan Fan heard her call, grabbing one and tossing it to her. She had no idea what kind of bomb this was, and Lan Fan was barely conscious, so she might not have been fully aware of what she had done, but she had an unlit bomb thrown at her. Even if it was just a smoke bomb or a flash bomb, there was bound to be some gunpowder in there. She looked back at Gluttony as he was starting to pull himself off of the spikes she had made, and his wounds were starting to heal quickly. She put the bomb against the plaster of the wall, her mind working to convert the elements from the wall into the bomb, making quick work of it before she pulled off the trigger and shouted to Ling, "Run!" as she threw it towards Bradley. Ling ran towards her, grabbed her by the hand and dashed for the window he had been thrown into. Behind them, the bomb exploded, and the force was enough to push them out of the window, and Amelia miraculously landed on her feet, though it was a harsh landing, and she could feel the painful shockwaves racking through her legs and forcing her to squat down for a moment before Ling pulled her up. He had recovered a little faster than her, and he dragged her along down the alley and streets as they ran from the homunculi. She quickly kept pace with him, thankful to the Major for the cardio work he had made her do, since now she could keep up with Ling as they ran away. "Do you think they're following us?" she asked, glancing back over her shoulder, seeing no one following them on the road, though she could see droplets of blood coming from Lan Fan and definitely leaving a trail behind. "They're definitely following us," Ling said. "Don't stop running." She nodded and ran with him through the streets, both of them randomly deciding which turns to take to try and outrun Gluttony and Bradley, though there never really seemed to be an end to it. They had been running for about 4 minutes, all the while looking back now and then to see Gluttony following behind them. They won't give up. We'll be okay, I think. Amelia tried to stay hopeful in all of this, though she wouldn't lie and say that she wasn't on the verge of soiling herself at the thought of getting caught by them. Here, this way. She led Ling down one alley, and they ran up to a wall, no sign of another way out. Oh shit. A dead end? They immediately turned around and went back to running another way, and Ling led them down another road. This area looks deserted, he commented as they ran. I think it's been cleared for construction, mostly. Ed had mentioned this area was still in development for government-funded housing, but nothing was finished yet. It was why he had picked it as his battleground for Scar, that way as few people were hurt as possible. They ran down yet another turn and came to yet another dead end. Another one. We're trapped, Ling said before they turned and ran again, still seeing Gluttony following them at his leisurely pace along the roofs of the different buildings. They could hear something that sounded like thunder as they ran, but with no storm cloud in sight, it was clearly an explosion, likely from Ed and Scar still fighting each other. After a few moments, Ling gasped, and Amelia looked over at him. What is it?" she asked. That inhuman presence from Gluttony is getting farther behind, but I think the other one is still coming, Ling said. Well, at least that's the one that you can deal with, Amelia said, and she was starting to get exhausted. She didn't have the stamina to keep this up for very long, and although her adrenaline was still running, it was still exhausting to have to keep running like this to try and find cover. It didn't help that Lan Fan was leaving a trail of blood behind them, but she wouldn't bring it up. Ling had been insistent on keeping her close. Even when he was fighting Bradley, he wouldn't dump her just because she would mention it now. Maybe we should split up. I can head down another way. We might be able to do something with Ed and Scar. What happened to me? Lan Fan spoke as she started to wake up. What's wrong? Ling asked, hoping she would be all right. My arm, my lord? Lan Fan reached up with her right arm to her left shoulder, her left arm still flopping about as Ling continued to run. I'm useless to you now. She sounded like she was about to cry. It only took Amelia a couple of seconds to realize she meant she couldn't feel her arm. Bradley must have caused more damage than they originally thought. He must have severed the nerves in Lan Fan's arm somehow, and it wouldn't be easy to put them back together. What are you talking about? Ling ignored it, he wouldn't hear of it. You cannot burden yourself with me. If you do, they'll only get you too. Lan Fan warned. A king is no king without his people, but a people without their king would be lost as well. You can't do that to them. My lord, think of our clan. You must live for their sake. I won't leave you, Ling firmly stated. Ling, she's leaving a trail, and we can't keep running forever, Amelia said between heavy breaths. Don't you dare say it, Ling snapped at her. Lan Fan was only quiet for a moment before speaking again. Sometimes, someone must be left behind. She lifted her collar and gripped it between her teeth, for the greater good. Amelia watched her pulling out one of her kunai. Lan Fan, what are you planning? Ling asked, and got no reply and immediately feared the worst, as did Amelia. Was she really going to kill herself then and there? No, don't do it. Lan Fan drove the knife into her shoulder, crying out as she buried it deep, and her arm fell off behind her. Jesus fucking Christ? Amelia shouted at the sight of seeing her taking her arm off. She and Ling immediately stopped, Ling taking her off of his shoulder, his eyes widening at the sight of the bloody stump left behind. Without waiting, he took off his jacket, leaving him without anything above the waist for clothes, and tied it around Lan Fan's shoulder. That's not going to stop the bleeding completely, Amelia said, and she looked back at where Lan Fan's arm lay, seeing a stray dog coming over to sniff at it and maybe eat it. No, get away from that, she yelled at the dog. No, let it come. Lan Fan spoke, looking up at Amelia determinedly from where she sat, her hand going up to put pressure on her wound to help stop the bleeding as best she could. I have a plan. Amelia tried not to gag as Ling and Lan Fan walked through the sewers, heading to the sources of the rumbles and explosions from where Ed and Scar were still fighting. You're sure this is the way? She asked Ling, being careful of Lan Fan as they walked through the sewer water. It was washing away any trail of blood left behind from Lan Fan, and though she felt really bad for the poor dog they had tied Lan Fan's arm to, it was doing them a big favor by leading the Fura somewhere else. "I'm positive, this way," Ling said as he hurried down the water and Amelia followed behind him. They were following the presence that Ling could sense in Gluttony. Since he was the one that left from following their trail, he assumed it was to go after Scar, and as the sounds of small earthquakes and explosions seemed to go louder in this direction, it was a fair assumption that he was right. "Can you make another bomb?" he asked. "If I can borrow one of Lan Fan's again?" She looked over at the other woman, who nodded, and she reached for one from her belt. "What's this? What's in it?" "It's a flash bomb," Lan Fan said. "There's magnesium and gunpowder." Amelia looked around them and nodded. "Okay, I can work with that," she said, looking over at Ling. "If you can grab me some of that wall, I'll use it. It should have limestone in the mix somewhere." He nodded and quickly rammed the butt of his sword against the wall, chipping away at it and bringing it back to Amelia. They could hear and feel the explosions as they came closer to where the fight continued. She brought the ingredients together, pressing her hands together as she focused her transmutation, and watched as they lit up with the light and soon became a regular bomb. "This should have some kick to it, so make sure you step back when it goes off," she said, handing it to Ling. As they came to one manhole, the ground shook from the battle above, hearing the sounds of transmutation above them. "We must be just under them." Ling immediately shot up the ladder and Amelia looked back at Lan Fan. "Remember the meeting spot? We'll find you there, okay?" Lan Fan nodded. "Are you sure you're okay on your own?" "I'm fine, go," Lan Fan insisted, and Amelia headed up the ladder to where Ling was already above. She just reached the top rung when she heard a rather disgusting explosion and could feel the mist of blood sprinkling over her before she stuck her head out. She could see the fleshy remains of the homunculus scattered around, but they were quickly turning to dust as the body began to regenerate, growing back the torso and arms already. "Amelia," Edward rushed over to her as she came out of the sewer, grabbing her and pulling her up. She looked over and she could see Scar, whose eyes flashed with recognition when he met hers for a brief moment, though Ed was quick to pull her away from him. "Get me some strong cable," Ling commanded. "Right." Alphonse got up and quickly transmuted a few yards worth of cable from the nearby train tracks, watching it fly out, and Ling grabbed it. He quickly jumped back onto Gluttony's body, wrapping the metal cables around him over and over again as he continued to grow back his body. "Your own regenerative abilities working against you. Your flesh won't stop expanding. It'll keep you tied up nice and tight." Ling grunted as he wrapped him up more and more until he was able to tangle them up tightly against his body and keep him from moving too much. "You're mine now, homunculus." When it was finished, they all looked at the ball of flesh wrapped up in cables. Even Scar was marveling at him. "How do we get?" Amelia's question was cut off by the sound of tires peeling on the road, looking up and seeing a car speeding down the way, the driver pulling something out, and after a shot, she looked and saw Scar had been shot in the leg. They had a gun. They turned and screeched to a stop, a blonde woman at the wheel in glasses, her gun still pointed at Scar as he collapsed onto his knee. "Put him in, we're getting out of here," she said to Ling, who didn't hesitate to try and grab the homunculus, crying out from the effort of lifting him up and carrying him a couple of steps over to the car. "Who is that?" she asked Edward. "I think it's Lieutenant Hawkeye," Edward replied in a quiet voice, watching as Ling jumped into the car with her, and she changed gears to leave. "Hold on a sec, Lieutenant." "SHH?" She quickly shushed him, and Edward stopped, staying quiet as he watched them speed away. "Wait, what's going on?" Alphonse cried out, with Edward reaching a hand out to stop him from chasing after them. "Al," the younger brother looked down at the older one, "the MPs are watching, just pretend we don't know her." Alphonse was quiet after that, and soon they were descended on by MPs who were shouting commands to go after the car. "The colonel may be a creep and a jerk, but at least we can trust him." He looked over at Amelia, giving her a quick once-over, seeing some bloodstains on her clothes. "Are you injured?" "No, I'm fine." Miraculously, she had come out of all of that with only some sore muscles that were already starting to ache from all of her running, and treading through sewer water with Lan Fan, which had stained the bottoms of her pants from the calves down, and her shirt stained with Lan Fan's blood. "Then we have something to do." Edward turned his head to where Scar was limping away with his injured leg, dashing towards him and landing a solid punch across his face, only to be met with another punch from Scar that he dodged, and dodged the one after that. He jumped a distance away, and Scar brought his hand to the ground, destroying a trail to where Edward stood, and he managed to jump out of the way as it destroyed the train tracks in the area behind him. Alphonse came up to his side, ready to fight, and Amelia hung back a little. She wasn't one for combat, and she was definitely not ready to fight this guy. "We have to get him, Al," Edward said, determined to end this here and now, and Alphonse nodded in agreement. The two of them clapped their hands together, and Amelia's eyes widened. Could Al perform without a circle too? "You killed the Rockbells and Nina, among many others. You're going to answer for your crimes," Alphonse said, but before he could do anything, a little colorful blur dashed past Amelia and jumped up to dropkick Alphonse to the ground. Edward looked over, confused, but before he could do anything the blur did the same to him before landing in front of Scar. It was a little girl, dressed in pink and purple clothes, with a tiny panda bear mimicking her, her long hair pulled back into a multitude of braids that came from a pair of buns on her head. Amelia was so confused as she looked at the two incapacitated Elric brothers. "Are these two giving you trouble, servant?" the girl asked Scar, who didn't respond before she pointed an accusing finger at Edward. "This is the servant of the man who saved my life. You better leave him alone, puny little boy." Edward jumped up, infuriated at her words. "Wait a sec, who are you calling puny?" It was a little weird to have her say it, given that she was actually a bit shorter than Edward. Soon enough, the MPs surrounded them, guns pointed at Scar as they looked at this strange, new arrival on the battlefield. "Where'd that kid come from?" one soldier asked. "Get away, girl, it's dangerous," one ordered. The girl looked at their surroundings, seeing how many were there with them, all pointing guns at the pair of them, mostly just Scar, though she didn't want to leave him clearly. "They got us outnumbered." She reached into her pockets, pulling out 2 handfuls of knives. "It's time for us to retreat." She threw them out, each handful landing on the train carts across from the MPs and the tracks, one filled with water, the other with coal. She drew out a star-shaped circle on the ground with her foot, placed more knives at each point of the star, and pressed her hand down to it. It lit up in transmutative light, and suddenly the 2 carts exploded, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke that caused Amelia, Edward, and many others to go into a coughing fit, closing their eyes from the sting of the bits of coal in the air. "What kind of alchemy was that?" Edward asked between coughs. "She did it from that far away?" Alphonse couldn't believe what he saw either. The carts were so far from the circle, at least a good 20 feet, it was impressive, to say the least. "I can't see," Edward said, and he realized that Scar was likely making his escape in the smoke. "Damn it, where are you, Scar?" "Ed, just leave it," Amelia said between coughing fits. "Let's just go." They had what they wanted, the homunculus was captured, and that was all they needed for the time being, at least as far as she was concerned. She reached out and grabbed his hand, pulling him by the wrist. "No, we can't just let him walk away," Edward growled. "Edward, he's already gone," Amelia said and coughed again, getting Edward to calm down somewhat when he saw her struggling. "I can't see, and I can't breathe, let's just go." All right. Edward walked out with her, and they could hear the clanking of Al's armor following them until they managed to find a way out of the smokescreen that was left. Amelia took a few deep breaths once they were out and came back to herself, looking back over at Ed. She had seen the blood on his face before, and it looked like it was still bleeding. "What happened to you?" she asked, coming a little closer and moving his hair out of the way to get a look at it. "Some rubble got me," Edward said, and he felt his cheeks burning as Amelia brought one hand up to his cheek to pull his face a little closer as she got a better look at it. He really wasn't used to girls being this close. "I'll be fine, I just need to see a doctor." "Damn right you do," she replied, pulling her hands away, letting out a small sigh. She looked him in the eyes, knowing that he had to be told the truth about what she had seen, and he looked back into hers blankly, confused. "What is it?" She knew she had to tell him, she had to. "Ed, when we were going after the homunculus, there was—" Edward quickly shushed her as he looked back over his shoulder, seeing some MPs come back from the smoke that had been left. "Later," he whispered to her, and an officer came over to them to get them to medical care. As they were walking, Alphonse looked back in the smoke and saw something he wasn't expecting, breaking away from the group to hurry and grab it. After Edward had been bandaged up, and it was confirmed that the blood on Amelia's clothes wasn't hers. The doctor let them go, and the first thing they did was request a car. Amelia listened as Edward explained a little of what had happened in the battle with Scar. Alphonse's excuse to buy them some time by talking with Scar about his murderous exploits ended up with them accusing him of the Rockbells' murder, which he was guilty of. They confirmed it, but Winry had stumbled on them at that exact moment. She had pointed a gun at Scar and tried to kill him, but they managed to make it so that she didn't do it and gave her over to the MPs so that she could be placed somewhere safe until the battle was over. As the three of them got into the car that was provided, Alphonse reached out his arm to show his companions what he had in his hand. "Look what I found, Ed." He held up a tiny creature, and Amelia thought it looked like a panda bear baby, but it really couldn't have been since there was no way that was a thing over here. Was it? Edward stared at the creature, which stared back at them in its own shock before he turned to his brother and exploded. "We're a little busy right now to be adopting Panda Bears, Al." "I couldn't leave her alone in the middle of all that mess back there," Alphonse defended. "First, stray cats, and now this. Just how many animals can you stuff into that armor of yours, huh? Get rid of it." "What a heartless thing to say," Alphonse said, pulling the little thing back away from his brother before he looked down at it, pressing his finger to her cheek. "Look at how sweet and gentle she is." Only just after he said that did she decide to bite his finger, looking like she was doing it as hard as she could, growling as her teeth dug into it. Amelia looked up at Alphonse, who didn't react at all after all. Why would he when he can't feel pain? He simply let out a gentle laugh. "It's all right, you're safe now." The tiny bear calmed down as it realized it wasn't going to be able to hurt this metal giant. "What is it anyway?" Amelia asked. "It looks like a panda, but, I mean, are there pandas in Amstress?" "No, definitely not," Edward said. "They're farther east. It's just a cat, I think." Amelia didn't really know if she should question it, but she shrugged and let it go for the time being. She looked back at Edward and she began to speak again, meaning to tell him about Bradley, but instead their car rolled to a stop outside of a building. The car door was opened by another soldier, who saluted Edward once he saw him. "This way, follow me," he said, knowing he was here for Winry. "Thanks," Edward replied, he, Alphonse, and Amelia climbing out of the car to head inside. They walked into the building, which turned out to be the central command center. As Alphonse walked, he looked down at the little panda cat he had picked up. "You can stay in here, okay?" he said as he lifted up his helmet and brought them up to it, letting the panda cat jump in when it was ready. Amelia could hear her hitting the bottom, then moving around to find a comfortable spot inside his torso before stopping altogether. Soon enough, they came to the room where they were going to, the officer opening the door and revealing Winry sitting at a table with a cup of coffee in front of her. She looked over her shoulder as the door opened and smiled when she saw the Elric brothers on the other side. Edward smiled back, glad to see she was okay. "Hey, Winry," he greeted her, coming in quickly and then stopping when he saw she had company with her. Amelia saw who it was and she froze again. Fura Bradley sat across from Winry, sipping at his own cup of coffee, and when he met Edward's eyes, he smiled at him in that friendly way. "Oh, hello there, Full Metal Alchemist." His eyes shifted to Amelia, who felt her blood running cold again as she looked at him, and he still kept smiling, but everything about him just read as malicious to her in that moment. "Fura Bradley, this is a surprise," Edward greeted him. "What brings you here?" Alphonse asked. "I heard that a childhood friend of yours was under our protection here at the command center," he explained. "As the friend of such an important alchemist, she deserves our every courtesy." He stood up from his seat, taking his sword from where it was resting against the table, turning to Winry with that same smile. "I should be on my way now. If you'll please excuse me, miss." "Oh, of course, sir," Winry said, and she let him leave with Fura walking past Amelia, his uncovered eye looking directly at her, and she genuinely thought she might shit herself as she looked at him. Would he kill her just then? Stab her through with his blade? Or maybe he would take her from Edward, snatch her away and keep her imprisoned where no one could hear her. She wasn't sure which was worse. Instead, he took another step past her and stopped in the doorway. "That's a nice, honest friend you've got there. Make sure you both take good care of her." His message was to the Elric brothers, who nodded. "Yes," Edward replied. "And you take care of yourself, Miss Seymour," he said to her, one final message as he turned around and looked right at her again. She didn't reply as he left them all alone, the door closing behind him. Amelia let out a heavy breath, her body already shaking a little bit from the brief encounter. She was terrified of him. He could have killed her so easily just then, but he didn't. Why? Did he want to wait until she was alone? Was that it? Frame it to make it look like a random murder? Or would he just send someone else after her? He was the ruler of the country. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted with her, and that was the most terrifying thought out of all of them. Amelia, what's wrong? Alphonse noticed her shaking, and she looked up at him to answer, but looked back as Winry's chair scraped along the floor as she stood up, going over to Edward. She never answered as she decided to let Winry speak. Ed, he turned to her when she called his name. You promised. Tell me everything about my parents. What happened to them? Edward nodded, and they all took a seat around the table, and Edward looked up at Winry. A little while ago, I came across this group of Ishvalans that had been there during the war, he began the story. They told me about how your parents would help anyone that came to them, Ishvalan and Amestrian alike, even at their own expense. He smiled a little. You would have been so proud of them, Winry. They were the best doctors out there, I'm sure of it. Winry smiled slightly for a brief moment, though it disappeared as she waited to hear the rest of the story, and... Well, one of their patients was Scar. We don't know exactly what happened because we weren't told, but the person they described as killing your parents, it matches Scar's description. The way Madame Shan told me, it sounded like he was fixed up by them and then he went to kill them. I don't know why exactly, but I do know that's just what happened. He looked up at her, seeing her looking down at the table as she listened to everything he was saying. They were great doctors, Winry. They did a lot of good for a lot of people. I know they changed the minds of a lot of Ishvalans because of it. I see, Winry said, lifting her head up with a melancholy smile on her face. They did everything they could to help others, right up until the end. But her lip trembled, I just wish they could have come back to me alive. Is that selfish? Her voice shook, and she started to cry. Amelia moved her chair a little closer to her, putting her arm on her shoulder as Winry's started to shake. She took the comfort and leaned onto Amelia's shoulder, tears falling as she sobbed for a couple of minutes before she felt like it was enough, and she pulled away, calming down. Amelia felt bad for her. It couldn't have been easy to find out her parents had died the first time, and now that she knew how she imagined, that didn't make it any easier. When she was calm, Winry just asked if they could go back to the hotel so she could get her things together for her train, and they all went to do just that. Fura Bradley could wait a little bit longer until she was safely on the train back home. The car ride back to the hotel was silent, with Winry staring out the window, deep in thought with a sad expression on her face. Amelia didn't really know if there was anything that could be said to help her with this, but at least she had closure. She didn't know if that did anything, but she had always been told that some people just needed to know what happened. Her parents were good people, and they didn't deserve what they got, but it had happened, and there was no way to change that. For a brief second, Amelia's mind wandered into whether there was any kind of alchemy that could change time and go backward, though that was quickly dismissed. Chemistry can't really do that, then alchemy definitely couldn't. She looked over at Edward as they rode, and he seemed to be lost in thought himself, though not while sadly staring out the window of the car, but while looking at Winry. He didn't seem happy to be the one that made her feel like this, but there wasn't really anything he could say to make it better. It was best to just leave Winry to bring her own feelings about it together and figure out what her next step would be for her life and her own goals. As they arrived at the hotel, they thanked their driver and walked in, with the man at the front desk looking up upon their arrival. Ah, perfect timing, he said. Miss Rockbell, there's a telephone call for you. For me, Winry was a little confused. Who could be calling her at this time? She went up to the phone and the three of them waited for her to finish her call, though they could hear a little of the snippets of the conversation on the other end. Well, somewhat. Yes, hello? Her eyes widened at the sound of the voice on the other end. Oh, Mr. Garfield. I'm sorry about this, Winry. I know you've got a lot going on and I tried to handle it myself, really. But I can't take this anymore. Your customers are so needy. Winry's eyes widened a bit as she could hear the chattering in the background of all her customers in Rush Valley, all the different people who had come to her for their automail repairs and quick fixes. You there, Miss Winry. Tetsu. It only took her a second to recognize the voice that had taken the phone. Please come back to the shop soon. You do a much better job working on my leg than Mr. Garfield can. We need you here. The phone was taken by someone else. Ah, another thing, Winry. We still need an outer covering for that model leg you made for me. My arm needs work too, someone shouted out. Hey, hold on a sec, I was first, someone else shouted. Hearing all the voices of all the people she had come to know in Rush Valley, all the people who were waiting for her and happily waiting for her return. She could feel the weight on her chest growing a little lighter. All this time with Edward and Alphonse, she had been chipping away at herself because all she could do was wait on them to finish their fight, wait on them to come to her when they're hurt. She couldn't step in on their fights, and she couldn't stop them from getting hurt, but knowing so many people were waiting for her, as so many of her customers called out for her safe and quick return, she smiled a little bit. The Elric brothers were probably the most important boys in her life right now, but she was someone important in the lives of so many others who relied on her and needed her hands that were meant to heal and fix what was wrong. I'm sorry, I'll be back home soon, she promised. She could feel her lip trembling and a lump in her throat, though she didn't let any tears fall just yet. It was so good to know that there were people who needed her, and she had been a little selfish to think that they wouldn't need her at all, so she could stay with her 2 boys. She was an automail mechanic, a proud one with great skills, and so many people wanted her to come back home. Just hold on, she wiped away some of the water that had welled up in her eyes. I won't be much longer. I'll help everyone. Thank you all. Edward looked over at Winry as she spoke on the phone, and Amelia let out a small sigh. Poor kids on an emotional roller coaster, she said quietly. Edward let out a small hum in agreement. She glanced over at him, wondering if now was a good time to mention what she had seen, but before she could open her mouth, Winry had hung up the phone and she turned to Edward, Alphonse, and Amelia. All right, I need to hurry and get my things. My train will leave soon, she said, with a seemingly renewed energy from the somber moments she had before that phone call. After making sure she had everything, the 3 of them escorted Winry to the train station. She found her car and she opened up the window to her seat as she got comfortable, saying her goodbyes to them all. You sure you're good by yourself? Amelia asked, knowing that traveling by yourself can be a little risky sometimes, especially for girls. Yeah, I'll be fine. Mr. Garfield will meet me at the train station, Winry reassured her. Amelia nodded, glad to know she had someone to meet her at the station since it would likely be pretty late once she got back to Rush Valley. And thank you for the dresses. I don't know when I'll be able to wear them, but I'm sure there will be an occasion or two. Amelia chuckled. Hey, if you want any more, just stop by. No need to go to a boutique when I've got an entire store in my fucking closet. She joked, and the 2 girls shared a laugh. Winry looked over at Edward and Alphonse. Thank you both for stopping me back there, she said. I forgot there were still people who depended on me. Her expression grew a little sad as she felt terrible for having forgotten all those people in Rush Valley, but she was still glad to know that she was needed. If I had done it, I wouldn't have been able to face them again. Of course, Alphonse said wholeheartedly. Winry got back a little of her energy as she looked up at Edward. I expect you to take good care of your automail. Yep, Edward promised, giving her a thumbs up with his metal hand. Oh, and I'll send you some good polishing oil soon, Al. Great, Alphonse would look forward to that. Winry paused for a moment, that melancholy coming back. And no dying, okay. Alphonse nodded, as did Edward. Right. I'll make sure they won't, Amelia promised, earning her a smile from Winry. Oh, and the next time I make you cry, I hope that they'll be, Edward spoke up, but his voice trailed off as the bell rang out, signaling that the train was about to depart, his voice drowned out by the sound. Huh, what? I can't hear you. Winry spoke over the bell, but Edward's mouth stayed shut even as it stopped. He turned to start walking away, knowing the train staff wouldn't want them so close to the departing cars. Amelia was a little confused, wanting to know what it was that he said, too, but it seemed he had clammed up. Brother, wait up. Alphonse wasn't sure what to make of it either, but he just walked alongside Ed, turning around to give one last wave to Winry. See you, Winry. Amelia waved goodbye as well as she caught up with the 2 boys. Okay, Winry waved back, and she moved a little out of the train window to shout, Come back, Edward. What were you saying? Edward stopped walking, and Amelia could see his face turning a little pink before he composed himself, turned around, took a deep breath before he pointed a finger at Winry and shouted, "The next time I make you cry, I hope there'll be tears of joy. And Al and I will be back in our normal bodies and I'll make you cry out of sheer happiness. That's a promise." Alphonse, Amelia, and Winry were a little stunned by his sudden declaration. But Winry smiled, laughing as she waved to Edward as thanks for his promise to make her cry out of happiness. Then Edward turned around, shoved his hands in his pockets and started to walk away, with Alphonse and Amelia walking beside him. "That was so sweet, brother," Alphonse teased him, playfully elbowing him. "Shut up, idiot," Edward snapped back. "Yeah, who knew you were such a softie?" Amelia teased, unable to help poking fun at him. "I said shut up." Edward knocked away her hand, and she just laughed. "Promises are meant to be kept, you know," Alphonse commented. "When have I ever broken a promise?" "All the time." "Name once." "I'll name 3 times." Alphonse brought up his hands to start counting them off. "There was that time during the summer where you promised if I gave you half my pocket money, you'd share your ice cream with me, and you just ran off with it." "Oh, come on, we were kids." "There was also the time that you promised you wouldn't tell anyone about me keeping a cat in my room, and you told Granny and Winry." "Alphonse." "And then there was that time you said." All right, I get your point." Edward relented, much to Alphonse and Amelia's amusement. "But I'll keep this one, all right." "All right, if you say so," Alphonse replied, which left Edward sulking a little bit, though they all were in a much better mood now. As they headed out of the train station, Amelia looked over at him. Hey, about last night?" Edward looked over at her. I don't know why I acted like I did, I'm sorry." She stopped walking, and the 2 brothers did the same. "It's just, I know what you're saying is probably the truth, and I did see the portal." She looked down at her hands. "I remembered it when I was fighting the homunculi. I'm able to do alchemy without a circle now." "You are?" Edward asked, wide-eyed, and Amelia nodded. I didn't want to think about it." She crossed her arms as she thought about it. "Katie gave up her body and soul for me so I could go through the portal and come here, and I don't even know why." Her shoulders slumped. I didn't even like her. I treated her so horribly. I have no idea why she would think to do that for me. If I had been in her shoes, I would have offered the other person as the toll instead of myself." Edward was quiet for a moment. "I don't really know, but maybe she saw something in you. She said she wanted you to come back for her, right?" Amelia nodded. "So, do that. Bring her back from the portal and find out why." "You make it sound so simple," Amelia scoffed. "It won't be, but we'll make it simple." Edward grinned at her. "Besides, it'll be good practice for pulling Al's body out of the portal, too." She couldn't help smiling back at him. "You're making a lot of promises to girls today, brother," Alphonse commented, and Edward turned back and glared at him. "Shut up, it's not like that. You know, most people say that guys who make a lot of false promises are kind of skirt chasers." Alphonse kept teasing him. "Knock it off, Al," Edward said, reaching to knock his helmet with his hand, making Amelia laugh. The 3 of them started to walk away, though that didn't keep Edward from asking questions. "Do you remember what you saw in there?" he asked, and Amelia recounted her experience a little bit. "I just remember being pulled in, and it felt like all the knowledge in the world was being pushed into my head at once, like it might explode from it all or something." Edward nodded at her description. "But then, I don't know, for a split second it all just clicked. I understood everything, and it was all there, and there were pieces of things that I could probably understand really well at the time. But when I got out on the other side, I was in the military barracks." She reached up and scratched a spot behind her head. "I must have blocked out the entire memory because of the trauma." "I think I did the same thing. It's a really terrifying moment," Alphonse said. "Right, by the way, when the fuck could you do alchemy without a circle?" she demanded. "Oh, I guess you haven't really seen me do any alchemy since it happened," Alphonse said, feeling a little sheepish knowing that he just never told her that. As they stepped out of the train station, a car pulled up in front of them, with a familiar face at the wheel. "Colonel," Edward recognized him immediately. "Get in the car," he ordered, and he glanced over at Amelia for a moment as they all started to move in. It was a bit of a squeeze in the back seat with Alphonse, but Amelia managed to find a space while Edward sat up front. "How did you find us?" Edward asked. The concierge at your hotel mentioned I might find you here, Colonel Mustang said as he started to drive down the road. You might not want to go back there right away. The place is crawling with MPs. Edward jolted as he suddenly remembered why they would be looking for him and Alphonse. That's right, we let Scar get away. He scowled as he remembered that fact. They'll probably try to stick us with bodyguards again, Alphonse said with a dejected sigh. Edward looked over at the colonel. What happened to the homunculus? He asked. Hawkeye called and said she's taken it to an empty house outside the suburbs. The colonel replied, That's where we're headed now. He looked back over his shoulder at Amelia. Look behind us and make sure we're not being followed. Oh, okay, Amelia said, turning around in the seat to look out the back window of the car while the conversation continued. You haven't fully recovered yet, have you? Should you really be driving? Edward asked, knowing the colonel had only been in the hospital just the other day. I'm running short of pawns that I can move, so my only choice is to move myself, he muttered, and Edward frowned. You don't have many allies, do you? Maybe you're not as popular as you say. Brother, that's so harsh, Alphonse chided him. I don't want to hear that from you, Mustang snapped back. Amelia turned back around. We're not being followed. I can't see any other cars or anything. Good, the colonel took a turn down the street. There's someone we'll be picking up on the way. Who? Edward asked. An old friend of mine from Ishville, the colonel said. He's got some medical skills, and one of your allies ended up seriously hurt. Lan Fan, Amelia felt awful that she had forgotten that, so they got to her okay? We kind of just left her down there. Hawkeye told me she's fine, but in a lot of pain. They're keeping her on bed rest until we get there. What happened? Edward asked. In the fight with the homunculus, she cut off her arm. She what? She cut it off. It was the freakiest thing I'd ever seen. Amelia said, apparently she'd had an injury that just made her arm stop working anyway, and she just decided to cut it off. She sat back in her spot. Honestly, that's probably what saved our hides, though. How? Edward was so confused. She was leaving a trail behind us, so we used her arm to make a fake trail by tying it to a stray dog. It was all her idea. Amelia said, I felt really bad for the dog, though. I hope it's okay. She wanted to think that after that dog was found, maybe by an officer, the arm would have been taken as evidence, and the dog would have been cleaned up. And maybe that same officer would have adopted the dog, and he would go on to be a heroic dog in the military police force, sniffing out crime and having a loving family to come home to at the end of the day. She really wanted that to be the truth, so that's what she believed for the time being. The car came to a stop outside of a house in the suburbs, and Colonel Mustang turned off the engine. Wait here, don't get out. He ordered as he stepped out of the car and went up to the house, knocking on the door and waiting for a response. When no one came, he moved out to just outside the gate of the fence of the house to wait for whoever lived there. Whose house is that? Amelia asked. I have no idea, Edward replied, and he looked over at Amelia from the front seat. But what happened after her arm came off? We started moving through the sewers so it would wash away any blood trail she left behind, she said, and she glanced outside to see another man approaching the house, an older one with glasses and a cigarette. He was taking a moment to talk to Mustang outside the gate, though they couldn't hear what was being said. She looked over at him, thinking now was a good time to mention it. Edward, when we were fighting the homunculus gluttony. He wasn't alone. He had backup. What from who? Edward asked, the older man leaving Mustang for a moment as he went inside his house. From Fura Bradley. Edward's eyes went wide, and so did Alphonse's. I wouldn't say this if I didn't see it, I swear. You guys have to believe me. I mean, we do, but why would Fura Bradley be working with the homunculi? Edward asked. Do you think they've infiltrated that high up already? Alphonse asked. They must have gotten to him pretty fast, maybe even before he knew about what we were doing. Yeah, probably, Edward muttered, deep in thought as he tried to think about this a little more, this tangled web created by the homunculi only getting more tangled by the second. Ed, that's not all, Amelia said. I saw something on him, something that made it so much worse. What? Before Amelia could give her answer, the front door opened, and the colonel got into the driver's seat while his guest came in to sit beside Edward. Scoot over, kid. he said, taking a seat beside Edward, sandwiching him between the new guy and Mustang, a doctor's bag in his lap. He stunk of cigarettes and Amelia backed up from him. They took off, heading down the road to the next house where Lan Fan, Ling, and Lieutenant Hawkeye were waiting for them. When they arrived, they came in a little after dark. Dr. Knox took a moment to wash his hands before looking over at Lan Fan's open wound in the only bedroom. The place had been abandoned, so there was no electricity around the house, but the water was still running just because they couldn't remove the pipes. She came over to Ling, who was sitting in the corner of the room as the doctor examined his companion. "How is she?" she asked. "She's all right, just in pain." Ling looked up at the doctor. "Do you have anything to numb her?" Not without going directly to the hospital and having people ask a lot of questions. The doctor muttered before he lifted up the cover that was over Lan Fan's shoulder and gasped. He turned to Ling. "You, get out." He looked over at Amelia. "Young lady, go grab me a lantern. I need more light." Okay." She went out of the room and Ling left as the doctor told him to. "Lieutenant, get in here," Knox shouted for Hawkeye, and she came in just after Amelia came back with a lantern, seeing Dr. Knox balling up a washcloth and holding it in front of Lan Fan. "Here, bite down on this." She did so without questioning him. The doctor gestured for both of them to come closer to the bed, Hawkeye going around the other side, while Amelia stayed to the doctor's left as he worked on Lan Fan. Amelia wondered why he had only asked for the women until she saw that Lan Fan was exposed as he examined her. Her clothes had been removed to make it easier for Dr. Knox to work. Her eyes went wide at the sight of her arm, seeing the bloody flesh and bone from her open wound. Immediately her mind flashed images of Lieutenant Colonel Hughes and the blood from his gunshot wound, the sight of seeing the red liquid slipping between her fingers as she tried to give him CPR. "Hold the light closer," the doctor ordered, and she snapped out of it for a second before doing as he asked. Lan Fan whimpered as he moved his hands over her injury, no anesthetic for her as he started to try to close up the wound. "How long has she been like this?" he asked as he started using forceps to close the skin in different places before sewing it as much as he could, making Lan Fan grunt and groan in pain all the while. "It's been a while," Amelia said, "maybe a couple hours. It didn't seem this bad when we were in the sewers." Admittedly, Lan Fan's wound had been covered by Ling's jacket then, but now it seemed like she was bleeding much more than from that time. "What?" Dr. Knox looked over at her. "You let her wander around the sewers with her arm cut off?" Amelia wasn't really sure if there was a way to answer that didn't make him angrier. "Well, don't blame me if she gets lockjaw." He went on with his work, putting away the forceps and grabbing another pair since the first got a little bloody. He looked up at Hawkeye. "Hold her shoulder for me, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir." Hawkeye came over, putting her hand on Lan Fan's uninjured shoulder, her other hand coming down and holding onto hers, giving her another means of dealing with her pain aside from the towel in her mouth. Amelia grimaced at the sight of the doctor at work, hearing the nauseating sounds of flesh being moved as he tried to cover up the exposed bone with what remained and close it up tightly so it would stop bleeding. "I'm afraid the only patients I've had lately have been corpses, so this might be a little rough," the doctor warned before he started to push everything together with his hands, and Lan Fan screamed in pain, her voice muffled by the towel. Amelia winced sympathetically, and she glanced over at where Hawkeye was holding her hand, and she was gripping it as tight as she'd ever seen. She could see the lieutenant wincing, though she was trying to hide it and make it seem like it didn't bother her, though it was hard to tell if that was from sympathy or from the pain of Lan Fan's grip. "Hold her still, Lieutenant," he said. Lan Fan was trying to do as he said, but in that much pain she was bound to writhe a little bit. "And hold that light over her arm more, girls." Right, sorry." She couldn't get too close, seeing the blood staining the sheets and the doctor's hands. She couldn't look right at the wound for too long. She kept seeing too much and kept being reminded of that awful night. The doctor worked, and she screamed again, and Amelia gasped at the sight of the blood pouring out of Lan Fan's arm. She had to turn away, and the doctor noticed. "Hold the lantern straight," he demanded, and Amelia straightened up, but she still looked away from Lan Fan's arm. He sighed and looked over at the lieutenant. "Take the lantern from her, she doesn't know what she's doing." Hawkeye nodded, taking her hand away from Lan Fan's and reaching for the lantern, which Amelia was quick to pass over. "Go and get out of here, you're not much help if you can't handle blood." She was glad to, coming out of that room and rounding the corner to see the Elric brothers and Ling. "You okay?" Alphonse asked. "Just all that blood," Amelia said. I couldn't stand it." The armor came over, offering her a comforting arm on her shoulder to help her get over it, though they could still hear Lan Fan's cries of pain as she was worked on. She looked over at Ling, seeing him sitting in the corner. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Ling said shortly, and Amelia couldn't help feeling a little guilty for leaving Lan Fan in that room without being able to help. Edward couldn't help his own guilt, knowing that he was the reason that they had gotten involved to begin with. "I'm sorry." "Oh, don't apologize." Ling cut him off. "I'm the one who suggested it, remember? We both had something to gain out of it, so it made sense." He shifted in his seat, bringing up his knee and resting his arm on it. "When I went in search of immortality, I knew I must be ready to make certain sacrifices." His fist tightened a little as he could still hear Lan Fan's screams of pain. "But I wasn't ready for this." Lan Fan was, though. "She made the decision that I was too weak to make." "It's okay if you're not ready," Amelia said softly. Sometimes really terrible things happen and you have to make choices and not all of them will be good." The boys looked at her as she spoke. "It's really hard to make some calls sometimes. Just don't beat yourself up about it." She looked over at Ling. "You can't let the guilt from this hold you down. You can't change what happened, but you can change how it affects you and what you'll do now that it's happened." Ling was quiet for a moment before he nodded, and Amelia let out a small breath. There was nothing that the four of them could do at that moment, so they just waited. Eventually, Lan Fan's cries stopped, and Ling immediately assumed the worst, but Amelia stopped him. "She must have passed out from the pain. It's better that way." If it was something bad, the doctor would have called for help, but at least this way Lan Fan wasn't suffering as much. Ling relaxed, but it was clear he wasn't happy about any of this. The weight of the room was staggeringly heavy as they waited for the doctor to finish, which wasn't too much longer. The lieutenant stepped out of the room, and everyone looked up at her. "She'll be fine, she's just resting," she assured them. "He's going to finish bandaging her, and then you can go in if you want." Edward, Amelia, and Alphonse all let out a sigh of relief at knowing she was going to be okay, but Ling remained silent. Colonel Mustang stood up as he came over to his lieutenant. "Good work. Go ahead and guard the outside of the house. Make sure no one's watching us." "Yes, sir." The lieutenant complied and left through the front door. "All right, I'm done," the doctor called out, and the three kids filed their way into the room, with Colonel Mustang joining them to check on her as Dr. Knox took some time to clean his hands. "She's going to be all right?" the colonel asked, seeing that Lan Fan was still unconscious for the time being. "In a sense, though I never liked that joke," the doctor muttered, earning him a confused look from Mustang before he dismissed it. "Nothing, she'll be fine. She just needs plenty of rest and time to recover. I stopped the bleeding for now, but those stitches could still come undone." Lan Fan slowly started to come back to them, and they started to crowd around her bed, though the colonel and doctor kept their distance for the time being. As she opened her eyes, Amelia couldn't help smiling at the sight, knowing she made it through alive and well. "She's awake," Alphonse said, and Lan Fan looked over at the boys and Amelia. "You okay?" Edward asked. "Is there anything we can do?" Lan Fan's head slowly turned to face him, a shaky smile on her face. "That old trap of yours worked pretty well," she said, her voice raspy from all of her screaming, no doubt. "But I'm useless without my arm." She glanced at Edward's automail. "I'm going to need to find a replacement." Edward looked down at his metal hand and smiled as he turned to her. "You know, I can introduce you to a great engineer." Lan Fan smiled a little more at that before Amelia leaned over. "You should get as much rest as you can. You've had a damn hard day," she said, and Lan Fan was more than happy to do so, closing her eyes as her body relaxed, and the three of them left the room to let her sleep off what she could. As she fell into a deep, exhausted slumber, Lan Fan wouldn't be entirely aware of all that would happen in the moments to come. But then again, neither would the story's heroes.